Magic Chef of Ice and Fire Chapter 23 to Chapter 44. When Nianbing closed the book, he once again recalled what Cha Ji had said. 10 years to practice cooking, 10 years to understand cooking. Yes, this sentence could also be applied to any field. The word understand had enlightened him in the study of magic arrays. Perhaps an ordinary person's 10 years of research would not be as good as his enlightenment. Long Ling continued to accompany Nianbing by his side, continuing to cultivate her spiritual power according to the method Nianbing had taught her. However, the cultivation now was not as focused as it was at the beginning. Long Ji had given her a very important task, which was to take care of Nianbing's daily life and satisfy all his needs. Therefore, every once in a while, she would look at Nianbing. "Are you done reading?" Long Ling raised her head and looked at Nianbing, who had stood up. Nianbing smiled and nodded, saying, "I think we can go to the 3rd level now. Although I am still unable to apply the knowledge there, I hope to learn something special from it. If I can apply it to magic scrolls, then the scrolls I make will have some special characteristics that other scrolls don't have." Long Ling heard something from Nianbing's words. "You mean, you can improve magic scrolls? But the method of making magic scrolls has been passed down for thousands of years, and no one has been able to change it." Nianbing chuckled and said, "That's because our predecessors lacked the will to innovate. I think I should be able to do it. Even though I've just started, I'm sure I'll succeed as long as I'm given some time to research." Through his understanding of magic arrays, he had already understood many things. Application and understanding were two completely different things. Now, even if he did not look at the method of making magic scrolls, he could imagine the accurate drawing and making principles of higher-level magic scrolls. This was all thanks to the word understand. Seeing that Long Ling seemed to have some doubts about him, Nianbing bent down and picked up a piece of paper from the ground. Yes, a piece of paper with magic symbols drawn on it. He handed the paper to Long Ling and said, "What can you tell from this?" Long Ling took the paper and saw some simple symbols drawn on it. She frowned and said, "This seems to be a scroll drawing method. However, from the looks of it, this should be a 2nd-tier scroll. What's the point?" Nianbing smiled faintly. "You're right. This is a scroll, a basic magic scroll. However, there's one thing you're wrong about. This isn't a Tier 2 magic scroll, but a Tier 1 one. Don't be surprised. As a Tier 1 magic scroll, it appeared to be somewhat complicated. However, there was a reason for its complexity. Watch." With that, he took the scroll from Long Ling's hand and waved it. Under the stimulation of the light blue ice magic, the white paper disappeared in an instant, and an icicle appeared in the air and suddenly shot towards Long Ling. This kind of Tier 1 magic attack naturally wouldn't cause any harm to Long Ling. Long Ling raised her hand and also sent out an icicle to meet the attack. According to common sense, the two icicles should collide and turn into a ball of ice powder. However, how could the things that Nianbing did be judged by common sense? The two icicles suddenly collided and ice powder was indeed produced. However, just when Long Ling thought that it was over, an ice blade suddenly shot out from the ball of ice powder. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of her. Long Ling cried out in alarm. At this time, she already didn't have time to use magic. She could only lower her head and try to dodge. Nianbing smiled and waved his hand. The ice blade drew an arc and fell into his hand. "How is it? Do you understand?" Long Ling looked at Nianbing and gradually woke up from her shock. This is?" Nianbing smiled and said, "This is the result of my research." "That's right. On the surface, it looks like a Tier 1 scroll. However, this scroll contains 2 spells, Icicle and Ice Blade. One is a Tier 1 spell, while the other is a Tier 2 spell. If you're bewitched by the Tier 1 icicle, you'll definitely be injured by the Tier 2 spell that follows. I'm only using this to prove a theory to you. Although the things left behind by our predecessors are precious, if we don't have better innovations, we can only remain at the level of our predecessors. What I'm going to tell you is that I've researched a method to create multiple spells in one scroll. Although it's not mature yet, imagine if I can combine a Tier 5 and a Tier 6 magic into a single scroll. Then, in a confrontation with a mage, the power it can display can even destroy a magic shooter." Long Ling stared at Nianbing with wide eyes. She really couldn't understand what this young man's brain was made of. In more than 1,000 years, this was the first time someone had so boldly proposed such an idea. This was the first time this kind of research had appeared. Although Nian Bing was only a great mage, his achievements were definitely not inferior to that of a grand mage. As long as his research was successful, then the Ice Moon Empire's magic guild's position on the continent would definitely improve greatly. Nian Bing, how did you do it? You actually succeeded. Long Ling looked at Nian Bing with a different gaze. After all, no matter what kind of woman she was, she would always be attracted by a man with achievements. Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, "Actually, this is nothing. Let's go, we should go to the 3rd floor. After I've perfected this research, I'll teach you some methods of making fusion scrolls. Unfortunately, this kind of scroll is very difficult to make. It's even more difficult than ordinary scrolls. Even for me, I've only succeeded in making the one you saw just now. The higher the level, the greater the amount of spiritual force and magic power needed to support it. However, I still feel that there should be some mysteries behind it. Right now, I'm just forcing 2 magic scrolls into a single scroll. If I can combine them organically, then the effect will definitely be completely different. You can put away the scrolls on the ground and give them to your father. These days, I've only made 10 tier 5 scrolls and 4 tier 6 scrolls. On the 3rd floor, I think I still need to do some more research on magic arrays. Only when I have a better method, then I'll continue to make fusion scrolls." As he said this, he walked towards the 3rd floor of the library. Nian Bing naturally wouldn't say all the thoughts in his heart. In fact, he could already make fusion scrolls of higher level. He used blank paper to try out all kinds of fusion scrolls. Although the power of the magic was different, the principle was the same. As long as he could succeed in low-level magic, then high-level magic would definitely succeed. Nian Bing's figure disappeared at the corner of the stairs. Long Ling sat down on the ground in disappointment. Looking at the bookshelves in front of her, she muttered to herself, "Why? Why can he see living things from these dead books, and why can't I? What magic genius, in front of him, I'm just a child." She faintly felt that in the near future, Nian Bing would inevitably cause a great shock in the magic world. At that time, he would be an immortal existence in the magic world, and she would be the first person to witness the emergence of this existence. Nian Bing's research was extremely difficult. Since he entered the library again, he hadn't left for nearly a month. When he was tired, he would use meditation to rest. Once his spirit recovered, he would immediately continue his research and study. The amount of magic knowledge collected on the 3rd floor was much more than he imagined. Nian Bing first memorized all the incantations in his mind, then he began to study magic arrays. The production of magic scrolls was secondary. After all, magic scrolls were external objects. No matter how many magic scrolls he made, there would be a day when they would be used up. It was far from being comparable to his own strength. Magic scrolls, in fact, were only used by those weak people. The real strong people didn't care about them. The reason why he was so diligent in his research was because magic arrays might be the key to unlocking the mystery of the same origin of ice and fire. The mystery of the same origin of ice and fire was Nian Bing's greatest interest. The research continued. Nian Bing didn't know that in order to support his research, Long Ji had ordered the entire library to be sealed. Other than Ling who could bring him food and take care of his daily life, no one else was allowed to enter. This order was issued after Long Ji learned that Nian Bing had researched magic fusion. At the same time, he also made up his mind to keep Nian Bing in the Magic Union at all costs. It wasn't to keep him in the Magic Union, but to keep his heart. Only by keeping his heart would the Magic Union of the Ice Moon Empire become stronger. The 3rd floor of the library was obviously different from the 1st and 2nd floors. The 1st and 2nd floors had dozens of large bookshelves, but the 3rd floor only had 4. Each bookshelf had no more than 100 books, and most of the books were already very old. Magic incantations of various elements, from the 6th grade large-scale magic to the 9th grade single-target magic, were available. Although he couldn't use them now, he still carefully memorized them. Nian Bing. Long Ling's voice sounded, waking Nian Bing up from his research. Even he didn't know how many days it had been on the 3rd floor of the library. Ling what's the matter? You seem to have come less these days. Nianbing put down the book in his hand and said with a smile. Long Ling smiled and said, it's not that I've come less often. It's just that you've been too focused and haven't paid attention to me. Nianbing smiled a bit awkwardly, perhaps. Ever since I entered the library, I've indeed paid less attention to other matters. Ling are you looking for me for something? He knew that if it wasn't something special, Long Ling wouldn't have interrupted him. Long Ling smiled and said, of course there's something. Someone came to the Magic Union to look for you. Do you want to see him? Nianbing was stunned. Looking for me? Who is it? Could it be Xiujing or Feng Nu? It couldn't be that guy Yan Feng, right? Long Ling saw Nianbing's strange expression and said with a smile, don't worry, it's not Yan Feng. Although he came later, he was sent away by father with the reason that you were in closed-door meditation. After that, he didn't come again. So it turns out that a man being beautiful is also a kind of trouble, hee. Nianbing said unhappily, don't use the word beautiful to describe me. Of course, if you want to use handsome, elegant, and so on, I won't object. Long Ling and Nianbing stuck out their tongues, you wish. It's Rower who came to look for you. I don't know what she wants. Luo Ro? It was only then that Nianbing remembered the intelligent beauty. He seemed to have made a bet with her. It seemed like he had been in the library for a month. Since it's the beautiful and intelligent girl who came to visit, how could I not see her? Nianbing didn't think that he had left any clues. The intelligent girl shouldn't have discovered his true identity. Long Ling glared at Nianbing, her eyes seemed to have some hidden bitterness. Rower is already engaged. You don't have a chance. Nianbing laughed and said, quickly invite her in. Don't worry, how could a small person like me have any improper thoughts? Are you really a small person? A trace of doubt arose in the dragon spirit's heart, but it didn't say anything. It turned around and left. After a while, when the sound of footsteps sounded again, Luo Ro, who was wearing a plain white dress, had already followed the dragon spirit over. Her white clothes set off her long blue hair, as well as her eyes filled with wisdom. Looking at her, it made people feel a trace of purity from the bottom of their hearts. Compared to the other day's dress, the current Luo Ro had a different kind of elegant beauty. When Luo Ro saw Nianbing, she couldn't help but be stunned. She turned to Long Ling and asked, Ling is he Nianbing? Long Ling smiled and said, isn't that him? We haven't seen each other for a month and you don't recognize him? Nianbing subconsciously looked at himself and realized that his magic robe was already full of wrinkles. He also smelled bad. He touched his face and realized that his beard had grown a lot. It was no wonder that Luo Ro couldn't recognize him. Once he started learning magic, he really forgot everything. He said awkwardly, I'm sorry, Miss Luo Ro. I've made a fool of myself. Do I look very dispirited like this? Luo Ro covered her mouth and laughed, a little haggard. It seems that you've been working very hard recently. Long Ling said, it's not that he's working very hard, it's that he's working too hard. I don't understand why he's working so hard. If this continues, I'm afraid his body will collapse. But he doesn't listen to anyone. It's as if those magic books are his wife. Nianbing smiled bitterly and said, don't be so sarcastic. I'll go clean up now. Is that not enough? Luo Ro smiled and said, it doesn't matter if you clean up. You should still remember our agreement. Nianbing frowned and said, you really found something? Luo Ro said proudly, of course. Even if I didn't find anything, wise girl is someone who keeps her promise. Let's talk alone. Ling I'm sorry, but I have to talk to him alone. If it was Xiujing, she might really ask about it. However, Long Ling was different. Her gentle nature made her nod and said, then let's not talk here. Nianbing, let's go to your dorm. You really should clean yourself up. Oh, that's right. Father originally wanted to change your room to the elders, but you've been here all this time, so I didn't change it. Let's talk about it after you finish your research in the library. Nianbing smiled and said, it doesn't matter. These are all external matters. Miss Luo Ro, this way please. Nianbing brought Luo Ro out of the library for the first time in a month. Long Ling didn't follow. She only said a few words and left. Although she hadn't been back to the dorm for a while, it was still so refreshing. Nianbing subconsciously looked at the magic imprint she left behind. The things she hid were untouched. She invited Luo Ro into the room and said, "Take a seat first. I'll go clean up." What did it feel like to not bathe for a month? Nianbing finally experienced it. This cleaning process took a full 2 hours. When his whole body was refreshed, he secretly swore that he would never embarrass himself like this again. No one would be happy to be embarrassed in front of beauties. Nianbing skillfully shaved off the beard on his face with the morning dew dagger. He changed into his original coarse cloth clothes and walked out of the bathroom. After waiting for 2 hours, Luo Ro did not show any signs of impatience. When she saw Nianbing, she could not help but reveal a sliver of surprise in her eyes. Although Nianbing was wearing ordinary clothes made of coarse cloth, he still looked as handsome as ever. His face was a little pale, clearly due to the exhaustion he had been through recently. His body gave off the fragrance of a bath, and his golden hair was combed behind his head. Compared to before, he looked like a completely different person. Although Nianbing did not practice martial skills, his slender figure, broad shoulders, and broad back combined with his extraordinarily handsome face gave him quite a bit of lethality. Even Luo Ro, who had always been confident in her determination, could not help but tremble slightly. Nianbing walked to the sofa beside Luo Ro and sat down. He let out a long breath and said, "So comfortable. Miss Luo Ro, you can say what you want now. If you're here to admit defeat, then can I ask you for one thing?" Although Luo Ro slightly lost her composure, she quickly recovered. She smiled and said, "No, I'm here to collect the fruits of victory that I deserve." Nianbing leaned on the armrest of the sofa and looked at Luo Ro calmly. He made a gesture of invitation and said, "I'd like to hear what our wise woman has found." Luo Ro smiled confidently. She stood up and walked to the center of the room. She stopped and turned her back to Nianbing said, "Is the demon killer good enough?" Hearing the words demon killer, Nianbing almost jumped up from the sofa. His heart beat rapidly. Although he had always thought highly of Luo Ro, he didn't expect that she could find out about this. After a few seconds of silence, he tried to calm down. "Why?" Luo Ro turned around and looked at Nianbing with a smile. Her eyes were shining with wisdom. "There are many reasons. I have to admit that you're the strongest opponent I've ever met. You can still keep calm in this situation, which proves that you're not a simple person. I didn't expect you to be an assassin. But when I learned that you were often not in the woodshed at night, I became suspicious. After a bold guess and careful analysis, I'm almost certain that you're the demon killer who killed Liao San." At this moment, Nianbing calmed down because he realized that even if Luo Ro had guessed everything, the fact that she had come to find him alone meant that she hadn't spread the news. This was enough. At least he still had some leeway. "Please continue." Luo Ro smiled and said, "First of all, I asked Jing Jing, and she told me in detail how she met you. The reason you met was because of Liao San, right? Moreover, Liao San once severely humiliated you. That's the source of your hatred." Nianbing smiled. Liao San was known as a mangy dog. There are many people who have a grudge against him, and even more people who hate him more than I do. Just based on this, you can say that I am the demon killer envoy? That's a little too arbitrary. Luo Ro smiled. Of course it's not just that. I'm afraid you don't have any alibi on the night of Liao San's death. I've asked Jing Jing and Ling Er. At that time, you didn't appear anywhere in the Cool Breeze study or the Magician's Guild. To be more precise, you must have attacked Liao San after leaving the Magus Guild and before returning to Breeze Cottage. Furthermore, according to my investigation, the real cause of Liao San's death was ice magic. When the Ice Goddess Priestess investigated all the ice magi in the Magus Guild, they all said that they were somewhere else at the time. I heard from Ling Er that your control over magic is extremely strong, and you have the strength of a great ice magus. Only you can kill Liao San. Combining these points and my intuition, I'm very certain that you're the demon killer who killed Liao San. Of course, you might have a companion who specializes in fire magic, but I can't find out who he is. Nianbing smiled. A wise woman isn't a god. Don't you think your reasons are far-fetched? It's more of your subjective opinion than anything else. You can't prove that I'm the demon killer with just these reasons. Otherwise, President Long would have found out as well. He would have come to settle the score with me already. Luo Ro looked at the stubborn Yan Bing and couldn't help but reveal a trace of hesitation in her eyes. That's right. These are just my guesses. I don't have any witnesses or evidence. However, my intuition tells me that the person is you. Yan Bing smiled. I have to admit that Miss Luo Ro is very smart. However, you've already lost our bet. Luo Ro frowned. Don't tell me you don't want to admit that you're the demon killer? Don't worry, Liao San isn't a good person. Even if you admit that you're the demon killer, I won't do anything to you. I won't tell anyone about this. Yan Bing shook her head. I've never worried about this. First of all, I trust Miss Wise Woman. Secondly, even if you tell anyone, no one will believe you. Even if President Longji knows that you're telling the truth, he'll still exonerate me. Before you came to find me, Ling Er should have told you how important I am to the Union. To be honest, although your guesses lack evidence, they're correct. Yes, I'm the demon killer who killed Liao San. I never leave any traces behind. Although you've guessed it, there's no way you can prove it. Luo Ro smiled. Her charming face shone with a dazzling radiance. Good. It's really you. Now that you've admitted it, shouldn't we consider how you're going to fulfill your end of the bet? Yan Bing also smiled. No, of course not. I've said it before. Although you've guessed it, you've still lost the bet. Luo Ro's expression changed. What do you mean? Just because I don't have any evidence, you're saying that I've lost? Our bet was to guess your profession. I've already guessed it. As a man, you won't go back on your word, will you? Yan Bing laughed. What a joke. Even if I'm not a good person, I won't go back on my word. A win is a win, a loss is a loss. I understand the principle of accepting a loss. The reason why I said you've lost is because you've guessed my profession wrong. Being an assassin isn't my true profession. It's just that I didn't like that Liao San. Of course, I'm not a magician either. Luo Ro was completely stunned. From Yan Bing's eyes, she could see that Yan Bing wasn't lying. His huge confidence couldn't be faked. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. If you weren't a professional magician or assassin, how could you have your current achievements? You're the youngest great magician. Yan Bing's eyes shone with a terrifying radiance. He said indifferently, it's time to settle some things. Miss Luo Ro, I'll use my actions to tell you what my true profession is. Please come with me. Saying that, he turned around and wanted to walk towards the door. Just as he walked to the door, there was a knock. Yan Bing opened the door and saw Long Ling holding a brand new ice magician's robe. When she saw Yan Bing, she couldn't help but smile. How did your talk go? This is for you. Change into it. Yan Bing took the robe. Looking at Long Ling's gentle eyes, his heart couldn't help but tremble. If he could marry such a wife, he would be lucky. The thought came quickly, but disappeared even faster. After a slight hesitation, he immediately returned to normal. We've finished talking. We're about to go out. Ling Er, you come with us. The dragon spirit smiled faintly and said, Me? Won't it affect you? Yan Bing shook his head and said, Of course not. We're all friends. Wait a moment, I'll go change. After a while, when Yan Bing came out of the bathroom, he had turned back into a great ice magician. Long Ling looked at him who had regained his handsome appearance. She couldn't help but give a kind smile. Luo Ro on the side lowered her head and didn't say anything. She seemed to be thinking about something. Two beautiful ladies, we can set off. Long Ling curiously asked, Where are we going? Yan Bing mysteriously smiled and said, We're going to a place you're familiar with. Ling Er, don't you want to know what I do? Long Ling stared blankly for a moment. You? Aren't you a magician? Don't tell me you have a side job? Yan Bing shook his head and said, No, you're wrong. Being a magician is my side job. Let's go, Miss Ling Er, Miss Roer. When Luo Ro heard Nianbing call her Ro for the first time, she couldn't help but feel strange. She raised her head and looked at him. Okay, I want to see how you're going to prove it. Let's go. After leaving the Magician Guild, Luo Ro asked, is the place we're going to far? How do you plan on bringing us there? Nianbing stared blankly for a moment and said, it's not near. It's in the center of the city. Luo Ro stared at him with wide eyes and said, you can't be thinking of having us walk with you, right? Hey, we're ladies. We really have to hand it to you. As she said that, she walked to the side of the street and waved her hand. Nianbing looked in the direction she waved her hand and saw a luxurious carriage quickly approaching. 4 tall white horses reminded him of the past. That's right, a dignified countess should have a carriage. This is good, they don't have to walk. Luo Ro turned around and said, get on the carriage. I really don't understand what kind of person you are. Hearing her strange words, Nianbing only smiled slightly. The 3 of them got on the carriage together. The carriage emitted a faint fragrance. The cushions were very soft and very comfortable to sit on. Nianbing asked Luo Ro, where are we going? You should at least give the coachman an accurate address. Smiling slightly, Nianbing said, let's go to the center of the city first. You'll know when we get there. The carriage moved forward quickly. The carriage with the noble insignia of the count's residence sped through the city. The passers-by avoided it when they saw it. There was almost no delay. In less than an hour, they had brought Nianbing and the other 2 to the most prosperous area in the center of Snow City. Along the way, Nianbing didn't say a word. He just sat there with his eyes closed. Long Ling was surprised to find that he was actually meditating. Her heart ached for no reason. These days, he was really too tired. Hey, wake up. Luo Ro pushed Nianbing, who had his eyes closed, with some dissatisfaction. Nianbing opened his eyes and lifted the curtain to look outside. He said, okay, let's stop here. Ladies, we should get off the carriage. No matter how smart Luo Ro was, she couldn't figure out what Nianbing was planning. She frowned and followed Nianbing out of the carriage with Long Ling. They looked around. This was the central street of Ice Snow City. Nianbing pointed to one of the most conspicuous signs on the side of the road and said, let's go. This is our destination. Long Ling and Luo Ro couldn't be more familiar with that sign. It was one of the most famous restaurants in Ice Snow City, Qingfeng Zhai. Luo Ro looked at Nianbing said with an unkind expression, don't tell me that your real profession is chopping wood. If that's the case, I don't think I need to go in. I feel ashamed to be with a person who doesn't abide by her bet. Nianbing looked at Luo Ro's eyes and didn't give in. The 2 of them had the same blue eyes, and each of them revealed a confident radiance. They looked at each other. Luo Ro's spiritual power naturally couldn't be compared to Nianbing's, who had always been practicing magic. Soon, she lost. Hey, what's going on? Tell me. Nianbing smiled faintly, Miss Ro, you only need to remember one condition of your loss. Come, let's go in. Nianbing, who had changed into a magician's robe, looked very different from before. The attendants at the entrance didn't recognize him at all, but these attendants naturally recognized Long Ling and Luo Ro. They hurried forward and respectfully said, the 2 ladies have arrived. Are you here to see our young mistress? Long Ling paused and looked at Nianbing. Nianbing said, call Miss Xuejing as well. We'll settle everything once and for all, so she won't continue to misunderstand me. Long Ling nodded, then let's go in. The 3 followed the attendants into the main hall of the Breeze Pavilion. Compared to the Great Accomplishment Pavilion, this hall was much smaller, but the decorations were very unique. There were wooden decorations everywhere, and even the tables and chairs were no exception. They were all made of special wood. The entire hall exuded a faint fragrance, and soft music came from behind a curtain. It seemed to be the sound of a zither. The graceful music was very light, and there was no sense of noise. Nianbing couldn't help but praise inwardly. This was the first time he had come to this hall. He thought to himself, Breeze Pavilion's fame wasn't due to luck. Every detail of this place was the result of careful consideration. Nianbing said to the attendant, please ask Miss Xuejing to come out. We have something to ask of her. The attendant looked at Nianbing in confusion. He only just realized that this man looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Of course, he had seen Nianbing before. But how could the Nianbing when he was chopping firewood compare to this in terms of attire and temperament? The attendant looked at Long Ling and Luo Ro with uncertainty. Luo Ro nodded at him. Go, tell Silence that Ling and I are here. Tell her to come out quickly. Luo Ro couldn't wait to find out what Nianbing was up to. Looking at Nianbing's confident expression, she suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. After all, there weren't many things in Snowy City that could surprise her. She had always been known for her ability to devise strategies and win battles from 1,000 miles away. However, ever since Nianbing's appearance, she had been surprised more and more, almost never stopping for a moment. Whether it was the ice cream cake that was given to her as a birthday present or the investigation of the Demon's Lair incident, she was filled with curiosity towards Nianbing. Just when she thought that she had fully understood this person suddenly told her that everything she knew was wrong. At this moment, her feelings were extremely complicated, and she really wanted to find out the truth. After the waiter left, Nianbing pulled a chair over and sat down. She gestured to the two girls and smiled. What's wrong? You two don't want to sit for a while? Long Ling smiled. We've been sitting for a while, I'll just stand for a while. I once heard Mother say that a girl's figure will be affected if she sits too much. Luo Ro walked to Nianbing's side, bent down, and whispered in his ear, Silence is coming out. Have you thought about how to end this? Nianbing smiled faintly. Of course I've thought about it. Miss Wise Girl, I heard that you're already engaged. Aren't you afraid that others will misunderstand you sitting so close to me? Luo Ro was stunned, and her eyes fell on Long Ling. You told him? Ling you're not jealous, are you? Long Ling heard this, and her face turned red. Ro don't say that. Nianbing and I are just friends, why would I be jealous? I'm just telling him the truth to prevent him from doing anything overboard. Nianbing chuckled and said, No. I've always known my limits. Why would Ling misunderstand? Long Ling rolled her eyes at him. Misunderstand? I'm afraid not. I clearly remember that someone gave me a birthday present that day, and he didn't let us eat it. The way she spoke, it was as if she was pouting coquettishly to her boyfriend. Her beautiful eyes moved, and the waiters at the side all fell into a daze. Nianbing thought to himself, it seems that Long Ling does have some feelings for me. I'm afraid I can't stay in Ice Snow City for too long. Luo Ro laughed. You're still saying you're not jealous? Look at you. Long Ling was embarrassed, and just as she was about to refute, she heard a clear voice. Ling Ro you're both here. I'm just frustrated and don't know what to do. Great, since you're all here, let's ask Uncle Ming to make us something good to eat. As long as I pester him, he'll definitely agree. A red figure appeared along with the voice. Nianbing suddenly realized that red was the most suitable color for Xiaojing. When she wore a red dress, she was like a ball of fire that could melt everything. As Long Ling and Luo Ro were standing in front of Nianbing, blocking most of his body, Xiaojing did not notice him. She came in front of the two girls, looked at Long Ling in surprise, and said, Ling what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Are you sick? When Luo Ro heard Xiaojing's question, she immediately laughed out loud. Long Ling was so embarrassed that she wished there was a hole in the ground to hide in. Nianbing stood up and helped Long Ling out of the situation. Miss Xiaojing, we meet again. The moment the tall Nianbing stood up, he immediately attracted Xiaojing's attention. Seeing him, Xiaojing's expression changed greatly, and she said coldly, It's you? Who let you come to our cool breeze fasting again? A small temple like ours can't support a great god like you. Please leave, we don't welcome you. Nianbing did not mind. He smiled faintly and said, Miss Xiaojing, don't misunderstand. Today, let's just say that I am a guest here. Since cool breeze fasting is open for business, then I don't think you have any reason to refuse a magician as a guest, right? Xiaojing snorted. Just as she was about to say something, Luo Ro hurriedly said, Silence, let's not be calculative about the past. Today, we came here with him to see how he would embarrass himself. Consider it as giving me face, okay? Xiaojing paused, and asked doubtfully, What's going on? Nianbing said, Miss Xiaojing, I think you must want to know why I went to Xianxia, and then came to Cool Breeze fasting to chop wood. With my status as a magician, there was no need for me to do this, but I really did. Hearing this, Xiujing and Long Ling did not feel anything, but Luo Rou's heart began to beat faster. That's right. A smart person like him would never do something so pointless. Since he came to Cool Breeze fasting to chop wood, he naturally had his reasons. It was definitely not as simple as hiding his identity to deal with the demon's lair. Thinking of this, Luo Rou felt for the first time that she was about to lose the bet with Nianbing. Xiujing snorted and said, "People like you don't have good intentions coming to the Cool Breeze sect. How would I know what's wrong with your head? Why do you insist on chopping firewood? You're a good magician. I think you're either a fool or a lunatic." Nianbing said indifferently, "That's right. I came to Cool Breeze fasting with good intentions, but not with bad intentions. You all want to know why, right? Very easy, I will tell you now. I will use my actions to tell you. Miss Xiujing, can you please ask Master Ming Yuan to come out? Actually, I came to Cool Breeze fasting mainly for him." Xiujing was stunned and said, "For Uncle Ming?" She did not expect that Nianbing would give such an answer. Nianbing smiled and said, "That's right. As long as you ask Master Ming to come out, everything will be clear." Xiujing thought for a moment and said, "Okay, then you wait. I want to see what kind of relationship you have with Uncle Ming. He doesn't know you." After saying this, she ran away like a red cloud. Nianbing said to the waiter, "Cool Breeze fasting is one of the best restaurants in Ice City. I think you have all kinds of tableware here. Please bring me a big plate with a diameter of 1 meter. The bottom of the plate must be flat. At the same time, bring me 9 cucumbers and 3 sugar cane. Thank you. As for the final amount, I will calculate it for you." Although the waiter saw that there seemed to be some conflict between Nianbing and Xiujing, he was, after all, brought here by Long Ling and Luo Rou. He did not say anything and immediately went to prepare it. Long Ling said in surprise, "Nianbing, what do you want a plate for? And cucumbers? Are you going to ask Uncle Ming to cook for us in front of everyone? That's impossible. Uncle Ming's skills must not be leaked." Nianbing sighed and said, "Why can't we share it with others? If others can learn it, it'll be a skill in itself. It's because we're so selfish. There are so many good things that haven't been passed down since ancient times. Ling don't be impatient. Just wait and see." After a while, Ming Yuan and Xiujing came out first. Xiujing walked to Nianbing's side and said, "Uncle Ming has come out. Now you can tell me why you came to Cool Breeze fasting to find Uncle Ming." As she spoke, her eyes revealed a look of ridicule. "It shouldn't be to ask Uncle Ming to be your master, right?" Nianbing smiled indifferently and said, "Why not? As the saying goes, the one who reaches the top is the teacher. Master Ming, I don't know if you still remember the chant I told you that day." When Ming Yuan came out and saw Nianbing in magician's attire, he was a little stunned. When Nianbing asked him, he saw that the youth in front of him wearing magician's attire was the woodcutter who saw him make the golden incense rings that day. He asked doubtfully, how did you become a magician?" "Because something happened in the city that day, I didn't have time to take care of it. When I came to find you later, you had already left Cool Breeze fasting. I was really curious. How did you know the secret to making the golden incense rings?" "It was passed down from generation to generation by my master. This secret is impossible for outsiders to know. So, although other places sell golden incense rings, they are not authentic. They are far inferior to our Cool Breeze fasting's golden incense rings." Nianbing smiled and said, "The chant was naturally passed down by my master. Master Ming, you will soon understand." At this time, the waiter who went to get the items returned. He held a large plate in his hand and walked to Nianbing's side. Nianbing stretched out her right hand and steadily received the plate. She placed it on a square table next to her. The plate was 1 meter in diameter and took up almost the entire table. Nianbing smiled and said, "Now, the answer can be revealed. Master Ming, in the culinary world, there is a saying that the fist never leaves the hand and the song never leaves the mouth. You must have your favorite knife on you. I want to borrow it." Ming Yuan's expression changed and he said coldly, "No, for a chef, the knife is his life. This is no different from a martial artist." Nianbing still had a smile on her face. "Is that so? I think your master should have told you that there was a person who helped him when he was in danger and taught him 3 great skills. That was how he gained the reputation of being an immortal chef." Hearing this, Ming Yuan was shocked. "How did you know?" His voice had changed. It should be known that this matter was extremely confidential. His master had only told him. Nianbing smiled and said, "Because the person who helped your master was my master." Ming Yuan's whole body trembled. You are a ghost." Nianbing stopped Ming Yuan from continuing. She stretched out her hand and said, "Can I borrow a knife?" "Master Ming." Ming Yuan's eyes showed a trace of respect. He looked at the cucumber and sugarcane on the plate and nodded. "Of course." He reached into his robes, and a sharp knife that was about 2 feet long appeared in his hand. Apart from Nianbing, no one else present could tell where the knife had come from on Ming Yuan's body. Nianbing took the saber and looked at the faint green light flowing on the blade. He praised, "It's so good. This must be the immortal slash, the treasured saber of the immortal chef." It said that this saber once sliced open an entire cow in an instant, and there wasn't a single drop of blood on it. It really is a good saber. Ming Yuan stood with his hands by his side and said, "I don't dare. In front of your master's true yang, this knife can only be regarded as a foil at most." Because Nianbing had told him the secret, he did not have the slightest doubt about Nianbing's identity. Because the incantation of the golden incense ring was told by his master to that benefactor. Nianbing smiled. He glanced at the 3 women around him, who were in a daze, and said, "I'm going to start now. Although the weather is gradually turning cold, the heat is still there. Today, I'll serve a cooling dish for the 3 ladies. I hope you'll like it. Please step back a little. Thank you." At this moment, even Shui Jing, who was the most straightforward of them all, could tell that Nianbing was no ordinary person. She was extremely familiar with Ming Yuan. Back then, in order to invite Ming Yuan to be the head chef of the Clear Wind Fasting, who knew how much effort he had put into persuading him. Although Ming Yuan was only the head chef in name, he had a transcendent status in the Clear Wind Fasting. Even her father, Shui Ji, was extremely respectful when he saw him, always referring to him as a brother. This was the first time she had seen such a respectful expression on Ming Yuan's face, and the person who made this expression was the mysterious Nianbing in front of her, the Nianbing who made her feel so flustered. Nianbing moved. She picked up a few chopsticks from the table next to her and placed them neatly at the foot of the table. Then she took out the cucumber and sugarcane from the big plate one by one and placed them on the chopsticks. Her intention was obvious. She did not want the ingredients to be contaminated with dust. In the end, there was only 1 cucumber left in her hand. Nianbing slowly lifted the cucumber with his left hand. Although the 9 cucumbers that the waiter had brought met Nianbing's requirements in terms of weight, they all had different shapes. Nianbing looked at the cucumbers. He seemed to have forgotten everything around him, and only the green cucumber was in his eyes. He held Ming Yuan's knife in his right hand and remained still. Xu Jing looked at Nianbing standing there strangely and could not help but feel a little impatient. Just as she was about to say something, she was stopped by Ming Yuan. Ming Yuan shook his head at Xu Jing, indicating that she should not disturb Nianbing. Then he focused on Nianbing's hand, waiting for the scene that he had been waiting for to happen. Finally, Nianbing moved. To be more precise, it was his right hand that moved. His left hand was still holding on to the cucumber's tail like a rock, while the blade in his right hand glowed with a faint green light as he gently cut 2 inches below the cucumber's head. This was the first cut. Xu Jing almost laughed out loud. After watching for a long time, it turned out that it was just the first cut on the cucumber. She tried her best to cover her mouth to prevent herself from laughing out loud. However, she soon could not laugh, because Nianbing turned his wrist slightly and cut again. This time, he cut below the first cut. A piece of cucumber as thin as paper appeared. The most peculiar thing was that this piece of cucumber was only slightly connected to the top and bottom. According to common sense, the weight of the cucumber's head should be enough to break it, but in fact, they were still connected. Ming Yuan subconsciously exclaimed, the lotus-cut silk knife technique. Good knife technique. After saying this, he hurriedly covered his mouth, but the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. As a top chef, what could be more perfect than seeing the cooking skills in his imagination? Nianbing did not hear Ming Yuan's voice at all. His attention was completely focused on the cucumber. The knife moved again, but this time it was not as slow as before. The knife was like snow, and his wrist seemed to be dancing in the air. Even with Ming Yuan's eyesight, he could not see clearly what Nianbing was doing. The cucumber fell slowly, and each piece was slightly connected. With the weight of the cucumber's head, it slowly fell to the big plate. The cucumber's head was aimed at the center of the whole plate. The knife continued to flash. Everyone present was stunned. Luo Ro seemed to see the scene of Nianbing cutting the cake again, but it was obvious that the knife technique of cutting cucumber was much more difficult than cutting the cake. Each piece of cucumber was not only extremely thin, but also very uniform. Even the place where each piece was connected to the other was so uniform, without any flaw. The cucumber's head finally fell to the center of the plate. The cucumber, which was less than a foot long, had now become about a foot and a half long. The knife in Nianbing's hand was still flashing, and the cucumber was gradually elongated. At this moment, Nianbing's left hand finally moved. His wrist shook slightly, and at the moment when the knife stopped, the cucumber slices cleverly formed a ring behind the cucumber's head. The knife continued to flash, and the cucumber slices gradually elongated. When the cucumber had formed 3 rings on one side of the plate, Nianbing's knife finally reached the end of the cucumber. He didn't continue to cut, but placed the end of the cucumber on the edge of the plate. In the eyes of the crowd, such knife technique could only be described as miraculous. The miracle continued. The second cucumber jumped into Nianbing's hand. This time it was still staring, but the time it took to stare was obviously shorter. When the knife light flashed again, the same thing happened to the first cucumber. The knife light repeated, but the crowd's eyes didn't leave the knife and cucumber in Nianbing's hand. Although it was a repetitive action, in their eyes, the action was so vivid. The cucumber continued to elongate, and it still coiled 3 times. This was the second cucumber, then the third, the fourth. Every cucumber went through the same process. The sharp-eyed Luo Ro was surprised to see that Nianbing's cucumber was emitting a layer of faint white mist. In the beginning, the others didn't notice this, but when the 5th cucumber was completed, the entire 1-meter-wide plate was covered in a faint white mist. The green cucumber was faintly discernible, and it looked extremely strange. At some point, the master of the cool breeze study, Xueji, had arrived behind his daughter. The others were in a daze, and no one noticed his arrival. When Xueji saw Nianbing's knife light flashing rapidly, he immediately followed in the footsteps of the others. He had the strength of a martial fighter, and naturally, his eyesight was unique. Nianbing's movements were extremely fast, as if she didn't even need to think. Looking at the gradually elongating cucumber, Xueji asked himself, his control over his strength is definitely not as good as Nianbing's. That exquisite knife technique has reached the peak of perfection, and it's amazing. When all 9 cucumbers were completed, the entire plate was almost filled. The 9 cucumbers coiled on the plate were in the exact same position. The 9 cucumbers' heads were slightly raised, and they were placed together in the center of the plate. Even the 9 cucumbers' tails were strangely maintained in the same position. The knife light flashed, and it flew towards Ming Yuan. Ming Yuan was startled, and he instinctively raised his hand to block. What he caught was the handle of the knife. Master Ming, thank you for the knife. Nianbing's mind seemed to be completely immersed in the dishes in front of her. Her gaze fell on the jade-green cucumbers on the plate, and looked at the faint white icy mist rising into the air. She reached into her chest and took out a small cloth bag. It was the tool she used to make pigeon meat rice for Feng Nu in the watercraft ironware shop. Without using her eyes to look, her index and middle fingers naturally reached into the cloth bag. When her fingers left the cloth bag, they brought out a cold light. It was a small knife, less than 5 inches long. The tip of the knife was very small, and the blade and the handle were the same length, each 2.5 inches. The front half of the blade was actually emitting a faint blue light, and there seemed to be a ferocious carving on the side of the blade. Ming Yuan took a deep breath, and muttered to himself, "Ghost carving godly knife." Nian Bing continued, "The work of the gods, the blue flame, the carving of dragons and phoenixes, and the cold blade. It's the ghost carving." Ming Yuan glanced at Nian Bing. "When the ghost carving appears, who can compete?" Looking at the ghost carving, the respect in his eyes became more intense. Nian Bing's gaze fell on the 9 cucumbers in the middle of the plate. "Although the ghost carving is good, it depends on who is using it. I hope I didn't disgrace Master's reputation." His waist suddenly bent, as if it was broken. His thighs were pressed against the edge of the table, and his entire body was at a 90-degree angle. His face was just above the center of the plate. His wrist trembled slightly, and in an instant, he waved the knife 9 times, leaving a mark on each of the 9 cucumbers. Ming Yuan suddenly understood what Nian Bing was trying to do, and his eyes were filled with shock. Originally, he was somewhat unconvinced, but when he saw Nian Bing's first strike, he understood that in terms of knife skills, he was far from being a match for this young man in front of him. Ming Yuan was not the only one present who knew what was good for him. Extreme Snow gasped, "Could this be the legendary dragon dance gathering technique? Heavens, does this really exist?" Reality quickly answered Extreme Snow's question. Nian Bing waved the knife, and a faint blue light danced between his 5 fingers like a cold flame. As the knife moved, he softly chanted, "Where the ghost carving hand falls, the heavens and earth will change, carving 100 waves, divine work of art will last for eternity, and the waning moon will reflect the cold spring." Only to see that the blue light was constantly revolving in the center of the plate. Shuiji could clearly see that every time he chanted a word, a mark would appear on the heads of the 9 cucumbers. Green fragments would then float down. When the last word was uttered, including the first 9 slashes, a total of 261 slashes were completed in this short chanting time. A circle of green fragments was neatly scattered in the middle of the plate, forming a circular dark green pattern. The pattern was very clear, and there was not the slightest difference in the pattern. All the fragments were exactly the same size. The most shocking thing was the carvings on top of the fragments. 9 jade-like carvings raised their heads, antlers, mustaches at the corners of their mouths, and pearls below their foreheads. Those were clearly 9 jade-like dragon heads. The dragon heads were vivid and lifelike, with their heads held high, as if they were breathing out clouds. Ghost condor concealment. Nian Bing looked at those 9 dragon heads, and lightly sighed, "It's a pity, I haven't reached the peak of the dragon condor dance." Ming Yuan hurriedly asked, "Then what is the peak?" Nian Bing smiled indifferently, 9 dragons soaring in the clouds, ever-changing." As he spoke, Nian Bing held the 2 ends of the plate with both hands, and with a slight force, the plate left the table. He was very careful, as if he was afraid of any deviation. At this time, Xue Jing and Long Ling were already in a daze. Only Luo Ro's eyes were still slightly lively, and there was already something in her eyes. Nian Bing's body exuded a layer of faint blue light. The light followed his gaze and condensed on the table. Gradually, a circular ice cube that was about the size of a human hand appeared on the table. The surface of the ice cube was extremely smooth. It looked like a circular piece that was about an inch thick. This was the most basic ice spell, but when Nian Bing used it, the power of control and the effect was definitely more shocking than a 4th-level spell. The plate was put down again, and landed on the ice block. The ice block was located at the center of the plate. With a light touch of the edge of the plate actually slowly rotated, and the ghost condor dance reappeared. When the tail of each cucumber turned in front of Nian Bing, the blue light would flash 5 times. After 3 rounds, 135 cuts, his hand only seemed to tremble a few times. The jade-green chips were spread out on the ground, forming 9 cloud-like shapes. Under them, 9 lifelike emerald dragon tails appeared. The moment the dragon tails appeared, the 9 cucumbers on the plate seemed to come alive, like 9 green dragons circling in the clouds. The plate was still rotating slowly, and the 9 green dragons floated above the clouds. They seemed to be playing, and seemed to be greeting each other. The power of the 9 heads gathering was so real. Nian Bing did not stop. He picked up one of the 3 sugarcane sections, and the ghost condor dance flashed, and the sugarcane skin fell naturally. This time it did not land on the plate, but on the side. The ghost condor dance, and the milky white sugarcane changed under the knife. When the plate stopped rotating, the ghost condor dance in Yanbing's hand also stopped. What appeared in his hand was a strange shape. The bottom was a base, and the top was connected to a straight white pole that was only as thick as a chopstick. At the top was a milky white ball. The surface of the ball was very bright, and looked as breathtaking as white jade. Knowledgeable people like Ming Yuan and Shuiji knew that the ball looked simple, but it was very difficult to make it so perfectly round and flawless. However, Yanbing had surprised them enough. At this time, their hearts were a little numb. Yanbing reached into the plate, and carefully placed the carved sugarcane in the center of the 9 dragon heads, like 9 dragons holding a pearl. Perfect. Other than perfect, no one could think of any other word to describe what was in front of him. The plate rotated again, and Yanbing picked up the other 2 sugarcane sections at the same time. A light blue light gathered in his hand. This time, he did not peel the sugarcane. Instead, he placed the 2 sugarcane sections against each other and quickly rubbed them. What could the sugarcane produce? It was nothing more than juice. However, the sugarcane under the extreme cold was different. The milky white ice powder floated down, and with a sweet smell, it scattered on the plate. Under the effect of the ice powder, the originally weakened ice fog on the plate rose again. The sugarcane was not finished, and was thrown to one side by Yanbing. The ice powder formed by the sugarcane had already spread to every corner of the plate. The 9 lifelike azure dragons held the pearl together with the momentum of riding the clouds. The green on the plate was not monotonous. Because of the different shades, it brought a sense of vitality. Together with the ice fog and sugarcane pearls, everything was so perfect. Yanbing clapped his hands, smiled lightly, and said, "The fragrance of the cucumber, together with the sweetness of the sugarcane, complemented by the air of frost, it is the most suitable to use to relieve the heat and cold." Ming Yuan's eyes shone brightly. "Can you tell me the name of this dish?" Yanbing smiled lightly, and said word by word, 9, green, divine, dragon, ice, cloud, hidden. That's right, it was the 9 azure divine dragon Bing Yanin. This was also one of the 7 famous dishes after Yanbing became famous. Looking at the misty 9 azure divine dragon Bing Yanin in front of them, everyone present had a feeling of not being able to eat it. After all, this could no longer be described as a dish, it was clearly a piece of art. A precious piece of art. Yanbing used a total of 15 minutes to finish carving this dish. Looking at the lingering icy mist and the lifelike 9 azure dragons, no one actually made the first move. Yanbing's gaze fell on Luo Ro. "Miss Wise Girl, I think that now you should know what I do." "That's right, my true profession is actually a chef." "Miss Xuejing, the reason why I chose to enter either the Great Accomplishment Pavilion or the Clear Wind Study was to discuss cooking with the head chef. There was no other purpose. I think that the misunderstanding between us can be resolved here. This dish can already prove a lot. Perhaps you are confused. As a magician, why would I learn to cook? I can clearly tell you that in my heart, a chef is definitely a noble profession that can be compared to a magician. With my own cooking skills, I can satisfy countless people's desire to eat. Cooking is an art, and carrying it forward is my goal. As for magic, it is only a skill that assists in cooking. I haven't left my master for long. For me, the long road to pursuing cooking is still very long. Alright, that's all I have to say. Everyone, take your time to taste it. If the icy mist dissipates, this dish will also lose its original taste. I have already explained everything that needs to be explained. Goodbye everyone. Ling Er, you can stay. I will go back first. After putting away her things and putting the cloth bag into her bosom, Yanbing slightly nodded to everyone and turned to leave. No one stopped her. Everyone's mind was still on the dish in front of them. Yanbing's voice kept echoing in their minds. Ming Yuan, who was also a chef, was the first to react. He took a pair of chopsticks from the side and handed them to Shuiji and the 3 girls. He was the first to move. The chopsticks moved forward and placed a piece of cucumber in front of him. As soon as the chopsticks touched the cucumber piece naturally separated from the azure dragon. There was no feeling of connection at all. Seeing Ming Yuan move, the others followed suit. They put a few pieces of cucumber into their mouths. The paper-thin cucumber melted in their mouths, turning into a sweet liquid that flowed into their stomachs. It was an indescribable taste. All 36 million pores in their bodies seemed to open up at this moment. The cold air connected with the heavens and the earth. The refreshing feeling made them feel as if they were floating in the air. Not only did the heat in their bodies disappear, even their minds recovered and they woke up in the sweetness. Luo Ro, Long Ling, and Xue Jing's eyes flashed. This kind of wonderful taste was what girls loved the most. Without stopping, the chopsticks flew through the icy mist. After a while, the 9 azure divine dragon had completely entered the stomachs of the 5 people before the icy mist disappeared. Cool, sweet, refreshing, and refreshing. The refreshing feeling of the whole body was so wonderful. What was even more ingenious was that the Clear Wind restaurant focused on simplicity and elegance. This dish with simple ingredients perfectly matched the characteristics of the restaurant. Ming Yuan put down the chopsticks in his hand, closed his eyes, and murmured, "The fragrance of the cucumber is completely released in the cold. Coupled with the sweetness of the sugarcane, it's refreshing and transparent. What a magical dish." Xueji looked at Ming Yuan and said, "Little Ming, if you were to cook this dish, would you be able to achieve this kind of effect?" Ming Yuan opened his eyes and looked at Xueji. He shook his head and said, "Definitely not. The key to this dish lies in 2 aspects. One is knife skills, and the other is magic. It's the cold air emitted by magic that perfectly stimulated the fragrance of the cucumber. This is something that I definitely can't do. If I were to use ice to suppress it, the taste would be far worse. Moreover, who could make the ice powder formed by the sugarcane? Using magic in the kitchen, I'm afraid that only his master could think of it. What a good magic chef. It seems that the world of cooking is going to be in an uproar. Again. In the near future, he will definitely become a titan in the world of cooking. It seems that there is no end to cooking. There are too many things that I need to learn." Xue Jing's eyes flashed with a strange light. She murmured, "I really didn't expect him to be a chef. He actually came to the Cool Breeze restaurant to exchange pointers. He can make cucumbers, a low-cost vegetable, so delicious. If he's willing to help us, I'm afraid that our Cool Breeze restaurant will be rich. Father, let's invite him back to help Uncle Ming, okay?" When Xueji heard his daughter's words, he was immediately moved. He turned his head to look at Ming Yuan. Ming Yuan sighed and said, "Big brother, if he's really willing to come, I can give up my position as the head chef. Although he's young, he's still the one who's reached the top. However, you've already heard what he said earlier. He has great ambitions and will definitely not settle for a small corner. I'm afraid that he won't agree to stay." Xueji sighed and said, "When I first met him, I could tell that he was different from the rest. However, I never thought that his excellence would be in cooking. No matter what, I have to try my best. As the saying goes, do your best and leave the rest to fate. If he's really unwilling to stay, at least I, Xueji, will make friends with him." "Oh, right, little brother Ming, who's his master?" Ming Yuan's eyes shone with respect and said, "Big brother, you should have heard of the 5 gods of cooking, right?" Xueji nodded and said, "Of course I've heard of them. In my early years, I've studied them. Unfortunately, the 5 gods of cooking seem to have gone into seclusion. The 5 gods of cooking you're referring to should be the ghost, Lai, Tua, Ling, and Miao." Ming Yuan said, "Yes, it's them. The Miao god of cooking is my master. Although they're listed as the 5 gods of cooking, there's still a gap between them. That young man just now is the head of the 5 gods of cooking, the successor of the ghost chef. In the beginning, it was senior ghost chef's help that allowed my master to achieve what he has. My master has always regarded the ghost chef as his benefactor. At the same time, he's also an existence similar to my master. Although my master is much older than senior ghost chef, every time he mentions senior ghost chef, he's extremely respectful. It's a pity that senior ghost chef left the cooking world for some reason and there's been no news of him since then. I really didn't expect that his disciple would be born. Compared to senior ghost chef, perhaps he's still lacking, but he has more magic. I believe that after a few years of experience, it won't be difficult for him to reach the peak of senior ghost chef's achievements. He might even surpass him." Shuiji's eyes revealed an extremely shocked expression. Ghost chef, he's actually the ghost chef's disciple. Sigh, I'm so foolish. I didn't know how to cherish such a talent. If my peers knew that the ghost chef's disciple was chopping wood in our Breeze restaurant, I wonder how they'd laugh at me. Jing go prepare a generous gift. We'll go to the Magician's Guild to apologize. Shuijing surprisingly didn't lose her temper. She nodded lightly and walked towards the back of the hall. Luo Ro and Long Ling looked at each other, and said to Shuiji, Uncle Shui, we'll be leaving first. He's actually a chef. This is beyond my expectations. I've always prided myself on my intelligence, but I've lost to him twice in a row. It seems that this title of wise woman should be revoked. Uncle, please say goodbye to silence. Goodbye, Uncle. Luo Ro's feelings were more complicated than Shuijing's. Nian Bing had already used his actions to prove everything to her. She had lost the bet, but Luo Ro didn't have the slightest regret. She accepted her loss wholeheartedly. It was time to fulfill the promise. Nian Bing walked on the streets of Ice Snow City. Ever since he left the Peach Blossom Forest, this was the first time he put all his effort into making a dish. He was in a very good mood, not only because he solved the problem with Shuijing and Luo Ro, but also because he realized that after his knowledge of magic improved, it actually helped his culinary skills. When he was making the 9 Azure Dragons Bingyun invisibility, his magic had already reached the realm of invisibility. Although it was only the lowest level of ice magic, he was already very satisfied with himself to be able to achieve this level. Other than the fact that he still couldn't compare to his master in terms of heat control, he had already taken another step forward in the fusion of magic and culinary skills. At his level of culinary skills, he didn't need to practice repeatedly to improve. What he needed now was an opportunity that could bring him enlightenment. As he was walking, the sound of wheels behind him suddenly rang out. Nian Bing subconsciously moved to the side of the road, only to find that the carriage he had been in before had stopped beside him. Luo Ro leaned out of the carriage and said in a strange voice, Chef, get on. I'll send you back. Nian Bing smiled faintly. He didn't refuse and got on the carriage. Long Ling was sitting at the innermost part of the carriage. She lowered her head and didn't look at him. I'll have to trouble you again, Miss Wise Girl, Nian Bing said politely. Luo Ro said unhappily, are you mocking me? Don't worry, a loss is a loss. I'll fulfill the promise. You can tell me your conditions now. Nian Bing was stunned and said, I never thought of asking you to agree to any conditions. It was just a joke, why take it so seriously? Luo Ro snorted and said, if you agree to bet, you have to accept your loss. Since I've already lost, I naturally have to fulfill my promise. Who told you it was a joke? Although I'm a woman, I won't back down. Nian Bing smiled and shook his head, no need, I really don't have anything to ask of you. Luo Ro's eyes revealed a strange light and said provocatively, didn't you ask me what would happen if you asked me to marry you? You can ask for that. Nian Bing was shocked and said with a smile, no, I don't want to be chased by a group of your followers. Besides, don't you already have a fiancé? Luo Ro said, you don't dare? So what if I have a fiancé? I'm not married. You can pursue me. As long as you state your conditions, I'll naturally give you a chance. Nian Bing was stunned. He saw that Luo Ro seemed to be serious. He stretched his arm in front of Luo Ro and said, pinch me and see if I'm dreaming. Miss Wise Girl actually took the initiative to ask me to pursue you. It's really hard to believe. Luo Ro laughed and pinched Nian Bing's arm. Nian Bing felt pain and quickly retracted his arm. He smiled bitterly and said, you don't have to use so much strength. Luo Ro snorted and said, who asked you to hide so deeply that even I was fooled? This is still considered light. I can't wait to kill you. Does it feel good to win against me? Nian Bing's heart trembled slightly. He nodded and said with a smile, I have to admit, it does feel very good. However, I don't mean to be proud of it. Luo Ro stared at him and said, you can state your conditions now. Don't tell me, I'm not attractive to you at all? Looking at Luo Ro's clear blue eyes, Nian Bing suddenly understood many things. Luo Ro didn't like him, but wanted to fight with him on another stage. If he proposed the conditions to pursue her or the conditions to marry her, He was afraid that trouble would come one after another. What a wise girl, she was indeed not simple. Her desire to win was even greater than a man's. However, since he understood this point, how could he be fooled? Miss Wise Girl, you've already fulfilled your conditions. Luo Ro was stunned, but she quickly understood. She stared at Nianbing and said, "You're so treacherous." Wasn't the pinch Nianbing made earlier a condition? Nianbing put on an innocent look and said, "I'm treacherous? I won, but I didn't make things difficult for you. You still say that I'm treacherous. I think it's better for me to get off." Luo Ro finally couldn't keep her calm and said angrily, "Sit down and don't move. Am I worthy of you being so defensive? Am I a scourge or a beast?" Nianbing smiled and didn't say anything. He sat there and didn't say anything. Luo Ro was facing this handsome man who didn't move by force or persuasion. Even if she was full of wisdom, she couldn't use it. Along the way, the three of them didn't speak. The carriage steadily stopped at the entrance of the Magician's Guild. Nianbing was the first to get off the carriage. She helped Long Ling, who had been following her for a long time, to land steadily. She said to Wise Girl in the carriage, "Thank you, miss, for sending me off. We'll meet again if fate wills it." Luo Ro fiercely said, "Nianbing, remember this. I'm not done with you. There will be a day when we will meet again. Let's go." The carriage sped away. Nianbing helplessly shook her head. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. I really can't understand it. It seems like I don't have any enmity with her. Why is she always making things difficult for me? Long Ling finally opened her mouth. Rower has been very smart since she was young. No matter what it is, as long as she wants to learn it, she will learn it in the shortest amount of time. From young to now, no matter if it's a man or a woman, no one can beat her. She is very competitive. You've made her eat defeat several times in a row. Her competitive heart and curiosity towards you will naturally make her value you more. You simply can't get rid of her." Nianbing didn't care and said, "Then make things difficult for her." "I don't care about these things." In any case, after she finished learning the magic knowledge here, she would leave. Maybe she wouldn't have the chance to see Luo Ro again in the future. These things were no longer important. Ling let's go in. I still have to go back to the library to study." "Wait a minute." Long Ling called out to Nianbing, who was about to leave. Her eyes showed hesitation. Nianbing asked, "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" Long Ling bit her lower lip and said, "Nianbing, is this true? Is your main profession really a chef and not a magician?" Nianbing smiled. He understood what Long Ling was worried about. He said softly, "Ling listen to me. Yes, a chef is my main profession, but at the same time, a magician is also my main profession." There was an inseparable relationship between the two. Although my culinary skills couldn't be said to be the best in the continent, it was still top-notch. However, my magic was still far from being the best. Thus, to me, culinary skills only required instant comprehension, while magic was something that I needed to learn more. You can rest assured, since I've joined the Union, and since I promised you before to help the Union, I will definitely fulfill my promise. I am a man. Hearing Nianbing's words, Long Ling finally let out a sigh of relief. She took the initiative to grab Nianbing's big hand and said emotionally, "Thank you, Nianbing. I really don't know what to say." Looking at Long Ling's peerless gentleness, Nianbing's heart was filled with tenderness. He subconsciously held her hand and said, "You don't have to say anything. The Union has helped me so much. This is what I should do." Long Ling's heart suddenly felt a trace of disappointment. She found that she wanted to hear Nianbing say, "All of this is for your sake." "Nianbing, Ling are you back?" Shurjiu's voice appeared at the wrong time, causing Nianbing and Long Ling to feel a trace of irritation. Nianbing hurriedly let go of Long Ling's hand. For someone like him who had a greater goal, offending Shurjiu now was definitely an unwise choice. "Big brother Shurjiu, we're back." Nianbing looked deeply at Long Ling and took the lead to walk into the Magician Union. Shurjiu walked up to them with some dissatisfaction and said, "Where did you go just now? Why were you gone for so long?" "I went to the library to look for you, but I heard that you went out." Nianbing said, just now, Miss Luo Ro asked me to go with her to Qingfengzhai to explain some things to Miss Xuejing. Ling Er happened to be there, so Miss Luo Ro invited her to go with her. See, she just sent us back. When Shi Jiao heard that Nianbing and Long Ling didn't go out alone, his expression immediately improved. In the future, it's best to tell me before you go out, so I don't have to worry. Nianbing smiled and nodded, saying, Big brother, I'm going back to the library first. You can chat with Ling Er. After saying that, she walked away with large strides. Long Ling had already walked into the union at this time. Shi Jiao excitedly walked up to her, Ling Er, you left for half a day. I was almost worried to death. I bought you 2 new head ornaments. I think they're very suitable for you. Come with me to take a look. I think you'll definitely like them. Looking at Shi Jiao's eager face, Long Ling really couldn't find any interest. However, her gentle nature made her unable to refuse her senior brother. Just as she didn't know what to do, Long Ji's voice suddenly sounded, Little Jiao, why aren't you cultivating in your room? What are you doing out here? Shi Jiao was most afraid of this archmage-level master of his. When he saw Long Ji come over, he hurriedly said respectfully, Master, Ling Er and Nianbing just went out. I was a bit anxious, so I waited for them here. Long Ji glanced at Long Ling and frowned, since they've already returned, you can continue cultivating. Look at Nianbing. She's younger than you by 10 years, but she's already entered the realm of Master Magician. I'll give you 1 more year. If you still can't reach the level of Master Magician, then don't say you're my disciple in the future. Seeing Long Ji angry, Shi Jiao was so scared that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He hurriedly said, Yes, Master. I'll go back and meditate. After saying that, he hurriedly left. Seeing Shi Jiao leave, Long Ji's expression immediately relaxed. He walked to his precious daughter's side and smiled, You went out with Nianbing? Father. When Long Ling saw her father, her previously tense nerves from preparing to deal with Shi Jiao immediately relaxed. Just now, Nianbing and I went to Qingfengzhai together. Long Ji said, Nianbing has indeed been working too hard these days. She should also go out more often. You've been very attentive since you were young. You need to take care of her daily life. Oh right, what do you think of Nianbing? Long Ling stared blankly for a moment before saying, He's very good. He's very motivated. Moreover, his comprehension is very high, not even below Roer's. He's also very good, although he's a bit mysterious. Long Ji smiled and said, Men should be like Nianbing. As the saying goes, first establish a career, then settle down. A man, if he doesn't have any ability, can only be mediocre for life. I also feel that this child, Nianbing, is not bad. Long Ling hesitated for a moment, but still decided to tell her father about this matter. Father, actually, Nianbing has another profession. At that moment, she recounted everything that had happened at Qingfengzhai in detail. Hearing his daughter's words, Long Ji's expression changed. He never would have thought that Nianbing, whom he had such high expectations for, would actually be a chef. Although he didn't discriminate against chefs, he certainly didn't want Nianbing to waste her energy in other areas. That's it. However, Nianbing said that his culinary skills have already reached a certain level. It seems that he doesn't need to practice anymore. What he needs more is to cultivate his magic. Uncle Shui seems to value Nianbing a lot. I'm afraid that he'll come over in a while. Long Ji's eyes flashed, no wonder I always felt that Nianbing seemed to have something on his mind. So he's actually a chef. Now I understand everything. No wonder he's at Qingfengzhai. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came from outside. Long Ji smiled bitterly and said, My big brother Shui has always been impatient. It seems that he's arrived. Ling Er, you go in first. I'll take care of everything. Long Ling agreed. She had always had blind trust in her father. Once she said what was in her heart, she immediately felt much better. Turning around, she walked towards the library. Long Ling had just left when Xueji and Xuejing entered the Magician's Guild. The magicians guarding the entrance recognized them and naturally didn't stop them. Long Ji laughed, What wind blew big brother Shui and his niece here? You've really brought light to my canopy. Shuiji took large strides in front of Long Ji and smiled bitterly. This elder brother doesn't care about the three treasures palace. This time, I've come to ask for your help. Long Ji's eyes flashed and said, Big brother, if you want Nianbing to be a chef at your place, then don't say it out loud. You already have Ming Yuan at your place, but I can't do without him here. Shuiji was stunned for a moment. He and Long Ji had a very deep friendship. Naturally, he understood that if Long Ji spoke like this, there would be no room for negotiation. He never thought that Nianbing would be so important to Long Ji. Even so, he still tried to probe, brother, Nianbing is a chef. To be more accurate, he will definitely be a great chef in the future, so, Long Ji said decisively, Big brother, perhaps Nianbing's culinary skills are superb, but I can also tell you that as a great magician, Nianbing will also be a great magician in the future. He has already joined my guild, but he's only chopping firewood in your Cool Breeze restaurant. I definitely won't let him leave. Xue Jing held a brocade box in her hands as she watched her father and Long Ji go tit for tat. She couldn't help but feel bitter in her heart. Not long ago, Nianbing had been useless in her eyes. Now, he had become a talent that her father and Long Ji were fighting over. The contrast was too great. When it came to judging people, she was really too far behind. Nianbing, oh Nianbing, I really don't know if I should hate you or... Shuiji shook his head helplessly and said, Forget it. Actually, I didn't have much hope in coming here this time. Even if you didn't stop him, I'm afraid that Nianbing wouldn't go to my little temple. I was wrong in the past to let him chop firewood in the Cool Breeze restaurant. This time, I'm here to apologize to him. Long Ji said with some doubt, just to apologize? Big brother, you also know that our Magicians Guild is getting worse and worse. It wasn't easy for us to get such a talent. I also have no other choice. Shuiji smiled indifferently and said, Enough, brother. Don't you know your big brother's character? I just want to see him and then I'll leave. Even if I can't use him, we can at least be friends. Long Ji's face turned red. Indeed, he was too nervous about Nianbing. He hurriedly made way and said, Big brother, I'll take you there. He's in the library. On the third floor of the library, Nianbing sat on the ground, concentrating on reading the information on magic arrays in his hands. As long as he had the book, he wouldn't think about anything else. Although there were fewer books on the third floor, the knowledge they contained was more extensive and profound. It wasn't something that could be completely understood in a day or two. He had long developed a strong interest in magic arrays. If he didn't study it thoroughly, he wouldn't give up. Long Ling looked at Nianbing in a daze. She found that he was most attractive when he was in a state of concentration. Although he never looked at her when he was reading, his handsome face had long been deeply engraved in her mind. Long Ling had always believed in fate. Born in a magician's family, she had been learning magic from her father since she was young. She didn't have much interest in it. She felt that this was her fate. Since it was her fate, she had to continue. Shurjio was her senior and had always been pursuing her. Shurjio was indeed very good to her. When Long Ling was young, she had always believed that this was fate's arrangement. When she grew up, she would definitely marry this senior who was older than her by 10 years. However, ever since Nianbing appeared, her belief in fate had been shaken. When Nianbing successfully created a magic scroll and revealed a confident smile on his face, Long Ling knew that she had been completely attracted by that inconspicuous smile. For the first time, her heart throbbed. It was an indescribable feeling. Every day, although she only looked at Nianbing in silence, her heart was very satisfied. As long as she looked at him, she would forget everything. In the beginning, Long Ling was still a little afraid. She was afraid of this feeling in her heart. However, when she saw Nianbing create a work of art, 9 Azure Divine Dragon Bing Yun, the fear in her heart suddenly disappeared. She clearly understood that she had fallen deeply in love with this man, this mysterious man. Even though he wasn't that powerful, every part of him was deeply attractive to her. If there was a flaw in him, it would be his indifferent attitude. Apart from magic and cooking, he didn't seem to care about anything else. Even if it was someone as beautiful and intelligent as Ro-Er, he was afraid that he couldn't avoid her. Footsteps sounded. Long Ling couldn't help but frown. She didn't want anyone to disturb her and Nianbing. She stood up and carefully looked downstairs without making any noise. She just happened to see her father leading Shuiji and his daughter up the stairs. Uncle Shui, silence, you're here. Xiujing looked at Long Ling strangely. Ling you're also learning magic in the library? I remember you said 2 years ago that you've read all the books here. Long Ling's face turned red. Nianbing's understanding of magic is unique. I'm learning from him. Long Ji's heart skipped a beat. He could clearly see this kind of childish attitude. He smiled and said, at the same time, I'm also taking care of Nianbing. After all, he works so hard every day. How can he live without someone to take care of him? If it weren't for Ling reminding him every day, I'm afraid he wouldn't even have time to eat. Even I can't help but admire this child's focus. Shuiji looked at Long Ji. Long Ji was also looking at him. It was obvious that Long Ji's eyes were filled with pride. Shuiji shook his head helplessly. It was obvious that he was at a disadvantage emotionally. Nianbing was only a firewood chopper in the breeze fasting, but in the Sorcerer's Guild, he was a treasure. Long Ji didn't even try to avoid suspicion and sent his own daughter to serve him. The difference between the two was too great. Sigh, he was really too much. If he had seen Nianbing's true ability earlier, this situation wouldn't have happened. Shuiji and Xiujing walked to Nianbing's side. Although Nianbing was focused, there was no way he wouldn't notice the two people beside him. He looked up and saw Shuiji and his daughter. A trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. He quickly stood up and said, Mr. Shui, Miss Xiujing, why are you here? Shuiji smiled faintly and said, I only found out from little brother Ming that you are the successor of senior ghost chef. I'm ashamed. I actually let you chop firewood in the Cool Breeze restaurant. Nianbing thought to herself, you don't seem to be younger than my master, but you actually call my master senior. How funny. Mr. Shui, you don't have to be so polite. I didn't reveal my identity, how can I blame you? There's no place to sit here, I'm really sorry. Shuiji sighed lightly and said, I've always prided myself on my ability to judge people, but this time I've made such a mistake. This time I'm here to apologize for my neglect of you in the Cool Breeze restaurant, as well as my daughter's mischief. My daughter was really mischievous at that time, to actually let you pretend to be her boyfriend. Speaking of which, with your talent, how can my daughter be worthy of you? Nianbing still had a good impression of Shuiji. You flatter me, Mr. Shui is too polite. As long as Miss Xiujing doesn't blame Nianbing for hiding the enmity, Nianbing is satisfied. Shuiji smiled and said, you're both young people, there's no harm in interacting more in the future. In terms of culinary skills, even little brother Ming admits that he's inferior. I only have one daughter, Jing. In the future, she will be the successor of the Cool Breeze restaurant. If she can learn more about culinary skills from you, I can be assured to hand over the Cool Breeze restaurant to her. Long Ji, you have a daughter, do you think I don't? My daughter is not inferior to your daughter in terms of looks, but it's a pity that my daughter's temper is really bad. This Nianbing not only has superb culinary skills, she's also not weak in magic, and seems to have a good character, father. Xiujing's pretty face blushed slightly. She looked at her father, then looked at Nianbing, and shyly lowered her head. At this moment, she didn't look like a crazy girl at all. Extreme Shui scolded, why aren't you apologizing to Nianbing? You are really too much of a troublemaker. Xiujing looked at Nianbing again. She hesitated for a moment, but couldn't bring herself to apologize. Nianbing said, you don't have to apologize. Miss Xiujing didn't do anything wrong. I just hope that you can change your temper. It's better for girls to be gentle. As he spoke, he looked at Long Ling. Among the 3 beauties of Ice Snow City, the one that left the deepest impression on Nianbing was undoubtedly the wise girl Long Ling. However, the one that left the most favorable impression on Nianbing was the gentle and lovely girl. Xiujing glared at Nianbing, but in front of her father, she didn't dare to say anything. Extreme Shui sighed in his heart. In terms of temperament, his daughter really couldn't compare to Long Ling. Taking the brocade box from Xiujing, Nianbing said, it's just a small gift. Please accept it, Nianbing. Although I know that it's impossible for you to return to clear wind fasting, I still hope that you can become a friend of clear wind fasting. As she spoke, Xue Jing handed the brocade box to Nianbing. Nianbing didn't take it. Why is Mr. Xue so polite? I can't accept this gift. Clear wind fasting didn't do anything wrong. I have some relationship with Master Ming, so naturally, I'm a friend of clear wind fasting. Extreme Xue smiled. As the saying goes, a treasured sword is a gift to a hero. This thing is an heirloom of the Xue family. My eldest brother inherited my father's title, but this thing is inherited by me. To me, it doesn't have much use, but I think that it will be of some help to you. Just accept it. It's a small token of my appreciation. Nianbing shook her head. Hearing you say that, I can't accept it even more. Since this thing is Mr. Xue's heirloom, it should be inherited by Miss Xue Jing. Extreme Xue smiled. Since you've already agreed to be a friend of clear wind fasting, you don't have to call me Mr. Xue. If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle. I won't force you, but don't you want to see what it is? Although the outside of this brocade box is wrapped in cloth, the inside is made of lead. That's why the aura of the item inside doesn't leak out. Longji knew that things weren't good. From Extreme Xue's words, there must be a treasure inside the brocade box. He was too late to act. He didn't think that Extreme Xue would value Nianbing so much that he would even take out his family heirloom. Longji, on the other hand, had received a lot of scrolls from Nianbing. It seemed that after they left, he would have to act as well. As expected, even though Nianbing was mature, he was still very curious as a young man. He subconsciously looked at the brocade box in Xueji's hand. Xueji smiled and opened the buckle on the brocade box. The moment the box was opened, the entire room was filled with a green light. Even the flow of air in the room became stronger. That was the aura of wind elemental energy. The wind elemental energy in the room quickly gathered in the brocade box, causing the green light to become even stronger. The wind seemed to be gently moaning. The buzzing sound was so beautiful. Longji's entire body shook. As a wind element archmage, how could he not recognize it? His voice trembled. This is a wind chanting stone. According to legend, Aeolus used his powerful magic power to condense this wind chanting stone while he was moaning in pain. Only a wind chanting stone can emit such a strong wind element aura. Brother Xue, you really hid it from me. Extreme Xue smiled. Brother, if it was only a wind chanting stone, why wouldn't I give it to you? You know, I've always been generous. I won't keep these worldly possessions to myself if I don't need them. Silence and I both have fire element bodies, so we mainly use fire. Therefore, we don't need it. However, the reason why I didn't give it to you, and didn't even show it to you, is because it's not just a wind chanting stone. It's a blade that can display extreme speed. The blade that previously held the wind chanting stone. The blade's name is Proud Heaven. It also has a title, the soft chanting of the wind of freedom. Finally, the long brocade box was completely opened. Maybe it was because it had been sealed for too long, but the wind element surged wildly. The entire library was dyed green. It was a blade, 1 foot 7 inches long and 3 inches wide. The blade's shape was very strange. It didn't tilt up like a normal blade, but the perfect curve of the blade was displayed. It was a blade, but the blade was extremely thin. Even at its thickest point, it was less than 1/7 of an inch thick. At the blade's edge, there were neat spirals that extended from the bottom to the tip. The blade's biggest feature was that it didn't have a guard. The blade directly extended down to the hilt. The hilt was also strange. There were 4 deep indentations on it, clearly for the fingers. Above the indentations of the index finger and middle finger, there was a vertical indentation, which was perfect for holding the blade. At the end of the hilt, there was a dark green gem protruding outwards. The protruding part was round. The entire blade emitted a strong green light, but as time passed, the green light continued to recede. The brilliance of the blade was so beautiful. Nianbing murmured, the soft chanting of the wind of freedom, Proud Heaven blade, it really is a good blade. Xueji seemed to have already expected his surprise. He smiled and explained, the wind chanting stone is indeed the most precious part of this blade, but at the same time, the blade itself is also of the highest quality. It was made from wind-green gold, which is why it could be combined with the wind-chanting stone to form this proud heaven blade. The proud heaven blade has a soul. Although you are not a wind element magician, as long as you use your strength, you can activate the wind element in the blade itself and form a normal wind blade. Although it is not much of a threat to high-level warriors, it is very difficult for normal warriors to block it. You are a magician. As long as you have time to block it, it is enough for you to chant the incantation. Of course, this is only the supporting effect of the proud heaven blade. The most important thing is that it can increase the speed of your blade when you use that amazing blade technique. If you have it, when you make that 9 Azure Dragon Bingyun invisibility, you can save at least half the time. Since you don't have your master's Jingyan blade, this proud heaven blade is also very suitable for you. I dare say that in terms of quality, the proud heaven blade is not below Jingyan blade. It might even be better. Longji moved to Shuiji's side and looked at the dark green gem. He sighed and said, "What a pity, what a pity. This wind-chanting stone has already completely fused with the metal of the blade. Unless it fuses with the blade's soul, it will not be able to display the characteristics of the wind-chanting stone. If I can have a magic staff made from wind-chanting stone, maybe, I can also become a god-descending master within 20 years. Big brother, luckily you didn't show it to me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I will really find a way to dig out this wind-chanting stone and make it into a magic staff." Shuiji smiled and said, Don't even talk about the sturdiness of the wind-green gold. Even if you use a magic of level 10 and above, you won't be able to break it. Even if you really took out the wind-chanting stone, I'm afraid you won't be able to find a suitable material to make it into a magic staff. Although the wind-green gold is good, its sharpness is too strong and is only suitable to be used as a weapon. Longji smiled bitterly. If it is really a magic staff made from wind-chanting stone, then it should be a divine weapon. Forget it, forget it. Looks like I don't have such luck. It's a pity that Nian Bing is not a wind elemental magician. Otherwise, with a chef's familiarity with knives, he will definitely be able to display the power of the wind-chanting stone. He will be able to display the power of a magic staff. To be honest, giving this knife to Nian Bing is a little unfair. Shuiji smiled and said, "There's nothing unfair about it. Although Nian Bing's magic is not wind elemental, he should be very familiar with the elements of magic. He should be able to display some of its power. Furthermore, I gave this knife to him to make it into a kitchen knife, not a magic staff. Nian Bing, aren't you going to give it a try?" It would be a lie to say that the proud heaven knife was not attractive to Nian Bing. The value of this knife was definitely above the righteous yang knife without the divine fire stone. It was definitely not inferior to the morning dew. Just the quality of the knife was enough to move Nian Bing's heart. Walking to Shuiji's side, he reached his hand into the box. Before he even touched the knife, the strong wind elemental energy gave him a refreshing feeling. Holding the knife in the hollow of the handle, he felt it fit perfectly with his hand. The knife and the brocade box separated. Nian Bing suddenly felt that his hand seemed to be wrapped by a ball of wind. His wrist trembled slightly, and the knife suddenly turned into a realistic afterimage. So fast. That faint gust of wind actually completely merged with his hand as his wrist trembled. The original 36 blades had actually turned into 49 blades. Indeed, what Polar Snow had said was right. This blade could definitely increase his speed. All this time, Nian Bing had thought that his hand speed had already reached the limit. However, if he could obtain this proud heaven knife, his limit would definitely be broken. As long as he coordinated well, it was completely possible to double his speed. The ice and fire elemental energy in his body seemed to have spun a little faster under the influence of the wind elemental energy. However, there was no rejection. After all, whether it was ice or fire, there was no counter to wind. With the proud heaven knife, even with Shuiji's eyesight, he could not clearly see the number of knife shadows. He said with satisfaction, "Not bad, right? It really suits you. As an outstanding chef, how could you not have a good knife to match you? You are a magic chef. This proud heaven knife is the most suitable for you. I hope that the gentle hymn of the wind of freedom will be more comfortable in your hands." Nian Bing nodded and said, "Good knife, it really is a good knife. However, I can't accept it. As he said that, he put the gentle hymn of the Wind of Freedom back into the lead box. Shuiji frowned and said, "Don't you think it suits you? Why don't you want it?" Nianbing said, "Uncle, Nianbing appreciates your kindness. However, this knife is really too precious. Moreover, it is Uncle's family heirloom. Its value is hard to estimate. I really can't accept it." Shuiji smiled, "You are not greedy in the face of a treasure. Good, you are indeed the successor of the ghost chef. Very well, I won't give you this knife. Since it is useless to keep it, how about I sell it to you?" Sell? Hearing this word, Nianbing could not help but feel a rush of excitement. He really liked this treasure that could increase his hand speed. He asked tentatively, "How much do you want to sell it for?" Of course, he knew that treasures of this level had no price. Shuiji smiled and said, "That depends on who you sell it to. How about this, 100,000 purple gold coins, and you personally come to our Cool Breeze restaurant to be our chef for a month. I will sell this gentle hymn of the Wind of Freedom to you." 100,000 purple gold coins? Xiaojing, Nianbing, Long Ling and Long Ji could not help but exclaim at the same time. Long Ji smiled bitterly and said, "Even if I sold my magician's guild, I am afraid it would only be worth that much. One must know that purple gold coins were rarely used. Normally, gold coins were used as currency. 100,000 purple gold coins was a total of 1 million gold coins." Shuiji smiled and said, "What? Do you think it is expensive?" Of course, if Nianbing is willing to stay at the Cool Breeze restaurant for 5 years, she can also get this knife. A scheme, this was definitely a scheme. Long Ji looked at Shuiji, who had an unfathomable expression on his face, and felt a wave of dissatisfaction in his heart. When he had suggested giving the knife to Nianbing, he had already calculated that Nianbing would not accept it. What an old fox. That's right, just the Windham stone alone is worth 100,000 purple gold coins. Even if Nianbing works for you for 5 years, it will be completely worth it. However, the guild needs Nianbing. Brother Shui, don't make things difficult for your brother. Shuiji smiled and said, "Brother Long, don't misunderstand. I am asking her to help me. Actually, she doesn't have to stay at my place all day. You should know that Ming Yuan only helps out occasionally. If Nianbing is willing to come to my place, she will be treated the same as Ming Yuan. She will only need to go there at night. The rest of the time, she can stay at your guild. This condition is not too harsh. 5 years is actually not that long." When he proposed the price, Shuiji had already thought that Nianbing would not have 100,000 purple gold coins to buy the knife. Long Ji was speechless. If he was Nianbing, he would definitely choose these 5 years. After all, the arrival of a peerless treasure knife was a great opportunity. If it was anyone else, Shuiji would definitely not pay such a high price. Unfortunately, he was not Nianbing. That's right, Nianbing really liked the Windham of Freedom. However, he already had the Morning Dew dagger, which was not below the Proud Heaven blade. The ice attribute Morning Dew was more suitable for Nianbing. Furthermore, he had the Righteous Yang blade, which could possibly reach the same level as the Morning Dew. His desire for the Proud Heaven blade was not that strong. Furthermore, he had his own capital. Nianbing opened her mouth and smiled calmly, saying, "I want this knife. Its price is much higher than what Uncle said. I know that Uncle wants to give me a chance. If I don't accept it, I am not worthy of being your friend." Shuiji was overjoyed. "Good. That means you agree to work at my place for 5 years. Don't worry, I will pay you the same salary. As long as you are here, Clear Wind Fasting will definitely prosper. In the future, no matter when, even after the 5-year agreement, as long as you are tired of working outside, Clear Wind Fasting will always be your home. You can retire here." Since I said this, whether I am in Clear Wind Fasting or Jing are in charge of Clear Wind Fasting in the future, I will fulfill this promise. Nianbing smiled faintly, saying, "Uncle, I think you have misunderstood. I do want this knife, but it is not what you are thinking of. I can work for Clear Wind Fasting for a month, and at the same time I will provide 100,000 purple gold coins. That is the first condition you mentioned earlier." Shuiji was stunned, saying, "You have 100,000 purple gold coins? Did Senior Ghost Chef leave it to you?" Nianbing shook her head, saying, "No, that's not it. Although master left me a lot of property, as a man, I will never use other people's money to buy what I want. I will use my own ability to get this wind of freedom. Although I don't have 100,000 purple gold coins now, if I can provide an item of equal value in exchange, it should be possible." The situation had already gone beyond Shuiji's previous calculations. He could not help but frown, saying, "What do you want to use in exchange?" Nianbing smiled, saying, "Uncle, I think you might have some understanding of magic. Precious magic scrolls have always been worth a lot. If it is an 11th grade magic scroll second only to the God's Descent technique, would it be worth 100,000 purple gold coins?" Nodding, Shuiji said, "An 11th grade magic scroll would probably be worth more than that. But, as far as I know, even the snow goddess priestess could not create a magic scroll above the 10th grade. Don't tell me you have one?" Nianbing shook her head, saying, "No, I don't. However, I can make scrolls. Although I haven't reached level 11 yet, the scrolls I make will have the same value as the scrolls I make. I am willing to provide you with 10 scrolls. 10 scrolls that I am most proud of within 3 months. I think their value should be enough to match at least 2 11th grade scrolls. This can be considered as me returning the favor." Shuiji said doubtfully, "Nianbing, it's not that I don't trust you, but, looking at you, you are only a great magician. As far as I know, great magicians can only create 4th grade scrolls, and the success rate is very low. With a difference of 7 grades, the value of the scrolls is—" Nianbing interrupted Shuiji's words with a smile, "Yes, I am a great magician, but I can create 6th grade scrolls. Moreover, the reason why I am confident that my scrolls are worth that price is because they have certain characteristics. The power they can unleash will definitely surprise you. Most importantly, these scrolls cannot be created by others, not even the snow goddess priestess, who is known as the most powerful magician in the world. Unless I tell you the method of creating these scrolls, otherwise, no one will be able to reach my level of creation." In order to obtain the proud heaven blade, Nianbing could no longer hide the secret she had just learned. Shuiji smiled, "Nianbing, I believe you. From the fact that Longji values you so much, I can see that you have extraordinary achievements in the world of magicians. However, you have neglected the most important point. Our Shui clan uses martial arts to protect ourselves. Even if we have your powerful magic scrolls, they are useless to us. Don't tell me you expect me to sell them for money? If you think that your scrolls are worth that price, why don't you sell them yourself?" Nianbing calmly replied, "Because I don't want outsiders to know the secret of these scrolls, so I don't want to sell them. Instead, I want to use them to exchange for the proud heaven blade. Since I dared to propose such an exchange, I will naturally consider everything carefully. The scrolls that I made have a special characteristic, which is that they can be used by anyone. Even a child who has just started to understand things will be able to unleash the power of these scrolls as long as I teach them how to use them." "What?" Shuiji and Longji both cried out in surprise. In their eyes, this was impossible. Nianbing smiled slightly and took out a scroll from his chest. This scroll was made from the lowest grade of white scroll. He handed the scroll to Shuiji and smiled, "Let's do an experiment. Facts often prove everything. Miss Shuiji, please do as I say and open the scroll to the ceiling." Shuiji was taken aback, "How do I do it?" Nianbing said, "You just need to open the scroll like you would an art scroll. Make the scroll face up, and it'll be fine." Shuiji's eyes flashed with surprise, and she slowly opened the scroll according to Nianbing's instructions. A strange scene appeared. When the scroll was fully opened, the entire scroll suddenly turned into a white mist. With a pu sound, dozens of ice blades suddenly appeared and turned into dozens of cold lights that directly stabbed into the roof. Just when everyone was still immersed in surprise, the dozens of ice blades on the roof suddenly turned into a mist of ice at the same time. It was a large piece of ice that had condensed on the roof. Although Longji had heard from Shuiji that Nianbing could make fusion scrolls, seeing it for the first time, he couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. More importantly, this scroll was opened by Shuiji, who didn't know magic at all. Just this alone was enough to double the value of this scroll. If this scroll was sold to the royal family and ministers of various empires, the sales would definitely be very good. Who wouldn't want to have something that could save their lives, Nian Bing's gaze turned to the somewhat dazed Xueji, and she smiled. "Uncle, you've already seen my scroll. If you have 10 of these scrolls by your side, it'll be very effective in protecting you and Miss Xuejing's life. Of course, you can rest assured that the scrolls I'll provide you will definitely be of the 6th and 6th level. I'll tell you what the 2 spells in each scroll are. When you encounter danger, you only need to open the scroll, and it'll naturally protect you." Xueji shook his head with a bitter smile, and said, "Nian Bing, although I don't know how difficult it is to do this, but even Brother Long is so surprised, it can be seen that this scroll is very valuable. 10 6th and 6th level scrolls can easily be sold for 100,000 purple coins. However, you should know that this isn't what I want. I really hope that you can come to the clear wind fasting to help me." Nian Bing looked at the desire in Xueji's eyes, and smiled faintly. "Although Aotian is valuable, to me, the value of freedom is even higher. I can't give up my freedom just to obtain the wind of freedom. 5 years is really too long for me. In fact, if it weren't for some special reasons, I would have left Ice Snow City long ago. My master once told me that 8 years of cooking training, 8 years of cooking comprehension. Only by traveling the entire continent can I achieve a word comprehension. I hope you can understand my difficulties. If you're not willing to exchange, then I won't force you. I'll still be a friend of the clear wind fasting." Xueji sighed, and said, "Words spoken are like spilled water. Since I, Xueji, have already stated my conditions, I won't go back on my words. We'll do as you say. After you're done with the scrolls, teach them to my daughter. I think that in the future, these 10 scrolls will be Jing'er's dowry. When do you plan to start working at the clear wind fasting? Although it's only a month, I still want to make good use of it. I believe that you won't reject some of my arrangements." Nian Bing smiled confidently, and said, "If you want me to spar with other chefs, then I'm more than happy to do so. Why would I reject? However, I hope that the chefs you find won't be too bad. Otherwise, it'll be hard for me to be interested. From tomorrow onwards, I'll report to the clear wind fasting on time every evening." Xueji nodded, and handed the brocade box in his hands to Nian Bing, and said, "Right now, although it's not completely yours, I can give it to you to use. I trust in your character. To be honest, Nian Bing, it's really easy to talk to you. There are many things that don't need to be said. I finally understand why our Ice Snow City's wise lady lost to you." Silence. "Let's go." Xuejing was obviously very happy. She didn't seem to be dissatisfied that the treasured saber that was supposed to be hers had fallen into Nian Bing's hands. Her beautiful eyes moved, and she rolled her eyes at Nian Bing, and said, "Then we'll see each other tomorrow. When the time comes, I'll find you a suitable set of clothes to wear." Xueji and Xuejing left, carrying the heavy brocade box in their hands. Nian Bing was also very happy. Although the proud heaven saber wasn't as important as the morning dew, he needed to hide the aura of the morning dew. It was always a pity that he didn't have a suitable saber. Proud heaven's arrival at this time made up for this regret. With proud heaven in hand, Nian Bing firmly believed that his saber techniques would definitely improve. He could now start practicing the saber techniques that he didn't dare to try before. Long Ji's eyes flashed as he looked at Nian Bing. He sighed, and said, "To be honest, I was really afraid that you would agree to the 5-year agreement. However, I didn't have the right to ask you to reject. Nian Bing, I realized that I can't see through you anymore. What on earth is your brain made of? Ever since you came, you have explored the mysteries of magic one by one. I know that you will leave Ice Snow City one day. I won't stop you. I only hope that when you leave, you will bid farewell to me. Always remember that you are a member of the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Guild. That is enough." Nian Bing nodded, and said, "President, don't worry. Since I have joined the guild, I am a member of the guild. You have helped me so much, I will definitely repay you. I want to continue reading. Please continue with your work." Long Ji said, "Then I won't disturb you. If you need anything, just tell Ling Er. I will do my best to satisfy your needs." After he finished speaking, he pulled Long Ling downstairs. Nian Bing picked up the book that he had been reading earlier. It was as if nothing had happened. He placed the brocade box beside him and continued to study. The more he studied magic arrays, the more he realized that there were profound mysteries behind them. Those were the things that he needed the most. Long Ling followed her father out of the library. Long Ji looked around and saw that there was no one around. He whispered, Ling I want to discuss something with you. Long Ling stared blankly, and said, Father, if you have something to say, just say it. As long as Ling can do it. Long Ji sighed softly and said, I'm finding more and more that this Nianbing isn't simple. He's truly brought me too many surprises. This kind of talent is exactly what our guild needs. If he can represent our guild in the triennial 5 Great Empire's new magician competition, it'll definitely change the status of our Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Guild in the continent. Unfortunately, I am afraid that he won't be willing to stay until then. Originally, I wanted you to participate, but Nianbing's appearance made me change my mind. Long Ling frowned, and said, Father, although we can participate in the new magician competition, we are always affiliated with the Ice God Tower. With the successor of the Ice God Tower, we can't do anything. Long Ji shook his head and said, No, it's not the same. The new magician tournament has very strict requirements. The contestants must be under the age of 25. Even the contestants sent by the Ice God Tower can't win every time. After all, it's hard for young magicians to have great strength. However, Nianbing is different. There's still a year before the magician tournament begins. With his current situation, with the help of the Union's magic materials, who knows how much he can improve. It's very likely that he'll soar to the sky. If he can win, our Union will be able to hold our heads high in the Empire. If the Ice God Tower wants to suppress us again, it won't be that easy. Long Ling said doubtfully, You should be saying this to Nianbing. What's the use of telling me? Long Ji smiled and said, Of course it's useful. Ling ever since your mother passed away, it's always been your father who's taken care of you. You're the treasure in your father's heart. Frankly speaking, your father attaches great importance to the Union, but you're definitely an existence equal to the Union. I'm going to ask you a question now. You have to answer me honestly. Do you like Nianbing? Long Ling didn't think that her father would ask such a question. Her face immediately turned red. She shyly lowered her head and played with her clothes. She couldn't say anything. Long Ji smiled and said, What? You're not going to say anything? Could it be that a young talent like Nianbing can't attract my daughter? My precious daughter, your conditions can't be too high. Think about it, if you can marry Nianbing, it'll be convenient for you to eat in the future. It's not like that, father. Long Ling lowered her head and stammered, Father, Nianbing is indeed very outstanding. However, we've only known each other for such a short time. How can I say whether I like him or not? Don't force Ling Long Ji laughed and said, all right, I won't force you. Then I'll go talk to Luo Ro and see if she's interested in Nianbing. Don't. Long Ling anxiously raised her head and looked at her father. Father, don't. I. Long Ji looked at his daughter with a smile that was not a smile and said, What, is Ling going to tell the truth? Long Ling said angrily, Dad, you're so bad. Yes, I admit that I have a good impression of Nianbing. But as you can see, he doesn't seem to care about anything other than magic and cooking. Long Ji heaved a sigh of relief and said, It's fine as long as you like him. Everything else is fine. Although her father was somewhat utilitarian, he would never let his daughter marry someone she didn't love. Ling remember your father's words. You have to fight for your own happiness. If you really like Nianbing, don't give up. You have to act early. As long as you can capture his heart, all problems will be solved. Do you understand what I mean? Long Ling lowered her head again, but, Father, I am a girl after all. Don't tell me you want me to reveal my feelings to him? Long Ji shook his head and said with a smile, Of course not. It's enough to subtly influence him. After all, you are together every day. I think, my daughter is so beautiful, Nianbing is not a fool. It's impossible for him not to notice. However, when necessary, you can also give him some hints. I can see that Shuijing also has a good impression of Nianbing. If that old fox Shuiji adds fuel to the fire, things will be difficult to say. You don't want to give your beloved to a good friend, do you? Long Ling looked at her father blankly. I don't know. Long Ji smiled bitterly and said, AI, forget it. The so-called scheming is too clever. I am also a bit too utilitarian. You young people's matters are all about fate. Do as you wish. However, father hopes that you can persuade Nian Bing to represent our union in the new magician convention in a year's time. Other things can be discussed in the future. Long Ling nodded and said, Father, I will try my best. However, I can't promise you anything now because I don't know what Nian Bing is thinking. A year is still a long time. I will definitely work hard. I also hope that the union's situation will improve. Then I will go first. Long Ji nodded and said, Go. Come to my place tonight and bring the white scroll you just bought. Nian Bing needs it. Nian Bing flipped through the magic book in his hand. It was already late at night. Long Ling was sitting not far from him meditating. This book that introduced all kinds of profound magic arrays finally turned to the last page. Nian Bing was a bit disappointed. Although the magic arrays recorded in these magic books were not bad, they were worse than what he had imagined. There was no knowledge that he wanted to obtain the most. Sighing, just as he was about to close the book, he suddenly discovered that on the last page of the magic book, there was a special mark. It was clearly a magic symbol, one of the symbols used to engrave magic arrays. This symbol represented the meaning of concealment. Nian Bing's heart moved. He condensed his magic power and carefully drew on the symbol according to the order. A faint blue light flashed. When he finished the last stroke, the last page of the magic book was suddenly dyed blue. It was a blue that belonged to ice. The handwriting on the page began to change. The original symbols and words had completely changed. Magic array, used to connect heaven and earth. It balances all kinds of magic elements between heaven and earth so that it can be better used by magicians. However, as a magician, close combat is always at a disadvantage. When encountering a strong martial artist, it is very difficult to win in a one-on-one situation. In response to this situation, the magic array can undergo a special change and form a special array. This array can be engraved on the scroll to assist the original magic on the scroll. This array can have a special effect. This array is called trigger. The so-called trigger refers to when the holder of the magic scroll encounters a certain degree of attack, the scroll will automatically explode to protect its owner. The degree of attack can be set in the trigger array. The array is as follows, please study it yourself. A special reminder, this magic array can only be added when the magic scroll has been completed. Once the addition fails, the scroll will be automatically destroyed. Please use it with caution. Seeing this, Nian Bing's heart suddenly became lively. He finally understood why once a magician reached the level of a sorcerer, he was no longer afraid of duels with martial artists. It was not because the magician's ability was strong enough, but because of the existence of this trigger array. Once an enemy launched a sneak attack on a magician, then as long as the magician had this special scroll on him, it would naturally resolve the crisis at that time and give the magician a certain amount of time to chant the spell. Good stuff, really good stuff. Fortunately, he had noticed this point. If he had let it go, this wonderful magic array would have slipped away. Thinking of this, Nian Bing immediately immersed himself in studying. This kind of special magic array was very difficult to engrave. Not only did it require high control of magic, at the same time, it also required a huge amount of magic power as support. Engraving such a trigger array was actually more difficult than drawing a level 6 magic scroll. In fact, what Nian Bing did not know was that the actual use of this kind of magic array was not widespread. Although there were records in the Magicians' Guild of each empire, because this kind of magic array was extremely difficult to create and the success rate was frighteningly low, the magic scroll itself was extremely precious. Who would be willing to use a high-level scroll to do this kind of trigger array experiment? After all, that would be too wasteful. Therefore, even if it was created, it could only be used on some low-level magic and had long been abandoned by the majority of magicians. The main reason why a sorcerer could fight against a martial artist was because of the support from the Magicians' Guild. Magicians who had reached the level of a sorcerer would often carry many magic items. This was necessary for the Magicians' Guild to be equipped with them in order to protect high-level magicians. Among them, magic items used for warning had always been the most popular. Of course, the price was also the most expensive. With this kind of magic item, a magician would be able to foresee the arrival of danger in advance and be prepared to deal with it. Even if the strength of the sneak attack was strong, magicians who had reached the level of a sorcerer and above would often carry powerful magic scrolls with them to protect themselves. Then, they would use the time gained by the magic scrolls to chant powerful spells. This was the real reason why they could fight against a martial artist. Of course, under normal circumstances, unless it was necessary, a magician would rarely act alone. They would be accompanied by a martial artist companion. This was the best way to protect their safety. If they had to act alone, unless they were very conceited magicians, they would generally choose to dress casually to hide their identity. Of course, this kind of behavior was done in secret. Otherwise, they would inevitably be made fun of by their peers. Nian Bing's research was not directly related to the method of drawing the magic array, but directly studied the principle of the trigger array. Through her own familiarity with the various magic array symbols, she carefully looked for the principle of the trigger array. As long as she understood the principle, she would not have to rely on memorizing the array at all. She would be able to use it more flexibly and even add her own things into it. Concentrating on research was often the most time-consuming. When Nian Bing had basically figured it out, the sky outside was already bright. The feeling of fatigue overwhelmed her whole body, but the new results of her research made Nian Bing extremely happy. Eat something. Long Ling's voice awakened Nian Bing, who was immersed in joy. Turning her head, she saw Long Ling standing beside her with a tray. She squatted down and carefully placed the tray on the ground. On the tray were 2 steamed buns, a plate of braised meat, and a bowl of porridge. Long Ling said somewhat reproachfully, "Another night without sleep. Could it be that this magic information is really so attractive to you?" Nian Bing was just about to reach out to grab the steamed bun when Long Ling slapped his hand away. "Your hands are dirty. Wipe your hands and face first before eating." As she said that, she handed a warm and soft towel to Nian Bing. The towel was very moist and very comfortable to hold in the hand. It exuded a faint fragrance. Nian Bing looked at Long Ling and suddenly felt very warm. This feeling was indescribable with words. "Ling thank you. These days, you have always been taking care of me." Long Ling smiled and said, "We are friends. Moreover, the more successful your research is, the more beneficial it is for our union. Nian Bing, the method you taught me to concentrate is really useful. I can clearly feel that my control of magic has improved recently." "Thank you." Nian Bing smiled and said, "What are you thanking me for? That is all your own effort." Wiping his face and hands with the towel, Nian Bing immediately felt much better. After not sleeping for a night, her stomach was already hungry. She didn't feel it before, but now that her mind was relaxed, her stomach almost growled. She wolfed down the food and swept the tray clean. Although it wasn't delicious, it was especially fragrant and sweet at this time. "Eat slowly, don't choke. Actually, it's not good for you to eat like this. There is no pattern at all. Nian Bing, you need to rest more. There is plenty of time, why are you in such a hurry?" Nian Bing smiled and said, "How can I not be in a hurry? After I finish learning everything and fulfill my promise with Uncle Shuiji, I will leave here. Staying in one place for too long is not good for me. My dream is to travel the world. As the saying goes, it is better to travel 10,000 miles than to read 10,000 books. My vision is too narrow now." Long Ling's heart trembled. "Nian Bing, must you leave? Ice Snow City is actually..." Nian Bing lowered her head and didn't look at Long Ling's moving eyes. She nodded and said firmly, "I must leave. When Master passed away, I promised him that I would become the best chef. After 8 years of learning how to cook, I have only just taken the first step. Ling thank you for always caring for me, but a man's ambition is to travel the world. Perhaps one day, I will come back when I am tired." Long Ling blurted out, "Then I will wait for you to come back." Nian Bing's body trembled and she looked up at Long Ling. From her gentle eyes, Nian Bing saw many things. "Ling don't be like this, okay? I don't know when I will come back, and if I can come back. I understand your intentions, but I cannot delay your life. Just treat me as a passerby in your life. With your temperament, you will definitely find someone more suitable for you. Long Ling bit her lip and slowly stood up with the tray. She said in a low voice, I understand, I am not good enough for you. No. Nianbing stood up and grabbed Long Ling's shoulders with both hands. I'm the one who's not good enough for you. Ling if you can't move my heart, then I'll have to have a heart of stone. However, I can't have any attachments right now. I still have many things to do. No one knows what will happen in the future, right? Right now, I don't want to talk about feelings at all. That is too extravagant for me. Long Ling felt the heat in Nianbing's hands. Could it be that you only have cooking and magic in your heart? Nianbing nodded and said, that's right. In my heart, there is only cooking and magic. Everything else can be filtered. I need to focus my mind in order to achieve anything. Long Ling sighed softly and held back her tears. She did not blame Nianbing. After all, everyone's pursuit was different. A girl's greatest pursuit in life was undoubtedly to find a good home. However, men were not the same. Some people were content with a small corner, while others were destined to be extraordinary. Nianbing was obviously the latter. He had too many dreams and pursuits. After Long Ling left, Nianbing did not feel good in his heart. He looked at the surrounding bookshelves with some annoyance. Rejecting a gentle and beautiful girl was not a comfortable thing to do. Just when his heart was in a mess, a look of despair suddenly flashed in his mind. Nianbing's body shook violently and he cried out, Mother, Mother, I was wrong. I shouldn't be worried about these things. The Ice God Tower is my goal. That look of despair was deeply engraved in his memory. That was his mother's last look. Nianbing took a deep breath and all kinds of chaotic thoughts in his heart disappeared. He sat cross-legged and began to meditate. From morning to noon, and then from noon to night, after an entire day of cultivation, Nianbing woke up from his meditation. The magic of the same origin of ice and fire had become more condensed. Although the speed of improvement was very slow, the circulation of the magic was still stable. The ingenious vortexes combined organically, and their auras were connected without any conflict. This was the power of the same origin of ice and fire. He looked up at the sky outside. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening, and the magic lamp in the library was about to be turned on. Nianbing took out a double-tier 4 magic scroll from his bosom. This scroll was the work he was most proud of so far. He slowly opened the scroll and poured blue magic into it. Without any hesitation, the light blue light intertwined on the scroll. The blue light constantly flickered, and every line was so wonderful. There was no pause, and it intertwined with the original magic array of the scroll. The perfect work was gradually completed in Nianbing's hands. Ling Nianbing clearly knew that the scroll in his hand already had the ability to trigger. After a night of research and a day of meditation, he had really mastered this skill. However, Nianbing was very clear that his success was very lucky. As the annotation said, this kind of magic array was very difficult to complete. Even if he had already figured out its principle, there were still a few times where he almost failed. Standing up, he carefully put the scroll in his bosom. Picking up the lead box from the ground, he simply tidied up his appearance. Nianbing quietly left the library. Other than delivering lunch to himself at noon, Long Ling didn't appear. Nianbing knew that although she didn't say it, he had already deeply hurt her heart. It was good that she didn't see him, lest he fell too deep. Just as he walked out of the Magician's Union, a carriage came in front of Nianbing. Nianbing had seen the coachman before. It was the old coachman when he and Xiaojing went to Luo Ro's house to attend the banquet. Xiaojing poked her head out of the carriage. Chef, get in the carriage. Father asked me to pick you up. I've been waiting for you for half an hour. You're really slow. Nianbing secretly smiled bitterly in his heart. It was really one wave after another. Long Ling already understood his feelings, but this crazy woman wasn't so easy to deal with. He hoped that she would hate him more. It was a pity that the Yan Feng she liked was Yan Juhua. Otherwise, he could play matchmaker and save Xiaojing from paying attention to him. Thank you for troubling Miss Xiaojing to personally pick me up. This Nianbing really doesn't dare to accept. Although he said so, he still stepped on the carriage. Xu Jing sat beside Nian Bing, her face showing a sweet smile. I don't dare. When did you become so polite? Isn't it time for you to bully me? Nian Bing smiled bitterly. Haven't I already explained it clearly? Miss Xu Jing, can you let me go? There's no hatred between us. Xu Jing smiled and said, I'll let you go. Then I'll have to think about it. However, we'll have to change the way we address each other. I've already called you by your name, and you call my father uncle. In the future, you can call me Jing or Silence. We can be considered friends. You won't refuse such a small request, right? I see that when you call Ling it's very intimate. Nian Bing didn't want to be entangled and hurriedly said, okay, I'll agree. Silence, in the future, you don't have to send a carriage to pick me up. I'll walk there myself. That way, I can stretch my muscles. Xu Jing giggled and said, stretching my muscles and bones? You'll have time to stretch your muscles tonight. As soon as the words left her mouth, she immediately felt that it was inappropriate and blushed. Nian Bing pretended not to understand. Stretch my muscles? Tonight, Uncle won't give me any difficult problems, right? Xu Jing stuck out her cute little tongue. There won't be any difficult problems. Father just invited the owner of Diqing Pavilion across the street to be a guest. He also sent a challenge to them. Nian Bing's eyes lit up. Challenge the head chef of Diqing Pavilion? Good, that's exactly what I was hoping for. A strong fighting spirit surged from Nian Bing's body. In the dim carriage, his eyes were like the cold stars in the night sky, shining with a confident light. He placed the box containing the proud heaven blade on his lap. Today, I'll try this blade. Feeling the cold aura from Nian Bing's body, Xu Jing's heart stirred. Such strong confidence. Originally, she thought that Nian Bing would make things difficult for him because of the challenge arranged by Polar Snow. She didn't expect that Nian Bing would agree so easily and even seemed very excited. Of course, she didn't understand the heart of a top expert in the culinary world. The feeling of having a difficult opponent was the most painful. Now that there was an opportunity, how could Nian Bing not be excited? He had chosen Ice Snow City as his first stop because he wanted to compare notes with the culinary experts of Qing Fengzhai and Diqing Pavilion. You seem to be very confident in yourself. Xu Jing looked at Nian Bing, her heart swaying. Nian Bing smiled. Don't tell me you don't have confidence in me? Does Diqing Pavilion's chef have any special skills? I think, to be able to compete with Qing Fengzhai, his ability shouldn't be below Master Ming's. Xu Jing nodded and said, of course, there's a reason why Dashang Pavilion can become the favorite place of high-ranking officials and dignitaries. It's not only because of their special services, but also because of the taste of their dishes. Their head chef is very young, probably in his 30s. I don't know who his master is. Uncle Ming once competed with him, but it ended in a draw. That guy seems to be good at cooking all kinds of meat dishes. I have to admit that his dishes are better than Uncle Ming's in terms of color and fragrance. It's just that the taste is a bit more heavy. Nian Bing nodded and said, based on what you've said, that head chef must have chosen the path of extravagance. Extravagant dishes are mainly about color and fragrance. Alright, I'll compete with him today and see whose dish is more extravagant. Jing have you seen Yan Feng recently? Xu Jing was stunned. She suddenly realized that ever since she hated Nian Bing, the name Yan Feng had never appeared in her mind. Him? I haven't seen him recently. I'm very curious. Why did he treat you as a friend when you met for the first time that day? Judging from his personality, he doesn't seem to be that easy to get close to. Nian Bing thought of Yan Feng's expression when he looked at her and felt a chill in her heart. She smiled bitterly. Jing I'll give you a suggestion. You'd better give up on him. You won't have anything to do with him. Xu Jing asked curiously, why do you say that? Are you jealous that I like him? Jealous? Nian Bing smiled. I don't think that word has ever appeared in my mind. I'm doing this for your own good. Gossiping behind people's backs isn't my style. You'll understand in the future. Xu Jing snorted, there's nothing that can't be said. If you don't say it clearly, then I can only take it that you're jealous. Nian Bing smiled and said, then I'll take it that I'm jealous. After all, you're so beautiful. Even if I'm jealous, it's only natural. When the carriage stopped at the entrance of the Cool Breeze restaurant, Nianbing was surprised to find that the street was strangely quiet. He alighted from the carriage with Xiaojing. He was surprised to find that there was not a single person on the busiest street of the Ice Snow City. Xiaojing smiled and said, "For today's competition, Father specially invited the city lord and a few people with status to be the judges. The Xianxia and the Cool Breeze restaurant are temporarily closed. The streets have been blocked off by soldiers." Nianbing was surprised. There's no need to make such a big fuss. The Cool Breeze restaurant and the Xianxia's daily turnover should be quite a lot. To close for such a simple competition, aren't you afraid of losing money? Xiaojing said, "You don't understand. Regardless of whether we win or the Xianxia wins, we will immediately suppress the other side and become the #1 restaurant in the entire Ice Snow City. How can the profits brought by this honor be compared to a single day's turnover? The Xianxia has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Their boss had suggested to Father many times that he wanted to have such a competition, but he was rejected by Father. After all, the head chef of the Xianxia is still young. Uncle Ming once said that within 3 years, he will definitely surpass him. Therefore, in order to protect the reputation of the Cool Breeze restaurant, Father has never accepted the challenge. This is also the reason why the Cool Breeze restaurant has always been suppressed by the Xianxia. Today is the day for us to hold our heads high. Nianbing, you have to do your best." Nianbing nodded and said, "I'll do my best." "I knew it. This Wind of Freedom sword is not so easy to obtain. Alright, let's go in." The moment they entered the Cool Breeze restaurant, Nianbing immediately felt a heavy atmosphere. On both sides of the passageway, there were not only servants of the Cool Breeze restaurant, but also a few strangers in ordinary clothes. At a glance, these people were not eye-catching. However, with Nianbing's spiritual power, she could clearly sense that these people were not as ordinary as they appeared. Each and every one of them had a hidden essence, and they were all experts in martial arts. The main hall of the Cool Breeze restaurant was still the same as before. However, nearly 100 tables in the hall had been vacated. In the center of the hall, there was a row of long tables with empty chairs behind them. On both sides of the hall, there were piles of kitchen tools. On the left were some ordinary tools, while on the right, there were some people setting them up. Xiaojing said in a low voice, "Look, the front is the judge's table. The left is where you operate, and the right is where the head chef of the Xianxia operates. They have already started setting up. If you have any requests, quickly state them now. I will immediately get someone to do it. Otherwise, it will be too late later. You don't have to worry about the various ingredients. As long as you can name it, I will be able to get it." Nianbing nodded and leaned over to whisper into Xiaojing's ear. Xiaojing's face was filled with surprise. "That's all? They are all very ordinary things." Nianbing smiled faintly and said, "Beauty in the ordinary is true ability. Just do as I say. Don't worry, I know what to do." Xiaojing nodded and said, "Go change your clothes. Your clothes are on the bed in my room. I personally prepared them for you. After you change, just come back here and wait for the competition to begin." Nianbing glanced at Xiaojing and said, "Going into your room again?" Xiaojing smiled and said, "Don't tell me you're scared. I want to prepare something for you. Hurry up and go." After saying that, she floated away like a red cloud. Nianbing looked at Xiaojing's excited look and knew that the grudge between them had disappeared. But, the disappearance of this grudge didn't seem to be too good. As he thought, he came to the back hall and walked with familiar ease to Xiaojing's room. The door wasn't locked and the familiar fragrance once again appeared at the tip of his nose. Walking to the front of the bed, Nianbing couldn't help but think of the last time when he had to hide here to hide from the snow. A set of snow-white clothes were neatly folded at the head of the bed. Nianbing unfolded it and couldn't help but jump in fright. How could this be the clothes of a chef? It was clearly a luxurious robe. The white robe was embroidered with a dragon pattern with silver thread. There wasn't much embroidery, but it served as the finishing touch, making the entire set of clothes look luxurious yet elegant. The belt around the waist was very simple. It was also white, with a slightly wide silver thread on both sides. In the middle of the belt, there was a piece of milky white jade. Although it wasn't white jade, it was warm to the touch and showed its extraordinariness. A chef wearing such clothes? This was clearly something that only the children of nobility would wear. Although this was what he thought, he still took off his magic robe and put on the silver-white robe. The clothes fit him perfectly, as if they were tailor-made for him. The material of the clothes was very soft and comfortable. Nian Bing, are you done? Shui Jing's voice could be heard, and footsteps could be heard. A red figure appeared at the door of the room. When Shui Jing saw Nian Bing, who had changed, her eyes couldn't help but glow with pink light. You're so handsome. I knew it. This outfit would definitely look good on you. Golden hair, silver clothes. That's awesome. Nian Bing smiled bitterly. Jing although this set of clothes is good, it doesn't seem like something a chef should wear. You want me to wear it to the competition? Shui Jing giggled. Why not? I think it's very good. Let's go. We'll wait outside. Father is already in the hall. This set of clothes is for you. The two returned to the hall of the breeze study. Everything was almost ready. Ming Yuan and Shui Ji saw Nian Bing come out and immediately went to greet her. Shui Ji's eyes lit up. Nian Bing, if I were 30 or 40 years younger, I'd be jealous of you. You're really a talent. Nian Bing smiled bitterly. Uncle, don't make fun of me. I'm a chef. Dressing like this doesn't seem suitable for cooking. Shui Ji laughed. It's okay, it's okay. I think it's good. This time, I'll make Jin Hao of Diqing Pavilion admit defeat. Lord Marquis is here. Everyone looked at the door and saw two people coming in. The strangers that Nian Bing saw earlier bowed to them. The two people were wearing luxurious clothes. Nian Bing knew the one on the left. It was Luo Rou's father, Count Ro Hao, who was in charge of the finance department of Ice Snow City. He deliberately stayed half a step behind the one on the right. There was a faint smile on his fat face. The one on the right was tall and had a dignified appearance. He looked to be in his 40s. Although he was only wearing ordinary luxurious clothes, he exuded a majestic aura. It showed that he was not an ordinary person. Shui Ji and Ming Yuan hurriedly went up to greet him. Lord Marquis, your presence in the Clear Wind study really brings light to our shed. The Marquis smiled slightly and said, Big brother Shui, we're all acquaintances, so there's no need to be courteous. I've been waiting for this competition for a long time. It seems like Chef Ming has invented something new. Extreme Snow smiled mysteriously and said, Lord Marquis, you should know that I never fight a battle that I'm not confident in. Since I dared to challenge you, I naturally have some confidence in winning. Let me introduce you to a young talent. Nian Bing, come. This is our Lord of Ice Snow City, Marquis Noah. Although the Marquis is a general, he is also a gourmet. Today, he will be the chief judge. Nian Bing took a few steps forward and bowed slightly to Noah. Commoner Nian Bing greets Lord Marquis. Noah looked at the extraordinary and handsome Nian Bing and could not help but reveal a trace of surprise in his eyes. Big brother Shui. Which family's young master is this? Such a handsome young man. Extreme Snow smiled and said, Lord Marquis, please forgive me for keeping you in suspense. You'll know later. Lord, please take a seat. Although the Marquis had some doubts in his heart, Extreme Snow's identity was not as simple as a restaurant owner. He could offend anyone but Extreme Snow. Even with his status as a Marquis, he could not afford to offend the power behind Extreme Snow. To be precise, other than the imperial family, there were very few people who could afford to offend them. Under Extreme Snow's lead, Marquis Noah and Count Roa sat at the head of the table. Extreme Snow sat beside them and said to Roa, Lord Count, why didn't Roa accompany you today? Roa smiled and said, I can't control that girl. However, she will not let go of a provincial capital like today. When I came out, she said she was going to change her clothes. She should be here soon. At this moment, two people walked in from outside. These two people were even more familiar to Nian Bing. It was Long Ji and his daughter. Nian Bing hurried to greet them. President, you're here too? Long Ji smiled and said, other than magic, eating is my only hobby. I'm a regular at the Breeze restaurant. Today's competition, even if I don't give face to Brother Extreme Snow, I still have to come to support you. I also want to taste what kind of delicious food the super chef that even Brother Extreme Snow and Ming Yuan praise can make. When you came out, I just got the news, so I was a bit slower than you. Long Ling was still wearing her light blue magic robe. Looking at Nianbing's clothes, a trace of sadness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Nianbing felt a sharp pain in his heart. He almost couldn't control himself and wanted to ask her about it. However, he managed to hold himself back. His mother's despairing gaze echoed in his mind. In order to become stronger, he couldn't easily get involved in relationships. Extreme Snow walked out again and greeted Long Ji. You came at the right time. The Marquis and Count have just arrived. Let's go, Judge Long, you should also be seated. Nianbing just found out that Long Ji was also one of the judges. Indeed, with his identity as the president of the Magicians Guild, he definitely had the qualifications to be a judge. Inviting these three big names as judges, Extreme Snow could be said to have put all his eggs in one basket. He placed all his hopes on himself. It seems that today's competition, he would definitely win. It could also be considered as repayment for Extreme Snow's proud heaven blade. Xiujing went forward and pulled Long Ling to the side to whisper. Nianbing didn't know what to do now, but Ming Yuan walked to his side and whispered, Nianbing, what dishes are you going to make later? Nianbing said, Master Ming, what are the rules and requirements of this competition? This is my first time participating. Ming Yuan said, the requirements are very simple. Both sides have to make 3 dishes that they are most proud of within an hour. That's enough. Then, the judges will decide the winner. Great Accomplishment Pavilion has a lot of power behind it. Their boss, Jin Hao, is the brother-in-law of the current emperor of the Ice Moon Empire. His sister is the emperor's favorite concubine. With this relationship, unless the taste of the dishes is very different, the final result will still be a draw. Do you understand what I mean? Nianbing smiled and said, I understand. It's to balance the relationship between Great Accomplishment Pavilion and Cool Breeze Sect. The Marquis won't easily let the competition decide the winner. But don't worry, I will make them accept their loss wholeheartedly. 3 dishes, I think I already know what to make. Ming Yuan smiled and said, it's good that you are competent. Today, I will be your main chef. The so-called main chef was actually just an assistant in charge of the low-level tasks such as preparing the dishes. Nianbing was shocked and hurriedly said, how can this be? How can I let you be my subordinate? Actually, I believe that with your strength, you will definitely be able to win. Ming Yuan shook his head and said, although I'm a person who cares a lot about face, I still have self-awareness. The previous draw was already very difficult. The head chef of the Great Accomplishment Pavilion is called Liao Feng. He's known as the Golden Chef. The dishes he makes are extremely gorgeous. He is one of the most promising chefs I have ever seen. After these few years of training, his standard is definitely above mine. If I were to go against him, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have a chance of winning. If that wasn't the case, why would the owner keep delaying the battle? This time, I will have to rely on you. I also want to see more of the skills passed down by the ghost chef. Nianbing wanted to say something but was stopped by Ming Yuan. He smiled and said, no need to refuse. To be the main chef of the ghost chef's successor is in itself my honor. Our opponent is here. Following Ming Yuan's gaze, they saw a group of people coming in from the corridor outside. The 2 people at the front, the one on the left was tall, wearing a golden robe that looked unusually luxurious. He was about 50 years old and his eyes were not big, but they flashed with a faint light. Walking side by side with him was a young man wearing a snow-white chef's uniform and a tall hat. He looked about the same age as Shizhou. Although his appearance could not be compared to Nianbing, he could still be considered handsome. Unfortunately, on his handsome face, there was an additional arrogance, giving people the feeling that he could not be underestimated. Behind them, followed the 2 shopkeepers of Great Accomplishment Pavilion and 3 chefs in chef's uniform. These people were obviously the assistants of the main chef. Without Ming Yuan's introduction, Nianbing could guess that the golden-robed man was the boss of Great Accomplishment Pavilion, Jin Hao. Beside him was the head chef of Great Accomplishment Pavilion, Chef Jin Liao Feng. Jin Hao led his subordinates to the judge's table and respectfully bowed, saying, "Jin Hao and the chefs of Great Accomplishment Pavilion greet the Marquis and Earl." Although he was a relative of the royal family, he did not have an official position. He still had to be courteous. Marquis Noah and Earl Roa both stood up. Noah smiled and said, "Brother Jin, no need to be so polite. Come, sit over here. Today, let's enjoy a fierce battle." Jin Hao agreed and walked to the judge's table. Liao Feng, who was originally beside him, turned around and looked at Ming Yuan with a provocative look in his eyes. "A fierce battle? I don't think so." Jin Hao reprimanded, "Liao Feng, don't be rude. Go and prepare." Liao Feng nodded. After bowing to the judges, he walked towards his own table. Jin Hao's gaze turned to Shuiji and smiled, "Brother Shui, is Master Ming finally done today? We've delayed this competition for more than a year. Looks like you're quite confident?" Shuiji smiled and said, "Brother Jin, you're too polite. Master Ming's body is indeed much better, but he's still a little weak. I'm afraid he won't be able to perform well." Jin Hao laughed and said, "It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Since Master Ming is sick, even if he loses, it's still pardonable. After all, we're mainly here to learn from each other." Although he said it beautifully, anyone could hear the sarcasm in his words. Shuiji smiled faintly and said, "Lose? I still need Brother Jin to teach me how to write this word. I'm a martial artist, so my literary skills are indeed much worse." Jin Hao snorted and said, "Fine, then I'll teach you how to write the word lose today. However, Brother Shui, for a competition like this, shouldn't we put up some stakes? That way, the two chefs won't have to work for nothing." Shuiji said confidently, "Then what does Brother Jin want to bet?" Jin Hao glanced at Liao Feng, who was preparing, and said, "I'm just a nobody. I obtained a treasure not long ago, and I want to use it to bet on Brother Shui's Cool Breeze restaurant. Our Dashang Pavilion is more than luxurious, but not elegant enough. If the two restaurants can be combined, it'll be a wonderful thing. Don't you think so, Brother Shui?" Hearing that Jin Hao wanted to bet on Cool Breeze restaurant, Long Ji, Nuaya, and Luo Hao couldn't help but be shocked. Cool Breeze restaurant was Shuiji's lifeline. If Shuiji lost, it meant that he couldn't continue to stay in Ice Snow City. Such a bet was indeed big enough. Just as they thought Shuiji wouldn't agree, Shuiji said, "That's fine. But we'll have to see what Brother Jin is going to bet with. This Cool Breeze restaurant has cost me half of my life. If there's nothing of equal value, I won't bet. In my eyes, even Brother Jin's Dashang Pavilion isn't qualified." Hearing his retort, Jin Hao smiled coldly and said, "Dashang Pavilion isn't qualified? Then Brother Shui, please take a look and see if this item is qualified." As he said that, he reached into his clothes and took out a small square box. The box was black. Seeing it, Shuiji's expression changed slightly because he recognized that the box was also made of lead. Using lead to make a box was no doubt to hide the light or energy element of the item inside. As someone who once owned the proud Heaven Blade, Shuiji knew this very well. A smug smile appeared on Jin Hao's face as he slowly opened the box. Suddenly, a ray of light shot up into the sky and filled the entire hall with golden light. It was a pure gold that emitted a gentle aura, causing people to unconsciously feel a sense of familiarity. Inside the box was a golden gem. Although its light was dazzling, it was not blinding. Everyone could clearly see that it was a round bead without any flaws. The bead itself was transparent, but it emitted a golden light. Every ray of golden light looked so gentle. The golden light illuminated everything, making people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. The gentle golden light gradually disappeared, and rings of golden light surrounded the bead and slowly spread out. Just from this, it was not difficult to see how precious this bead was. Others might have been confused by the appearance of the bead, but Nian Bing, Long Ji, and Long Ling were definitely not. This was because they were magicians, and the strength of the magic element emitted by this bead was not inferior to that of the wind chant stone. It represented the power of light. The extremely rare light element was surging violently. Other than the aura of darkness, any other magic element would feel a sense of familiarity when it came into contact with light magic. Although this gem was on the same level as the wind chant stone, due to the scarcity of light magicians, this bead was slightly inferior to the wind-chant stone in terms of application. Very few people could fully utilize the magic element within this gem. Of course, this did not mean that its value was inferior. Not only could the aura of light help to stabilize one's mind, it could also expel all evil auras. Even if an ordinary person wore it on their body, it could strengthen their body's resistance and calm their mind. I bought this bead from a destitute merchant. The name of this bead is Holy Glory. It is a natural light element gem. I once had someone examine it. This bead is not made of any ore, but is completely condensed from the light element. It can be said to be blessed by the heavens. I'm afraid it would be difficult to find another one like this in the entire continent. Originally, I wanted to present it to His Majesty the King. However, since Brother Snow says that my de Xianxia cannot compare to the Breeze sect, I can only take it out. I wonder if Brother Snow thinks that this Holy Glory bead of mine is worth a bet with you. Snow looked at Nianbing. At this moment, he could not help but hesitate. After all, the Breeze sect was his life's work. If he lost, how could he establish himself in Ice City in the future? At this moment, Nianbing's mind was thinking of a few super magic arrays based on light magic. Light magic was an indispensable medium for some complex and powerful magic arrays. However, she did not have the ability to use light magic. If she could obtain this Holy Glory bead, it would be extremely beneficial for her research on magic arrays. She could even use the aura of this bead to create dishes with the aura of light. Looking at Snow's gaze, he strode to the front of the judges and gave Snow a confident look. Then, he placed the box containing the Proud Heaven blade on the table in front of the judges. Boss Jean, this Holy Glory bead of yours is indeed precious. However, if you use it as a bet with the Breeze sect, it will hurt the harmony between our two families. Why don't I bet with you? I'll use the item in this box as a bet for your Holy Glory bead. Jean Hao snorted coldly. He had already noticed Nianbing, an outsider. Nianbing's aura had previously surprised him. However, as a relative of the emperor, he naturally did not take Nianbing seriously. He snorted coldly and said, "Who are you? What right do you have to bet with me? Do you have an item in this box that is comparable to the Holy Glory bead?" Nianbing was not angered by Jean Hao's disdain. She smiled faintly and said, "Whether or not it's worth the bet will depend on Boss Jean. As for me, I'm a member of the Breeze sect." Snow secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although the Proud Heaven blade was very precious, he had already given it to Nianbing. Moreover, in his heart, the Proud Heaven blade could not be compared to the Breeze sect. That's right. Nianbing can completely represent me. The value of the item in this box is definitely not below that of Brother Jin's Holy Glory bead. Nianbing opened the long brocade box. The same situation as yesterday happened. A green light soared into the sky and instantly forced the golden light in the hall to one side. The golden and green lights did not repel each other in the hall. They each occupied a position and continued to shine. Nianbing reached into the box and took out the Proud Heaven blade. She pointed the hilt at the judges and said calmly, "This blade is called the Proud Heaven blade. It belongs to Uncle Shui. The quality of the wind-chanting stone embedded in the hilt is definitely not inferior to the Holy Glory bead. The blade is also made of lapis lazuli. It should be comparable to the Holy Glory bead." A greedy light flashed across Jean Hao's eyes. Just as he was about to say something, an urgent voice suddenly sounded, "Old Jean, I want this blade. It's really a good blade." Following the voice, Liao Feng strode to the front of the judges and stared greedily at the Proud Heaven blade in Nianbing's hand. "Good blade, it's really a good blade. Old Jean, I must have this blade. Let's bet with him." Jean Hao originally wanted to use the Holy Glory bead to fight for more benefits, but after being interrupted by Liao Feng, he could not say anything else. He closed the box containing the Holy Glory and said, "All right, then let's bet. Marquis and Earl, please be our witnesses." As he spoke, he pushed the box in his hand in front of the Marquis. As a Marquis, Noah had seen countless treasures in his life. However, none of them could compare to the two items in front of him. He suppressed the desire in his heart and nodded. "All right, I will be your witness for this bet. Isn't it better this way? Betting on items is always better than betting on one's own wealth. This way, we won't hurt each other." Then let the competition begin. Same as before, the time limit is 1 hour. Liao Feng's eyes were filled with confidence as he shot a sharp gaze at Ming Yuan. A strange smile appeared on Ming Yuan's face. Liao Feng, it's a good thing for young people to be capable. However, if you're too arrogant, you'll fall, and you'll fall very miserably. You don't have to look at me. I'm not the main character today. The person competing with you is right beside you. Liao Feng and Jin Hao were both shocked. Their gazes landed on Yan Bing. Liao Feng sized up Yan Bing, who looked like a noble child, and asked doubtfully, him. Can he be a chef with this appearance? Shuiji smiled. Why not? Yan Bing is the new head chef that I've hired. His position is the same as Brother Ming's. Today, he will be representing the Clear Wind sect in the competition. When I issued the challenge, I didn't say that Ming Yuan would challenge Liao Feng, but the Clear Wind sect would challenge the Great Accomplishment Pavilion. Yan Bing is a member of the Clear Wind sect, so he naturally has the right to participate. At the judges' table, the marquises and counts were both surprised. Marquis Noah was slightly better. After all, he had never seen Yan Bing before. However, Count Roa had seen him wearing a fire magic robe at his daughter's birthday party. The first and only dance of his daughter's birthday was with this young man. With Yan Bing's appearance, it naturally left a deep impression on him. He turned to Long Ji and asked, President, isn't this young man called Yan Bing from your union? Why did he come to the Clear Wind sect to be a chef? Long Ji smiled bitterly. I didn't want him to come, but Big Brother Shuiji's offer was too good. The proud heaven blade in Yan Bing's hand is his value as a chef. Jin Hao's eyes flashed. His original plan was completely ruined. He never thought that Shuiji would hire another chef to compete with Liao Feng. From Shuiji's confident gaze, he understood that this young man must have extraordinary skills in cooking. Lord Marquis, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for the Clear Wind sect to change their chef. Noah was looking at Yan Bing in surprise. When he heard what Yan Bing said, he smiled and said, there's nothing wrong with it. Didn't Brother Shui say that this is a competition between the Cool Breeze restaurant and the Great Success Pavilion? I also want to see if there's anything special about this young lad's culinary skills. Let's not waste any more time. Let the competition begin. At this moment, everyone's eyes lit up. At the entrance, Luo Ro appeared in a green dress. The dress she wore today was very simple. There were no decorations on it. Her long blue hair was neatly combed behind her back with a green hairband. When she entered, she immediately attracted everyone's attention. Liao Feng, who was beside Yan Bing, had an intoxicated look in his eyes. Luo Ro walked to the judges' table and bowed. Uncle Noah, Father, Uncle Shui, Uncle Jean, Ro is late. Please forgive me. Both Jin Hao and Shuiji's expressions softened when they saw the woman of wisdom who was well known throughout the city. Luo Ro had won their respect with her wisdom. In Ice Snow City, although she was only a woman and was young, the respect she received was no less than that of her father. Noah laughed and said, I knew that this kind of excitement would be unavoidable. Come, sit beside your father and wait for the show. Today's competition will be very exciting. The Cool Breeze restaurant has specially invited a new chef. Luo Ro looked at Yanbing with a hint of provocation in her eyes. She smiled and said, Niece has already seen his cooking. It is indeed unforgettable. I also want to see who will win the competition between him and the Golden Chef. Her words were very calm. She did not praise Yanbing. However, with a simple sentence, she had already elevated Yanbing to the same status as Liao Feng. Liao Feng smiled and said, Miss Wise Girl has not been to our Great Accomplishment restaurant for a long time. When you have time to visit, Liao Feng will personally cook for Mississippi. Luo Ro smiled and said, That's good. However, if Luo Ro monopolizes the famous Golden Chef, I'm afraid that many diners will cause trouble for me. She purposely made a frightened expression, which made the judges laugh. Liao Feng hurriedly said, No, my little bit of fame is nothing compared to Miss Wise Girl. At most, I am slightly better than the Cool Breeze restaurant. Yanbing looked on coldly from the side. Although he had not seen Liao Feng's cooking before, from the arrogance he showed when facing Luo Ro, Yanbing understood that Liao Feng's understanding of cooking was not as good as Ming Yuan's. The only reason he could achieve what he had today was probably because of his talent. Nianbing couldn't be bothered to take another look at him as he walked towards the kitchen table that belonged to him. Xiaojing suddenly ran out from the side and came in front of Nianbing. She said, "Lower your head. Why are you so tall for no reason?" Nianbing was stunned for a moment, but he still did as he was told. "You don't seem short either. I am only a little taller than you." Xiaojing smiled and took out a snow-white chef's hat from behind her back. She personally tied Nianbing's golden long hat and put it on his head. Now you look like a chef." Seeing Xiaojing and Nianbing being so close, Long Ling lowered her head sadly. A strange light flashed in Luo Ro's eyes. Under Marquis Noah's command, Liao Feng finally returned to his kitchen table. He whispered to his 3 subordinates and began to act. Nianbing stood behind his kitchen table and was not in a hurry to act. Instead, he observed his opponent. He was surprised to find that he had underestimated Liao Feng. Standing behind the kitchen table, Liao Feng skillfully waved the shiny kitchen knife in his hand. His expression was extremely focused, and all kinds of ingredients were constantly changing shape in his hand. To be able to focus on the kitchen table in an instant, he was indeed not a simple person. Ming Yuan whispered in Nianbing's ear, "What are we going to do? I saw the ingredients you asked Silence to bring. They are all very ordinary things. How do you plan to cook them?" Nianbing smiled. "Today, I will use beauty to break beauty. I will suppress this golden chef Liao Feng in every aspect. There is no hurry to act." The one who had the most confidence in Nianbing was not Shuiji, but Ming Yuan. As a chef, he knew very well that he was not on the same level as Nianbing. Even if Nianbing made the 9 azure divine dragons again, Bing Yan's invisibility would be enough to win. On top of that, Nianbing had just obtained the proud heaven blade. There was no suspense at all in this competition. Nianbing lowered his head to look at the proud heaven blade in his hand. Green light flowed on the blade. Feeling the air flow and the active wind element wrapped around his hand, Nianbing suddenly felt that the ice and fire element in his body seemed to be calling out to the proud heaven blade. The wind element that should not have been able to be used, under the call of the ice and fire element, actually produced an intimate feeling with him. It was a wonderful feeling, a comfortable feeling. Nianbing's mind was completely one with the blade. He was so infatuated with this state that he seemed to have forgotten the time. At the judges' table, Marquis Noah asked Shuiji, who was beside him, "Brother Shui, why is your new chef just looking at the blade and not making a move? Look, Liao Feng's side is in full swing. An hour is not a long time. If he is too slow and does not finish the competition, I can only declare that Bree's sect has lost." Shuiji frowned slightly. He was also worried about the same problem. If Nianbing did not even finish the competition, then no one would be able to help Bree's sect. Just as he was about to remind Nianbing, the wise girl beside Luo Ro, said, "Don't worry about him. He often does strange things that are out of our expectations. Since he has not made a move yet, he must be confident. Just let him continue watching." On Liao Feng's side, at this moment, he had already started cooking his first dish. The flame soared into the sky, and Liao Eolus looked confident and at ease. All kinds of kitchen utensils flew up and down in his hands. A fragrant aroma filled the air, and sparkling dishes were continuously stir-frying in the wok. His movements were very fancy, but they were also very logical. Every movement contained a hidden meaning. The 3 chefs who were assisting him continuously provided all kinds of supplementary ingredients. Half of the competition had passed, and Liao Feng had already started cooking his last dish. Nianbing was still standing there, looking at her blade. He did not make a move. Beside him, Ming Yuan was also standing there. At this moment, he was very excited. He was waiting to see the successor of the ghost chef show his own unique skills. They were not in a hurry, but Shuiji was very anxious. Half of the competition had passed, and Nianbing still had not made a move. This competition was related to Bree's sect's reputation, and also the ownership of the proud heaven blade. At this moment, Jin Hao was secretly sneering. He could not wait for Nianbing to maintain this state until the end of the competition. As long as he defeated Bree's sect, not only would he obtain the treasured blade, but at the same time, Breeze sect would never be able to raise its head in front of Great Accomplishment Pavilion. Just when everyone was having different thoughts, Nianbing finally retracted her gaze from the knife. She slowly raised her head and looked at the busy Liao Feng. She said indifferently, "Master Ming, please follow my instructions and throw the ingredients to me. Place them in front of my chest." "Thank you. Oh great ice goddess. Please lend me your anger and send us to the other side of the lost world." Blizzard. Under the effect of Nianbing's incantation, the temperature in the hall suddenly dropped. Snowflakes appeared in the air, but strangely, the snowflakes did not disturb Liao Feng. Only on Nianbing's side was Nianbing. The light blue snowflakes carried Nianbing's body and flew out from behind the kitchen table. Under everyone's surprised gaze, she slowly came to the center of the hall. Liao Feng saw the strange situation on Nianbing's side. His hands couldn't help but slow down and almost make a mistake. He quickly focused his mind and continued to cook. Under the effect of Nianbing's powerful magic, the blizzard condensed under her feet and formed a whirlpool of snow. Nianbing was surprised to find that the proud heaven blade in her hand was constantly emitting the aura of wind, causing the blizzard under her feet to spin even faster. The hall of the Cool Breeze restaurant was very high, close to 10 meters. Nianbing floated about 2 meters above the ground and softly shouted, "Green onion." A green onion flew out from Ming Yuan's hand and flew towards Nianbing's chest. The green light transformed into countless afterimages. The green onion disappeared in the afterimages. Ginger. Similarly, a piece of ginger flew into the green light and also disappeared. Among everyone present, Marquis Noah and Extreme Snow's martial arts were the best. However, they could only vaguely see that the green onion and ginger had turned into powder and was wrapped by the green light of the knife, preventing them from falling down. This was the first time everyone had seen such a method of cooking in the air. The beautiful scene immediately made Liao Feng pale in comparison. A whole chicken. The clean chicken flew towards Nianbing. Nianbing grabbed a chicken claw with his left hand and threw the chicken into the air. At the same time, a ball of flame rose from his left hand. Under the control of a special magic, the flame actually formed the shape of a disc. Nianbing used his right hand to draw the proud heaven blade, and an icicle wrapped around the container that was used to hold oil on the kitchen table. With a flick of his wrist, a gush of bright oil immediately spilled out of the container. The flame plate in Nianbing's left hand caught the oil accurately. Immediately, the flame rose into the air, and the blade in his left hand disappeared. The chopped onions and ginger were thrown into the flame at the same time. The whole chicken fell from the sky and landed in the burning oil. In an instant, the fragrance of the onions and ginger being fried in the oil spread throughout the hall. Longji stood up and looked at the flame on Nianbing's left hand in bewilderment. That was clearly a fire magic. Although it was only the lowest level of fire magic, it was cast by an ice magician. What did this mean? Longji couldn't imagine. He was puzzled, but Nianbing didn't stop what he was doing. With a flash of green light, the 1 foot 7 inch long proud heaven blade directly pierced into the falling chicken body. Under Nianbing's skillful manipulation, the blade continuously turned. The aroma of the onions and ginger completely merged into the chicken body under the roasting oil. The flame on Nianbing's hand began to change. Wave after wave of flames appeared, some strong, some weak. From left to right, the flames were divided into 9 different sizes and continued to roast the chicken body. Under the influence of the snowstorm, his body slowly moved towards the kitchen table. Suddenly, the snowstorm drifted away and Nianbing's body landed in front of the kitchen table. He quickly picked up 2 pieces of leaf from the table and wrapped the chicken body. The wrapped chicken quickly spun 3 times above the flame. Immediately after, the flame on Nianbing's hand disappeared. A blue light shone, and a layer of ice about an inch thick formed around the leaf. From ice to fire, everything happened so naturally. However, everyone present knew that ice and fire were 2 extremes. What did it mean for them to appear in the hands of the same magician at the same time? This was beyond their imagination. Luo Ro finally understood why Liao San was attacked by 2 different types of magic. She also understood that there was only one Masha. The frozen chicken was placed on the kitchen table. The snowstorm swept Nianbing's body again, and he floated off the ground again. This time, Nianbing spoke much faster. Onions, ginger, garlic. As he asked for what he needed, Nianbing directed the snowstorm to accurately sweep the kitchen table. Under the wind and snow, the containers containing the seasonings were swept into the air. Under the strong control of the magic, these containers floated in front of Nianbing. Nianbing opened his left hand. A blue light condensed in his palm and quickly formed a huge ice scoop. Onions, ginger, and garlic fell into the scoop at the same time. No, it could no longer be described as a scoop. It was completely a pot made of ice. Nianbing put the proud heaven blade into his mouth. With a wave of his right hand, another ice scoop appeared. This time, it was much smaller. The ice scoop quickly moved forward and poured all kinds of seasonings into the ice pot. With a clench of his right hand, the ice scoop disappeared and was replaced by a ball of fire. The ball of fire rushed into the ice pot with a bang. The seasonings in the pot immediately burned. This was not an ordinary fireball spell, but bursting flames. This time, Nianbing did not cast the spell instantly. He did not have the ability to cast bursting flames instantly. Instead, he used a small scroll. With his strong control of the magic, bursting flames skillfully burned the seasonings in the ice pot. The knife returned to his right hand. He shouted again, 2 tomatoes. Ming Yuan shook his hand and threw 2 tomatoes at Nianbing. He watched his movements without blinking, afraid that he would miss a single one. A blue light flashed and instantly enveloped the red tomatoes. 2 red things floated out from the blue light. The judges were shocked to see that it was actually tomato skin. The skin was very neat, with only a small gap. Using a knife to peel the skin of a tomato. Such knife skills had already made the judges open their mouths in shock. The red juice was sprinkled into the ice pot. Under the effect of the proud heaven blade, the tomatoes had already turned into tomato juice. Under the soaking of the seasonings, the tomato juice immediately blended into the flames. The ice pot in Nianbing's hand shook slightly. The tomato juice in the pot was immediately thrown up. At this time, under the effect of bursting flames' extremely high temperature, the tomato juice had completely blended with the previous seasonings. The ice pot flipped in the air and once again, the tomato juice as the main seasonings were thrown into the pot. Lamb ribs. Half of the lamb ribs flew towards the sky. With a flash of the proud heaven blade, the ribs were evenly divided into small sections and thrown into the ice pot. When the raw lamb ribs came into contact with the hot juice, an ear-piercing sound was immediately heard. Nianbing's wrist shook. The ice pot flew out of his hand and landed steadily on the kitchen table. Nianbing's left hand pointed in the direction of the pot. The flame technique appeared again, causing the bursting flames that were about to be extinguished to burn again. Nianbing calmly said, "Master Ming, I'll have to trouble you to pour a small spoonful of oil into the fire in the pot every 3 breaths." The outside of the ice pot was constantly melting, but the inside was constantly burning. Through the ice pot, it was completely possible to see the lamb ribs and tomato juice continuously rolling in the bursting flames. Nianbing floated down. The blizzard technique returned the seasonings to the kitchen table. He put his hands together. The blizzard technique that was originally rotating continuously condensed. Gradually, it condensed into a circular ice cube with a diameter of half a meter. The ice cube was about 8 inches thick. Nianbing attentively looked at the ice cube in front of him. Suddenly, the proud heaven blade brought out a circle of cyan light that surrounded the ice cube, completely shaving off the jagged edges and corners. The proud heaven blade was like a cool breeze that trembled in Nianbing's hand. A low humming sound was emitted from the blade. The clear sound of the wind of freedom constantly danced around the ice cube. The cyan light converged. After Nianbing returned to the kitchen table, the circular ice cube had been neatly divided into 8 sections. The 8 sections were completely connected together. Each section was in the shape of a triangle and the size was exactly the same. Nianbing's left hand pressed on the ice cube that was divided into 8 sections. Suddenly, a cold air wrapped around the ice cube to prevent it from melting. Nianbing said in a serious voice, "Potatoes, carrots, cucumbers, sweet potatoes, pork, mutton, beef, and dog meat, 1 piece each." These things had already been prepared. As soon as he opened his mouth, Ming Yuan immediately handed them to Nianbing. When Ming Yuan placed the ingredients he mentioned on the kitchen table, Nianbing picked up a pot from the side and poured in clean water. His left hand pulled out a scroll from his bosom. Under the urging of his transcendence energy, bursting flames suddenly appeared in his palm. The water in the pot almost immediately boiled. Nianbing used his teeth to bite the pot's handle. His left hand controlled the flame, his right hand picked up the proud heaven blade, and picked up 2 clean snow-white fish from the side. This was a kind of ice fish that was a specialty of the Ice Moon Empire. It only lived in the Ice Sea in the north of the Ice Moon Empire. It didn't have scales and its meat was extremely delicious. It was best used to nourish the body. The snow-white fish was also one of the most precious ingredients that Nianbing needed today. The misty green light of the blade engulfed the fish. First, the proud heaven blade picked up the head and tail of the 2 fish. 4 slashes were done in one go. The head and tail of the fish immediately fell to the side, but the body of the fish was picked up. A crisp sound rang out. Nianbing didn't use the blade to cut the fish, but instead used the flat side of the blade to slap the fish's body. With a light sound, 2 white tips unexpectedly emerged from the fish's body. The tip of the proud heaven blade lightly flicked, and immediately 2 white lines were pulled out from the fish's body. The light of the blade suddenly flourished, and the 2 snow-white fish were instantly disintegrated into powder. For a moment, no one could clearly see how many slashes Nianbing made. With the boiling water and the fish powder of the snow-white fish, the freshness of the fish soup quickly appeared. Nianbing put the blade to the side, and used his right hand to take the pot from his mouth. Looking at the milky white fish soup, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. The exploding flames disappeared, but the fish soup was still boiling in the iron pot. Nianbing put the pot to the side, and came in front of the kitchen table. A green light flashed out, and with the help of the wind from the proud heaven blade, his hand speed reached an unprecedented level. The 8 ingredients that he had prepared earlier, under the effect of the proud heaven blade, were immediately turned into silk threads. For Nianbing, this was clearly the easiest thing to do. The 8 thin strands were placed into the ice tray that had been prepared beforehand. Nianbing used a spoon to add different condiments into each of the 8 strands. He added very little of each strand. When he was done, the fish soup in the iron pot was still boiling. Nianbing smiled at Ming Yuan, who was beside him, and said, "Master Ming, I'll have to trouble you to pour the fish soup into the ice tray." As he said that, he pressed both of his hands on the kitchen table, and 2 completely condensed ice trays gradually took shape. At this time, the ice pot that previously held the lamb chops had already melted to an extremely thin state, and it looked like it was about to shatter. The flames in the pot also looked like they were about to be extinguished. Nianbing looked at the ice tray that he had made, and with a shake of his wrist, one of the ice trays slid out from the kitchen table. He just happened to put the ice pot on the ice tray, and immediately, the ice tray shattered. The lamb chops that were wrapped in tomato juice were piled up in the center of the ice tray. At this time, because of the burning for a period of time, the original seasonings had become sticky, and completely wrapped the lamb chops. There was not a trace of excess juice flowing out. People with discerning eyes knew that his dish had been completed. Nianbing's gaze turned to the chicken wrapped in ice, which was his first dish. With a wave of his hand, he threw the chicken into the air, and his right hand once again shook out an exploding flame scroll. With a boom, in the flames, the ice exploded, and the leaves disappeared in the burning. The golden chicken body fell down in the flames. Nianbing picked up the other ice tray that he had made and caught the chicken. All kinds of ingredients were shuttled back and forth in his hands quickly. It was not difficult for him to arrange 2 ice trays at the same time. When all the ingredients that were mainly used for aesthetic purposes were arranged, he pressed his hands on the ice trays. Suddenly, 2 ice shields appeared on the trays, and completely merged with the trays, covering the dishes. Ao Tianin. Nianbing closed the lead box and took out the cloth bag from his chest. A faint blue light jumped into his hand, and the ghost condor appeared. At this time, the fish soup had been completely poured into the ice trays. Nianbing softly chanted, "Where the ghost condor falls, there is a shocking change, carving 100 waves, divine craftsmanship for eternity, the crescent moon shines on the cold spring." The faint blue ghost condor flew up and down in his hand as if it was dancing. Ice shards continuously flew, and 8 different patterns appeared one after another around the ice trays. Those patterns were completely corresponding to the materials in the trays, and the carvings were exquisite and lifelike. Time's up. 2 chefs, please bring your dishes to the judges' table. Amidst the shock, Marquis Noah announced the end of the competition. Liao Feng stood behind his kitchen table in a daze. His 3 dishes had already been completed when Nianbing was still in the air. Everything that Nianbing had done had already exceeded the scope of his knowledge. Jin Hao's face was filled with the color of death. Although he hadn't tasted the dishes yet, he knew that he had already lost this competition. 6 dishes were brought to the judges' table. Nianbing's 3 dishes were covered with a layer of faint white fog. Marquis Noah looked at Nianbing, then looked at Liao Feng, who had his head lowered in contemplation. He smiled and said, 2 chefs, please introduce your dishes. We will start tasting. Liao Feng, you go first. Bowls and chopsticks were already brought up. Everyone, including Shuiji and Jin Hao, picked up their chopsticks and prepared to eat. Their eyes were completely focused on Nianbing's 3 dishes that were made of ice. Liao Feng shook his head and looked at Nianbing beside him. His eyes revealed a complicated light. I think, I don't need to introduce anything else. I just want to taste Chef Nianbing's dishes. Marquis Noah's gaze turned to Nianbing. He smiled and said, then let's invite Chef Nianbing to introduce them. Nianbing looked at the 3 dishes covered in ice fog and said calmly, these 3 dishes belong to the Fusion of Ice and Fire series. I call this series the 9 Heavens of Ice and Fire. As she spoke, Nianbing pointed to the first dish and said, the main ingredient of this dish is an ordinary chicken. I call it the Ice Fire Hay Chicken. The chicken itself is ordinary, but I first use fire to release the fragrance of chopped onion and ginger into the chicken. Then I use fire to roast the chicken until it is 80% cooked. After extinguishing the fire, I wrap the chicken in a lotus leaf and seal it with ice. Because the chicken is hot, the lotus leaf will release the fragrance of the lotus leaf better and completely fuse with the chicken. Finally, I use the explosive flame technique to make the ice and lotus leaf disappear, and the fragrance of the lotus leaf completely explodes into the chicken. At this time, under the 2 extreme temperatures of ice and fire, the chicken will become even more fragrant and soft, and the skin will be golden and crispy. Perhaps the judges have already noticed that I did not use any seasoning to enhance the flavor of this dish. This is not a mistake on my part, but a deliberate one. Cooking is about bringing out the original flavor of the ingredients. This is the true way of cooking. Therefore, the biggest characteristic of the Ice Fire Hay Chicken is its fragrance. It is a different kind of fragrance. As for the ice cover on the outside, that is to protect the temperature and fragrance of the Ice Fire Hay Chicken. Please taste it while it is hot. Everyone's hands moved at the same time. No one paid any attention to the 3 dishes that Liao Feng had made, and they all went straight for Nianbing's Ice Fire Hay Chicken. The ice outside was broken by the chopsticks, and immediately, a rich fragrance rushed out. The surface of the chicken completely turned golden. Everyone moved one after another. The chicken skin was extremely crispy. Of course, after the first bite of the chicken, the judges, including Jin Hao, all did the same thing and continued to reach out with their chopsticks. At the side, Liao Feng chewed on the tender chicken, and the expression on his face constantly changed. There was no sadness, but pleasant surprise. Brother Nian, I really admire you. Not only did your Ice Fire Hay Chicken completely bring out the flavor of the chicken, it also contains 9 different fragrances. Some are rich, some are light. Let me count, there are a total of 8. Oh, no, 9 fragrances. No wonder it is called the Ice Fire 9 Heavens series. Even if my 3 dishes were added together, they still wouldn't be able to compare to your plate of chicken. Feeling Liao Feng's pride and straightforwardness, Nianbing couldn't help but have a better impression of him. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Marquis Noah shout, Old Shui, eat less and leave some for me. My drumstick, give it back to me. Nianbing lowered her head to look and felt a chill in her heart. At this time, there was nothing left of the plate of chicken, not even dregs. All the judges acted as if they hadn't eaten before. They didn't care about the grease and had already started to use their hands. Even Luo Ro, who had an extraordinary temperament, was holding a chicken wing and eating. In front of delicious food, no one cared about elegance. Nianbing smiled bitterly and said, "Everyone, eat slowly. Aren't there 2 more dishes?" Pointing at the lamb chop, he said, "This dish uses lamb chop as the main ingredient. It is called ice fire blood rain chop. I added more than 10 types of seasonings, only a little of each. It wasn't to add flavor, but to bring out the aroma of the lamb chop. As everyone knows, lamb has a certain fishy smell. After the tomato juice was mixed with various seasonings, not only did it not remove the fishy smell, it also played a role in bringing out the fishy smell. Through the 2 extreme magic of ice and fire, all the seasonings and tomato juice were completely immersed into the lamb chop, causing the lamb chop to embody the freshness of the fishy smell. The tomato juice outside may have already cooled, but the lamb chop inside is definitely hot. It is cold on the outside and hot on the inside, it has a different flavor." Before he could finish his sentence, the judges were chewing on the chicken in their mouths, but their hands were already reaching for the ice, fire, and blood rain steak with chopsticks in their hands. The ice shield was shattered very badly. Nianbing's comments on his dish were very pertinent. The judges could clearly find the exact answer to every sentence he said from the lamb chop. This time, Luo Ro was smart. After the lamb chop entered her mouth, she immediately reached for the 3rd dish cooked with fish soup. "Wow, it's so fresh. Why didn't the snow fish I ate before have this kind of freshness?" Luo Ro held a spoon in her hand. Just as she drank a mouthful of soup, she was captivated by this dish that was placed in an 8-part ice tray. Nianbing smiled slightly and said, "This is one of my best dishes in the Ice and Fire 9 Heavens cuisine. It is called Ice and Fire 8 Extreme Fresh. You should have seen it when I was making it. I used the snowfish as the soup, and even the fish bones were chopped into powder." Ordinary people have 2 mistakes when cooking snowfish. One is that they can't get rid of the little bit of earthy smell of the snowfish. The other is that they throw away the bones of the snowfish. The solution to the first problem is very simple, and that is to get rid of the tendons. Every fish has tendons, which are the white lines that you saw me remove. The tendons of the fish are also called fishy tendons. As long as they are removed, the earthy smell will naturally disappear. As for the bones of the snowfish, there is a certain amount of fish oil in them, which is the most delicious part. Therefore, it is naturally the best choice to put the whole snowfish into the soup. This Ice and Fire 8 Extreme Fresh has 9 main ingredients, which are the snowfish and 8 other ordinary ingredients. When the snowfish soup is still boiling hot, I put it into the ice tray. This way, the other 8 thin ingredients will be cooked by the snowfish soup without losing their own flavor. When the temperature of the snowfish soup drops because of the ice tray, the flavors of the 8 ingredients will merge into the snowfish soup. Therefore, the biggest feature of this Ice and Fire 8 Extreme Fresh is that it has 8 different flavors. This dish is actually a soup, and you only need to drink the soup. The temperature of the soup should be just right now, so please taste it. Whether it was the waiters of the Cool Breeze restaurant or the personal guards of the Marquis and Count in plain clothes, they all understood what it meant to sweep away the clouds and devour the food. The 3 dishes made by Gold Chef Liao Feng looked extremely beautiful from the outside, but compared to Nianbing's Ice and Fire 9 Heavens cuisine, it was a far cry in terms of beauty. Especially the faint white mist of the Ice and Fire 9 Heavens cuisine, it was enough to attract people's attention. After Nianbing finished her explanation, the 3 dishes she made disappeared. The bottle committee looked as if they had not had enough and were almost gnawing on the plates made of ice. Jin Hao put down the cutlery in his hand and looked at Nianbing. He suddenly said, "I have immersed myself in the food industry for half my life, but I have never eaten anything so delicious. Chef Nianbing, if you are willing to come to our great accomplishment restaurant, I will accept any conditions you have." Nianbing said indifferently, "So, Boss Jin has admitted defeat? Don't you need the judges to judge?" Jin Hao's eyes flashed, "There is no need. I am very familiar with what kind of dishes Liao Feng can make. I have lost, and I have lost completely. I really don't understand where Brother Shui found you. I, Jin Hao, am not a sore loser. A loss is a loss. I hope you will consider my words. Marquis, Count, Jin Hao still has matters to attend to, so I will take my leave." After he finished speaking, he walked out of the judge's table and headed out of the Cool Breeze restaurant. The chefs who were originally assisting Liao Feng followed him out. Liao Feng Xing and Nian Bing asked, "Brother Nian, can you tell me, how did you manage to control the taste of the chicken to be so ever-changing?" Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, "The key is in the heat control. Even though the chicken has to be cooked, the heat control and the amount of the scallion and ginger aura can be controlled. The taste of the chicken will naturally change when cooked. This is probably the secret of magic. I have seen the dishes you made. You pay too much attention to the appearance. Although the taste is not bad, it is still lacking compared to the appearance. If you can pay more attention to the changes in taste in the future, you will definitely be able to improve." Liao Feng's eyes revealed a respectful expression. "I have learned. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely learn again." After he finished speaking, he bowed to the Count and Marquis and turned to leave. The Marquis recovered his previous demeanor. He stood up and looked at Nian Bing with a look of approval. Now there is no need for this Marquis to say anything. "Nian Bing, you have won this competition with an absolute advantage. However, I am very curious. How can you have two opposing types of magic at the same time? Although I am not familiar with magic, I know that this is against common sense." Nian Bing reached into his chest and took out a pile of scrolls. There were no less than 30 of them. He smiled and said, "Lord Marquis, please take a look. In fact, I am only an ice magician. All the flames are made by using these things. I used my own ice magic scrolls to exchange for some fire magic scrolls from the magic store. Combined with my own cooking skills, it naturally has the same effect." Seeing so many magic scrolls, the Marquis couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. After all, even the worst magic scrolls were not small. Especially those small high-level magic scrolls. He didn't even need to look at them to know that the magic power contained in them was not small. It could be said that the value of these scrolls was very high. He turned his head to look at Long Ji. "President Long, you always ask the higher-ups to allocate funds. Now it seems that your Magicians' Union also has a lot of resources." Long Ji looked at Nian Bing and said, "Lord Marquis, don't misunderstand. These scrolls are all owned by Nian Bing himself. He is very talented in making magic scrolls. His success rate is very high. That's why he has so many of them. They are not provided by the Union." The Marquis laughed heartily and said, "No matter what, Nian Bing's culinary skills have left me in awe. I'm afraid that even the chefs in His Majesty's palace can't compare to him. What a 9 heavens of ice and fire, what a demonic chef. Using magic in cooking is a new topic. It seems that I have to give some advice to those culinary schools." Luo Ro stood up and said with a smile, "Uncle Noah, I am afraid that your advice will be useless. How many magicians are willing to learn cooking? Uncle, since Nian Bing has already won, shouldn't we give him the spoils of the bet?" Marquis Noah's face turned red. The box containing the holy brilliant stone had always been beside him. He was really reluctant to part with this precious gem of the light element. However, his status was still there, so it was not good for him to show his greed. He nodded and said, "Yes, I almost forgot. Nian Bing, this is your spoils of war." Nian Bing took the lead box and handed it to Polar Snow. "Uncle, this is what you won." Polar Snow did not take it and said with a smile, "No, this is what you won. You won it with the Proud Heaven Blade. Although the Proud Heaven Blade is not completely yours, at least I have already sold it. Why should you give me something that you won from the bet?" Nian Bing was stunned. She looked at Polar Snow's deep gaze and tightened her grip on the square box. She smiled and said, "Then it would be impolite for me to refuse." She did not want to give Polar Snow another chance to make a request. She openly took the Holy Brilliance Pearl into her arms. Although it was a little rude to do so, Nian Bing couldn't care less for the sake of a treasure like the Holy Glory Pearl. Long Ji walked out from behind the judge's table and bowed to the Marquis and Earl. He said, "Everyone, today's competition is over. Brother Snow, if you have nothing else, let Nian Bing go back with us." Polar Snow and Long Ji had always had a good relationship. Moreover, Nian Bing had defeated De Xianxia today, so he was in a good mood. "Alright, then you can go back. Nian Bing, I will send a carriage to pick you up tomorrow evening." Marquis Noah said with some dissatisfaction, "This Marquis is still not full from the 3 dishes just now. Nianbing, I want you to cook 2 more dishes for us to try. A trace of impatience rose in Nianbing's heart. As a top chef, she did not work hard to learn how to cook in order to serve these high officials and dignitaries. However, rejecting the city lord of Ice Snow City at this moment was somewhat unreasonable. Just as she was in a difficult position, Luo Ro came to her rescue again. Uncle Noah, as the saying goes, one should not eat too much delicious food. If you eat too much, you will not be able to taste the true taste. Nianbing used so much magic just now, let her go back and rest. You can come back tomorrow, isn't it the same? When Marquis Noah heard Luo Ro's words, he surprisingly did not insist. He nodded and said, since Roer has said so, then let's leave it at that for today. Old Snow. Take out your treasured wine and let's drink a few cups. That should be fine. Nianbing, you go back first. This Marquis will definitely come back tomorrow to taste your cooking. The Ice and Fire 9 Heavens series is indeed creative. Great Accomplishment Pavilion. Jin Hao sat on a carved wooden chair with a dignified expression. The head shopkeeper, second shopkeeper, and Liao Feng were all standing in front of him. Slamming the table, Jin Hao angrily said, say something. Why are all of you acting like mutes? Owner, what can we do? You've seen it for yourself. That brat called Nianbing has indeed reached a miraculous level in terms of culinary skills. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to suppress the Cool Breeze restaurant in this aspect. The short and stout manager said with a bitter expression. Jin Hao coldly snorted, don't tell me you want me to resign myself to death? Today's competition has sealed off the entire street and made it known to the whole city. If we don't have a good way to deal with it, our Great Accomplishment Pavilion's business will inevitably plummet. Don't tell me you want me to admit defeat to that old bastard Extreme Snow? When I think of his complacent appearance just now, I want to kill him. The second shopkeeper suddenly smiled sinisterly. He took a step forward and said, Owner, this matter is not without a solution. Jin Hao's eyes lit up, what solution? Quickly say it. The second shopkeeper rolled his eyes and said, there are 2 solutions. When that kid Nianbing was cooking, I carefully observed him. His figure felt very familiar to me. It was almost the same as the person who killed third brother. Moreover, third brother's injuries were caused by both ice and fire magic. Today, he also displayed 2 kinds of magic. Although the level of his magic is not high, with his magic control, it is not impossible for him to reach the level of that Masha envoy. Jin Hao said, do you suspect that he is that Masha envoy? Are you sure? The second shopkeeper shook his head and said, frankly speaking, this subordinate is not sure. That's because when I fought the demon's lair, he mainly used fire magic. But today, Nianbing mainly used ice magic to cook. Those fire magic seem to be completed with scrolls, so I can't be sure that he's the demon's lair from back then. But even so, we can still investigate. Once we confirm that he is that person, then it is very likely that he is the person the Snow Goddess Priestess is looking for. At that time, we only need to secretly report to the Snow Goddess Priestess. Not only will Nianbing be out of luck, even the breeze fasting will be implicated. No matter how tyrannical the blood-devouring soul-extinguishing Snow Soul was, it would never dare to make an enemy of the Goddess Priestess. The end of the extreme snow had arrived. Of course, this method has its risks. First of all, we may not be able to find the results. Second, even if Nianbing is the Masha messenger, she is not the person the Goddess Priestess is looking for. I'm afraid the Goddess Priestess will take her anger out on her. Jin Hao nodded and said, tell me about the other way. The second manager chuckled and said, the other method has a much higher chance of success. Owner, with your relationship with the royal family, all you need to do is write a letter to the king and tell him about Nianbing's culinary skills. Do you think the king won't summon him into the palace? Without Nianbing, how can Ming Yuan be our Great Accomplishment Pavilion's opponent? Jin Hao's eyes shone brightly, good, second brother, you are indeed worthy of the title of think tank. We will do as you say and carry out both methods at the same time. I will write a letter to His Majesty tomorrow. At the same time, send someone to monitor Nianbing. You must find strong evidence, understand? The head shopkeeper and second shopkeeper bowed and agreed at the same time, but Liao Feng's eyes revealed a trace of disdain. Xu Jing personally sent Nian Bing and the others out of the Cool Breeze restaurant. The three of them sat in Long Ji's carriage and left. Along the way, no one spoke. Long Ji kept his eyes closed, as if he was thinking about something. The carriage finally arrived at the Magician's Guild. As soon as Long Ji got off the carriage, he said to his daughter, Ling you go back and rest first. I have something to say to Nian Bing. Long Ling nodded and glanced at Nian Bing before turning to leave. Nian Bing, come with me. Long Ji emotionlessly dropped these words and turned to walk into the Magician's Guild. The two junior magicians in charge of guarding the entrance saw him return and hurriedly bowed respectfully. Nian Bing followed Long Ji to a huge steeple building. Nian Bing was very familiar with this place. This was the place where Li Ji had tested her magic. Long Ji walked all the way to the center of the hall before stopping. With his back facing Nian Bing, he said calmly, I never thought that the legendary magic of the same origin of ice and fire would actually exist. Perhaps you can fool them, but it's impossible for you to fool an archmage. Yes, the bursting flame was indeed released by you using a scroll, but that flame magic was your own strength. I could clearly feel the fire magic released from your body at that time. Now, I think it's time for you to tell me something. Great Magician Nian Bing. Nian Bing seemed to have already thought of Long Ji's question. She faintly smiled and said, since I made the Ice and Fire 9 Heavens series, I didn't want to hide anything. President, thank you very much for not directly arresting me for interrogation. It seems that my gamble wasn't wrong. Long Ji turned around and looked at Nian Bing with a dignified expression. Gamble? What are you betting on? Nian Bing faintly smiled and said, I'm betting on your relationship with the Ice God Tower. Due to the oppression of the Ice God Tower, the guild has never had a chance to make a name for themselves. As an archmage, you haven't obtained the status you deserve in the Ice Moon Empire. It's impossible for there not to be any change in your mentality. Actually, I know that you're only guessing about my abilities. You don't have absolute certainty that I'm a dual-element magician. However, I can clearly tell you that I am. I possess both ice and fire magic. I'm also the person the Ice Goddess Priestess is looking for. Her purpose for looking for me is very simple. That is to get back the Ice Goddess Stone. Long Ji's whole body shook as he involuntarily said, You're really the person she's looking for? Nian Bing fished out a roll of cloth from her bosom and unrolled it layer by layer. The black scabbard was the first to appear, followed by another layer of cloth tightly wrapped around the hilt. On this layer of cloth, there were several magic array symbols. The Ice Goddess Stone is a top-notch ice attribute magic stone. It's embedded in this blade. The blade's name is Morning Dew. Its quality isn't below Proud Heavens. I can't show you the Ice Goddess Stone right now. This place isn't too far from the Ice God Tower. I'm afraid that the Ice Goddess Priestess will sense its aura. Let's get straight to the point. I've been studying cooking with my master for 8 years. 8 years ago, I originally had a happy family. However, for some reason, we were separated by the Ice Goddess Priestess. She's the biggest enemy in my life. I've been working so hard to cultivate magic for only one reason. That is, I hope that one day I can kill my way to the Ice God Tower. And you also hope that the Ice God Tower will disappear from the continent. Therefore, in terms of benefits, we're on the same side. As long as you allow me, I'll stay in the Magic Union. Once my magic is strong enough to contend against the Ice Goddess Priestess, I won't hesitate in the slightest. As for my true origin, I won't tell you. Perhaps you'll know in the future. Right now, I just want you to understand that the Ice Goddess Priestess and the Ice God Tower are our common enemies. Nonsense. Long Ji suddenly shouted, the Ice Moon Empire's Magic Union and the Ice God Tower are of the same breath and branch. They're both loyal to the Ice Moon Empire's royal family. You actually dare to say such disgraceful words. I'll take you down right now and send you to the Ice God Tower. A cyan radiance swept out, and a surge of wind magic quickly condensed towards Long Ji. The powerful pressure caused Nian Bing's body to tighten, and she subconsciously took a few steps back. Nian Bing didn't say anything. With a flash of light in her hand, she held the Morning Dew dagger with one hand, and placed the box containing the Proud Heaven blade on the ground with the other hand. Then, she quickly took out the Stone of Fire. Almighty God of fire, please allow me to borrow your left hand, and let the flames descend upon the world, extinguishing all evil forces. Let the flames illuminate the earth, and destroy all obstacles that stand in our way. Fire God's left hand. A huge flaming hand suddenly appeared in front of Nianbing at the same time the incantation ended. Under Nianbing's control, it slapped towards Longji. Under the amplification of the stone of fire, the fire god's left hand released its greatest power, and the hall suddenly became scorching hot. Longji coldly snorted, even a grain of rice dares to show off its splendor. I'll let you see what the strength of an archmage is. A cyan magic staff suddenly appeared in his hand. The magic staff was very long, at least 2 meters long. There were many strange patterns on it, and it emitted a faint cyan light. At the very top, there were 9 cyan gems arranged in a vertical row. Pointing the magic staff forward, Longji loudly shouted, "Break!" A huge wind blade appeared, and the 3-meter-long blade directly chopped into the fire god's left hand released by Nianbing. With a loud bang, the fire god's left hand exploded into sparks and disappeared, and the wind blade was also torn apart by the explosion. Nianbing's face paled under the influence of Longji's aura. He took a few steps back, and the ice and fire powers in his body fluctuated violently. He had read almost all the magic books he could find in the past few days, so he immediately recognized the spell that Longji was using. He exclaimed in shock, "Is that the 6th grade wind spell, Wind God Slash? How is this possible? You can actually cast this magic instantaneously." Longji was also astonished. In his mind, his magic power was far above Nianbing's, and he was also at the 6th step, defeating the 5th step. He should have destroyed the fire god's left hand and then injured Nianbing. But now, he only took a few steps back. As an archmage, instantaneously casting mid and low-level magic is nothing. Of course, the reason why I can instantaneously cast a 6th-step magic is because of the demigod-grade magic staff in my hand, Destiny. Unfortunately, Eola's Slash is already its limit. The magic power condensed by the 9 Destiny Stones can only achieve this much. Moreover, it can only be instantaneously cast once a day. The Destiny Stones need time to absorb more wind elements. With my strength, instantaneously casting a 4th-step magic is a bit easier. Just give up and let us capture you. Nianbing indifferently smiled, and said, "Do you think I'm the kind of person who will not resist and admit defeat? To be able to exchange blows with an archmage is my honor." As he spoke, he put away the morning dew dagger. When his right hand reappeared, there were already 4 magic scrolls clamped between his fingers. Longji coldly smiled, and said, "You want to contend against me with just those mid to low-level magic scrolls?" Nianbing indifferently smiled, and said, "I admit that in the field of magic, I'm far inferior to you. But as the saying goes, a cornered beast will still put up a fight. If you don't try, how do you know that you can't do it? Don't forget that magic scrolls can be used instantaneously." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 of the 4 magic scrolls in his hand had already been thrown out. Longji's face sank, and his eyes shone brightly. He pointed the green destiny staff in his hand forward, and a dazzling green light suddenly appeared. It was another instantaneous spell, but this time it was clearly much smaller. It was a 4th-step wind wall spell. However, he obviously didn't think that a 4th-step spell would be able to block Nianbing's attack. The strength of an archmage was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. 8 consecutive wind walls overlapped each other, completely blocking the space in front of him. For a moment, the entire hall was filled with violent winds, and Longji's figure could no longer be seen from the front. A strange thing happened. The 2 magic scrolls that Nianbing threw out were swept up by the violent winds, continuously fluttering in the air, but no magic was released. Nianbing strangely smiled, "Ah. Sorry, I just threw out a blank scroll." Hee. Hearing Nianbing's voice, Longji was so angry that he almost spat out blood. The 9 wind walls were naturally wasted, and not only that, they even blocked his own attack. With a cold snort, Longji's deep voice resounded rhythmically, and he began to chant an incantation. Although the 9 wind walls blocked his instantaneous spell attack on Nianbing, it also bought him enough time. The higher the level of the spell, the longer the incantation time. In the whistling of the violent winds, Nianbing couldn't hear what spell Long Ji was chanting. Nianbing's expression also became serious. She put away the magic scrolls in her hands, and at the same time took out the small icicle staff. Her left hand raised the stone of fire, and she quickly chanted the incantation she was proficient in. "O great fire god! Please allow me to borrow your left hand, and let flames descend upon the world, extinguishing all evil. Let the flames illuminate the earth, and destroy all obstacles that obstruct the path ahead." Fire god's left hand. The flames brightened, and a huge fire god's left hand appeared on Nianbing's left side, adding a red glow to the hall that was originally dyed green by the wind walls. "O great ice elemental! Condense, become the ice of the ancient cold river, become the ice of the moon, the fusion of ice and ice. Appear, dual-colored ice sphere." Pointing the icicle staff at an angle, blue dots of light continuously condensed, and a huge ice sphere full of ice spikes, half light blue and half dark blue, appeared. This was the highest level spell Nianbing could use at the moment, the dual-colored ice sphere of the sixth step. Nianbing raised the divine stone of fire and the icicle staff at the same time. Nianbing's golden hair fluttered without any wind as he fully activated the ice and fire affinity spell. Red and blue light flickered on the surface of his skin as the magic vortex in his body spun to its limit. "Ah!" Nianbing shouted loudly, and the stone of fire and the icicle staff emitted a surge of red and blue light at the same time, pouring into the two completed spells. The fire god's left hand clenched into a fist, and together with the dual-colored ice sphere, blocked in front of Nianbing. With the continuous infusion of magic, not only did they not increase in size, they actually shrank. Nianbing's face was getting paler and paler, and her magic was beginning to be overdrawn in the process of continuous infusion. The blue light suddenly converged, and the 9-layered wind wall finally disappeared because of the lack of magic support. The 2 white scrolls that Nianbing had previously thrown also fell to the ground. Long Ji's skin appeared a layer of faint blue gas, as if his whole body had turned blue. The pressure that originally disappeared became strong again, and just his solid gaze made the 2 spells in front of Ling Nianbing tremble. Looking at the 2 red and blue light spheres in front of him, Long Ji's eyes burst with a burst of light. "Good, I really didn't see wrong, it really is the ice and fire same origin. But, do you think these will be useful against me?" He swung the dark green staff in his hand, and a blue light shot directly to the wall of the hall. The originally calm wall seemed to be ignited by the blue light, and red, yellow, blue, green, white, and gold lights lit up at the same time, constantly changing. Nianbing, who was familiar with magic arrays, naturally recognized that this was a large-scale magic array. Unless the attack power exceeded the range that the magic array could withstand, otherwise, it was impossible to damage the wall behind the magic array. It seemed that Long Ji was really going to use a big magic. Nianbing didn't say anything, her mind was completely focused on the 2 spells that she had condensed. The Vulcan's left hand and the 2-colored ice sphere had already condensed to half their original size. Long Ji calmly looked at Nianbing. "Not bad, you have indeed understood the essence of magic. I want to see, to what extent can you compress these 2 spells? Frankly speaking, the magic that I just used is a 9th rank wind magic. Perhaps you have also heard that this magic is known as the Wind Magician's Barrier, called Aeolus's Protection. It consumes a lot of magic power, and even with my ability as an archmage, I can only maintain it for half an hour. Under normal circumstances, perhaps no one would use this kind of magic, but to deal with you today, it couldn't be more appropriate." Nianbing's face changed slightly. Of course she knew about Aeolus's protection. Although it was a 9th rank magic, the attack was not 9th rank. When this magic was used, it could instantly cast any wind magic of the 7th rank and below, and the consumption of magic power was only a third of the original. Generally, it was only used when wind magicians were preparing to break out of an encirclement, or when facing a large number of enemies. Soaring Wind. The 3rd rank Soaring Wind spell carried Long Ji into the air, and under his feet, a green hexagram with a diameter of 1 meter appeared because of Aeolus's protection. Nianbing roared again, and under the effect of her spiritual power, the Vulcan's left hand and the 2-colored ice sphere instantly shrank by a third. Her hands moved forward, and the red and blue spheres each drew an arc in the air, flying towards Long Ji. Long Ji's eyes revealed a light of surprise. He discovered that he had still underestimated Nian Bing's control over magic. The green destiny staff pointed forward, and a green whirlwind suddenly appeared. The whirlwind instantly grew bigger, and at the same time, Nian Bing's two magic barriers. This was a 7th-rank tornado storm. Of course, Long Ji did not think that a 7th-rank spell would be able to destroy Nian Bing's two compressed spells. He only wanted to test the power of Nian Bing's magic. Nian Bing moved. His body was on the verge of collapsing, but he still managed to hold on. He quickly pulled his hands back, and the red and blue balls of light suddenly stopped moving forward. A strange light flickered in his eyes. He clasped his hands in front of him and yelled, "Ice, fire, same, origin, origin." The magic that should have been moving forward suddenly flew horizontally, and the two compressed spheres of light, one red and one blue, collided with each other at the same time. Long Ji's expression changed, and he knew that this was bad. At this time, the tornado storm he released had already enveloped the two spheres of light that were about to collide. Boom, the magic elements in the whole hall instantly became berserk, and the red and blue lights mixed together to form a huge explosive force that actually tore the 7th-rank tornado storm into pieces. The red and blue lights rotated and condensed into a huge pillar of light, and suddenly blasted in Long Ji's direction. The expanding energy almost covered half of the hall. Long Ji frowned. After all, this was the first time he faced such a strange magic of the same origin of ice and fire. He did not know how he should deal with it. The green destiny staff in his hand continuously waved, and one after another tornado storm suddenly appeared, bombarding that huge burst of magic power. Nian Bing's body went soft, and she sat down on the ground. She could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Because of the overdraft, there was very little left of her magic power. After all, whether it was magic power or mental strength, the consumption of magic power was too great. He had previously tested this magic when he was cultivating in the peach blossom forest, but at that time, he did not compress the magic. The reason why he used a 5th-rank and a 6th-rank magic was to balance the power of the ice and fire magic. The fire god's left hand, which was cast with the fire god's stone, was definitely equivalent to a 6th-rank magic. Therefore, only the 6th-rank dual-colored ice sphere could complement it. In order to display the power of the same origin of ice and fire magic, the most basic requirement was that the power of the ice and fire magic had to be balanced. This way, they would not mutually devour each other and produce a huge attack power. The whole hall shook violently, and the surrounding defensive magic circle madly shook, as if it could not withstand the huge pressure. The magic power of the same origin of ice and fire was completely released, and Nian Bing could only see red and blue lights in front of her eyes. Only by relying on the icicle staff in her hand did she manage to support her body and not fall. Finally, everything was over. In the end, the magic circle in the hall did not break, but the light was clearly much dimmer. A cyan figure slowly walked out from the aftermath of the explosion. The magic robe on Long Ji's body was somewhat wrinkled, and his complexion was a little paler. The cyan light on his skin had already disappeared. Good, as expected of the same origin of ice and fire magic. I really did not expect that you could actually use such a powerful magic. If it was a magic shooter, in a situation where they were not prepared, I am afraid that they would also be injured by your hands. You actually broke my 9th-rank Aeolus guard, which is famous for its toughness. The power of the same origin of ice and fire magic is already close to that of a 9th-rank magic. It's a pity that using such a spell drained all of your mana. Moreover, the operation time is too long, enough for me to chant 2 or 3 spells of the 9th step. If it were someone else, would they give you such a chance? Nian Bing forced herself to sit up straight, looked at Long Ji with a gentle smile, and said, "Guild leader, actually, the same origin of ice and fire magic is only a form of magic, and is not a real magic. The real name of the magic I just used should be called triple layer of ice and fire. The first layer is the initial compression, and the second layer is the fusion in the air." Long Ji stared blankly for a moment, and suddenly a trace of unease appeared in his heart. Triple layer of ice and fire? Without any warning, a fireball and an ice ball appeared at the same time behind Long Ji. They were respectively a 5th-rank explosive bomb and a 5th-rank monochromatic ice ball. They were not compressed, nor were they amplified by magic items. However, their appearance was so sudden. With a loud bang, the two magic completely collided together. A huge red and blue light pillar appeared once again. It was not as powerful as before, but the one facing it was the defenseless Xianxia. After all, a mage was not a warrior. Even if his brain could react, magic would not be able to react in time. Although this last wave of attack was far less powerful than the previous wave, it was at least close to the 7th rank standard. The Cyan wind let out an angry roar, and swept out like a dragon. It was still a tornado storm. With a loud bang, the originally shaky defensive magic array could no longer withstand the impact of the magic. The 6-colored light disappeared, and a huge impact soared into the sky. The pointed roof instantly exploded, and the tiles and dust rose high into the air along with the magic. Xianxia fell forward a few steps, just in time to arrive in front of Nianbing. He waved the clear netherworld staff in his hand, and a cyan wind wall appeared above the two of them, blocking the falling tiles. However, the dust swept up from the side, and Nianbing and Xianxia were covered in dirt. The dust completely disappeared. Nianbing and Xianxia looked at each other. At this time, the two of them were like natives. One was standing, the other was sitting. Suddenly, they laughed at the same time. In the midst of the laughter, Nianbing humorously said, "It seems that we still have the potential to become Earth-type mages." Restraining his laughter, Xianxia fiercely looked at Nianbing. "Stinking brat, you have to compensate me for my loss. Do you know how much a 7th rank magic scroll is worth?" Just now, at the last moment of crisis, Xianxia had no choice but to use a 7th rank tornado magic scroll in order to not be hurt by the magic behind him. Only then was he able to successfully block the last attack of the triple stack of ice and fire. It was not easy for Nianbing to force the dignified archmage Xianxia to this extent. Nianbing laughed mischievously. "This is easy. I'll compensate you with 2 6th rank magic scrolls." "Respected chairman, how is the power of my newly developed delay magic scroll? It's a pity that this thing is too difficult to make. Otherwise, if it were 2 6th rank magic scrolls, I'm afraid that you would need to use an 8th rank magic scroll to block them." Xianxia unhappily said, "Alright, then I want the same as those 2 scrolls just now. Don't think that I can't see that those 2 scrolls also have the special fusion element of the same origin of ice and fire. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to condense together to attack me after the explosion." Nianbing looked at Xianxia with a smile. "Chairman, actually, I quite admire you. In order to be able to show you the ability that I have, I've already racked my brains to calculate. But I've discovered that the gap is still the gap. If it wasn't because you didn't want to hurt me, I'm afraid that I wouldn't even be able to complete the first magic. After all, an archmage's strength is formidable." Being praised by Nianbing, Xianxia's expression looked a little better. "It seems that you knew from the beginning that I would definitely cooperate with you?" Nianbing shrugged her shoulders, saying, "Not entirely, but I'm at least 80% sure. I've been in the Union for a period of time, and you've repeatedly tried to win me over. If I can't even see this, what right do I have to negotiate with you? Today when I'm cooking, I won't purposely reveal any flaws for you to discover. The reason why I'm doing this is because I'll be leaving here soon. Before I leave, I hope to gain the support of a powerful mage like you." Xianxia sighed, and helped Nianbing up from the ground. "Indeed, I have no reason not to cooperate with you. Suppressing the Ice God Tower can be said to be my greatest wish. Although I'm not too old, but to contend with the priests of the Ice God Tower, I'm afraid that it's impossible in this lifetime. The gap between an archmage and a godly mage is something that you can't imagine." Just as he said this, there was suddenly a commotion outside. The two of them looked towards the door, and saw a few archmages leading the way, including Long Ling and Shurjiu, and dozens of other mages rushing in together. Xiaoxi's face darkened. "What are you all in a panic for? Look at you all, where's the demeanor of a mage?" When the mages saw that it was Xiaoxi here, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Li Hua stepped forward and asked, "Chairman, what happened? Why did the top of the testing hall suddenly explode? Could it be that there's a problem with the magic array here?" Looking at Xianxi and Nianbing's sorry state, the mages wanted to laugh, but did not dare to laugh out loud. Xianxi looked at the crowd, especially the few archmages, and said indifferently, "It's good that you're all here. I just happened to announce something. Although Nianbing only has the strength of a great mage, but from now on, I officially announce that he's one of the elders of the Union. I've had this plan for a long time, but recently he's been studying in the library. Today, everyone is here. No matter who it is, you all have to treat him as an elder. There's no problem with the magic array here. I accidentally damaged it when I was sparring with Nianbing just now. Alright, that's all for now. Ling Shijiao, you two come and help Nianbing back to his dormitory first. After saying this, Long Ji picked up the box containing the proud heaven blade that Nianbing had placed on the ground and handed it to Long Ling. Then, he floated away in Qing Feng's package. After all, his dusty appearance did have a big impact on his status. For a moment, the mages looked at each other. They did not understand what had happened. Li Hua muttered to himself, the strength of the magic array in the testing hall is of the 10th level. Is it so easy to break? Could it be that too much time has passed, and the magic power has dissipated? Long Ling and Shijiao supported Nianbing on each side. When Long Ling saw the blood at the corner of Nianbing's mouth, a trace of pain could not help but flow through her eyes. Nianbing had already forced himself to talk to Long Ji. Now that it was over, he immediately fell into a semi-conscious state. Early morning. After stretching his body, Nianbing felt his whole body aching. He slowly woke up from his sleep. The warm sunlight shone on his body, making him feel indescribably comfortable. This was the first time in more than a month that he didn't rest during meditation. Instead, he actually slept. As his consciousness gradually woke up, Nianbing recalled everything that happened last night. During the battle with Long Ji, because Long Ji had held back, Nianbing wasn't really injured. It was just that he had exhausted too much of his magic power and mental strength, which was why he had vomited blood and fainted. Although he hadn't recovered yet, it was no longer a problem. Slowly sitting up from the bed, Nianbing was surprised to find that he had changed into fresh clothes. He hurriedly felt around his chest and was shocked to find that the stone of fire, morning dew dagger, holy light stone, the cloth bag with the ghost condor and some small tools, and the proud heaven blade were all gone. Even the magic scrolls that he had painstakingly created were gone. There was nothing on him. Touching his chest, he was lucky that the heavenly flower token was still there. Perhaps it was because of it that he was able to calm his mind. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Ever since leaving the peach blossom forest, this was the first time Nianbing was so frightened. The stone of fire and the stone of ice goddess were the last things that his parents had left for him in the ice god tower. Now that they had disappeared, what should he do? Did Long Ji take them? No, it couldn't be. He still had a lot of value to Long Ji. Last night, the last people to support him were Long Ling and Shijiao. He was most afraid of Shijiao. If that was the case, then, at this moment, the sound of the door opening was heard. Although the sound was very soft, it still attracted Nianbing's attention. He hurriedly lay back on the bed and maintained his previous position. Light footsteps sounded, and with a light clack, something seemed to be placed on the table. A faint fragrance told Nianbing who had come. It was the fragrance of orchids. Among the girls he knew, only Long Ling used this kind of perfume. Nianbing, why aren't you awake yet? Dad said that with your ability, you should wake up in the morning. Sure enough, the voice belonged to Long Ling. Her gentle voice was filled with concern. Hearing her voice, Nianbing felt a warmth in her heart. Long Ling had really fallen in love with him. In fact, she was really a good girl. Perhaps, Nianbing, hurry up and wake up, okay? Don't you know that this will make me very worried? Dad once told me to get closer to you. He thinks highly of you and even hopes that you can become my husband. However, your attitude towards me is no different from your attitude towards silence. Even Ro who has always been arrogant, is attracted to you. I don't know how I feel about you. Maybe I really like you, but you're always so mysterious. I'm a little scared. Last night, I thought about it all night and decided to bury my feelings in the bottom of my heart. Because I don't want to have a husband that I have to worry about all the time. I don't want to worry that you'll suddenly change, or that you'll be snatched away by other girls. Perhaps an ordinary husband is more suitable for me. Actually, do you know? Ling is really weak and afraid of being hurt. I don't want to feel that kind of heartache. From today onwards, I will definitely treat you as a friend. Perhaps, this will be good for both of us. I can't compare to Rower's intelligence, nor can I compare to Silence's strength. So, I can only back down. At the end, Long Ling's voice was choked with sobs, and Yan Bing's warm heart gradually cooled down. That's right. What can I give Long Ling? She's so gentle, so kind. She's not suitable to be with me. If I force myself, I'm afraid that she'll only get hurt. Her decision was correct. Could it be that I've always been so ambiguous that these girls have feelings for me? Nian Bing, oh Nian Bing, to you, father and mother are the most important. Since I can't truly give them to you, then just like Linger said, it's best to abandon them early. A man should walk the path he should walk. Nian Bing suddenly felt something warm and moist on his forehead. His entire body stiffened as a sweet scent entered his nose. It seemed to be the lips of a dragon spirit. She kissed him gently and murmured, Nian Bing, I give you my blessings. I will always give you my blessings. Long Ling left and the room became silent again. Nian Bing sat up again and saw a tray on the table beside the bed. On the tray was the same bowl of porridge, 2 steamed buns, and a plate of pickled vegetables. Every day, Nian Bing's breakfast was the same, but for some reason, he suddenly felt that it was hard to swallow, as if there was something stuck in his throat. I'm sorry. I'll also always bless you. If it's not too late when I come back one day, then I'll definitely come and find you. I'll eat the breakfast you send me every day. A new day, a bright and sunny day, was also a day of excitement in Ice Snow City. Early in the morning, the news of the Desheng Pavilion being defeated by the Clear Wind sect in the competition spread throughout Ice Snow City. It was unknown who spread the news, but Nian Bing's culinary skills were described as miraculous. The words ice and fire demonic chef spread to every corner of the city. Although Extreme Snow had long expected such a situation to occur, he didn't expect it to be so crazy. Early in the morning, the entrance of Cool Breeze restaurant was already blocked by customers who were qualified to eat there. Everyone was fighting to see what kind of chef could cook with magic, and what kind of person could make Golden Chef Liao Feng admit defeat on his own accord. Cool Breeze restaurant's business increased by several times. Extreme Snow had no choice but to release a message, saying that Ice and Fire Chef Nian Bing would only personally cook one dish every day, and this dish would be auctioned off for the customers to taste. As for the other dishes of Cool Breeze restaurant, the price would remain the same. Only then did the surging popularity gradually calm down. Of course, if it wasn't for the fact that Cool Breeze restaurant had the backing of a powerful force, those nobles would have already caused trouble. On the contrary, Cool Breeze restaurant's prosperity was a contrast to Desheng Pavilion's decline. For the entire day, Desheng Pavilion could only be described as completely deserted. There were so few customers that it was pitiful. The entire Desheng Pavilion seemed abnormally cold and cheerless. Even the young girls at the entrance who were in charge of welcoming customers were yawning out of boredom. During the day, Nian Bing didn't go to the library. Instead, he meditated in his room for the entire day. This was because he needed to recover his lost magical power. At the same time, he needed to calm his heart and forget about the troubles of the morning. That night, Nian Bing, who had recovered part of his magical power, was quietly brought to Cool Breeze restaurant in a carriage. The one who came to pick him up was still Xianxia. Hey, are you a blockhead? You didn't say a word the whole way, Xianxia said to Nian Bing in dissatisfaction as they were about to reach the back door of Cool Breeze restaurant. Along the way, she told Nian Bing about the bustle of Cool Breeze restaurant in detail. She didn't stop talking, but Nian Bing didn't react at all. He just sat there and listened. What do you want me to say? Silence. Actually, that's what I'm most afraid of. Master once told me that if I show my culinary skills anywhere, I have to leave immediately. I've already broken my promise with Uncle Shui. I'm afraid this month will be very difficult. Xianxia was stunned. Don't tell me you don't want to be famous? Nian Bing frowned. He looked at the heroic young girl in front of him and said, Do you think I'm learning to cook for fame? I've never thought about that. If that's what you think, then I can tell you with certainty that you're wrong. However, you can rest assured that since I promised Uncle Shui a month, I'll definitely finish this month's work. Xu Jing looked at Nianbing and suddenly asked with concern, "What's wrong with you today? Why do I feel that you're a little strange?" Nianbing shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. After I'm done with this dish, can you please let the carriage send me back to the Union? Also, help me thank Uncle Shui. Thank him for his understanding." Xu Jing said, "Actually, there's nothing to thank him for. Father said that the rarer something is, the more precious it is. Only cooking one dish a day can show the nobility of the dishes you make. Moreover, we don't want you to be too tired." The carriage arrived, and Yanbing entered the cool breeze study with Xu Jing. From afar, he could already hear the clamor of discussions, and he felt a wave of irritation. After the time it took to eat a meal, when Yanbing left from the back door, he could only faintly hear people shouting prices in the cool breeze study. The highest price had already reached 20 purple coins. Was a dish really worth that much money? Xu Jing didn't send Nianbing off because she was busy at the cool breeze study. He rode the carriage back to the Magician's Union alone. Today, he didn't see Long Ji and his daughter. When he finished meditating, it was already evening. He could only leave the Union and follow Xu Jing to the cool breeze study. As a result, his precious things were still missing. "Brother, how come you're back so soon? I thought you'd be back at least an hour later." Nianbing heard Shizhou's voice coming from the Union's gate as soon as he got off the carriage. "Big brother, you specially waited for me here?" Nianbing asked with some surprise. Shizhou smiled and said, "Yes. Master told me to wait for you here. He wanted me to tell you to immediately go to the 3rd floor of the library to find him. He's waiting for you there. By the way, you owe me one. Last night, I helped you change your clothes, and I even helped you do a simple wash. Fortunately, your body isn't too dirty. I don't know why, but Ling'er seems to be very unhappy these days. I've coaxed her the whole day, but there's no change." Nianbing suddenly felt that Shizhou didn't seem so annoying. At least, his feelings for Long Ling were real. After bidding farewell to Shizhou, Nianbing walked towards the library. Returning to the Magician's Union, his mood was much calmer. What he wanted to do the most right now was to leave this city of ice and snow as soon as possible and leave this clamor. But before that, learning the magic he needed was naturally the most important thing. Stepping onto the 3rd floor of the library, Nianbing saw Long Ji standing there. In his hand was a book that Long Ji was very familiar with. It was the book on magic arrays that he read yesterday. Closing the book, Long Ji's gaze turned to Nianbing. "You're back." Nianbing walked in front of Long Ji. "Have you been waiting for me?" Long Ji smiled faintly and said, "I've been here the whole day because I want to know why you're able to produce a different result for the same thing. Can you tell me the answer?" Nianbing smiled faintly and said, "Comprehension." "It's that simple?" Nianbing nodded and took the magic book from Long Ji's hand. She smiled and said, "Actually, the answer isn't here. It's on the 2nd floor. There's a book on magic array theory there. If there's a chance, you can take a look at it. Actually, the reason why I can create magic arrays with different effects isn't because I have more control over magic. You should know that. More importantly, I didn't just memorize these things. Instead, I added my own understanding into them. I didn't comprehend the inner meaning of these magic arrays." Long Ji's eyes flashed. "Comprehension, what a good comprehension." Nianbing smiled and said, "Actually, from the first day that I learned cooking from Master, he taught me that cooking isn't something that can be learned through practice. Practice is important, but if you can find a good way to practice, then you can get twice the results with half the effort. And the method needs to rely on one's comprehension to find it. Everyone has their own path. If you find the straight path, then you can reach your destination in the shortest amount of time. This is the case for both cooking and magic." Long Ji smiled. "Kid, do you know why I'm waiting for you here today?" Nianbing shook his head. Long Ji smiled and said, "I wanted to be your teacher, but I didn't expect that you would give me a lesson first. Now I'm a bit doubtful if I have the qualifications to be your teacher." Nianbing's eyes lit up. "Of course you do. Just based on your years of understanding of magic, I can't compare to you." Long Ji sighed and said, "No, maybe I'm stronger than you in terms of overall understanding of magic, but in terms of understanding the true essence of magic, you're already above me." Nian, I hope that you can agree to a condition of mine. At this point, he paused. Nian looked at Long Ji. He knew that this condition was very important to his relationship with Long Ji. As long as he agreed, Long Ji would help him without reservation. In this kind of situation, did he have a choice? No. To be able to obtain the help of an archmage, and one who had a common enemy, would save him a lot of time and energy. He had no reason to refuse his condition. Nodding, Nian said, "Say it, I'll do it as long as I can." The smile on Long Ji's face disappeared, and he said seriously, "I hope that if I die one day, you can take over my current position and help me take good care of Ling Er. Can you promise me that?" Nian smiled bitterly and said, "You seem to have two conditions." "Take care?" "I hope you can say it more clearly." Long Ji sighed and said, "I'm a father. I only want my daughter to be happy. As long as you can make Ling Er happy, I don't care how you take care of her. This is an empty promise. At least, as long as I'm alive, I have the ability to take care of my daughter." Nian heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. "I'll definitely take good care of her as long as I'm able to. If one day you're going to die, please come find me first." Although his tone was very calm, his words were full of weight. In his life, Nian made a promise for the first time. Long Ji smiled, "A man's promise doesn't need to be said too much." "What's the other condition?" Nian frowned and said, "I know you hope that the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Guild can be carried forward, but you should also understand that the current guild is just a mess." Long Ji laughed and said, "Of course it's a mess. If it's not like this, why would I say it's a condition? My position as the president is just a nice name. There are only a dozen or so magicians in my hands who can really play a role. Compared to the hundreds of great magicians in other empires, my Magicians Guild is equivalent to nothing. However, I believe that if you inherit it in the future, this situation will certainly improve. Of course, I will try my best to pave the way for you in my lifetime. This condition is also the most important." Nian took a deep breath. He clearly felt that the burden on his shoulders had become a lot heavier. "Since there's no other choice, then I agree. However, I won't fulfill this promise for at least 8 years. I need to fulfill my master's last wish. After 8 years, I will definitely return here. At that time, it will also be the starting point of my struggle with the Ice God Tower." Long Ji's eyes revealed an excited light. "Good, it's a deal. Kneel down." Nian took a step back and knelt on the ground with a plop. She respectfully said, "Disciple greets master." After saying that, she respectfully kowtowed 3 times to Long Ji. After Long Ji accepted the bow, he helped Nian up. "Nian, do you know that to be able to worship a magister as a master is something that many magicians yearn for even in their dreams? Looking at your appearance, you don't seem very happy." Nian laughed and said, "How happy do you think I should be? After all, we are a union of interests." Long Ji calmly said, "I admit this point. However, since you are already my disciple and have made a promise to me, from now on, I won't have any reservations about you. I will treat you like how I treat Ling Er. Originally, all my hopes were on Ling Er. However, she is a girl after all. I am somewhat worried. Now that I have you, everything will definitely become better." Nian said, "As a man, words are like spilled water. I will definitely fulfill my promise. However, I can't guarantee that the union will flourish in my hands in the future, but at least it won't become worse." Long Ji smiled and said, "A master preaches, teaches, and dispels doubts. Now, I should begin to fulfill my duties. From today onwards, until the day you leave Ice Snow City, this will be your classroom." Nian said with a little surprise, "You don't seem to want me to stay at all." Long Ji nodded and said, "Indeed, you can't stay. Do you know who came here just now?" Nian was stunned and said, "Who?" Long Ji took a deep breath and said, "It's Liao Feng. Yesterday, you were in the limelight too much. Liao Feng is arrogant, but he also has a sense of justice. He has always disdained some dark things. He told me that De Qingxian's Jin Hao is already preparing to deal with you. One way is to investigate whether you are the person the Ice Goddess priest is looking for. The other is to write a letter to the royal family and ask the king to transfer you to the palace as a chef. No matter which of these two things succeeds, it will be very disadvantageous to you. Therefore, you must leave Ice Snow City, and you must leave secretly. Nianbing was shocked, but she quickly calmed down. I don't leave any traces behind. It won't be easy for them to investigate whether I am the person the ice goddess priest is looking for. As for transferring me to the palace, it will be more troublesome. However, the journey from here to Ice Moon City is not short. Even if a horse rushes over at full speed, it will take at least 1.5 months for a round trip. Longji nodded and said, "That's right, from Ice Snow City to Ice Moon City, it will take 1.5 months for a round trip." However, His Majesty has always placed a large number of troops around Ice Moon City. Even if there is a clearance document, it will be delayed for a few days during the inspection process. The Royal Soul Destroyer Knights are stationed there, and the highest commander of the knights is Brother Shue's brother, Shuepa. If we use the magic wind pigeon to send a letter and let Marshal Shuepa delay some time, we can at least delay it from 1.5 months to 2 months. In this way, there is still plenty of time. It should be enough for me to pass on my knowledge to you. Nianbing said, 2 months should be enough. In another 2 months, the carving of the Xingyang saber should be completed. Longji said, "Then let's start now." Nianbing, I hope that you can tell me the situation of how to possess the special magic of the same origin of ice and fire without any reservation. Nianbing nodded and said, "My parents are both magicians. Originally, I had always followed my father to practice fire magic. When I was 10 years old, I followed my father to the Ice God Tower to look for my mother. However, we were stopped by the Ice Goddess Priestess. My father was far from being a match for the Ice Goddess Priestess. At the last moment, they used all their strength to stop the Ice Goddess Priestess. They gave me the Fire God Stone and the Ice Goddess Stone, allowing me to use a teleportation scroll to escape. If my guess is correct, I'm afraid that they have already been killed." He said it very simply and did not describe the situation at that time in detail. However, his eyes already revealed a deep hatred. Longji frowned and said, "So, your mother should be a member of the Ice God Tower?" The Ice God Tower has always had a rule that the women in the tower are definitely not allowed to marry. At that time, you were already 10 years old, but your mother was still alive and well. It seems that her position in the Ice God Tower should be very high. Nianbing coldly said, "High? What's the use of being high? For the Ice God Tower, that can be considered a secret. I don't want to talk about the specific situation. The memories of those years are too painful for me. I hate them. Not only do I hate the Ice God Tower, I also hate those people who chased after us." Later on, in order to avoid being hunted down by the magic experts of the Ice God Tower, I jumped into the Azure Sky River and swam downstream. At that time, I already thought that I was going to die, but I never thought that I would actually be caught by Master's fishing net and survive. My master is the famous ghost chef Xiaji. When my master saw that I knew some elementary magic, he was extremely happy. After accepting me as his disciple, he began to teach me culinary skills. At the same time, I also began to practice magic. At that time, I was surprised to find that there was an additional cold current in my body. At that moment, Nianbing carefully narrated the process of her magic cultivation over the years. After listening to Nianbing's narration, Longji hesitated. "In that case, it was the jade on your chest that awakened your will in time, allowing you to fuse the two types of magic together. Nianbing, do you know that this is not a true fusion? You have always been in a very dangerous situation." Nianbing bitterly smiled and said, "Of course I know. If not for this, why would I come to the Magic Union? One of my reasons for coming here is to find knowledge about the same origin of ice and fire magic. I hope to be able to resolve the hidden danger of the magic power in my body." After thinking for a while, Longji said in a low voice, "It's very difficult. I'll be honest with you. Even on the 4th floor of the library, there is no knowledge about the same origin of ice and fire magic. I'm afraid that even the magic unions of the other empires do not have it. After all, the same origin of ice and fire magic only exists in legends." Nianbing's heart turned cold. She asked, "Then is there no other way? Do I really have to go on like this? I have a premonition that if my magic power reaches a certain level, the current ice and fire vortex will be destroyed. At that time, in the process of them attacking each other, I'm afraid that my body will explode. Longji shook his head and said, "No, you don't have to be so pessimistic. Your current situation is already hard to come by in 1,000 years. Since you can already maintain the harmony between ice and fire, it proves that your body's constitution is special. In addition, you have been cultivating like this for many years. Your body has gradually adapted to the ice and fire magic elements. What you need now is an opportunity. If you can truly fuse your ice and fire magic elements together under special circumstances, then you will truly become the only mage on the continent with the same origin of ice and fire magic. Didn't you just say that you understood? If you want to fuse them, you will need to understand it yourself. Right now, we don't know how much magic power the ice and fire vortex in your body can withstand. Before it reaches saturation, you must comprehend the mystery within." As he said that, Longji grabbed Nianbing's hand. Gentle wind magic slowly fused into Nianbing's body. Nianbing only felt as if a cool breeze blew through her body. Her whole body was wrapped in wind element. After a long while, Longji let go of her hand. He didn't say anything. With a wave of his right hand, the morning dew dagger and the stone of fire wrapped in cloth appeared in his hand. He passed the two magic items to Nianbing's hands respectively, and once again held her wrist. Time passed by minute. After a full half an hour, Longji let out a long breath and let go of Nianbing. Fortunately, the stone of the ice goddess and the stone of fire god are indeed top-grade gems. The reason why you can reach your current state is inseparable from their existence. Just now, I clearly felt that when these two gems were in your hands, the rotation speed of the ice and fire vortex in your body clearly increased. If this vortex wants to continue, it must keep rotating. Only in this way can the ice and fire not invade each other. As long as you keep these two gems by your side, unless your magic power is strong enough to fill your whole body, it will keep rotating. In addition to the stabilizing effect of the warm jade on your chest, there won't be any problems. Nianbing's heart calmed down a little, and she asked, "Master, then what kind of realm is filled with magic power equivalent to?" Longji smiled faintly. Filling the whole body with magic power is a sign of entering the realm of Archmage. You are still very early. If you still can't comprehend the mystery of the same origin of ice and fire before you reach the realm of Archmage, then we can only seal your body so that the magic power in your body won't increase. That way, although you will never be able to reach the highest realm of magic, keeping your life won't be a problem. With the same origin of ice and fire, and strength close to that of an Archmage, your strength is definitely not inferior to mine. With Longji's explanation, Nianbing, who had always been puzzled about the same origin of ice and fire, suddenly felt enlightened. Although the problem wasn't truly solved, knowing that her life wouldn't be threatened, her mood improved a lot. At least in the future, she dared to let go of her training. Nianbing had always believed that her perception wasn't bad. Moreover, she had already found a way to solve the problem from the magic array. It was just that it wasn't mature yet. "Master, thank you. With my nature, the same origin of ice and fire isn't a problem for me." Longji smiled faintly. "Since you have acknowledged me as your master, I can't accept you as a disciple for nothing. I'll give you a greeting gift. Yesterday, I originally wanted Ling and Shurjiu to send you back to your room, but after thinking about it, you had so many treasures on you, and yet you were unconscious. It was a bit inappropriate. I'll go and collect all your things. Don't tell me you didn't find it strange that the divine stone of fire and your cold blade suddenly appeared? Look, they're actually stored in this." While saying that, Longji extended Nianbing his right hand. Only then did Nianbing see that Longji was wearing a black ring. The ring's appearance was very simple, like an iron ring, unremarkable. Longji took off the ring and smiled. "Don't look down on it. It's a dark gold ranked magic item. Sigh, speaking of which, our union is really poor. Magic items are pitifully few. This ring is called the spatial ring. The metal used to forge it is extremely special. It's a magic item used for spatial storage. You have to know that most magicians carry many things when they go out, and our bodies are relatively weak. If we carry so many things, how can we carry them? A spatial storage type magic item is a necessity for a high-level magician. Generally speaking, rings are the best because they are small and easy to carry. In this ring, you can store 10 cubic meters of things. It's enough. I put all your treasures in here. While saying that, Long Ji's wrist shook, and a surge of magic power entered the ring. His azure destiny staff suddenly appeared out of thin air. Handing the ring to Nian Bing, he said, "There's nothing left for me in here, take it with you." Although it's a spatial magical item, the magical array within it is extremely ingenious. Any kind of magical power, combined with one's mental strength, can be used to retrieve the items stored in it. After putting on the ring, Nian Bing subconsciously probed the interior of the ring with his spiritual power. Indeed, what he felt was a spacious space, and his belongings were in this space. With a thought, he infused his dermic power into the ring. Under the control of his spiritual power, the morning dew dagger and the divine stone of fire in his hand instantly disappeared and appeared in the spacious space. Nian Bing felt a burst of excitement. This was what he needed the most now. He hurriedly said to Long Ji, "Master, thank you." Long Ji laughed heartily and said, "I've heard the word master most clearly. Alright, let's begin our research. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me immediately." From that night onwards, Nian Bing led a regular life. Apart from the necessary washing up, even Long Ji rarely left the library. His meals and drinks were all personally delivered to the library by Long Ling. Under Long Ji's guidance, Nian Bing found it much easier to read. There were some things that he didn't need to ponder on himself. Long Ji directly provided very insightful insights, in addition to his own understanding of magic, and explained them to Nian Bing. Although the two of them were of different types of magic, with Long Ji's help, Nian Bing's understanding of the field of magic became more and more profound. The speed of reading on the third level also increased by quite a bit. Every night, the Breeze restaurant's horse carriage would arrive punctually to pick up Nian Bing. Every time, he would leave and return in a hurry. Learning magic was what he wanted the most. Unknowingly, it was already the last day of Nian Bing's promise to Shui Ji. Although a month had passed, the Breeze restaurant's business was still booming. Especially Nian Bing's daily finale, it had never been repeated in the past 30 days. The price had risen from a few dozen purple gold coins to over 100 purple gold coins. After finishing today's dishes, Nian Bing didn't leave in a hurry as usual. These days, he had been using Ming Yuan's special stove to cook. Every time he cooked, he asked Ming Yuan to watch from the side. He tried his best to slow down so that Ming Yuan could see more clearly. "Master Ming, did you see the method just now?" Nian Bing washed her hands and took off the chef's hat on her head. Ming Yuan nodded sincerely and said, "So that's how it works." "Nian Bing, you've taught me a lot in the past month." "Thank you very much. Although you are younger than me, I still want to call you master." With that, he bowed to Nian Bing. Nian Bing was shocked and quickly supported Ming Yuan. "Master Ming, please don't be like this. Although these days, we've only been together for less than an hour, but some of your insights have been very helpful to me. Between us, we're just learning from each other." Ming Yuan said seriously, "Nian Bing, do you know? All this time, I thought that it would be hard for my culinary skills to improve. But, in this month, you didn't hesitate to let me watch your cooking methods and even explain the mysteries behind them to me. I think that even if Liao Feng were to come again, he wouldn't be able to win against me. You've let me see another door of culinary skills. Actually, even if you don't use magic, you're still a top chef." Nian Bing smiled and didn't say anything else. She lifted the kitchen curtain and walked out of the 10 square meter area. The moment she came out, she was shocked. All the chefs stopped what they were doing and looked at her respectfully. "What is everyone doing? I think there are still many customers waiting outside." "Everyone, please continue. They are thanking you, just like how I want to thank you. Nian Bing, you brought the entire Clear Wind restaurant to new heights." As the voice sounded, Shui Ji and his daughter walked over. Under Shui Ji's lead, a thunderous applause sounded. Those admiring gazes made Ling Nian Bing's blood boil. After all, she was still a young person. "Uncle Shui. Thank you for taking care of me these days." Nian Bing bowed to Shui Ji. Shui Ji smiled. "No, you should be the one taking care of me. How I wish that this month could be extended indefinitely. But I know that you're an eagle and should fly further away. I've already talked with Brother Long, don't worry, I won't use any reason to keep you here. I just hope that you can come back and visit when you're free. Nian Bing thought for a moment and said, Uncle Shui, I think that your auction needs to continue. I think that Master Ming's culinary skills can handle it. Tomorrow, you can hold the auction first and then announce that I'm leaving. As long as the guests taste Master Ming's dishes, there shouldn't be any dissatisfaction. Ming Yuan walked over and nodded. Nian Bing's words make sense. As long as you're not a true gourmet, you won't be able to taste the difference between my dishes and Nian Bing's. Nian Bing, I really want to know how much of your skills you've used these days. I understand that you haven't used your full strength in order to maintain the Clear Wind restaurant in the future, right? Nian Bing smiled. About 70%. Ming Yuan sighed. Even 70% is something I can't compare to. There's no limit to cooking. I hope you can improve even more in the future. Nian Bing nodded. That's my goal as well. Don't worry, I'll definitely work hard. As he spoke, he channeled his magic power into the spatial ring on his finger. 10 magic scrolls appeared in his hand out of thin air. At the same time, a piece of paper appeared. Each magic scroll was tied with a ribbon of different color. Nian Bing handed the scrolls and paper to Xu Jing. These are the scrolls I promised. Each one of them is my blood, sweat, and tears. I've already written down how to use them on the paper. They're all dual magic scrolls. In times of emergency, just open the scrolls and you'll be able to use them. Xu Jing took the scrolls, but didn't even look at them. Her eyes shone faintly as she asked softly, Are you really leaving? Nian Bing nodded resolutely. I've chosen the path I should take. I can't turn back. Shuiji said, Silence, send Nian Bing out. Xu Jing sighed softly and walked out of the kitchen. Nian Bing said goodbye to Shuiji, Ming Yuan, and the other chefs before following her out. The night was so quiet. Only the occasional sound of the wind rustling the leaves added a bit of life to the silent night sky. Walking on the path to the back door of the Cool Breeze restaurant, the fragrance of the plants assaulted their nostrils. Nian Bing, do you hate me? Xu Jing, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Nian Bing walked to her side. Why do you say that? Xu Jing turned around and looked at Nian Bing. If not, then why do you keep avoiding me? Nian Bing smiled and said, Don't you like Yan Feng? If he comes looking for you outside and sees you with me, won't he misunderstand? Xu Jing's voice suddenly rose a few octaves. What? This is your reason? Don't you know that when you first came to the Cool Breeze restaurant to compete with De Qingxian, Yan Feng had already left Ice Snow City and was summoned back by His Majesty? Nian Bing was stunned. I really don't know. These days, other than coming to the Cool Breeze restaurant, I've always been in the Magician's Guild's library. How could I know? Although she said that, in her heart, she thought that it was fortunate that Yan Juhua had already left. Otherwise, if he came looking for her again, she really didn't know how to face him. Xu Jing snorted and said, Forget it. You can go. Oh. Then I'll go. Perhaps, when I leave Ice Snow City, I won't inform you. After saying that, Nian Bing walked towards the back door. You're really leaving? Xu Jing's dissatisfied voice sounded behind her, causing Nian Bing to have no choice but to turn around. A red cloud suddenly rushed over. Nian Bing's body shook and she almost lost her balance. She subconsciously hugged Xu Jing's supple body. She felt a pain on her shoulder. When she looked down, it was Xu Jing who had bitten her shoulder. Nian Bing didn't move, nor did he cry out in pain. He only smiled bitterly as he looked at the heroic girl in his arms. Xu Jing fiercely pushed Nian Bing away and said hatefully, You dead person, quickly leave. Looking at her beautiful red eyes, Nian Bing sighed in his heart. However, he really didn't dare to linger and hurriedly walked out of the Cool Breeze restaurant. Looking at his departing figure, Xu Jing's face suddenly revealed a trace of a smile. Humph, you can go. You have legs, but so do I. After leaving the Cool Breeze restaurant, Nian Bing didn't take the prepared carriage. Instead, he slowly strolled along the street. These days, he had been studying magic, so he really needed to relax. Not long after he walked out of the central street, the sound of horse hooves and wheels suddenly sounded. Nianbing looked back and thought, could it be that the carriage had caught up? It was indeed a carriage, but it didn't belong to the Cool Breeze restaurant. However, Nianbing recognized this carriage. The carriage stopped beside him. Luo Ro's beautiful face, which didn't know the world of mortals, poked out from the carriage. Get in. Nianbing frowned. Thank you for your kindness, but I want to walk by myself. Luo Ro was slightly annoyed. Am I a scourge? Other than the first time we met, why is it that every time you see me, you can't wait to avoid me? Nianbing smiled bitterly. Miss, don't forget that you already have a fiancé. A man and a woman alone together, it doesn't seem appropriate. Luo Ro's eyes suddenly revealed a trace of sadness. Are you getting in? Although it was a request, her tone sounded very weak. Nianbing didn't have any bad feelings towards Luo Ro. In the end, he stepped onto the carriage. Sitting across from Luo Ro, Nianbing looked at her and said, Miss Wise Girl, why are you looking for me? Luo Ro looked at Nianbing. At this moment, she looked so weak. Nianbing, call me Ro-er. I think we can be considered friends. Today is your last day at the Cool Breeze restaurant. I purposely waited for you outside. Nianbing looked at Luo Ro and said, you seem to have something on your mind. In Ice Snow City, you can be said to be the favored daughter of the heavens. Even Jing-er and Ling-er can't compare to you. Could it be that you have something on your mind? Luo Ro nodded and said, of course there is. Do you know why everyone, including those officials, is respectful to me? It's not only because of my intelligence, but also because of my marriage. Nianbing's heart skipped a beat and said, if that's the case, then your fiancé should have a very high status in the Ice Moon Empire. Luo Ro said, that's right. My fiancé is the current 5th prince of the Ice Moon Empire. He's also the one who is most favored by the emperor and has the most hope of inheriting the throne in the future. When I was very young, I liked to show off my intelligence. That's right, it did bring me a lot of glory. However, the young me didn't know that at the same time, it also brought me a lot of trouble. I don't know when, but news of me spread to the palace. At that time, my father was only a small baron. I don't know how His Majesty found out about this, but he personally summoned us father and daughter. At the banquet in the palace, His Majesty gave me 3 difficult questions. Young and hot-blooded, I answered them one by one. My troubles began at the quarter of the year. Nianbing continued, His Majesty must have admired your intelligence. In addition to your appearance and noble background, he arranged a marriage between you and the 5th prince, right? Since the 5th prince was able to obtain His Majesty's appreciation, he must be quite capable. Since that's the case, there's nothing bad about you marrying him. Luo Ro snorted and said, nothing bad about it? Haven't you heard of the saying, once you enter the palace, you'll be as deep as the ocean? The 5th prince's abilities are indeed outstanding. I've seen him in the palace when I was young. His appearance is also top-notch. However, his abilities are also reflected in other aspects. From what I know, he already has 16 concubines. Do you think I'll be happy marrying such a person? At most, I'll be a queen in the future. That's not the life I want. I'm already 18 years old. In 2 years, when I'm 20, I'll be marrying the 5th prince who's older than me by 2 years. Tell me, how can I not be annoyed? Nianbing said, then what's your decision? Are you marrying him or not? Luo Ro said sadly, of course I'll marry him. Do I have the right to choose? I still have to think about my parents. If I marry the 5th prince, my father's position will naturally soar. If I don't marry him, I'm afraid my entire family will suffer. I don't have a choice at all. Ro-er, I still don't understand what you mean. You didn't come looking for me today just to tell me these things, right? Nianbing found that he was more and more moved by Luo Ro. He might as well get straight to the point. He didn't want his decision to be affected by his emotions. Luo Ro's expression changed slightly. She sighed and said, I do want to ask for your help. I heard that you'll be leaving soon to travel the continent. I want to ask you to help me send a letter to the Ottoman Empire. Moreover, this letter must not be received by anyone in the Ice Moon Empire. If you can help me with this, perhaps I won't have to marry the fifth prince. Nianbing said, who in the Ottoman Empire should I send it to? Luo Ro said, send it to the capital of the Ottoman Empire and give it to Marquis Bluefeather's youngest daughter. Oh, no, Marquis Bluefeather was promoted to duke last year. His daughter's name is Lan Chen. Marquis Bluefeather is very famous in the Ottoman Empire. You'll definitely be able to find out about him there. Since you're going to travel anyway, and the Ice Moon Empire shares a border with the Bluefeather Empire, just help me with this, okay? Sending a letter wasn't a difficult matter. After all, this was related to Luo Ro's lifelong happiness. Nianbing nodded and said, I hope there won't be any trouble. Luo Ro said happily, that means you've agreed. As she spoke, she took out a letter and a small bead emitting a gentle white light. She handed it to Nianbing and said, this bead is a token. Add this to the letter and Lan Chen will definitely believe you. Nianbing received it and was surprised to find that the smooth bead had a familiar warmth to it. It was actually made of white jade. He didn't look at it carefully. With a wave of his hand, he put the letter and bead into his spatial ring. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the Magician's Guild. Nianbing said to Luo Ro, I'll do my best to help you deliver the letter. I'll be leaving now. Goodbye. Wait a moment. Luo Ro suddenly moved to Nianbing's side and kissed him on the cheek. The faint fragrance left Nianbing in a daze. Luo Ro's eyes were filled with gratitude. Nianbing, thank you. If I've caused you any trouble in the past, please forgive me. You're actually a good person. Nianbing touched his own face as a strange feeling rose in his heart. A good person? Am I really a good person? Not long ago, Shuojing called me a dead person. Another half a month had passed. On the fourth floor of the Ice Moon Empire's Magician's Guild, Nianbing was carefully reciting a magic incantation. Longji had high hopes for Nianbing. 20 days ago, after he had finished learning all the knowledge on the third level, Longji allowed him to continue learning on the fourth level. There were far fewer books on the fourth level compared to the third level. There wasn't even a full bookshelf on the fourth level. The magic knowledge here was extremely profound. Even with Nianbing's intelligence, he could only memorize it and slowly understand it. On the fourth floor, there were all kinds of incantations, including 11th rank forbidden spells. Although there were very few of them, these incantations were the most precious assets of the Magician's Guild. Ordinary magic was divided into 10 ranks. At the 11th rank, it was the so-called forbidden spell. And the highest rank was the 12th rank God's Descent. It was called the forbidden spell of forbidden spells. Nianbing. Longji opened the restriction and walked up from below, interrupting Nianbing who was reciting. Master, didn't you say that I only need to recite these things and that I don't need to explain anymore? Nianbing looked at Longji with some surprise. When he first became Longji's disciple, he was still somewhat guarded. However, Longji's selfless teaching made him feel as if he saw Zhaji's figure again. Longji's expression was somewhat ugly. Nianbing said, you must leave tomorrow. I just received news that after His Majesty received your news, he was very interested in your cooking skills. He has already sent a message to Marquis Noah using magic wind pigeons. The magic wind pigeons are very fast. They will definitely arrive at Ice Snow City within 3 days. Therefore, you must leave tomorrow. Nianbing had always wanted to leave Ice Snow City. However, when he suddenly heard Longji telling him to leave, he couldn't help but feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, he still nodded and said, Master, I have already memorized most of the things here. If I hurry up, I should be able to finish memorizing them by tonight. Anyway, I have nothing to pack. I will leave tomorrow morning. I have not appeared outside for the past few days. I think that the people of Great Accomplishment Pavilion should not know that I am still in the city. Longji coldly snorted and said, if you think so, you are underestimating them too much. I have long discovered that there are people monitoring the surroundings of the Union, as if they are afraid that you will run away. Your existence will always be a threat to Great Accomplishment Pavilion. Nianbing nodded and said, I understand. Master, is there anything else you want me to do? Longji did not speak. He walked to the only bookshelf and hesitated for a moment. Then, he took out a magic book from the top row of the bookshelf. Nianbing had already read that book. It described the effects of some forbidden spells. When he read it, Nianbing was really shocked by the power of the forbidden spells. Longji held the book and sighed softly. Originally, I didn't want to teach you this magic, and I didn't want you to use it. But now, I feel that it's better to teach it to you. Although it's very harmful, it's the best way to save your life. Nianbing looked at Longji with some doubts and asked, Master, what kind of magic is it that makes you so troubled? A green light appeared from Longji's finger. The active wind element jumped in the air. The green light was brought up by his finger and drew a strange pattern on the surface of the magic book. Nianbing, who was familiar with magic arrays, immediately understood that it was a simple array to activate a hidden effect. The light flashed, but the magic book did not seem to have any changes. Longji opened the book. The original first page disappeared and a layer of small golden words appeared. He handed the book to Nianbing and said in a deep voice, Remember this spell, but do not read it out loud. You must remember every word clearly. The spell was very long. Nianbing did not pay attention to its contents. Instead, he followed Longji's instructions and imprinted it in the depths of his mind. When he had completely memorized it, he raised his head and asked, Master, what spell is this? Longji's eyes flashed and said, This is an ancient curse spell. It is also the biggest secret of our union. Nianbing's body shook and said, Curse spell? Isn't that something that only dark magic has? According to the records, dark magic seems to have been lost a long time ago. Longji shook his head and said, No, actually dark magic still exists. However, because dark magicians have always been hunted by the various worlds of the continent, they hide very secretly. At the same time, their numbers are very small. Actually, dark magic is a very mysterious magic. It has special effects that other magic cannot achieve. However, I can tell you that this curse spell does not belong to the category of dark magic. It is a special ancient curse spell. Originally, only I knew of its existence. Now, you are the second. Nianbing asked curiously, Then what effect does it have? Longji said, The effect is very simple. It is to curse oneself. Curse oneself? Even if Nianbing was smart, he still could not understand Longji's words. Correct, it is to curse oneself. By cursing one's own life, one can obtain even more power. In an instant, one can exceed one's own limit in using magic. Using this curse can be controlled. According to the strength of the curse, the power obtained will also be different. Its name is Life Song of Curses. Nianbing's eyes shone brightly, Master, I want to know how powerful this spell is. Longji glanced at Nianbing and said, It is very terrifying. An 11th step forbidden spell and a 12th step God's descent spell have completely different powers. At that time, the ice goddess priestess once used God's descent spell to destroy 100,000 soldiers of the Longmu Empire. It was also because of that battle that she had today's status. If I use this curse to release all my life force and then use a forbidden spell, although I may not be able to achieve the same effect, it will definitely not be a problem for me to resist the ice goddess priestess for 2 hours. This is the power of a curse. You must remember, unless you are in a life and death situation, you must never use this curse. Because every time you use it, it will cause you to lose at least 5 years of life force. Do you understand? Nianbing nodded and said, Master, I understand. It is used to put my life on the line. Longji nodded and said, It's good that you understand. In addition, there is one more thing. It is now September. Next year, on the 7th of July, the Huarong Empire's capital will be holding a new magician convention. I hope you can represent the union to participate. At that time, you only need to show your participation card. Each empire can send 2 new magicians under the age of 25. Other than that, there are no other restrictions. The Ice Moon Empire will send 2 magicians. One will be chosen from the Ice God Tower, while the other will be chosen from our union. Every time, the magicians our union will send are just foils. I hope you can fight for your master's honor. Of course, you can also refuse. After all, this is not within the scope of our original agreement. I have given you the participation card, whether you want to go or not is up to you. As he said that, he took out a black token from his bosom and handed it to Nianbing. The token had an obvious magical aura. On it was a complex magical array. Even Nianbing was unable to distinguish its characteristics. There was a number on the token. It was 10. Do you see it? The number is 10. This means that our results in the last competition were 10th place. Long Ji's voice was tinged with sorrow. Nianbing put the token into her spatial ring and said with a faint smile, "Master, if it is on the way, I think I will go." Long Ji handed a scroll to Nianbing. "You brat, you just won't give me a definite answer. This spatial scroll can take you directly from here to the alley not far from the back door of the Cool Breeze study. I want to see how the Great Accomplishment Pavilion can keep an eye on you. As for when to leave, you can decide for yourself. Don't say goodbye to me. I don't like that feeling. As for Ling I will speak for you. Finally, I will remind you one more time. Don't forget what you promised me. How much you can achieve in the future will depend on yourself." Long Ji left. Nianbing put the scroll into her spatial ring. Was she finally leaving? This was what she had been looking forward to. But, was she really not reluctant to leave? Early in the morning, when the first ray of sunlight brought light to Ice Snow City, a gray figure quietly appeared in the alley not far from the Cool Breeze study. Looking around, Nianbing put on the tattered felt hat she had brought from the Magician's Guild. With her coarse clothes, unless it was someone familiar, no one would be able to recognize her. Looking around, Nianbing was just about to leave to find Feng Nu. Suddenly, she heard a clear voice. At the same time, a strong magical wave came from the corner not far from the alley. Driven by curiosity, Nianbing walked towards the corner. Suddenly, she saw a strange scene. It was a little girl who looked to be only 14 or 15 years old. She was not tall, only reaching Nianbing's chest. Her figure was petite and exquisite. Although her clothes were a little tattered, it could be seen that they were originally made of very luxurious cloth. Her hair was combed into 2 long black braids. Her back was facing Nianbing, and she was muttering something. "I summon you in the name of Shiyun. Come out, my pet, faint." She pointed a small pitch-black magic staff at the ground. Suddenly, a red hexagram appeared on the ground. The light of the hexagram was not very obvious. The strangest thing was that although it was red, it did not release any heat. The magical elements in the air seemed to be repelled and dispersed. Just when Nianbing did not know what she was doing, the dark red light suddenly expanded. A scene that made Nianbing almost cry out in shock happened. On the dark red hexagram, a huge figure appeared. With a moo, the figure gradually became clear. It had black and white hair on its body. It was a cow. The dark red hexagram disappeared. The cow rubbed against the girl's body affectionately. Although the cow's body was not very tall, it was extremely fat. As long as it moved a little, the fat on its body would constantly tremble. "Good cow, I'm so hungry. I can't walk anymore. Can you give me some milk to drink? I'm starving to death." The girl patted the cow's head and said somewhat pleadingly. The cow let out a low growl in dissatisfaction, as if it did not want to contribute its milk. Nianbing at this time felt a burst of nervousness. What did she see? Although it was a cow, but this was clearly a special magic of the same origin as her ice and fire, summoning magic. Could it be that this little girl was a summoning mage? Heavens! Summoning mages actually existed. Nianbing had read about it in the Magician Union. Summoning magic was known as the most mysterious magic on the mainland. It was even more mysterious than dark magic. The requirements for practicing summoning magic were very strange and very few people could meet them. The basic requirement was that the person who practiced summoning magic had to be a naturally white person. The so-called Caucasians were people who were born without any physical attributes. Although it was rare to have dual attributes, there were still 1 or 2 in 1,000 people. However, Caucasians without any attributes were 1 in 10,000. According to the records, thousands of years ago, the level of magic at that time was much more advanced than it is now. Magicians were the most mainstream profession. Humans would choose to cultivate magic according to their own attributes. If you were a white person at that time, you would inevitably be called a piece of trash. At that time, one of the few Caucasians could not withstand the pressure from the outside world and chose to commit suicide. However, during the process of suicide, something strange happened. No one knew what happened at that time, but a few years later, the continent's first summoning magician appeared. Although Caucasians could not practice magic because they did not have any attributes, they were born with strong mental strength. Summoning magic was to use mental strength to summon various creatures that had signed a contract with the summoner. These creatures could be as small as birds and beasts, and as big as giant dragons. They could all become the summoner's companions. The stronger the mental strength, the stronger the creature could be summoned and made to fight for the summoner. To become a summoning magician, the most important thing was undoubtedly to increase one's mental strength. However, luck was also very important. As a summoning magician without any abilities, due to their lack of talent, they couldn't even practice martial arts. How could it be easy to sign a contract with a powerful creature? Therefore, luck was also very important to a summoner. In order to be able to summon a stronger summoner, these Caucasian summoners researched a special magic that was suitable for them. That was the spiritual magic that relied on their strong mental strength to cultivate. For ordinary people, this was almost impossible. However, for them, it was not difficult. Not knowing when, the legendary summoners disappeared from the mainland due to the lack of Caucasians. Legend had it that the strongest summoner, the dragon summoner, also came to an end. Nianbing had never thought that she would meet a summoning magician before she left Ice Snow City. Although she had only summoned a cow, the fact was that she had summoned a summoning magician. As she thought of this, Nianbing's mental strength fluctuated violently due to the shock in her heart. Moo. The cow raised its head warily and looked in the direction of Nianbing. The girl followed the cow's gaze and turned around at the same time. At this moment, Nianbing finally saw her appearance clearly. Her fair skin was like white jade, and her beautiful face had a pair of big black eyes that were the same color as her hair. Her eyes were really big, and they exuded a friendly aura. Her small red lips slightly pouted, and she blinked in surprise. "Who's there?" Nianbing walked out from the shadows and said awkwardly, "Hello, little sister." The girl stuck out her tongue. "You're so annoying. Don't call me little sister. I'll be 16 in 11 months. What are you doing there? Could it be that you deliberately followed me? No wonder father said that there's no good in the outside world. Why are you following me?" Nianbing hurriedly shook her head and said, "No, don't misunderstand. I'm not following you. I just happened to pass by here and felt the fluctuation of magic, so I came to take a look." "Little sister." "Oh, no, miss, are you a summoning magician?" The girl was stunned for a moment and said, "You can tell? Father said that whoever recognizes our identity must die." Nianbing was shocked and said, "What? Why is that?" The girl shook her head and giggled. "But don't be afraid. Even if I want you to die, it won't be that easy. Because I don't have a pet that can attack people. Big brother, do you have anything to eat? I'm so hungry." Nianbing helplessly shook her head and said, "I came out in a hurry, so I don't have anything to eat with me. But I can buy some for you. Aren't there a lot of food shops outside? Why don't you buy some?" The girl pursed her lips and said, I snuck out and didn't bring any money with me. These days, I've been drinking light milk to not be hungry. Big brother, can you buy me something to eat? I'll use light milk to exchange with you." Nianbing looked at the fat cow and said, "It's called light milk." The girl's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. "Light milk, why aren't you saluting this big brother?" Light milk mooed and suddenly lifted its two front hooves, raising its fat body. Nianbing could clearly see that there were 8 fat cows under its belly. They were red and looked like they had a lot of milk. Just at this moment, something strange happened. The milk cow called Light Milk's 8 teats suddenly shot out a milky white light at the same time, attacking Nianbing like lightning. Nianbing wasn't a warrior. Even if his reaction was fast, there was no way he could dodge in this narrow alley. The activation magic scroll played a crucial role at this moment. A blue light suddenly lit up and a thick ice wall suddenly appeared in front of Nianbing. Under the attack of the white light, 8 deep holes appeared in the ice wall that was nearly 1 meter thick. Nianbing didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he found out that the 8 white lights were actually 8 streams of milk that shot out from the teats. He didn't doubt that in a situation where he didn't have any protection, these 8 streams of milk could easily penetrate his body. With a slight wave of his right hand, the stone of fire god appeared from the space ring. Nianbing carefully chanted a spell and looked at the girl in front of him vigilantly. The girl saw that Nianbing blocked the milk cow's attack and couldn't help but look at him in surprise. "You're also a magician?" Nianbing nodded and said, "Of course, otherwise how could I have felt the fluctuation of your magic before?" The girl curled her lips and said, "Then there's no other way. I have to kill you. Otherwise, if father knows that I revealed my magic secret, he won't let me out in the future." "I'm sorry, brother." Her charming face emitted a sunny smile, making it difficult for Nianbing to associate her with the word murder. But at this time, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. This girl in front of him who could use summoning magic was definitely not simple. He subconsciously took a step back. The milk cow called Nianbing had already arrived in front of the girl. Its pair of eyes looked at Nianbing with disdain. With a moo, it raised its 2 front hooves and shot 8 streams of milk at Nianbing. But this time, it was much more hurried. Nianbing held the stone of fire god in his right hand and slowly extended it forward. A ball of purple flame suddenly condensed into a fire shield in front of him. This was a rank 4 spell called Purple Flame Shield. This was the spell that he had prepared beforehand. Its function was to generate high temperature to defend against ice magic. At this time, it was clearly the most suitable spell to deal with the milk cow. Although the milk's impact was very strong, it evaporated into milk powder before it even touched the purple flame shield. Suddenly, a faint fragrance of milk floated in the air. The purple flame shield only emitted a few streams of hot air, but there wasn't the slightest damage. Relying on his magic control that far exceeded that of a magician of the same rank, Nianbing's right hand controlled the purple flame shield to take a step forward. He looked at the fat milk cow and said, "Don't you have any other skills besides milking milk? As such a magic beast, I really don't know how you survive. What if you milk the milk clean?" Although the milk cow in front of him was no different from a normal milk cow, but from the fact that it could attack, it could be seen that it still belonged to the category of magic beasts. It's just that its abilities were very small, and it seemed like it only knew how to attack with milk. The milk cow looked at the purple flame shield in front of Nianbing and was clearly a little afraid. It turned its head to look at its master and mooed a few times. The young girl stuck her head out from behind the milk cow and looked at Nianbing and said in surprise, "Big brother, why aren't you dead yet? Just now it was ice, and now it's fire. How come I didn't hear father say that there was such a magician?" Nianbing's heart was slightly startled. Only now did he realize that he had unintentionally revealed a secret. He said indifferently, "Just now it was a magic scroll, and now it's my magic. Miss, if you don't want this milk cow to turn into beef jerky, it's better to let it dodge." The young girl seemed to be in a difficult position, but, "My cow can kill people. If I send it back to my space, how can I kill you?" Her appearance was extremely cute, and there was no trace of pretentiousness. Nianbing found it funny and said, "Then have you killed anyone before?" The young girl shook her head and said, "No, but father always talks about killing people, so mother always quarrels with him. I was bored to death, so I ran out to play." Nianbing looked at the young girl in front of him who didn't understand the world, and a trace of emotion rose in his heart. It wasn't the feeling of a man and a woman, but the feeling of a brother caring for a sister. "How about this, you send this fat cow back to your so-called space, and I'll treat you to something good to eat, how about it?" The young girl tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, "Okay. Then after eating, I'll kill you. Father is very fierce, so I can't do anything about it. Big brother, you won't blame me, right?" Nianbing casually dissolved the purple flame shield and said, "Come with me." After saying that, he pressed down the hat on his head and walked out of the alley. He still had a lot of trigger scrolls on him, so he wasn't afraid of the young girl's sneak attack. The young girl cheered in high spirits. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and murmured, "Faint, keep." A red light flashed and the huge cow suddenly disappeared. Before it left behind a low moo sound. The young girl followed behind Nianbing, and the two of them came to the main street. Nianbing lowered his head, listening to the young girl's footsteps, and slowly walked towards the north of the city. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to leave Ice Snow City, he could have taken the young girl to the breeze sect to eat a big meal, but now he couldn't. The streets in the city were too far away for him to avoid. After walking for about an hour, the young girl finally couldn't bear the loneliness and quickened her pace to Nianbing's side. "Big brother, I'm so hungry, and my legs are so soft, I can't walk anymore. When will there be good food?" Nianbing turned his head to look at the young girl who was shorter than him by a head and said, "Don't worry, we'll be there soon. When the time comes, Big Brother will personally make good food for you." He didn't know why, but when he saw the young girl's pure and innocent big black eyes, Nianbing couldn't help but feel a bit of pity for her. The young girl blinked and said, "Big brother, can you carry me on your back? I really can't walk anymore." Nianbing was stunned. His real age was only 3 years older than the young girl. When he heard her take the initiative to let him carry her, he couldn't help but blush and said, "How can that be? Men and women are different." The young girl pouted and said, "You're lying. Didn't my father always carry me on his back to play?" Nianbing smiled bitterly. "That's different, he's your father." The young girl said, "If you don't carry me, I'll find a place where there's no one and summon Faint to ride it." Nianbing quickly shook his head and said, "That won't do. Riding a cow on the streets will attract attention." His current goal was to quietly leave Ice Snow City. Frankly speaking, even he didn't understand why he had to bring such a burden. The young girl stretched out her arms. Her snow-white hands were as delicate as bamboo shoots in spring. "Then you carry me." Sighing, Nianbing helplessly squatted down. After all, she was just a young girl. The young girl cheered excitedly. With a fierce jump, she climbed onto Nianbing's broad back. Although Nianbing didn't cultivate martial arts, from the perspective of a normal person, his body was still considered strong. The young girl's body was very light, so it didn't take much effort to carry her. Just like that, he carried the young girl through the streets and alleys, heading towards their destination. After the time it took to eat a meal, Nianbing was panting as he let the young girl down from his back. His forehead and temples were already sweating. "Come down, little ancestor. We've reached our destination. Fake Goods Ironware Shop. Big brother, is there anything delicious here?" The young girl asked curiously. Nianbing didn't answer. He walked to the door and knocked a few times. "Who is it?" A familiar voice gently sounded. Nianbing suddenly felt his heart warm up. He didn't know why, but in his heart, Feng Nu's appearance had always been the most profound. "Feng Nu, it's me, Nianbing." The door opened, and Feng Nu, who was dressed in white, poked her head out from behind the door. Looking at Nianbing, her expression was a little cold. "So it's the Ice and Fire chef. We're just a small family. Aren't you wronging us by coming here?" Nianbing looked at Feng Nu. She seemed to have become more beautiful. Especially that invisible noble aura that she was emitting seemed to have become stronger than before. "Feng Nu, I." For a moment, he really didn't know what to say. "Hello big sister, I'm so hungry." The young girl poked her head out from behind Nianbing. Her pair of big eyes looked at Feng Nu, revealing a curious expression. Feng Nu saw the cute young girl. She couldn't help but glance at Nianbing in surprise. "She is?" Nianbing bitterly smiled and said, "I just picked her up from the streets." According to her, she ran away from home and didn't bring any money. Feng Nu looked at Nianbing in confusion. Her expression clearly became a bit more unfriendly. She opened the door and said, "You guys come in first. There's going to be something delicious." The young girl cheered and was the first to rush through the door. When Nianbing passed by the Phoenix Lady, she clearly heard her say in a low voice, "If I find out that you've kidnapped an underage girl, don't blame me for being impolite." Nianbing said. With an innocent face, "Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Feng Nu snorted and said, "You can't judge a book by its cover. Who knows if you have that kind of hobby?" After saying this, she couldn't help but laugh. She pulled Nianbing and pulled him into the courtyard. Her beautiful eyes moved, indescribably moving. "Big sister, what delicious food do you have here? I'm so hungry." The young girl ran to Feng Nu's side and shook her hand without any scruples. Feng Nu said softly, "Little sister, what's your name? Why are you so naughty when you run away from home? Your family will be worried." Nianbing nodded and said, "That's right, you're too naughty. I don't know your name either." "Right, why can't I call you little sister, but she can call you that?" The young girl blinked and said, "Because big sister is prettier than you. My name is Xiyun. Actually, I'm very obedient as a cute kitty. That's why daddy and mommy like to call me kitty. You can call me that too." Feng Nu glared at Nianbing and said, "Kitty, ignore him. Nianbing, hurry up and cook. There are ready-made ingredients in the kitchen." "Humph, these days, I have to throw a lot of things every day. It's all your fault. I just want to see when you'll come over." Nianbing was stunned and said, Didn't I tell you that I might not be able to come over for a while?" Feng Nu said unhappily, "Hurry up and cook. I'll deal with you later. Little sister, sit down and rest for a while." As she said that, she pulled over a stool for Kitty to sit down. Nianbing helplessly shook her head and could only walk to the kitchen. As of now, other than the dead Jia Ji, only Feng Nu could use a commanding tone to make her willingly cook. There weren't many ingredients in the kitchen. There were only a few types of vegetables. After Nianbing's careful preparation, 4 dishes and a soup were placed on the table in the courtyard in less than an hour. Their aromatic aroma permeated the air. "Wow, it smells so good. Big brother, why is this rice green?" Kitty looked at the fragrant rice in her hand and asked. Nianbing smiled and said, "Because Big Brother used the juice of the boiled vegetables to make it. The nutrition of the vegetables will be completely integrated into the rice during the steaming process. Not only is the taste more fragrant, but it's also very nutritious. You should eat more. It's a pity that it's all vegetables. How about you contribute that fat cow of yours and I'll make you a beef ball to eat?" Kitty was obviously startled by Nianbing. "No. You can't eat the cow. The cow has to be milked for Kitty to drink." Feng Nu looked at them in confusion and asked, "Cow? Where did the cow come from?" Kitty stared at Nianbing with her eyes wide open. "Don't tell me." "Big sister, I can't tell you this, Kitty, otherwise you'll die." Hearing her words, Feng Nu's doubts increased. Then why does Nianbing know? Kitty ate the food in big mouthfuls and vaguely said, "Because after I finish eating, I'll kill Big Brother." "Who let him know my secret?" Feng Nu looked at Nianbing in shock. "She wants to kill you?" Nianbing shrugged and said, "She's inexperienced. Who told me to know her secret? Let her kill me. Anyway, after I finish eating, I'll be leaving here. Perhaps I'll never see her again." Feng Nu's expression changed slightly. "You're leaving?" Nianbing nodded and said, "I have to leave. You know about the Ice and Fire Chef? I received news that the King of the Ice Moon Empire has ordered me to enter the palace. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I won't even have my freedom in the future." "Feng Nu, is the Xinjiang saber ready?" Feng Nu's eyes flashed with a strange light. After a while, she nodded and said, "It's ready a few days ago. You should leave too." "Perhaps, after you leave, I'll leave too." Nianbing said in surprise, "You're leaving too?" Feng Nu looked at him with a strange gaze and said, "Originally, I was going to leave when you came. There's nothing here that makes me reluctant to leave. But your arrival has made me stay for a few more months. After I finish eating, I'll start the furnace. After the Xinjiang saber is ready, I'll leave." Nianbing felt a sense of reluctance in her heart. "Then, will we meet again in the future? Where do you plan to go after leaving this place?" Feng Nu lowered her head so that Nianbing didn't see the red light in her eyes. Kitty raised her head and looked at Feng Nu, her big black eyes showing a trace of surprise. Feng Nu said, "Perhaps I'll go to the Longmu Empire. There's something I need to find there. If fate wills it, perhaps we'll meet again." Nianbing thought that Feng Nu was looking for ores used for casting. She didn't suspect anything and said regretfully, "It's a pity that I promised a friend to go to the Ottoman Empire first. Otherwise, we could go the same way." The meal went on in silence. Kitty was the happiest. Although it was just vegetables, Nianbing made it with 1,000 flavors. The simple dishes showed his exquisite cooking skills. Kitty showed an appetite that was completely out of proportion to her body. Most of the dishes went into her stomach. Feng Nu, who always had a big appetite, didn't eat much. During the meal, she would occasionally look at Nian Bing with a trace of hesitation, as if she couldn't make up her mind about something. Lunch ended with a clean meal. Feng Nu was about to clean up, but she was stopped by Nian Bing. "I haven't come to see you in so many days. Let me clean up." After that, he quickly put away the bowls and chopsticks and walked to the kitchen. As soon as Nian Bing left, Kitty couldn't wait to grab Feng Nu's hand and whispered, "Sister, sister, are you from the Feng people?" Hearing this, Feng Nu's whole body trembled, and a scorching hot air was naturally emitted. She grabbed Kitty's hand and said in a deep voice, "How did you know?" "Who are you?" Kitty said with a little grievance, "Sister, you're hurting Kitty. You have the aura of the phoenix." That's why Kitty knows. "My father used to take me to the Feng people." A name flashed through Feng Nu's mind. She lowered her voice and said, "Are you the daughter of the dragon summoner, Hillard?" Kitty said, "Yes. Yes. Sister, do you know my father too?" Feng Nu's eyes flashed, but the expression on her face became gentle again. "I know, of course I know. Hillard is the most talented summoner among the white people. How can I not know him? When you went to the Feng people, it should be 10 years ago. Your father used to help us a lot. He is indeed a genius. It's hard to believe that he could cultivate the summoning technique to that level. Unfortunately, his summoning technique is too dark. But looking at you, you don't seem to be affected by him." "Kitty, just now you said that you want to kill Nian Bing. Is it because he already knows that you can summon?" Kitty nodded and said, "It's because of this. My father once said that if outsiders know that I can summon, I must kill him. Otherwise, our people will be attacked by bad people. Sister, he is a magician, and he doesn't seem to be easy to kill. Can you help me kill him? My father always said that Feng people are natural warriors. You can definitely kill him." Feng Nu smiled and said, "Kitty, be good and listen to your sister. Don't kill him. He is still a good person and won't reveal your secret. If your father asks in the future, you can tell him that it was the Phoenix girl who vouched for him. Your father won't blame you, okay?" Kitty nodded and giggled, "Okay." Kitty also doesn't want to kill people. "Sister, thank you. It's good that I don't have to kill people. Brother Nian Bing's cooking is so delicious. I really can't bear to kill him." Feng Nu said unhappily, "You little girl, you ran away from home after learning half of the summoning technique. If you want to kill him, you have to learn from your father. For at least 5 years. He is not simple. The same origin of ice and fire magic is as magical as your family's summoning technique. Kitty, you have to remember, in front of him, don't reveal your sister's identity." Kitty blinked and said, "Sister, don't worry. Kitty is the most obedient. I won't reveal it." "Obedient? Would she run away from home if she was obedient?" "Kitty, after I help your brother Nian Bing, I will send you back. If you run away by yourself, your parents will be worried sick." Kitty pouted and said, "I don't want to. It's so boring at home. My father makes me hold a crystal ball in a daze every day. He said I can train my spiritual power. It's so boring. It's not fun at all. It's not easy to run away. Kitty wants to play for a few more days." Feng Nu frowned and said, "But your father will be worried. Do you want them to be worried? Kitty, be obedient. Otherwise, I will tie you up and bring you back." With the friendship between the Feng people and Kitty's father, Feng Nu must help. Kitty lowered her head and said, "Okay then, I will go back with you." At this time, Nian Bing finished cleaning up and walked out of the kitchen. She smiled and said, "I made a lot of food today. I didn't expect you to eat all of it." "Kitty, you shouldn't be called Kitty. You should be called Piggy." Kitty's eyes suddenly lit up, "Oh right, sister, do you have any food here?" Kitty's pets haven't eaten yet. They must be hungry. Only Milky Cow is the best. She just needs to eat some grass. The others are not obedient. They are very picky when it comes to food." Nian Bing said in surprise, "Kitty, how did you say that?" Kitty smiled and said, "Because you are a good person." I have already told you. Nianbing looked at Feng Nu strangely. She really didn't understand. In such a short time, Feng Nu had already bribed Kitty. It seemed that her charm was indeed much worse than Feng Nu's. Kitty, do your pets need to eat? Kitty said, of course, they usually eat in my space. But after a while, they need to eat something. Sometimes, when there is no food, I can only let them drink some light milk. They haven't eaten enough since they left home. Feng Nu smiled and said, then you can call them out. Although I don't have meat here, I have enough food. Kitty said excitedly, okay. Finally, I can let them out. If they are still picky about food, I will let them starve. Brother, sister, I will let you see my 4 summoned beasts. I summon you in the name of Xian. Come out, my pet, Tian Tian. A red hexagram appeared on the ground. Nianbing clearly felt that the spiritual power, even stronger than her own, filled the space. With a flash of red light, a creature suddenly appeared on the ground. It turned out to be a big fat rat. The big rat was half a meter long. Based on its size, it was even fatter than the cow. Aside from its sharp mouth and thin tail, its entire body was like a gray ball. As soon as it appeared, its sharp nose kept sniffing. When its nose was facing the phoenix girl, its whole body suddenly trembled and it lay on the ground, not daring to move. As a chef, Nianbing thought to himself as he looked at the fat rat, if I roast it so that all the fat in its body reaches its skin, it will definitely taste very good. I just need to add some salt to it. Kitty said, the big rat is the laziest of all my pets. It only knows how to sleep, eat, and sleep all day long. It is the most difficult to make it work. I summon you in the name of Xian. Come out, my pet, Tian Tian. The red light flashed again. This time, it was a fiery red fox. The fox appeared next to the big rat, Tian Tian. It looked a little thin and small. It blinked its small but very smart eyes. It combed its luxurious fur and seemed to have a strange and evil smile. It directly lay on the back of the big rat. Tian Tian protested twice in dissatisfaction, but probably because of the obscenity, it had to lower its head again. The fox looked around and was about to act like a tyrant. Suddenly, it felt a special aura coming from Feng Nu. It immediately covered its head with its tail, completely like an ostrich. Kitty giggled and said, that's the most cunning one, always bullying other babies. Especially Tian Tian. I summon you in the name of Xian. Come out, my pet, Guan. The red light flashed on Kitty's hand this time, and a little pig appeared in Kitty's arms. The little pig was light pink, and as soon as it appeared, it shook its fat little butt in Kitty's arms. Its body was smaller than the big mouse Tian Tian, only 30 centimeters long. When Nianbing saw the cute pink pig, he couldn't help but exclaim, it's really a good ingredient for roasting a suckling pig. As soon as he said that, he was immediately met with an angry gaze. Kitty glared at Nianbing, brother, what are you talking about? You're not allowed to have any ideas about Guan. He's so cute, but you actually want to roast him to eat. Nianbing said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, Kitty, this is just a habit of my job. Kitty snorted and said, Guan is the cutest. When he was born, he was very clean and cute, and his big ears would stand up from time to time, like a clean little pig official. I call him Guan. Guan, don't be afraid, big sister will protect you, no one will hurt you. The pink piggy kept trying to hide in Kitty's arms, only revealing its fat but to sway outside. After hearing Kitty's words, its courage seemed to grow a little, and it poked its head out of Kitty's arms to look outside. When its small eyes saw Feng Nu, surprisingly there was no fear, and it seemed to be a little excited, a dark red light flashed in its small eyes. Feng Nu's eyes showed a trace of surprise, and said, Kitty, where did you get all these pets? Kitty giggled and said, of course they were raised by my father. However, they don't seem to be fully formed yet. I was afraid that I would be lonely on the road, so I brought them all out. Anyway, they have a contract with me. I summon you in the name of Xian. Come out, my pet, faint. As the last pet summoned by Kitty, when the cow's huge body appeared, it immediately outshone the other 3 pets. It mooed twice and came to Kitty's side. Hearing the cry of the cow, the fox that had been lying on the back of the big mouse, Tian Tian, suddenly raised its head. Its small eyes emitted a trace of obscene light. With a fierce leap, its fiery red figure suddenly hung below the cow's belly. Upon closer inspection, it was actually the fox that had bitten one of the cow's nipples and was sucking in big mouthfuls. Kitty said unhappily, then, you're the naughtiest. A pig, a cow, a fox, and a big mouse made up Kitty's 4 main summoned beasts. Although on the surface, these pets didn't seem to be anything, Nianbing faintly felt that these summoned beasts were not simple. Feng Nu took out a bag of rice from the kitchen, and scattered the rice on the ground. The big gray mouse and the pink pig Guan rushed out almost at the same time, and buried themselves in the pile of rice and didn't come out. The cow was angrily roaring, and wanted to throw the fox off, but at this time the fox had already grabbed its lower abdomen, and no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't stop its milk from flowing into the fox's stomach. Kitty comforted, "Faint, be good, there's nothing to eat here, let it drink some of your milk, do you want to eat some rice too?" Faint's huge eyes were filled with innocence. Nianbing didn't doubt that if the fox was on the ground now, it would immediately trample it to death. "Nianbing, let's also start." Feng Nu's calm voice suddenly sounded in Nianbing's ears. Nianbing looked at her, and Feng Nu also looked at her. The sadness of parting spread in Nianbing's chest, and she nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." Feng Nu floated up, and in a flash, she had already arrived at the casting furnace at the corner of the wall. The dark red 9-lead dochi set off her pink long hair, and with a light shout, she actually lifted up the heavy casting furnace, and with a leap, she had already arrived at the center of the courtyard, and put down the furnace. Looking at Nianbing, she said, "Wait for me." After a while, Feng Nu had already added various materials under the casting furnace, obviously for burning purposes. Just like how Feng Nu didn't know how to cook, Nianbing also didn't know a thing about casting, and could only stand at the side and wait in silence. Kitty was playing with her pet at the side. That big rat Tian Tian had a huge appetite, and 80% of the bag of rice went into his big stomach. Although the little pink pig Guan ate less, he was still eating, and didn't even raise his head. A red light flashed, and a familiar smell attracted Nianbing's attention. She didn't know when the righteous young saber had already landed on the casting furnace, but on the hilt of the righteous young saber, there was already a hollowed-out pattern, which was exactly the same as her fire god's stone. The edges of the carving were a little rough. Obviously, the strength of this fire dragon's horn was extremely difficult to damage. Feng Nu walked out with the parting heaven sword in hand. Nianbing nodded and said, "You help me with the bellows, remember, your movements have to be stable." "Let's start now." Feng Nu's entire body emitted a scorching aura, but fortunately, Nianbing was on the other side of the furnace, so he wasn't affected by the heat from her body. A strong red light appeared around her body, and with a point of her hand, a ray of red light suddenly shot into the furnace. The fire in the furnace suddenly rose, but it wasn't an ordinary red flame, but a white flame, which lit up the entire courtyard. Everything was the same as when she was forging the Morning Dew dagger, except this time, Feng Nu was much more relaxed than Hua Tian. It was obvious that her 9 abandonment battle energy was above Hua Tian's. With a light shout, the parting heaven sword was unsheathed, and a scorching wave of fire followed the parting heaven sword to the tail of the righteous young saber. The white flame rose from below, and when it met the light of the parting heaven sword, the white flame suddenly turned green. Without needing Feng Nu's reminder, Nianbing immediately began to pull the bellows. The bellows moved rhythmically in his hands, allowing the white flame to maintain a stable state. Feng Nu's gaze was steady as she looked at the righteous young saber in the furnace. Suddenly, she shouted, 9 abandonment heavenly fire. She skipped the process of Hua Tian using his blood as a guide, and the originally red 9 abandonment battle energy instantly turned dark green. In a flash of light, it rushed from the tip of the parting heaven sword into the hollow at the tail of the righteous young saber. Nianbing pulled the bellows with one hand, and took out the divine stone of fire from the spatial ring with the other. He shouted to Feng Nu, "Catch." With a flash of red light, the divine stone of fire was thrown towards Feng Nu. Feng Nu's azure blue eyes suddenly revealed a trace of colorful light, and the dark green battle energy instantly turned into a bright red light. When the divine stone of fire touched the battle energy in her body, it seemed to become a part of her body, shining with a dark blue flame. An incomparably large amount of fire elements surged out and poured into the furnace. Even though Nianbing had the ability of a fire magician, and had been with the divine stone of fire for many years, he still couldn't withstand the sudden hot flame. A low-level blue ice shield blocked in front of him, and he immediately gave up on pulling the bellows, and took a few steps back. Kitty also moved at this moment. She waved her hands, and her mouth kept calling something. Her 4 precious summoned beasts disappeared in the red light one by one. Obviously, she was afraid that the hot flame would hurt her summoned beasts. Fuse! Feng Nu shouted. The flame-shaped divine stone of fire followed the 3 feet 7 inches long parting heaven sword, and accurately embedded into the hollow of the upright young saber. When the divine stone of fire and the saber fused into one, the originally rough edge suddenly became bright. The hard fire dragon horn seemed to submit to the dark blue flame emitted by the divine stone of fire, and it was completely wrapped in it, and fused into one. It was as if they were originally together. Feng Nu looked at Nianbing with a sharp gaze, and the parting heaven sword in her hand turned, and slashed towards Nianbing. Nianbing hurriedly chanted a spell, and raised his right arm. The purpose of the spell was not to defend, but to bind the magic scroll in his arms, so that it wouldn't work. The sword flashed, and blood floated out, but not a single drop was wasted. It fell on the hilt of the upright Yang saber under the 9-leaf fighting spirit. The entire upright Yang saber turned bright red, and a hot breath rose to the sky. The red saber light was like the sun rising to the sky, and it let out a fierce roar, as if the saber was chanting. Nianbing stood in the same place without moving, and his gaze was firmly locked on the upright Yang saber. From the broad body of the saber, he seemed to see Xiaoji's figure. The Phoenix Maiden subconsciously took a few steps back from the deep roar. She muttered to herself, "What a powerful fire elemental energy. Unfortunately, it has already recognized me as its master. If it wasn't this divine stone of fire, but a normal gem, it definitely wouldn't be able to be embedded into the material of the fire dragon horn. I really didn't expect that a divine weapon would be born from my hands so quickly." Nianbing had already forgotten everything. In his eyes, there was only the upright Yang saber shining with a strong red light. Step by step, he walked towards the fire. The roar of the upright Yang saber seemed to be calling out to his heart. Nianbing did not seem to feel the hot air around the fire. He reached out his hand, and actually grabbed the upright Yang saber in the center of the heat. The roar suddenly became even more intense. Nianbing actually directly grabbed the hilt of the upright Yang saber. In an instant, a dark red light soared to the sky, and the fire magic power within Nianbing's body was instantly released. His body and the saber completely became one. With a light ding, the morning dew dagger that was originally in the spatial ring appeared without any warning. The sealing magic array on it was broken by the blue light, and the cold breath forcefully pushed the upright Yang saber's hot breath to the right. Nianbing reached out with his left hand, and grabbed the sai of the snow goddess. The scabbard was thrown to the side, and the 2 enormous energies of ice and fire continuously intertwined within his body. The originally rotating vortex of ice and fire was expanding outwards at an incomparable speed. The surface of Nianbing's skin alternated between blue and red, constantly changing between the 2 colors. The ice and fire elements in the air were like moths drawn to a flame, and the blue morning dew and the red upright Yang saber formed a stark contrast. With a light cracking sound, Nianbing's clothes were the first to be unable to withstand the 2 extremely powerful magic powers tearing at each other. Amidst Feng Nu and Kitty's cries of alarm, Nianbing's sturdy body was exposed to the air. Every inch of his skin was constantly flickering with red and blue light, looking extremely strange. At this time, Feng Nu and Kitty had already turned around. Feng Nu was afraid that the aura emitted by Nianbing's body would harm Kitty, so she tapped her toes on the ground, and under the protection of the rich 9-leaf do qi, she arrived in front of Kitty, protecting her in her arms. "Sister, what's wrong with big brother Nianbing? Why did he take off his clothes?" Kitty asked in a low voice with a red face. Feng Nu's face was also very red, but because of the color of the 9-leaf do qi, the redness on her face was not obvious. She coughed and said, "Don't worry, your big brother Nianbing is fine. He is a magician, and the gems on those 2 swords are top-level magic gems." When the flame stone gave the sword a soul, it naturally emitted a huge amount of energy, which triggered the other ice sword. This caused the magic elements to become more intense and tore his clothes. Wait for a while, when the energy on the sword stabilizes, it will be fine. This time, he should have gained quite a bit. Just as Feng Nu said, with such an opportunity, Nian Bing was absorbing the magic elements in the air at a speed 10 times faster than usual, and turning them into his own magic power. His magic power was increasing bit by bit, making his ability constantly stronger. At the same time, it also brought him closer to the crisis of ice and fire coming from the same source. Ice God Tower. The ice goddess priestess who was meditating suddenly opened her eyes. It appeared again. This time, there is an energy that I hate. Could it be that the people of the Huarong Empire got it? Oh, ice goddess stone, I will find you. Blue light flashed, and without any warning, the ice goddess priestess disappeared into the blue hexagram that she was sitting cross-legged on. The red and blue light gradually weakened, and Nian Bing also woke up from that strange feeling. The spinning speed of the vortex of ice and fire in his body was obviously faster than before, and the color was also deeper. He could clearly feel that his magic power had increased, and being able to spin was a good thing. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the yang sword in his hand that was constantly emitting the power of fire, he could not help but praise, what a good roar of the fire god. Your ability is definitely not below morning dew. There was a cough. Nian Bing, shouldn't you find something to cover your body first? Nian Bing was stunned for a moment. Only then did he realize that the clothes on his body had disappeared, and his smooth skin was completely exposed to the air. His brain was hot, and his face suddenly turned red. He immediately summoned a set of rough clothes and put it on himself in a hurry. Embarrassed, it was hard to hide the embarrassment. Being naked in front of two girls, this feeling made Nian Bing want to kill himself. He coughed reluctantly and said, "So, sorry, just now, that." Feng Nu half turned around to take a peek. Seeing that Nian Bing had already put on his clothes, she pulled the kitty and turned around. Okay, no need to explain. I have already done what you asked me to do. I don't want any reward. You just need to remember that you owe me once. Let me give you a suggestion. You seem to have a spatial storage magic item on your body. Since that's the case, you don't need to use scabbards for these two swords. Why do you need to hide the sharpness of such treasured swords? Nian Bing lowered her head and thought for a moment. She immediately understood Feng Nu's meaning. When a magician was facing a warrior, whether or not he could quickly use magic was the key to victory. And whether or not the swords were unsheathed was related to whether these two treasured swords could be used as a magic staff, and whether or not the swords could be used as a magic staff. Glancing at the scabbards that had been thrown to the side, she nodded and said, "You are right. Feng Nu, I have to leave here immediately. The sharpness of the morning dew sword has been exposed. I am afraid that someone will come to find me soon. Although we are going different ways, let's leave together. You should quickly pack up your things." Feng Nu put the parting heaven sword back into its scabbards. She smiled and said, "There is nothing to pack. This is enough. The things that Master left behind, let's leave them here. Who knows when I will come back. Kitty, can I trouble you to wait for us at the door first? I have a few words that I want to say to your big brother Nian Bing alone." Kitty's cute little face revealed a sunny smile. "Okay. Big sister, hurry up. I will go out first." After saying that, she ran out of the courtyard. Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing, and Nian Bing also looked at her. Both of them felt as if their hearts had skipped a beat. It was still Nian Bing who spoke first. "Is there anything else?" Feng Nu lightly bit her lower lip. Her voice was wrapped in dou qi and transmitted into Nian Bing's ears. "If, and I am saying if, we can always be together, are you willing to accompany me to a place? There may be many things that you will be interested in there. However, after going there, you may not be able to return to the real world." Nian Bing faintly felt something in his heart. He sighed and said, "Feng Nu, do you know? You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. To be honest, I really like you. If it wasn't for the fact that I have something that I must do, perhaps I would agree to your request. However, my life does not only belong to me. At the same time, it also belongs to my deceased master and parents. We will always be friends, right? If there is fate, we will definitely meet again. I am going now. Goodbye." Chen Lu and Xingyang were both put into the space ring. Nianbing lowered his head and walked towards the door. When he passed by Feng Nu, a red light suddenly flashed. Parting Heaven Sword was placed on Nianbing's shoulder without any warning. An intense pressure like that of a mountain made it difficult for him to move. Feng Nu's slightly annoyed voice sounded, "I knew you would say that. You rascal." Nianbing forced himself to turn his head and look at Feng Nu. He found that she was also looking at him. Her blue eyes revealed a faint smile. "Feng Nu, if I want to find you in the future, where should I go?" Feng Nu asked, "Will you find me?" Nianbing smiled and said, "We are friends, why wouldn't I find you?" Feng Nu unhappily said, "Then just shout Feng Nu 1,000 times and I will appear." Nianbing chuckled and said, "I hope so. I really do know how to shout." The sword left his body and Nianbing regained his freedom. Feng Nu walked to his side and whispered, "I asked Kitty to go out first because I wanted to remind you of one thing. Although ice and fire magic can guarantee your strength, it is also a big problem. On the continent, there are not only the so-called experts. The real masters of martial arts and magic are hidden in the dark. I think that those hermits will be very interested in you. Don't stay in one place for too long." Nianbing nodded and said, "Master also reminded me that this time, staying in Ice Snow City was a last resort. I will not make the same mistake again." "Thank you, Feng Nu." "Oh, by the way, do you know Kitty Cat?" Feng Nu was stunned and said, "How did you know?" Nianbing smiled and said, "Otherwise, with her identity as the successor of the summoning technique, how could she reveal her secret in front of you so quickly? Actually, I have always felt that you are not as simple as you appear on the surface. But don't worry, I will not ask too much. Everyone has their own secrets. It's good that you know Kitty. Then I will leave her to you." Feng Nu unhappily stared at Nianbing and said, "Don't you understand that sometimes it is not good to be too smart?" Nianbing shrugged and said, "Of course I know. If it was someone else, even if I could see through it, I would not say it. Okay, I really have to go now. Feng Nu, we will meet again someday." With that, he opened his arms and fiercely hugged Feng Nu's fragrant body into his arms. Then, he suddenly let go and activated a blizzard scroll. His body was driven by the blizzard and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared, leaving only a few thin snowflakes in the courtyard. Feng Nu's face was red as she looked at the sky. A strong strange feeling constantly stimulated her delicate body. It was the first time in her life that the opposite sex was so close to her, but she did not know why. She did not feel disgusted. Nianbing left, and the feeling of loss constantly attacked her heart. "Kitty, come in. We should also go." The door opened and Kitty, who heard Feng Nu's call, came in from outside. However, the originally lively Kitty now looked a little dull. Feng Nu was just about to simply pack up her things and leave when suddenly, she felt that something was wrong. She walked in front of Kitty and looked at her dull expression in confusion. She frowned and said, "Kitty, are you okay?" Kitty looked at Feng Nu in a daze, but did not say a word. Feng Nu secretly felt that something was wrong. She pressed her palm on Kitty's body. She did not use any strength, but her palm easily passed through Kitty's body. A red light flashed and Kitty's body disappeared into thin air. On the ground, a cockroach the size of an egg appeared. It looked at Feng Nu in panic, then lowered its head and drilled into the ground, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Feng Nu was stunned for a moment, then her pretty face showed an angry and amused expression. "Kitty, you even dare to lie to me. No wonder you promised so nicely just now. You actually used the phantom magic." She was completely sure that the big cockroach just now was definitely one of Kitty's summoned pets. Its characteristic was that it could transform into a human phantom, and the real Kitty had probably already run away. Helplessly shaking her head, Feng Nu did not chase after Kitty. With her strange magic, it was not difficult for her to get rid of a person. She sighed softly and said to herself, as expected of Hillard's daughter. The pets cultivated by the dragon summoner really have their own characteristics. Forget it, with Hillard's ability, it is not difficult to find his daughter. There is no need for me to force it. I'd better go to the Longmu Empire as soon as possible and do what I have to do. Nianbing, you are right. If we are fated, we will definitely meet again. Nianbing quietly left. Not long after, people from the royal family of the Ice Moon Empire came to Ice City to announce the king's transfer order. However, they could not find Nianbing no matter what. Although the magic union of the Ice Moon Empire was not valued by the empire, the name of the union was still there. The king's messenger could not make a decision and could only return. Although the boss of the Great Accomplishment Pavilion, Jin Hao, was not very satisfied with this result, at least Nianbing, the biggest threat, had left. If he appeared in the Breeze restaurant again, he could ask Marquis Noah to arrest him in the name of disobedience. With the departure of Nianbing, the business of the Great Accomplishment Pavilion gradually recovered. However, due to the improvement of Ming Yuan's cooking skills, they still could not catch up with the Breeze restaurant. At noon 3 days after Nianbing left, the boss of the Breeze restaurant, Shuiji, was looking for his daughter. He found a letter on the table in his daughter's room. The content of the letter was very simple. There were only a few words: "Father, I am going to help you find Nianbing. How can we give up on such a good chef? Don't miss him." Silence. With the departure of Nianbing, the commotion caused by the ice and fire chef in Ice City gradually subsided. The city returned to its original state. However, the battle between Shuiji and Jin Hao did not end. When the Ice Goddess Priestess came to Ice City for the second time to look for the Ice Goddess Stone, the result was still the same. However, this time, the Ice Goddess Priestess's temper was even worse. Marquis Noah was also implicated. Relying on the influence of the Ice Goddess Priestess on the Ice Moon Empire, he could only gradually withdraw from the political scene. Nianbing did not directly fly out of the city. After all, that would be too eye-catching. Relying on the blizzard magic, he carefully landed in a deserted corner near the south gate of the Ice Moon Empire. After that, he swaggered out of the second largest city in the Ice Moon Empire. Walking on the wide road, Nianbing felt an indescribable comfort in his heart. To him, Ice City was like a huge cage. Although there were many beauties that attracted him, the feeling of being restrained was unbearable. Fortunately, he had completed everything that he wanted to do. The righteous Yang sword had gained another title, the Roar of the God of Fire. In the process of learning from Ming Yuan, he had also learned some details about cooking. The most valuable thing was that he had become Long Ji's disciple. In 3 months, he had finally filled in the gaps in his knowledge of magic theory. Although there were still many things that he did not understand, at least he had memorized them. Understanding required time. As long as the knowledge was in his mind, this time was just a process. Nianbing had full confidence in his own intelligence. There were tall trees on both sides of the road. From the looks of it, these trees were at least decades old. The shade of the trees blocked the rays of the sun, bringing a cool breeze. The fresh air was refreshing. Nianbing was not in a hurry. As he walked slowly, he thought about the magic knowledge that he did not understand in his mind. Just as he was immersed in his own sea of magic, a sudden voice startled him. "Big brother Nianbing, you are so slow. I have been waiting for you for a long time." This voice was very familiar. There was a hint of anticipation in the excitement. Nianbing, who thought that he had escaped from Ice City, subconsciously looked at a big tree by the road. He said helplessly, "Kitty, why aren't you with Feng Nu? Why are you here?" He was surprised. After all, when he was in Ice City, he had flown for a period of time. The speed of flying was naturally not comparable to walking. However, Kitty had run in front of him. Kitty smiled sweetly and jumped out from behind the tree. "Big brother Nianbing, don't you want to see me? Daddy always says that Kitty is very cute." As she said that, her fair little face could not help but show an aggrieved expression. Nianbing frowned slightly and said, "Kitty, answer Big Brother's question first." Kitty lowered her head and said, "Big Sister wants to send me back, but I don't want to go back. If I go back, I'm afraid Daddy won't let me out again. Big Brother, I don't know anyone, and I don't have money to eat. Just let me follow you." Kitty will be very obedient. Nianbing smiled bitterly and said, "I have only known you for less than 4 hours. Why are you so sure about me?" Kitty giggled and said, "Because Big Sister Feng Nu said you are a good person. Of course, more importantly, you can cook delicious food. The meal just now was the best meal Kitty has ever eaten." As long as I follow Big Brother, not only will I have fun, but I will also be able to eat delicious food. Of course Kitty will rely on you. Big Brother, you won't abandon me, right? Nianbing steeled his heart and put on a cold expression. Why wouldn't I? I don't know you that well. Since we are acquaintances, I will use this money to buy you food on the road. Hurry up and go home. I still have a lot of things to do. How can I take you along? As he said that, he took out a money bag from his chest and put a handful of purple coins back into his pocket. He handed the rest of the money bag to Kitty and turned around to leave. He faintly felt that this Kitty was definitely a huge trouble for him. It was better to stay away from her. With the money bag in her hand, Kitty watched as Nianbing left without looking back. Suddenly, she burst into tears. Big Brother is not a good person. Big Brother bullied Kitty. Kitty is a girl. She is so pitiful to be alone outside. She has no food to eat, no clothes to wear. If she meets bad people, Kitty will die. Big Brother is bad. Big Brother is bad. Big Brother killed Kitty. Woo-woo. Nianbing was never a cold-hearted person. He could leave Long Ling because Long Ling had the support of her father and the entire Magician's Guild. He could leave Xiujing because Xiujing's temper was good enough that she didn't bully others. Who would bully her? He could leave Luo Ro because her wisdom was enough to defeat thousands of soldiers and horses. As for Feng Nu, who didn't have any support, her own strength was the best guarantee. Nianbing was only a little reluctant to leave them, but he wasn't worried about anything. However, the little girl named Shiyun in front of him was different. She had no one to rely on after leaving home. Although she knew some summoning magic, it wasn't enough to protect herself. Coupled with her naive personality, if something really happened to her, he was afraid that Nianbing didn't stop in his tracks when he thought of this. He secretly asked himself if he could just leave the cat behind. The answer was no. Kitty saw that Nianbing had stopped and immediately stopped crying. She ran a few steps to Nianbing's side, grabbed his arm and said, "Brother Nianbing, you won't abandon Kitty, right?" If this sentence was said by any of the girls that Nianbing knew in Ice City, he would definitely feel ambiguous. However, when it was said by the teary-eyed Kitty, he only felt pity in his heart. Turning around to look at Kitty's expectant face, Nianbing sighed softly. He touched her silky black hair and said, "Tell me, where is your home? Brother will send you back." Kitty blinked her big eyes and said, I forgot. When I left, I was afraid that Dad would find out, so I chose to run out at night. I've long forgotten the way back." Naturally, Nianbing didn't believe her. "Then can you tell me when you're going to play until you're going home? Don't you miss your parents?" Kitty stuck out her tongue and said, "Of course. But if I go back, I won't be able to come out and play. No matter what, I have to wait until I'm done playing before I can go back. Big Brother, just take me with you. I'll really be very obedient. I'll massage your back and summon Nyo-Nyo to help you carry things." Nianbing had nothing to say to Kitty. "Let's go first. I think your father will come for you. Remember what you said. Don't make trouble for me on the road and listen to me. Of course, I will always make delicious food for you. That is our promise." He held out his hand to Kitty. Kitty smiled and patted Nianbing's hand. There was no trace of sadness on her face. Actually, Nianbing had really underestimated her. She was the daughter of the only dragon summoner on the continent. Did she really not have the ability to protect herself? Kitty summoned her cow and lightly rode on it. This was no longer a city. There weren't many people on the road. Riding on a cow wouldn't attract attention. As they walked, Nianbing said to Kitty, "How did you run out from Feng Nu's place? I remember seeing you at the door when I left." Kitty giggled and said, "Of course there's a way. You'll know later. Big Brother, since you're a magician, why don't you wear a magic robe? The clothes you're wearing now don't match you at all." Nianbing said, "You have to keep a low profile. Wearing these coarse clothes is the most comfortable. Kitty, it seems like you haven't changed your clothes in a long time. When we reach the next dormitory, I'll find a place to buy you a new set of clothes." "Right, give me back my purse." Kitty spread out her hands and pretended to be innocent. "Purse? Where's the purse?" Have I ever taken your money pouch? Nian Bing, who could still indulge in the flowers in Ice City, couldn't do anything to the girl in front of him. He humped and said, "Forget it." Then, he didn't say anything and strode forward. Although Kitty's cow looked very fat, it didn't show any signs of fatigue as it followed Nian Bing's footsteps. Although Nian Bing didn't pay attention to Kitty, she still had a lot of fun. As long as there was no one on the road, she would alternately summon her pets to play. However, as soon as the fox called Nana appeared, the cow would immediately stop. The cow's eyes would show anger, so Kitty could only summon Mouse and Little Pink Pig to play. In order to not get angry, Nian Bing controlled himself and didn't talk to Kitty. Kitty was also very self-aware. Along the way, as long as someone passed by, she would immediately return the pets in her arms. She didn't cause any trouble. Nian Bing didn't plan to travel the continent in any particular order. Other than going to the capital of the Huarong Empire in 10 months to represent the Ice Moon Empire's magic guild in the competition, he had nothing else to do. So, his current goal was naturally to go to the southeast of the Ice Moon Empire, the Ottoman Empire. When he reached there, he could also help Luo Ro complete the task entrusted to him. Of course, Nian Bing also had his own thoughts. When he first came to Ice Snow City with his master, the beautiful young woman gave him the Tianhua token. From a certain point of view, the young woman could be said to be his savior. If there was a chance, he also wanted to find the young woman and use his culinary skills to thank her. Nian Bing suddenly realized a very important problem. When he left Ice Snow City, he was in too much of a hurry. He didn't even buy a map of the continent. Now that he was in the dark, it seemed that he could only rely on his luck to travel to the southeast. He didn't know how far it was from here to the capital of the Ottoman Empire. "Brother, I'm hungry." Kitty finally couldn't help but speak up for Nian Bing. Nian Bing turned around to look at the pitiful Kitty, then looked around and said, "This place is in the middle of nowhere. Where do you want me to get you food? It's only been 2 hours since lunch. I remember that you ate a lot at that time." Kitty stuck out her tongue and said, "I'm still developing. Of course, I eat a lot. Brother, I'm hungry." Faced with this cute girl, Nian Bing felt helpless. "Alright, let's rest by the roadside for a while. I didn't bring anything to eat. If you really want to eat, I don't mind turning this cow into a delicacy for you. Of course, mice and pigs are fine too." Hee hee. Looking at Nian Bing's mischievous smile, Kitty's eyes revealed a vigilant look. Brother is so bad. He's always thinking about other people's precious pets. They can't be eaten. At this moment, she seemed to have felt something. Her black eyes suddenly lit up. Nian Bing clearly felt a wave of psychic energy emanating from Kitty and spreading to the surroundings. The ground shook slightly, and a small body drilled out. Soon, it arrived in front of Kitty and made a rustling sound. It was the first time that Nian Bing had seen such a big cockroach. She was shocked. Kitty flipped down from the cow's back and pinched the big cockroach from the ground. She giggled and said, "Thank you. Let's go back." With a flash of red light, the cockroach disappeared from her hand. Nian Bing said in surprise, "This is your pet too?" Kitty nodded and said, "Of course. It was because of it that I was able to stabilize Sister Feng Nu and escape. It's called Chong Chong. It's very obedient. It can distinguish my scent and can find me even if I'm far away. Also, it can change into all kinds of illusions. What you saw when you left Sister Phoenix Girl's place was me that it transformed into. It's very powerful, right?" Nian Bing was very interested in summoning magic. She couldn't help but ask. Curiously, where did you get the skills of these pets? Although they look very ordinary on the surface, there are many extraordinary things about them. Could it be that they were born with them? Kitty said, "Of course not. They were all cultivated by Dad using a special method. However, their skills are random. I only discovered them one by one after I made a contract with them. So, big brother, don't underestimate Kitty." There was a look of respect in Nian Bing's eyes as he said sincerely, "Then your father must be a great summoning mage. If there's a chance, I'd like to ask him for advice." Kitty shook her head and said, No, Dad is very fierce. You'd better not see him. Except for Mom, no one can control Dad. If he comes, Kitty's little but will be in trouble. Nianbing laughed and said, "You've got guts. If I were your father, I'd definitely spank you after catching you. Who told you to be so disobedient and run away from home?" As he spoke, he took Kitty to the shade of the roadside and sat down. After walking for a long time as a magician, he was indeed a little tired. Kitty didn't avoid arousing suspicion and sat down next to Nianbing. The cow was also well behaved and went to the roadside to eat grass by itself. "Big brother, what are you going to make for me to eat?" Kitty looked around curiously, then looked at Nianbing. Nianbing smiled bitterly and said, "I came out in a hurry, so I didn't bring anything. I think there are only wild vegetables here that can be eaten, but I don't even have seasoning with me. How can I make it?" "You'd better bear with it for a while. Or, drinking some milk from your cow is also a good choice. If we can find some wild animals or a village, food will be easy to solve." Although he was a chef, it was impossible for him to carry all the cooking tools with him. Kitty's eyes lit up. She said, "Wild animals are enough? That's too easy. Big brother, wait a moment. Look at Kitty. However, I'm only responsible for attracting the wild animals. You're responsible for killing them." As she spoke, her black eyes flashed, and her spiritual energy fluctuated violently. "I summon you in the name of Xiyun. Come out, my pet, Na-Na." A red hexagram appeared in front of them, and the thievish-looking fox came out of thin air. Na-Na blinked her small eyes. When she saw the cow, she immediately became spirited. Just as she was about to rush over to drink the delicious milk, Kitty grabbed the fiery red hair on the back of her neck and lifted her up. "Na-Na, don't be naughty. You have to help Kitty." Na-Na impatiently squeaked a few times, and her thievish little eyes kept glancing at the cow. The cow obviously felt her breath, and its eyes looked unfriendly as it growled. It seemed that it would raise its head at any time and use its rich and powerful milk to attack Na-Na. Kitty pointed to the bushes at the side and said, "Na-Na, go and pee. Hurry up. After you're done, I'll let you go and play with Faint." Na-Na blinked her eyes again, as if she was thinking. After a long time, she reluctantly nodded. Kitty put her on the ground, and Na-Na rolled over. She immediately ran to the bushes and lifted her leg. Her peeing posture was no different from a dog's. The fishy smell came with the breeze. Nianbing and Kitty both subconsciously covered their noses. Na-Na let out a cheerful cry, as if it was very comfortable. It sped up and pounced on the cow. Faint didn't really use her milk to shoot it. She only lifted her front paw and kicked it. Na-Na's body was very agile. Its body that was originally moving in a straight line suddenly turned and came under Faint's body. It bit her nipple and sucked it in big mouthfuls. Nianbing looked at Kitty in confusion and said, "Can this fox's pee attract wild animals?" Kitty giggled and said, "Yes. Na-Na's pee is very special. The taste is not bad, right?" Nianbing said unhappily, "Not bad, my ass. This fox has nothing that I like except for its fur. The taste of fox meat is not good. It's very smelly. It seems that its pee is even more smelly." Kitty said unhappily, "You can't say that about Na-Na. Na-Na is actually very smart. Among my pets, Na-Na is the military." Nianbing burst out laughing. "I've only heard of a dog-headed military advisor before. I didn't expect to see a fox-headed military advisor now. If there's a chance, I'll see how smart it is. Is it just drinking milk?" As they were talking, Nianbing suddenly heard a rustling sound not far behind him. He stood up with some surprise and looked into the bushes. He saw an animal slowly approaching in his direction. It seemed to be smelling something. It looked like a deer but was small. Its fur was yellow and black, and it had no horns. Its limbs were long and slender, and its hind limbs were longer than its forelimbs. It was a water deer. This water deer was not small. Its canine teeth were well developed, and fangs could be faintly seen. It was obviously the first time that Kitty had seen this kind of animal. "Brother Nianbing, what is this thing?" Nianbing made a gesture to Kitty to keep quiet. He pulled her behind the tree. With a wave of his right hand, under the infusion of magic power, a blue light suddenly appeared. It was the wind of freedom's soft chant, proud heaven blade. The water deer's speed was not fast. Nianbing focused his attention and suddenly jumped out from behind the tree. He fiercely slashed the air with his blade. Although he did not know any martial arts, he had the best quality sword in his hand. A blue light flashed from the proud heaven blade, bringing along a wind blade. This level of wind blade was naturally nothing to a martial artist, but it was enough to deal with this water deer. The water deer's head was immediately separated from its body. Kitty covered her eyes and said angrily, "Brother, you're so cruel. You actually killed so casually." Nianbing said unhappily, "If I don't kill it, what are you going to eat? If you don't like it, you don't have to eat it later. Come with me quickly. We'll deal with it in the forest." As he spoke, he walked to the water deer's side and picked up its body. After letting the blood flow out of the wound, he took the lead and walked into the forest. Kitty did not dare to look at the dead water deer's appearance. She hid beside the cow and followed Nianbing into the forest. However, the fox seemed to be very interested in the water deer in Nianbing's hand. It jumped around him as if it wanted to eat it. Walking into the forest, Nianbing instantly cast a level 1 frost spell to seal the water deer's head. Just as he was about to continue the next step, Kitty came over and asked, "Brother, what kind of animal is this? Can it really be eaten?" Nianbing glanced at her and said, "My real profession is a chef. If I can't even tell what can be eaten and what can't be eaten, then I don't need to work in this profession. Learn from me, this is a water deer. Look, its canine teeth are showing from its lips. It's obviously a male water deer. Moreover, there's a faint fragrance coming from its body. If I'm not wrong, this is a fragrant water deer. It seems that our luck is really good." Kitty was attracted by Nianbing's words. She asked doubtfully, "Brother, what's a fragrant water deer?" A light flashed in Nianbing's hand, and the proud heaven saber appeared again. He did not touch the water deer's body, but directly cut its head. As he moved, he said, "A water deer is a kind of animal. It looks a little like a deer, but it's smaller. The male water deer's canine teeth are larger, and its body has a musk fragrance. It's a good ingredient for delicious food. It's quite good for medicinal cuisine. Today, you can eat it orally." As he spoke, he had already taken the water deer's 2 canine teeth. Then, he threw the water deer's head to Fox Na, who was salivating at the side. "Eat it aside. Don't let me smell the foul smell on your body." Nianbing laid the water deer's body flat. With a flash of the saber in his hand, he immediately opened a hole in the water deer's abdomen. The fragrance instantly became 10 times stronger. Nianbing carefully tore a piece of cloth from his clothes and laid it flat on the ground. He reached into the water deer's abdomen and took out some sticky yellow crystals. He carefully placed them on the cloth. It's really a water deer. Do you see? This yellow thing is called musk. It's the most precious thing on the water deer's body. In the past, when my master taught me how to cook, he once showed me an introduction to all kinds of meat materials. When he talked about the water deer, he mentioned that the water deer is the male water deer with musk. The male water deer's breath is called water deer, and the female water deer's breath is called water deer. Among them, the male water deer's breath is called water deer. This water deer's whole body is a treasure, especially this musk. When used as a spice, it has a strong fragrance retention and can also drive away all kinds of small insects. If used as a medicinal material, it can open the meridians and open the orifices. Later, I'll make a gift for you with these musk." When Kitty heard that she would get a gift, she had already forgotten the bloody scene just now. Okay. Okay. What are you going to give me?" Nianbing smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry. Let's eat first." He carefully took out all the musk, wrapped it in cloth and put it aside. His exquisite knife skills unfolded. When he removed the water deer's skin, he perfectly preserved all the water deer's meat. Taking advantage of the ice, Nianbing pulled out all the water deer's internal organs and threw them aside. Then, he broke off a relatively straight branch from a big tree and pierced the water deer through it. When he was doing this, his proud heaven blade was not idle. A small tree was completely chopped into firewood. If Shuiji knew that he used the proud heaven blade like this, he wondered if he would feel bad. Nian Bing used the rank 1 fireball spell casually. The fire would immediately burn. There was no water here, but Nian Bing had ice magic. After the baptism and rubbing of the ice flowers, the water deer's body had already been washed away. Nian Bing looked at the water deer and thought for a while, then said, "It's a pity that there is no suitable seasoning here. Otherwise, it would be perfect. Just make do with it." As he said that, he began to roast the water deer over the fire. He did not use a wooden frame like ordinary barbecue. Instead, he relied on the strength of his arms to rotate the branch in his hand. Nian Bing moved the water deer far away from the fire and rotated it very carefully. His hands were very stable and his attention was completely focused on the water deer. Kitty asked doubtfully, "Brother, father has roasted meat for me before. But it didn't seem to be as far away as you. You're so far away from the fire, can you roast it well?" Nian Bing smiled indifferently and said, "In terms of magic, I may be far inferior to your father. But when it comes to cooking, I'm afraid that he is not as good as me. Don't you know that we don't have any seasoning right now? Usually, barbecued meat needs to be brushed with sauce and oil to ensure that the meat won't burn. However, we don't have anything right now. If we want the deer meat to be delicious and not burn, we can only use its own oil. This water deer is fat enough. First, we have to roast the oil out of its body and then gradually roast it. This way, it will be cooked evenly and the taste will be at its best. You can rest at the side for a while and wait to eat." He did not have any more seasoning, but as the most important ingredient, salt, Nian Bing still carried it with him. However, he was not in a hurry to sprinkle the salt on it. He only carefully rotated the water deer. His movements were neither fast nor slow, and he always maintained a stable frequency. Just as Nian Bing said, the oil gradually appeared during the roasting. Nian Bing gradually lowered the water deer in his hand. At the same time, he slowly transferred his fire magic power into the water deer meat. With the increase of his magic power, the water deer gradually turned red. At this time, Nian Bing picked out some of the musk that he had made before and used the Proud Heaven blade to carefully smear it on the water deer. The Proud Heaven blade was worthy of being called a top-notch treasured sword. The oil was actually unable to touch it. After doing all this, it was still as bright as before. The green radiance was as moving as the autumn water. Nian Bing, who was focused on roasting the meat, and Kitty, who was sniffing the fragrance and wiping her saliva at the side, did not notice that danger was approaching them. The faint fragrance gradually became stronger. The unique smell of musk and the fragrance produced by the roasting sound effectively merged together. It was a fragrance that made people drool. Kitty did not drool much. That cunning fox had already given up on the water deer head and was obediently squatting beside the kitty. Its saliva was dripping down and its eyes were filled with greed. Only the vegetarian cow, Faint, was not tempted by the fragrance at this time and was leisurely eating his grass. After half an hour, the water deer in Nian Bing's hand had turned completely golden. Kitty and the fox, who were waiting at this time, were already staring straight at it. Nian Bing took turns roasting the water deer. If it was not for his many years of practice, he definitely would not have been able to last for such a long time. No matter what, this water deer was about 20 jin. Smiling slightly, Nian Bing glanced at the human and beast beside him. "Look at you two. It looks like you haven't eaten for many days. It's done." As he spoke, he took out the salt he had brought from the space ring and sprinkled it evenly on the water deer. He did not use much salt in order to make the water deer's fragrance not be covered by the taste of the salt. Just as Kitty and the fox were about to rush up together, Faint suddenly raised his huge head. The brown hair on his back suddenly stood up, and he let out a low moo. It seemed to be a threatening moo. As he moaned, Nian Bing and Kitty retreated, as if he had encountered some kind of danger. The Proud Heaven blade in Nian Bing's hand trembled slightly. The surrounding wind elements clearly became stronger, and a light moan came from the blade. Nian Bing immediately understood the meaning of the Proud Heaven blade. Among the 3 blades he owned, the sigh of the snow goddess and the roar of the fire god were completed with his own blood and were more intimate. However, the moan of the wind of freedom was not weak either. When Nian Bing used it to display his fastest knife skills, they had already reached a tacit understanding. The moan of the Proud Heaven blade only had one meaning, and that was a warning sign. Nianbing casually handed the branch with the deer on it to Kitty, and pulled her behind him. He whispered, "Stay close to me. I'm afraid there's danger." As he spoke, the moan of the wind of freedom floated away, and in exchange, the roar of the fire god and the sigh of the snow goddess were heard. The morning dew dagger could be ignored, but it had to be prepared. After all, there was no telling how strong the unknown enemy would be. If it was to save his life, he could not care less about anything else. A hissing sound rang out, and a strange look appeared in Nianbing's eyes. Just what was it? The sound came from behind a tall bush. Nianbing calmly looked at the bush, and her mouth had already begun to chant an incantation. Nana poked her head out from under Nianbing's feet. Suddenly, her whole body trembled as she jumped back into Kitty's arms. Kitty was stunned for a moment. Nianbing said, "Big brother, Nana seems to be very scared. That thing seems to be very dangerous. You must be careful." Nianbing nodded. He pointed the broad righteous young saber forward, and a fist-sized rank 1 fireball floated out. Under the control of her spiritual power, it drew a beautiful arc in the air and shot towards the back of the bush. At the same time, she had already prepared an even stronger spell. The fireball left a trail of sparks behind the thicket, and an angry roar that shook the earth rang out. A huge black shadow stood up from behind the thicket, and the thicket that was originally more than 5 feet tall only reached up to its chest. With a roar, its huge body pressed forward, and the thicket was completely knocked down, revealing its robust body. Nianbing stared at the creature in front of her with wide eyes. Heavens! What is this thing? It was indeed a creature she had never heard of before. On the surface, it was about 3 feet tall. Its upper body was upright, and its whole body was covered with an iron-gray cuticle. It looked extremely solid, and its body was similar to a large lizard, but it was obviously much bigger than a lizard. There were 2 rows of black fin-like things on its back, and 2 strong and thick hind legs supported its huge body. Its long tail dragged behind it, and when it roared, it revealed huge sword teeth in its mouth. From head to tail, it was nearly 2 feet long. Its forelimbs were obviously much smaller than its hind limbs, but its claws were bigger. Nianbing had every reason to believe that it could easily tear her body apart. As the earth trembled, the monster stepped out of the bush. Its dark green eyes stared at Kitty behind Nianbing. To be precise, it was staring at the deer in Kitty's hand. An excited voice came from behind Kitty. "Wow, it's actually a cute ironback saber-toothed lizard. It's so big, I'm afraid it's over 100 years old." Cute? Nianbing didn't think that the big guy in front of her was cute at all. The invisible aura it emitted was so oppressive that she couldn't breathe. Did it want to eat the deer? If she could use a deer in exchange for it to leave, she would be lucky. "Kitty, since you recognize this creature, does it have any special characteristics?" Yes. Dad once told me that the ironback saber-toothed lizard is ferocious. Once it sees other creatures, it will definitely turn them into its food. There is no chance of luck. He also specially told me that if I encounter this kind of thing, it's best to turn around and run. If I can't run away, I should let the cow feed it. It should be enough for it to eat for a while. Brother Nianbing, quickly help me catch it. If I can take it as my pet, I won't be afraid of being bullied in the future. Nianbing retreated step by step with Kitty. Easy for you to say. Let's save our lives first. Can you order your cow to die? I'll try using magic. Maybe I can beat it back. However, the cuticle on its body seems to be very hard. The ironback saber-toothed lizard glared at them. For some reason, it wasn't in a hurry to attack. Kitty didn't seem to be worried about her own safety at all. Faint has already run behind us. I'm afraid it won't be easy to send it to its death. Brother Nianbing, let me tell you a piece of bad news. The ironback saber-toothed lizard is also called the ironback earth dragon. Although it's not a real dragon, it has some dragon blood in it, so it's immune to some magic. I remember Dad said that a normal ironback saber-toothed lizard is immune to all magic of the 4th level and below. Hearing Kitty say this, Nianbing immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I can use magic up to the 6th level at most. Kitty giggled and said, "Brother, but the ironback saber-toothed lizard in front of you that's over 100 years old isn't a normal ironback saber-toothed lizard. Dad also said that a ironback saber-toothed lizard that's over 100 years old is immune to all magic of the 6th level and below. Although it's not like a real dragon that's immune to all magic of the 8th level and below, I'm afraid your magic is just a tickle to it. Nianbing's heart was filled with the desire to turn around and strangle Kitty. At this time, she was still in the mood to be excited. Immune to all magic of rank 6 and below, heavens! Then how to fight? One must know that she was a magician. If she was alone, she was very sure that she could use the ice and fire magic to confuse this ironback earth dragon's line of sight, and then use Blizzard to fly away. But now the trouble was, with Kitty here, with Blizzard's ability, it was impossible to fly away with 2 people. How could she leave her behind? Nianbing's heart was filled with selfishness, but she immediately dispelled the idea. Absolutely not. The previously prepared fire wall was released through the fire god's roar, and Nianbing immediately turned around and said to Kitty, "Quickly take your pets and run as far as you can, leave this to me." Fire wall was a rank 4 magic, the flames up to 2 feet high immediately blocked the ironback earth dragon's advance. Kitty looked at Nianbing in surprise. "Big brother Nianbing, but you are a magician, you can't beat it." Nianbing anxiously said, "I told you to run, hurry up, I'm here, if you can't beat me, won't you be entangled? Quickly run." Kitty looked at Nianbing's anxious eyes and that touch of concern, her big black eyes seemed to have something more. She complied, turned around and chased after her cow. That cow Whitey and fox Whitey were running faster than each other, they were already several tens of meters away. Seeing Kitty also running over, they immediately let out a cheerful cry. Nianbing didn't have time to pay attention to how Kitty ran, she turned around, her eyes revealing a dignified expression, and in a low voice, she chanted the incantation she was good at, "Great Fire God. Please allow me to borrow your left hand, let the flames descend to the world, extinguish all evil forces, let the flames illuminate the earth, destroy all obstacles in front." The left hand of the Vulcan. A huge shadow passed through the fire wall. Just as Kitty said, the Tier 4 fire wall had no effect on it at all. The ironback earth dragon that was originally focused on the delicious food seemed to have been enraged by the fire wall. With a roar, it ferociously charged towards Nianbing. The blizzard scroll brought Nianbing's body to the side. Because he had to control Vulcan's left hand, he did not fly too high. The ironback earth dragon didn't seem to be interested in him at all. It suddenly sped up and chased after Kitty. The trees and shrubs in front of it couldn't stop it at all under the pressure of its huge body. Nianbing was a little flustered. Kitty wasn't running fast, and with the ironback earth dragon's speed, it wouldn't take long to catch up to her. Vulcan's left hand clenched tightly, and under Nianbing's full control, it flew past the ironback earth dragon's body like a meteor. With a fierce turn, it heavily bombarded the ironback earth dragon's chest. Sparks flew everywhere. Relying on Vulcan's roar, Vulcan's left hand displayed a power close to the Tier 6. Even if the ironback earth dragon's defense was strong, it couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Its forward momentum came to a halt. The ironback earth dragon turned around, its dark green eyes filled with savagery. It was obviously very dissatisfied with Nianbing, who was like a housefly. Nianbing knew that at this time, only her ice and fire homology could deal with this big guy in front of her. Taking a deep breath, just like when she faced Long Ji, her right hand returned the sigh of the snow goddess and exchanged it for the frost staff. "Oh, great god of fire! Please allow me to borrow your left hand to let flames descend upon the world, to extinguish all evil forces. Let the flames illuminate the earth, to destroy all obstacles that obstruct the path ahead." Vulcan's left hand. Flames flared up, and a huge Vulcan's left hand appeared on Nianbing's left side. Great Ice Elemental. Condense, transform into the ice of an ancient cold river, transform into the ice of a solid moonlight, the fusion of ice and ice, appear, dual-colored ice sphere. Pointing the frost staff at an angle, blue specks of light unceasingly condensed, and a huge ice sphere full of ice spikes, half light blue half dark blue, appeared. The ironback earth dragon's intelligence wasn't very low. It originally wanted to continue chasing Kitty, but it suddenly felt a pressure coming from the air. It couldn't help but stop its footsteps, as if it had realized something. With a low roar, it took off running, still chasing after Kitty. Nianbing was anxious. He knew that he didn't have time to compress magic. With a loud shout, the dual-colored ice sphere and Vulcan's left hand were thrown out at the same time. The red and blue light passed the ironback earth dragon's body from both sides, hitting at the same point not far in front of it. The magic that wasn't compressed was relatively stable, and it was easier for Nianbing to control it. In addition, before leaving Ice Snow City, he used the Stone of Fire God and the Stone of Snow Goddess to enhance his magical power, making it easy for him to control this magic. The Frost Staff and the Righteous Yang Sword were in front of him at the same time, and he shouted, "Ice and Fire Homology." Vulcan's left hand and the dual-colored ice sphere suddenly collided in the air. Under the control of Nianbing, a huge explosive force suddenly hit back at the ironback earth dragon that was rushing forward. The ironback earth dragon roared, its huge body suddenly curled up, and the fin-like protrusions on its back suddenly turned golden. The explosive force caused by the ice and fire homology was indeed powerful. Although it wasn't compressed, the power of the explosion was still equivalent to the peak of the 7th rank magic. The surrounding vegetation was blown away by the powerful explosive force, and the soil splashed up nearly 10 meters high. Nianbing's face was a little pale as he landed on the ground. He had used a few powerful spells in succession, and had already used up half of his mana. Even though the ice and fire magic was very resilient, the amount of mana was still the biggest barrier that limited a mage's abilities. The dust gradually dispersed, and Nianbing was stunned to see that the ironback earth dragon actually slowly stood up. The cuticle on its body had completely turned golden, and at the same time, its eyes had also turned from dark green to blood red. With a furious roar, the surrounding forest trembled. Unexpectedly, under the effect of the peak of the 7th rank magic, there wasn't even a trace of injury on its body. The next moment, that huge body, carrying an incomparably berserk charge, suddenly rushed towards Nianbing's direction. Roaring in succession, the sound waves shook Nianbing to the point that he was unable to concentrate on chanting the incantation. In desperation, he had no choice but to take out 2 scrolls, the scrolls used to carry out the ice and fire homology attack. Although the power wouldn't be stronger than the previous attack, this was also the only way he could deal with it. Just at this time, Kitty's clear and melodious voice suddenly sounded, "Whitey, spray. Tian Tian, charge." 8 milky white radiances struck the ironback earth dragon's huge body from the side like lightning, immediately shaking its momentum. At this time, the cow Whitey had already rushed to a place not far away, her 2 front hooves had just landed. A gray-black figure wrapped in a gray fog charged in front of the ironback earth dragon. With a loud bang, the gray figure was sent flying, and the ironback earth dragon's momentum finally came to a stop. Kitty had already run back at an unknown time. In her arms, she was still carrying that little pink pig Guan, and was glaring angrily at the ironback earth dragon. Seeing that she had returned, Nianbing immediately became anxious. "Kitty, why are you so disobedient? Why did you come back for? Hurry up and run." While saying that, he shook his hand and threw out the 2 scrolls. Taking a deep breath, he quickly chanted the incantation for the 2nd time. The powerful attack of the homogeneous ice and fire once again turned the ironback earth dragon's target to her. At this time, Nianbing's heart was already devoid of anger and joy. Her eyes were completely fixed on the huge monster in front of her, without the slightest intention of retreating. After being hit by the homogeneous ice and fire twice in succession, although it didn't injure the ironback earth dragon, the pain brought by the bombardment of the 2 extremes of ice and fire was extremely severe. It fiercely lowered its head, and a golden light shone from its back. More than 10 golden radiances carried a strong sonic boom as they directly attacked Nianbing. This time, the ironback earth dragon finally used its own unique skill. Kitty cried out in alarm, "Guan, quickly use your unique skill, Beast, Blood, Boiling." The original little pink pig Guan, at this time, actually emitted an exceptionally powerful aura. Its body rushed out from Kitty's arms, displaying a speed that was completely inconsistent with its body. Its body swelled 10 times like a balloon, bloody light lingered around its body, and it fiercely collided with the ironback earth dragon. However, no matter how fast it moved, it was definitely not faster than light. Those golden rays of light had already attacked Nianbing. Ice, fire, same origin. Gathering the last of her magic power, Nianbing once again activated the same origin of ice and fire. This time, under the extreme concentration of his spiritual energy, the volume of the spell was reduced by a third. An enormous amount of magic power instantly exploded, forming an energy vortex that completely engulfed the dozen or so golden lights. The strongest part of the Ironback Earth Dragon was its body. Although the golden light could attack from a distance, it wasn't as powerful as it looked. When the magic's explosive power collided with its own energy, it immediately cancelled each other out. Under the huge impact, the Ironback Earth Dragon couldn't help but sway a little. And at this time, Guan, who had fully activated his beast blood boil, rushed to its body. With a bang, the Ironback Earth Dragon that didn't even get blown away by the same origin of ice and fire, was actually knocked flying by Guan. It rolled a few times on the ground, and the place where it was knocked into was blood red. The golden luster emitted from its body was continuously converging toward that blood red area, as if it was dissolving its own wounds. Guan also didn't feel good, his enlarged body bounced back like a rubber ball. When he once again fell into Kitty's bosom, he had already returned to his original size. He closed his eyes as if he was very tired. Nianbing's whole body swayed, barely controlling her body to not fall down, but a trace of blood still couldn't help but flow down from the corner of her mouth. The Ironback Earth Dragon's defense was indeed too strong. Even if he exhausted all of his magic power, he still couldn't cause a trace of damage to it. An ear-piercing scream suddenly came from Kitty's mouth. The Ironback Earth Dragon that had already stood up suddenly rolled over and fell to the ground again. It looked like it was in great pain. Although the scream wasn't aimed at Nianbing, he still felt as if his brain was pricked by a needle. His body swayed, and he suddenly fell to the ground. But he was still awake at this time, for words flashed in his mind: spiritual magic. When Kitty screamed just now, her spiritual power shot out like a sharp awl. Even Nianbing, who thought that his spiritual power was strong, definitely couldn't compare to it. The pale-faced Kitty ran a few steps to Nianbing's side. She seemed to be very weak. Nianbing Gidge, let's go quickly. It's all Kitty's fault, I harmed you. While saying that, she helped Nianbing stand up again. Looking at Kitty's tearful appearance, Nianbing comforted her, this can't be blamed on you. That Ironback Earth Dragon was indeed too strong. Kitty called the cow Dander over, and sent back the big mouse Tian Tian and the weak little pig Guan. She supported Nianbing and said, Gidge, you ride Dander first. I didn't expect that it was actually an evolved golden back Earth Dragon. Let's go quickly. The spiritual shock just now could only make it unconscious for a short while. It will wake up soon. Facing a crisis, Nianbing's mind was still very clear. It's unconscious? Then we still have a chance. His gaze fell on the Xingyang saber in his hand. Nianbing coldly snorted. Xingyang is not only the roar of the fire god, at the same time, it is also an indestructible sharp blade. I don't believe that this Earth Dragon's defense can withstand the Xingyang saber. With a wave of his right hand, a magic scroll appeared in his hand. Nianbing casually opened the scroll, and immediately, the scroll turned into a ball of flames, condensing into a huge hand. It was the rank 5 fire magic, Fire God's left hand. Although his magic power was exhausted, his spiritual power was still there. Under Nianbing's control, Fire God's left hand took over the Xingyang saber in his hand, and immediately flew towards the direction of the golden back Earth Dragon. Nianbing only had one goal, and that was to use the Xingyang saber's sharpness to kill the golden back Earth Dragon that was threatening his and Kitty's lives. This was his only chance, otherwise, how could he escape? Fire God's left hand and Fire God's roar combined perfectly with the Xingyang saber. Like a stream of light, they rushed towards the golden back Earth Dragon that was lying on the ground. Seeing that the Xingyang saber's red light was about to hit the golden back Earth Dragon, a voice suddenly sounded, enough. 2 simple words, but it was like a heavy hammer that heavily smashed into Nianbing's mind. His vision turned black, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. And the Fire God's left hand that was wrapped around the Xingyang saber actually dissipated by itself. A white light suddenly flew out, carrying the Xingyang saber to the side. With Kitty's help, Nianbing didn't fall down again. He looked at the place where the white light disappeared, and saw a man in white slowly walking out from there. This man was about the same height as him, but he was a little thinner. He looked like he was in his 30s, and his appearance was very ordinary. However, what was not ordinary was his eyes. At first glance, his pair of black phoenix eyes seemed very ordinary, but when you paid attention to his eyes, you would immediately realize that his eyes seemed to have a metallic texture, as if they could see through one's heart. With just a slight glance, Nianbing was shocked to find that his body and soul seemed to have been penetrated by some indescribable thing. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling, and he couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood, and his mind was dizzy. The Xinjiang saber was in the hands of the man in white, and on his shoulder, there was an eagle with white feathers and red eyes. Its body wasn't big, and it was about the size of a falcon. Its two claws firmly grasped the man in white's shoulder. It was very obvious that the Xinjiang saber was previously taken away by it. What made Nianbing feel strange was this white eagle not afraid of the temperature of the Xinjiang saber? Daddy. Nianbing's heart tightened when he heard Kitty's shout. Although he had already guessed a little, he could not help but feel a little surprised after hearing Kitty's confirmation. However, he was not nervous at all at this time. What was the use of being nervous in front of a powerful summoner when a magician without magic power was? Facing it calmly was the best choice. Seeing her father, Kitty did not enthusiastically pounce on him. Instead, she moved closer to Nianbing. At this time, Nianbing became her shield. Come over here. Looking at his daughter's panicked face, Hillard was both angry and amused. These days, he had been out looking for his daughter's whereabouts. However, Kitty was extremely cunning and used all kinds of methods to confuse Hillard. If it were not for the special spiritual aura of her summoned beasts, Hillard would not have been able to do anything to her. Daddy, why are you here? Brother Nianbing is very weak now. I can't go over. I need to support him. Kitty said with an innocent look. Hillard's gaze turned to Nianbing, and he said indifferently, since my daughter used the summoning spell in front of you, and you are a magician, you should already know our secret. Nianbing looked at Hillard calmly. Faced with the metallic gaze, he did not flinch at all. Yes, I already know. Can you return my saber to me? He knew what Hillard meant. From the first time he saw Kitty, Nianbing knew that in order to keep the secret, this white summoner would not be stingy with killing people. Hillard looked at the righteous young saber in his hand, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Yes, this is indeed a good saber. At the same time, it is also a top magic item. Unfortunately, with your current ability, you can't unleash its power. With a casual toss, the righteous young saber flew to Nianbing. With his familiarity with the saber, Nianbing did not even need to look at it. He easily caught the saber in his hand. Roar, the gold-backed earth dragon roared angrily again. He stood up shakily, as if he was still a little dizzy. He looked around, looking for the enemy. Hillard turned to the gold-backed earth dragon, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Nianbing was shocked to see that Hillard's originally black eyes suddenly turned completely white. It was a terrifying white. Two simple words came out of his mouth. Quiet. It was a shock from the soul. His spiritual power condensed into a force and directly enveloped the gold-backed earth dragon's huge body. The gold-backed earth dragon, which Nianbing could not hurt even a little, began to tremble violently after hearing Hillard's two simple words. It crawled on the ground, not daring to move. Hillard's eyes returned to normal. He did not pay attention to his daughter. Instead, he looked at Nianbing and said, "Do you know why you can't beat me even after using so many magic spells?" Nianbing thought for a moment and said, "This gold-backed earth dragon has an extremely strong defensive ability. The cuticle on its body is like an armor and shield that covers its whole body. It has an extremely strong physical and magical defense. However, no matter what kind of creature it is, it will have a weakness. I think that this gold-backed earth dragon's external defensive ability is already very strong. In that case, its spiritual power is probably not as strong as it looks. With your spiritual magic, you can directly attack its brain with your spiritual power. Naturally, you can achieve results that I can't. Perhaps this is the principle that one thing can subdue another, just like how water can subdue fire and light can subdue darkness. Of course, I don't mean to belittle spiritual magic. A martial artist's do chi can restrain ordinary magic, but spiritual magic is a martial artist's counter. Even if a magician's spiritual power is not weak, I'm afraid there won't be many who can resist such a powerful spiritual attack like yours. Besides, you also have a magical summoning technique. A rare smile appeared on Hillard's cold face. You can still be so calm in a situation where your magic power is almost completely exhausted. Your spiritual power is really good. I'll give you a chance. If you can survive the attack of the snow eagle on my shoulder, I'll spare your life. Kitty, come here, otherwise, I'll confiscate all your pets. Kitty blinked, as if she suddenly decided something. In a flash, she stood in front of Nianbing. Dad, you can't kill brother Nianbing. Sister Fengnu said he's a good person. Hillard frowned slightly. Fengnu? Kitty said, Sister Fengnu told me to say the words daughter of the phoenix to you. Dad, please let go of brother Nianbing. At worst, I'll go back with you. Hillard snorted and said, You little girl, you actually dare to negotiate with me. Come here. The last two words were full of deterrence. Under the pressure of spiritual power, Kitty's face became even paler. But she still stubbornly stood in front of Nianbing and shook her head vigorously. Nianbing patted Kitty's shoulder. Go back to your dad. I don't need a woman to protect me. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Kitty looked back at Nianbing with tears in her eyes. Brother Nianbing, but you don't have any magic power now. The snow eagle is very powerful, brother, you. With spiritual power as a guide, lost child. I'll lead you into the lost eternity. Hillard's voice had a strange magnetism. Hearing this voice, Kitty couldn't help but tremble. Her eyes revealed a confused look. She turned around, faced her father, and walked towards Hillard step by step. Spiritual magic was indeed strange. Kitty walked to Hillard's side obediently and stood there as if she had lost her mind. Hillard said to Nianbing indifferently, No matter what relationship you have with Fengnu, and no matter what happened between you and my daughter, if you can't block the snow eagle's attack, then only death awaits you. Nianbing took a deep breath and her eyes fell on the snow eagle on Hillard's shoulder. Come on. These two simple words were full of confidence. With a wave of his right hand, 4 scrolls flew out of his space ring and landed on the ground in front of him. Without magic, he could only rely on scrolls. Although making these scrolls had cost him a lot of experience, for the sake of his own life, he couldn't care less about anything else at this moment. Hillard smiled indifferently and said, Then I'd like to see how powerful the ice and fire magic is. Little Snow, attack. The air suddenly became cold. The snow eagle spread its wings and flew up from Hillard's shoulder. The cold feeling was emitted from its body. This snow eagle actually had an attribute. With a flash of light, another 4 scrolls fell into Nianbing's hands. Although the snow eagle looked far less intimidating than the golden-backed earth dragon, he didn't dare to slack off. The snow eagle sprang into action. Its 2-meter-long snow-white wings were fully unfurled. It let out a loud cry, and 2 giant ice blades formed from ice shot out from its wings. Blue light flashed, and the 2 blades intersected before arriving in front of Nianbing. Nianbing twisted her fingers and a flame ignited, quickly setting up a wall of fire in front of her. Then, the other 3 scrolls flew out of her hand at the same time, and she quickly retreated a few steps. When the ice blades met the wall of fire, the power of the attack suddenly weakened a lot. At this moment, a huge dual-colored ice ball rose close to the ground. The remaining power of the ice blades could only leave 2 deep marks on it. The dual-colored ice ball spun quickly in the air, forming a beautiful arc from bottom to top, and went straight for the snow eagle. Offense was the best defense. The snow eagle's red eyes revealed a disdainful light. It suddenly withdrew its wings and fell completely, almost brushing past the ice ball. Suddenly, it accelerated and rushed towards Nianbing. However, Nianbing also released 2 scrolls at the same time. They were a pair of attacks of the same origin of ice and fire. A crazy explosion sounded, and the attack mixed with red and blue light formed a huge vortex, covering the snow eagle's body. This was the strongest attack he could release at the moment. A loud and sharp sound came from the snow eagle's mouth again. It didn't have the strong defense of the golden-backed earth dragon, but the power of the same origin of ice and fire caused 2 extreme magic to erupt at the same time. The alternating power of cold and hot was not simple. The snow eagle, which was originally rushing forward, abruptly changed the direction of its attack in midair. It soared up, forming a parabola in the air before the origin of ice and fire was about to reach it. It jumped over the origin of ice and fire and rushed towards Nianbing again. Nianbing's eyes widened, and she spat out another mouthful of blood. She bit the tip of her tongue and raised her mental strength to the limit. Come back. The origin of ice and fire that was originally rushing forward abruptly stopped its forward momentum. It turned around, and circled the snow eagle in the air from behind. At the same time, Nianbing raised her icicle staff high. Rise, Ice Baptism. The first 4 magic scrolls that were thrown out shattered at the same time. Cold air rushed to the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge ice shield, covering the snow eagle's body from the front and restricting its freedom. Ice Baptism was a 6th rank ice magic. 2 of Nianbing's 4 scrolls were able to release its power, and the other 2 were 4th rank enhanced ice magic. Under the effect of the 4 scrolls at the same time, the ice shield in the air was already a foot thick in an instant. Only the direction of the origin of ice and fire was not sealed. The snow eagle also felt the danger. With a sharp cry, it flapped its wings, and its whole body was covered in a layer of blue light. Its body was like an arrow rushing towards the sky. Want to run? There's no chance. Turn the flames. In the originally empty space of the ice shield, a purple flame suddenly appeared. The flame covered the entire space of the ice shield before the snow eagle rushed to the top of the ice wall. At the same time, it also covered the snow eagle's body. At this moment, Nianbing continued to use his mental strength to forcefully control his spells. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground. The ice and fire attacks that came from the same source also disappeared when they approached the ice barrier because of the lack of mana control. A clear shattering sound was heard, and the snow eagle's body soared into the sky. However, it originally had a body of sparkling, snow-white feathers, but at this time, it had turned into a black eagle. The snow eagle's body suddenly expanded a little in the air, and an ear-piercing cry was heard. Snowflakes floated in the air, and the snowflakes fluttered in the wind, becoming more and more urgent. Nianbing's heart went cold. She knew that if she had been able to control the magic for a moment longer, even if the origin of ice and fire couldn't kill this powerful magic beast, she could at least severely injure it. But now, it seemed that she no longer had the chance. The snow eagle's current ability was clearly much more powerful than the Tier 4 blizzard. Right now, she didn't have any magic scrolls above Tier 4 that she could use. She could do nothing but wait for her death. However, Nianbing didn't close her eyes. Looking at the snow eagle in the sky, her heart was filled with unwillingness. That's enough, little eagle. A red light suddenly lit up, enveloping the snow eagle's body and disappearing. The blizzard that had just condensed also disappeared along with it. Hillard slowly walked up to Nianbing. Feeling the still active magic elements in the surroundings, he smiled faintly and said, "You are stronger than I thought. Did you make those magic scrolls?" Nianbing nodded and said, "That's right, I did it. I didn't completely block the snow eagle's attack." "Why did you let me go?" Nianbing stretched out her hand, and Nianbing didn't hesitate. She grabbed his hand and stood up. Her body swayed, and the dizziness in her mind seemed to have intensified. If it weren't for the warm aura coming from the heavenly token in her chest, she was afraid that she wouldn't have been able to hold on and would have fainted. A light flashed in Hillard's hand, and a green pill the size of a cherry appeared. "Eat it. You can only rely on yourself to recover the lost magic power, but this calming pill can eliminate your discomfort." Nianbing took the pill and swallowed it directly. After the pill entered her mouth, it immediately turned into a bitter liquid and slid down her stomach. Heat rose along with it. A layer of sweat appeared on Nianbing's forehead, but her spirit became much better. She didn't thank Hillard. She just looked at him in silence, waiting for him to speak. Hillard also looked at Nianbing. "Aren't you afraid that I'll give you poison?" Nianbing smiled. "Senior, don't you think that your question is a little redundant? If you want to kill me, there are 100 ways. Why use such a despicable method like poison? Besides, when you asked me to support the snow eagle's attack, I know that you don't want to kill me. If you want to ask something, you can ask now." There was a hint of surprise in Hillard's eyes. Well, you can be considered a talent. Ice and fire magic and our summoning techniques are both mysterious and have a long history. However, the reason why I didn't kill you is not because of this, but because you risked your life to let my daughter escape. How long have you known Kitty? Nianbing smiled bitterly. It's been more than 4 hours. We only got to know each other before noon. You can rest assured that I just treat her as a sister. Hillard said in surprise, only 4 hours? You can make Kitty trust you in such a short time. It seems that you are indeed extraordinary. What about Feng Nu that Kitty mentioned? What's your relationship with her? Feng Nu's beautiful face flashed in front of Nianbing's eyes, and he said indifferently, we can be considered friends. Kitty just said that she's the daughter of the Phoenix. What does that mean? Hillard's eyes flashed and he said, you don't need to know that now. If Feng Nu wants to tell you, she will naturally tell you. It's too dusty here. Let's sit over there for a while. As he spoke, he pointed in the direction that Kitty had escaped. Nianbing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The mysterious summoner in front of him had indeed brought him great pressure. In his heart, Kitty had become a synonym for trouble. Ever since he met her, his troubles had never stopped. Now, he hoped that Hillard would take Kitty away as soon as possible. Confused child, wake up. The magnetic voice sounded again. The spiritual fluctuation was wonderful. It was a special wave that seemed to be only felt by Kitty. Her whole body shook and she woke up from her daze. After a moment of shock, she immediately locked her eyes on Nianbing. Brother Nianbing, are you okay? She ran to Nianbing in a few steps and looked him up and down. Her eyes were full of concern. The naughtiness when they first met was gone. At this moment, Kitty seemed to have grown up a lot. Nianbing subconsciously patted Kitty's head and smiled. Don't worry, I'm fine. Senior was just joking with me just now. Kitty looked at her father in confusion. Hillard snorted and said, it seems that Dad is not as important as an outsider in your heart. I'll deal with you when we get back. Kitty blinked and giggled. Dad won't. Dad loves Kitty the most. I already know that I was wrong. Why don't you ask Mom to punish me? Hillard laughed. Her? If she didn't spoil you, you wouldn't dare to run away from home. The three of them walked to the side and found a clean spot to sit down. Nianbing purposely picked up the musk that was wrapped in a cloth earlier. Kitty giggled and ran to the side. After a while, she ran back with the roasted deer. It's still warm. Dad, brother Nianbing, let's eat together. Nianbing took the deer. With a shake of his wrist, the proud heaven blade appeared. He found a few clean leaves and spread them on the ground. With a flash of green light in his hand, pieces of deer appeared neatly on the leaves. Senior, Kitty, this is a little remote. You can eat together. Kitty saw that her father didn't seem to be hostile to Nianbing. She was relieved. Ignoring the oil on the deer, she picked up a piece and put it into her mouth. Hillard looked at Nianbing and asked, where did you learn the ice and fire spell? I'm quite familiar with the magic world, but I've never heard of anyone who knows this legendary magic. Your magic power seems to be only at the level of a great mage, but with the ice and fire spell, you can exert magic close to the power of a sorcerer. If you didn't encounter a rare species like the golden back earth dragon, ordinary magic beasts wouldn't be able to hurt you. Nianbing smiled indifferently and said, if I tell you that I learned the ice and fire spell by myself, would you believe me? Hillard frowned slightly, but he quickly nodded and said, I believe you. In the beginning, the ancestors of the white people, the great Saint Summoner, also relied on his own wisdom to have great power. He created the profound magic of summoning and auxiliary spiritual magic. The ice and fire spell must have existed in the past. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as legendary as the summoning spell. You can find the way to the ice and fire spell, which proves that you have the opportunity. This is also one of the important reasons why I didn't kill you. Nianbing smiled bitterly and said, but it's not easy to practice. No one has practiced this magic before. I can only rely on myself to figure it out bit by bit. I also have to be vigilant against the possibility of the two extreme magic elements of ice and fire erupting at any time. Until now, I haven't figured out whether what I'm practicing is the ice and fire spell. Hillard thought for a moment and said, it shouldn't be completely. Actually, I was already there when you were roasting the meat. But at that time, I saw you using both ice and fire magic to cook the musk deer, so I didn't appear. Later on, when you were fighting against the golden back earth dragon, I discovered that although your ice and fire homology could make use of two types of opposing magic to burst out a stronger magic attack to a certain extent, it wasn't the true ice and fire homology. Because when the magic elements erupt, you can't completely retain the characteristics of ice and fire. Otherwise, even if the golden back earth dragon has super strong defense, it's impossible to completely resist the attack of the ice and fire spell. First cold and then hot, or first hot and then cold, is the best way to break any defense. As long as the power is enough, no matter how strong the defense is, there's a chance to break it. Kid, you still have a long way to go. Just like my ancestors, no one can really help you. Everything can only rely on your own efforts. Dad, don't you want to eat together? It's really delicious. When we go back, can you make it for me to eat? If there's something delicious, I promise I won't sneak away. While saying that, she handed a piece of musk deer meat to Hillard. Hillard took the deer meat from his daughter and put it into his mouth. He chewed it, and a look of shock appeared on his face. At this time, Nianbing was thinking about what Hillard had said. Hillard's words could be said to have awakened him from his dream. Just as he said, if he could increase the magical attack power of ice and fire by using the same origin of ice and fire, and at the same time, let these two opposite magical elements display their own characteristics, then it would not be as simple as an explosive increase in attack power. The attributes of ice and fire would also be fully displayed. A fiery red figure stealthily approached the three of them. Kitty's eyes moved and immediately discovered its existence. She said in a bad mood, "You come here. Where did you die just now?" "Humph, as soon as you smelled the meat, you ran back. You damn fox, see how I'll deal with you when we go back." The last sentence was completely imitated by her father's tone. The fox Nana lowered its head and walked to Kitty's side. Saliva flowed out from the corner of its mouth, and it looked at Kitty with a greedy and pleading face. Hillard glanced at the fox and said, "Kitty, just give it some food. It hasn't evolved yet, so it doesn't have the ability to attack. You don't have to blame it." Hearing Hillard's words, the little fox actually nodded repeatedly with a fawning look on its face. Kitty snorted and said, "You little fence-sitter, I usually doted on you for nothing. As punishment, you are not allowed to drink milk for a month." As she said that, she threw a piece of meat that Nianbing had cut to the fox Nana. At this time, Nana didn't care about any punishment. It held the musk deer meat with its two front paws and ate it crazily. At this time, under the effect of the wind of freedom and the proud heaven blade, the musk deer was only left with a skeleton. Nianbing also threw the skeleton to the fox's side and picked up a piece of meat to eat. Hillard said, "Nianbing, your knife skills are very skillful. Could it be that you also practice martial arts?" Nianbing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "No. I don't. I still have a long way to go if I only practice magic. How can I also practice martial arts? If that's the case, I'm afraid I won't be able to see the peak of any ability in my life." Hillard nodded approvingly and said, "That's right, that's right. The origin of ice and fire already requires you to spend most of your energy to study it. Don't learn too many things just because you are smart. That won't do you any good. Your knife should be a top-notch wind magic item. And that flame knife just now, why did you use them to cut meat?" Nianbing smiled and said, "That's because they're not just my magic staffs. They're also my kitchen knives. My true profession is to be a chef." At this time, for some reason, Nianbing had a good impression of Hillard. Although Hillard's face was cold, his unpretentious tone and expression made Nianbing think of her stubborn father. "What? A chef? A great magician is a chef?" Hillard looked at Nianbing in disbelief. Nianbing smiled and said, "That's the truth. My culinary skills are much better than my magic." Hillard picked up another piece of musk deer meat and didn't ask any more questions. He just nodded in agreement and said, "Indeed, the food you cook is really good." At this time, a strong golden light suddenly attracted the attention of Nianbing and the others. The golden light came from the direction of the golden earth dragon that Hillard had imprisoned with his spiritual magic. Hillard's expression changed slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Soon, his eyes showed a hint of joy. Great, that golden earth dragon has mutated. You guys stay here and don't move. The mutated golden earth dragon is very scary. I will be back soon. Kitty, haven't you always wanted a powerful pet? This time, you have one. As he spoke, Hillard waved his right hand and a red magic hexagram appeared in front of him. The red light flickered and a 3-meter-long cyan bird appeared in front of Hillard. He directly stepped on the bird and made a strange sound. The cyan bird suddenly flew high with his body in the direction of the golden light. Nianbing looked at Hillard using the summoning skill without any incantation. She couldn't help but feel envious. If she could have such a summoned beast, wouldn't it be more convenient to walk on the continent? Brother Nianbing, I'm sorry. Kitty suddenly lowered her head and said to Nianbing. Nianbing stared blankly and said, Kitty, what's the matter? Kitty still lowered her head and said, I know I was wrong, but can you forgive Kitty? Nianbing smiled and said, silly girl, at my most dangerous moment, you ran back to save me. What else is wrong? What is the matter? Kitty stubbornly said, promise to forgive me first, then I will tell you. Nianbing laughed and said, okay, no matter what, I will forgive you. Now you can tell me. Kitty grabbed the fox Nana who was still eating the deer meat on the ground and said, I'm afraid that golden earth dragon was attracted by the smell of Nana's urine. Nianbing smiled and said, it seems that the power of your precious fox is really not small. However, I have already guessed this. That golden earth dragon should have been attracted by the smell of urine first, and then smelled the fragrance of the deer meat, only then did it notice us. This is nothing, why would I be angry with you? Kitty raised her head and peeked at Nianbing and said in a low voice, there is one more point. Actually, earth dragons are very gluttonous. Although it is very ferocious, but if we ate the deer meat at that time, it would not have noticed us. I wanted to see how powerful brother's magic is. That's why I lied to you and said it would definitely attack us. But I also didn't expect it to be a golden earth dragon. When the words came out, Kitty's head lowered even more, just like a little girl waiting to be judged, looking very pitiful. Nianbing looked at Kitty with some bitterness. Only now did he understand that the reason why he risked his life was because of Kitty's lie. But, what else could he blame Kitty now? Sighing softly, he touched Kitty's soft black hair and said, forget it, but in the future, don't make this kind of joke, it is fatal. Kitty, be good, brother won't blame you. Kitty suddenly raised her head, her eyes shining, brother, you really don't blame Kitty? Nianbing nodded helplessly and said in his heart, what's the use of blaming you, things have already happened, anyway, you little witch will soon leave with your father, why should I blame you? Kitty cheered, fiercely hugged Nianbing and kissed him on the face, brother is the best, brother is the best. When Kitty jumped into his arms, Nianbing realized that Kitty was really no longer a child. Although her soft body had a faint fragrance, although her figure was not as slender as Feng Nu's, under the cover of some tattered loose clothes, she could definitely be regarded as a budding flower. Just as he was about to say something to cover up his embarrassment, the earth suddenly shook violently. Nianbing and Kitty looked in the direction of the golden light, only to see that Hillard was already flying high in the sky on the blue bird, looking at the golden light below. Kitty thought for a moment and said, the iron-back earth dragon is already a powerful creature, when it reaches 100 years old, its body strength will increase, and when it reaches 300 years old, it will evolve into a golden-back earth dragon. That's what you saw before. Dad once said that the golden-back earth dragon is the king of the earth, unless it is a real dragon. There are very few creatures that can compete with it. Whether it is physical or magical defense, it has reached the peak. However, our spiritual magic is the nemesis of this kind of king of the earth. Now, it is very likely that the golden-back earth dragon has evolved under the stimulation of Dad's spiritual magic. As for how much it will evolve, I don't know. Listening to Dad's words, it seems that he wants to make it my pet, that's great. Nianbing nodded, couldn't resist the curiosity in her heart, and whispered, you stay here and don't move, I will go and take a look. Kitty giggled and said, if you want to go, then let's go together, it's not far anyway. With Dad, we will be fine. Nianbing glanced at her, helplessly nodded, and said, "Then you must not make any noise, be careful behind me." Agreed, Kitty put the fox Na-Na on the ground, and took the lead to walk towards the direction of the golden light. When the two of them looked at the place where the golden light was emitted from behind a big tree, it was indeed the golden back earth dragon, but now, its appearance had begun to change. Its originally big body had shrunk a little, but there were two more huge protrusions on its back. Its four limbs also looked thicker, the whole body completely turned golden, the cuticle was angular, it looked like it was covered with a layer of golden scales. The dorsal fin was a little longer than before, and it seemed to be twisted together, forming a spear-like protrusion. The protrusion was about 1 meter high. After carefully counting, there were a total of 9 twisted dorsal fins, like 9 spears extending from the back of its neck to the tail. At the same time, its tail also changed. The original long tail appeared to be bifurcated, divided into 9 parts, but at this time, it was not completely formed. The golden back earth dragon continued to spit out golden flames from its mouth, and a scorching aura caused the surrounding vegetation to be completely scorched. It seemed to be very excited, and its large blood-red eyes shot out ominous light in all directions. The golden light around its body seemed to form a natural protective layer. It was flickering, the breath of life was constantly increasing. Roar! The golden back earth dragon issued a roar from its mouth. It fiercely raised its huge head, and spat out a huge golden flame towards Hillard in the air. Hillard coldly snorted. The blue bird flew high with his body, dodging the attack of the golden flame. The golden back earth dragon, who had spat out a mouthful of golden flames, seemed to be very tired. It lowered its big head and couldn't stop panting, as if it was accumulating more strength to attack Hillard again. Unfortunately, Hillard would not give it another chance. "With my life as a guide, with my blood to call you, noble Caradiris. My partner. Show me your greatest strength." On the back of the blue bird, he quickly bit his finger. Using his blood as a guide, he drew a very small hexagram out of thin air. The moment the hexagram was completed, the blue bird under him suddenly trembled violently. Hillard patted the blue bird's back, and with a flash of light, it disappeared into thin air. And Hillard's body naturally fell to the ground. At this time, the surrounding air suddenly became heavy. The red hexagram that Hillard had drawn before suddenly enlarged. Hillard's body stopped in the air, and a huge black shadow slowly appeared from the red hexagram. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and a deep dragon roar sounded. The dark clouds in the sky rolled, and Hillard, who was stopped in the air, was lifted up by a huge black shadow. Yes, it was a dragon, a green dragon. Nianbing couldn't believe her eyes. She rubbed them hard. "Dragon, is it really a dragon? Didn't they say that dragons were destroyed during the ancient war? How could a dragon appear again? Heavens! Kitty's father can actually summon a real dragon. The clouds follow the dragon. This is the so-called clouds follow the dragon." Yes, it was indeed a dragon. Its body was more than 70 feet long, its 2 huge dragon wings spread out, bringing a haze to the earth. It had a pair of antlers on its head, a beard on its mouth, and a pearl on its forehead. Its whole body was covered with blue scales, and its 4 limbs were thick and powerful. Just its dragon claws alone were as big as the head of the golden back earth dragon. Its huge body slightly twisted in the air, its wings spread out, and its 4 claws stretched out. It fell to the ground. The strong wind blew everything around, and the golden back earth dragon, whose whole body was emitting golden light, suddenly trembled. It raised its head and roared at the blue dragon. The dragon's roar sounded again. The blue dragon seemed to be roaring angrily, and the valiant golden back earth dragon lowered its head, not daring to disobey. Where the blue dragon landed, its 4 powerful dragon claws grabbed the scales on the golden back earth dragon's back, and it kept roaring. The golden back earth dragon seemed to be communicating with it, but its voice was getting weaker and weaker. Hillard slid down from the blue dragon's back to the ground. He looked at the golden back earth dragon at a close distance and smiled with satisfaction. "Thank you, noble Caradiris, I'll have to trouble you to bring it back first." The blue dragon nodded towards him, and actually spoke in human language. "In order to survive, it has already surrendered. I have already promised it, after 100 years, it will be allowed to enter the dragons." The blue dragon Caradiris nodded towards Hillard, and roared towards the sky. It turned its big head to look at the place where Nianbing and Kitty were. "Kitty, you have to listen to your father, otherwise, Uncle Long will spank your little butt." Facing the blue dragon, Kitty was not afraid at all. She came out from behind the tree, giggled, and said, "Uncle Long won't be willing to spank me. I'll go back with my father. But, you have to let Kitty play with its whiskers, okay?" This time, I heard someone say that if the dragon whiskers were made into a whip, they could whip stones into powder. The blue dragon roared in a low voice, its huge head drooped down powerlessly, and said helplessly, "You little girl, you're getting bolder and bolder. Alright, I'm leaving, go back and let your father spank your butt." Although it was scolding Hillard, there was no hint of blame in its tone. It flapped its powerful wings, causing Hillard to take a few steps back. Then, it flapped its wings and carried the huge body of the golden-backed earth dragon up into the sky. After a while, it had already passed through the clouds and left. When the dark clouds gradually dispersed, the blue dragon Caradirus had already disappeared. Nianbing stood there, seemingly thinking about something. Suddenly, he flipped his wrist, and the proud sky blade in his hand chopped at the big tree beside him. Under the acceleration of the wind, the proud sky blade was almost unhindered, and swept past the tree. The blue light flashed again, Nianbing's backhand chopped again. The tree fell, and a piece of tree trunk about a foot long and a foot in diameter fell into Nianbing's hand. His mind seemed to be completely immersed in the tree trunk, and he did not even notice that Hillard and his daughter had returned to his side. Kitty was just about to talk to Nianbing, but she was stopped by Hillard. He whispered to his daughter, "Don't disturb him, he seems to have realized something." The blue light flashed, and the book cover peeled off from the tree trunk. Nianbing flicked his wrist, and the proud sky blade was sent back to his space. The next moment, the ghost eagle appeared in his hand, and the lines on the tree trunk were completely clear. He cut it. The blue light flashed in his hand, and the wood chips scattered in all directions. Nianbing softly chanted, "Where the ghost eagle hand falls, the sky changes, carving 100 waves, the divine work is eternal, the blade rises, the waning moon shines on the cold spring." His movements seemed very elegant and slow, and the blue light swirled around the wooden block like smoke. However, Hillard, whose spiritual power was abnormally strong, could clearly see that every time the dreamy smoke fluctuated, only a few dozen blue lights slashed on the wooden block. Finally, the blue light disappeared, and the ghost eagle lay peacefully in Nianbing's hand. In his other hand, he held the work he had just completed. It was a dragon that was exactly the same as Caradirus, and even the dragon scales on its body were the same. The movement of the dragon was exactly the same as when Caradirus had swooped down, and the dragon's huge wings were completely extended to both sides. The most exquisite part of the carving was the eyes of the green dragon Caradirus. It seemed that even the eyes were reflected in the carving. If it were not for the fact that it was not alive, it would simply be a miniature version of the green dragon. The ghost carving godly knife. What a good ghost carving godly knife. Your knife skills have reached such a level. Now I really believe that you are a chef. Hillard had seen all kinds of things, but he still could not help but praise Nianbing's masterpiece. Nianbing came back to her senses and said a little embarrassedly, "I'm really sorry. When I first learned how to cook, I was best at carving dragons, but I always felt that the things I carved only had the shape of a dragon and did not have the spirit. When I saw the dragon summoned by the senior, I suddenly couldn't hold back the excitement in my heart and carved this work." Hillard walked up to Nianbing and praised, "In such a short time, you were able to capture Caradirus's body and spirit. It shows that you have a high level of spiritual power." Nianbing handed the carved wooden dragon in her hand to Kitty, who had a curious look on her face, and said, "You are going home. Consider this a gift from your brother." Kitty excitedly took the wooden dragon in her hand. "That's great, brother. I didn't know you had this ability." Nianbing smiled and said, "There is another gift. Although it may not be really useful, it is still good to wear it." As he spoke, he took out the 2 fangs of the musk deer from before. The phantom eagle flashed, and the insides of the fangs were suddenly hollowed out. He carefully stuffed the musk fangs in and handed them to Kitty. "When you go back, seal them with wax. If there is a wound on your body in the future, just rub the yellowed musk fangs in the wound, and it will not be infected. If you are bitten by a poisonous insect, use the musk fangs to draw a circle around the wound. That way, the poison will not spread. But you have to remember that you have to wait for the musk fangs to completely turn yellow to have that kind of special effect." The musk fangs themselves will emit a faint fragrance. I think you will like it. Kitty looked at the 2 5-inch-long musk fangs in her hand, and there seemed to be something in her big bright eyes. Brother, why are you so good to Kitty? Kitty likes your gift so much. Nianbing smiled and said, you called me brother so many times, so you can't call me brother for nothing. Brother doesn't have anything good, so I can only give you these. Hillard smiled and said, it seems that you are really lucky. That is worthy of being called a treasure-attracting fox. Although its urine smells bad, it can attract rare animals. After this musk fangs are made, they are worth more than 50 purple gold coins, and they are also priceless. It was the first time Nianbing saw a warm smile on Hillard's face. At this time, he no longer looked like a cold-faced summoner, but more like an elder. Just when he thought that Hillard was about to leave with Kitty, he pulled Kitty back to the previous place and sat down. He waved at Nianbing and said, do you want to hear the story about the golden-backed earth dragon? Driven by curiosity, Nianbing walked to Hillard and his daughter and sat down. Hillard continued, even I didn't expect that you would be able to meet a 1,000-year-old earth dragon. In the records of any place on the continent, there are only legendary records about dragons. But in fact, although dragons are powerful, they are still a kind of creature on the continent, just that they are the strongest kind. During the ancient war thousands of years ago, there were more than 1,000 giant dragons on the continent. At that time, the countries were proud of having giant dragon warriors because dragons represented power. Whichever side had more giant dragon warriors would have a higher chance of winning. However, as time passed, the number of dragons gradually decreased. Although they were the most powerful creatures, it was very difficult for them to reproduce, especially when it came to hatching dragon eggs. The fewer the number of dragons, the more precious they were. Dragons were a proud race. They would never ask for help from humans because they always thought that humans were selfish. The reason why they helped humans in battle was that they wanted to strengthen their reproductive ability by understanding humans, who were the fastest creatures to reproduce. However, after the war, they were disappointed. After all, dragons were not humans. Their different body structures made it impossible for them to have the rapid reproductive ability of humans. When the number of dragons was less than 100, the Dragon King at that time knew that his race was going to be extinct. In desperation, he could only use his life as the price and use the most powerful dragon magic to ask for help from the legendary dragon god. Just as the ceremony was about to be completed, a flaw appeared in the Dragon King's dragon magic. A selfish Dragon King who wanted to replace the Dragon King attacked him. At this time, my ancestor, who had always been on good terms with dragons, burned all his spiritual power to stop the Dragon King at the cost of his life. This allowed the Dragon King to complete the forbidden spell of dragon magic, the prayer of the dragon god. Speaking of this, Hillard's eyes couldn't help but reveal a sorrowful look. He sighed softly and continued, the dragon god really came. As one of the main gods, the first thing he did was to punish the dragon's traitor. At the same time, he ordered the Dragon King to lead the powerful dragons back to the god's realm and become a member of the god's realm forever. However, the Dragon King was reluctant to leave the Yangon continent where the dragons had lived for countless years. At his request, the dragon god allowed one dragon of each branch to live on the continent, but they could no longer participate in the war on the continent. My ancestors saved the dragon race, so the dragon god gave us the title of Dragon Guardian. He allowed the most outstanding person in each generation to sign an equal contract with one of the dragons left on the continent and supervise the 7 dragons left on the continent. When it came to my generation, the one who signed the contract with me was the wind god dragon Luodilus that you just saw. As an adult dragon, he is more than 5,000 years old. According to the understanding of humans, he is almost invincible. Only the god's descent spell or the god's combat chi of a warrior who is at the peak of god tier can hurt him. The 7 branches of dragons live in different corners of the Yangon continent. Except for themselves, no one knows the whereabouts of the other dragons. The dragon god didn't give them any tasks. On the continent, except for not being able to participate in the war, they are completely free. Dad, I know all of this. Quickly get to the point. Kitty urged impatiently. Nianbing's heart was like a mirror. She knew that the reason why Hillard told her this secret was to repay the gift she had given to Kitty. For him, this historical knowledge was extremely precious. When she heard Kitty interrupt Hillard, she hurriedly said, "Good Kitty, don't interrupt. Let the senior continue." It was strange that Kitty, who usually didn't even listen to her parents, actually shut her mouth when she heard Nianbing speak. Not only did she not speak, but there wasn't even a trace of dissatisfaction on her pretty face. Hillard smiled meaningfully and continued, "I'll get to the point soon. On our continent, there are many different faiths. Some of them believed in dragons, the most powerful of creatures, and they formed the dragon-human clan. They claimed to be draconians to the outside world, using the giant dragons left on the continent as totems. They worked hard to cultivate themselves, hoping to gain the giant dragons' recognition. As far as I know, even though the giant dragons are idle, they loathe humans. Until now, the number of dragonborn who have been truly acknowledged by the giant dragons is extremely small, just like the phoenixes who have the phoenix as their totem. Every part of a giant dragon is a treasure, so there are also people who call themselves dragon slayers, contrary to the dragon-human clan who believe in the divine dragon. However, there are very few of these people who can achieve anything. Not to mention that they can't find a giant dragon, just the dragon-human clan alone is enough to make them suffer." Nianbing asked doubtfully, "Senior, could it be that only God's descent and God's doqi can restrain the giant dragon? If that's the case, once the dragons want to harm humans, and the legendary dragon god doesn't care, won't humans suffer a calamity?" Hillard smiled and said, "In theory, this possibility exists, but the possibility is very small. Even though the dragons are powerful, they also have their own weaknesses. If you want to deal with them, you can only succeed by finding a dragon-slaying weapon if you don't have enough strength. However, dragon-slaying weapons are extremely rare. The things that are similar to cursed magic items have almost been lost." Alright, the story ends here. Let's talk about the golden-backed earth dragon today. I don't know if you guys are too unlucky or too lucky, but the golden-backed earth dragon that we attracted today is not only an evolved ironback earth dragon, but also the king of golden-backed earth dragons. From my communication with Karadiris, I learned that this golden-backed earth dragon is already thousands of years old. Ordinary earth dragons generally don't live for more than 200 years. If they have a special encounter and live for more than 300 years, there is a 20% chance that they will evolve into a golden-backed earth dragon. Whether it is attack or defense, a golden-backed earth dragon is far above an ordinary ironback earth dragon. This is also the reason why your ice and fire magic can't hurt it. A golden-backed earth dragon can generally live for up to 500 years. The one you saw just now must have eaten some kind of heavenly treasure or some kind of elixir, or relied on its low intelligence to comprehend a certain cultivation method. It actually lived for more than 1,000 years. It is definitely worthy of being called the golden-backed earth dragon king. Maybe you feel that it is not strong enough, but that is because they didn't fight it head-on. With its own ability, even a fully equipped heavy cavalry regiment can't compete with it. Its weakness is that it can't fly, and it has a natural fear of flying creatures. That is why you guys can help it last for so long." Nianbing said, "Then its appearance just now, is it the evolution that Kitty said? What are the characteristics of the golden-backed earth dragon king after its evolution?" Hillard said, "There is a saying passed down from ancient times that you may have heard, and that is, how can a golden-scaled fish be a creature in a pool? It will turn into a dragon when it encounters the wind and clouds." This is talking about a kind of fish, a fish with the blood of dragons. If this kind of fish can lead the dragon vein in its body under a certain opportunity and use the chi of heaven and earth to get rid of its own impurities, it may become a real dragon. The golden-backed earth dragon king you just saw has the same situation. On the continent, there were quite a few creatures that possessed a small portion of the dragon bloodline, and this earth dragon was one of them. However, I never expected that this earth dragon would be able to live for 1,000 years, and even enter the final stage of its dragon transformation under my mental magic imprisonment. The changes you saw just now were the process of its dragon transformation. However, whether it can really become a dragon is unknown. I summoned Karadiris not to deal with it, but to help it become a real dragon. Through Karadiris to make it submit, as long as it has the help of a real dragon, its evolution process will become perfect. Once it becomes a dragon, it will no longer belong to the category of earth dragon. As for what attribute it has, it can only be seen after it completely evolves. This evolution process, I am afraid it will take at least a year. I asked Karaderis to tell it that as long as it is willing to submit to my family for 100 years, I can help it completely transform into a dragon and officially join the dragons. In the absence of a choice, it has already agreed. From its 9 tails and the erect spear-shaped dorsal fin on its back, I am going to call it the 9-gorilla dragon. As long as I let Kitty sign a contract with it, even if this girl runs out in the future, I won't have to worry so much. Hooray, Daddy is the best. Kitty jumped up in joy, hugged Hillard's neck and kissed him on the cheek. Hillard deliberately put on a stern face and said, "Don't be so proud. With your current spiritual power, do you want to sign a contract with the dragon god? If you want to become a dragon summoner, go back and practice your spiritual magic. If you can't grasp such a good opportunity, don't call yourself my daughter in the future." Looking at her father's stern face, Kitty giggled, stuck out her cute little tongue, and said, "I know, I will go back and practice hard. Daddy, let's bring big brother Nianbing back, okay? His cooking is really delicious. Kitty is so lonely by herself, if only big brother Nianbing could accompany her. I promise I won't run away in the future." Hearing Kitty's words, Hillard's face suddenly changed. This time, he seemed to be really angry and said sternly, "Haven't you soaked enough? How dare you talk to me about conditions, little blue?" With a flash of light, the big green bird appeared out of thin air. It immediately understood Hillard's meaning through the communication of spiritual power. It lowered its head and put Kitty on its back. Kitty's eyes reddened. Daddy is so bad, so fierce. Nianbing, it seems that we are really going to be separated. I'll leave you one of this musk tooth. When you see it in the future, just think of it as Kitty. Don't worry, Kitty will definitely look for you again. As she spoke, she threw one of the musk teeth to Nianbing. Hillard frowned, and his eyes shone with a cold light. The huge green bird quickly flapped its wings and flew up with Kitty. Nianbing said, "Senior, Kitty is still a child. She is just a little playful. Don't blame her." Looking at the green bird that was gradually rising, Hillard's eyes showed a trace of worry. "To be honest, killing you now is the best choice, but I've already said it in advance. Consider yourself lucky." Nianbing was stunned for a moment. Looking at Hillard's sudden change of expression, she did not understand what he meant. "Senior, you," Hillard snorted and said, "I hope you never see my daughter again. Otherwise, the next time we meet, it won't be so easy. We are white, and we can only marry white people to ensure the purity of our bloodline. Especially my daughter. If she can't marry a white person, how can the dragon guardian be passed on?" Upon hearing this, Nianbing did not know whether to laugh or cry. She said, "Senior, are you mistaken? Not to mention that I've only known Kitty for a few hours, I just treat her as a sister. It's impossible for me to discover such a thing." Hillard's eyes shone with a profound light. "I know my daughter the best. You can treat her as a younger sister. She still doesn't understand men's affairs, so she will treat you as her older brother. However, everything you've done has left a deep impression on her. Who can say what will happen in the future? Remember my words. If you want to carry forward the magic of the same origin of ice and fire, and if you want to live peacefully, then don't have anything to do with my daughter." When he said the last few words, Nianbing only felt her mental strength tremble violently. A sharp pain came from her brain. Her whole body shook, and she suddenly lost consciousness. When Nianbing woke up, the surroundings had become dark. The dizziness brought about by the feeling of weakness made her mind a little fuzzy. She calmed herself down and recalled everything that had happened before she fainted. Until now, she still could not believe it. Looking around, she saw that the remaining roasted deer meat was still there. It seemed that all of this was true. Kitty's father was actually such a powerful existence. She could not help but understand. Why were the fathers of the girls she met after she left the peach blossom forest stronger than the other? Perhaps even her new teacher, Long Ji, was no match for a magician who could summon a dragon. After all, magic could not hurt a dragon without the strength of a god's descent master. It seemed that she still had a long way to go if she wanted to avenge her parents. Propping herself up with both hands, Nianbing moved to the side and sat under a tree. Although Kitty and her father had brought a lot of trouble and even danger to Nianbing, she was still very excited to learn about dragons from the dragon summoner, Hillard. Nianbing was now a little envious of white people. If they could summon a dragon, then what was the use of practicing magic? Forcefully shaking this tempting thought out of her mind, she opened the space ring, took out 3 of the few remaining magic scrolls, spread them in front of her, and connected them together with a simple triggering magic array. Although these were only grade 4 magic scrolls, they should be enough to deal with ordinary beasts. As long as it was not an earth dragon, there should be no problem. The magic scrolls could be used without chanting, which was indeed very convenient. However, Nianbing simply calculated the value of the magic scrolls she had used before, and she had the urge to strangle herself. How many purple gold coins would that be? Forget it, it would be better for her to make fewer magic scrolls in the future. If she always relied on these scrolls, the speed of her magic improvement would be greatly reduced. As her mood gradually calmed down, Nianbing closed her eyes, felt the magic elements in the surrounding air, and entered a state of meditation. The most important thing now was undoubtedly to restore her strength. Kitty was gone, and she had regained her freedom. Although it was lonely, Nianbing preferred this kind of loneliness. With the help of the divine stone of fire and the ice goddess stone, Nianbing had recovered 80% of his ice and fire magic after a night of meditation. All he needed to do was absorb less of the magic elements in the air as he walked, and he would be able to return to his peak condition in no time. As for the magic scrolls she had used, she could not replenish them. She could only buy some white magic scrolls in the next big city. Unfortunately, a lot of his money had been taken away by Kitty. He was afraid that even if he wanted to buy white magic scrolls, he would have to start with the most common magic scrolls, and then try to buy a few low-level magic scrolls. Nianbing simply roasted the rest of the deer meat with a flame spell and ate it. Then, he ate a piece of ice condensed by an ice spell. Nianbing once again embarked on his journey of training. Walking alone might be lonely for an ordinary person, but such a situation would not happen to Nianbing. After confirming the direction, he walked while recalling the magic knowledge in the library in his mind. He used his own way to understand it, so the journey was not lonely. It was already the 9th month, and the originally dry and hot air gradually turned cool and refreshing. Autumn was the harvest season, and besides all kinds of plants on both sides of the roads of the Ice Moon Empire, there were also crops planted by the commoners. Under the illumination of the sun, the air became even fresher. Although the direct sunlight was very strong, walking under the shade of the trees made one feel cool and comfortable. Ice Orchid City was a big city on the border between the Ice Moon Empire and the Ottoman Empire. It was also one of the most peculiar cities in the entire Yangon continent. This was because 2/3 of the city was within the Ice Moon Empire, and the other 1/3 belonged to the Ottoman Empire. When the territories were first laid out, it was unknown how they had divided the territories. Fortunately, the Ice Moon Empire had always been on good terms with the Ottoman Empire. The city was controlled by the Ice Moon Empire, but they had to pay a small amount of taxes to the Ottoman Empire every year. Since Ice Orchid City was on the land of the two empires, it had become the largest transportation and commercial hub. The scale of the city was comparable to the Ice Moon Empire's second largest city, Ice Snow City, and it was even more lively. The people of the Ottoman Empire and the Ice Moon Empire shuttled through the city, and the largest group was made up of merchants. The Ice Moon Empire and the Ottoman Empire had always been trading. Smart merchants would trade goods from the two empires, and this way, they would be able to obtain greater profits. With merchants, there was naturally another group that couldn't be left out, and that was the mercenaries. In order to maximize their profits, the merchants often had to transport goods over a long distance. Therefore, hiring mercenaries to protect them was a must. After all, no merchant would want the goods that they had painstakingly collected to have problems on the road. Magicians had their own magicians' guild, and mercenaries had their own mercenaries' guild. However, the mercenaries' guild wasn't as noble as the magicians' guild. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was only a gathering place for low-level warriors. One could receive various missions from the mercenaries' guild, and according to the level of the mission, one would receive different rewards. Among the mercenaries, there were very few who had outstanding martial arts skills. After all, if one's martial arts skills had reached a certain level, why would one be a mercenary? There were many better choices waiting for them. The Mercenaries Guild of Ice Orchid City was located in the northernmost part of the city, and it was very close to the city gate. The guild's guild hall wasn't big, but it occupied a very large area. At this moment, at least 700 to 800 mercenaries were gathered. Some of them came alone to receive missions, while some came as a mercenary group. However, their goal was the same, and that was to earn money. If they could find a mission that was both simple and easy to complete, then the mercenaries could be free for a while. Of course, not all mercenaries' goal was to earn money. Although the number of such people was small, they did exist. Some of their goal was to travel, and some of them liked to take risks. Although they were only a minority. However, it was also within this minority that there were the most powerful mercenaries. I saw this mission first. Does your Orchid Fire mercenary group want to bully others and snatch it? A mercenary who wasn't tall, but his body was as plump as a ball, roared angrily. His voice was absolutely inversely proportional to his height. This roar almost spread throughout the entire guild hall. For a moment, the mercenaries who liked to join in the fun all cast different kinds of gazes. The short fatso's body shape looked a little funny. Simply speaking, his whole body was like a meatball placed on a pile of fat meat. Everywhere was round. The loose clothes on his body didn't look like a warrior suit anymore. From the shape of the white shield on his chest, one couldn't tell that it was a warrior suit anymore. Looking at the color of the mercenary symbol with 2 crossed swords, he was just an ordinary level 4 mercenary. Mercenaries were divided from high to low into special, level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5, and trainee mercenary. Their symbols were the same, which was a badge with 2 crossed swords on a shield. And according to the different levels, from high to low, the colors of the badge were gold, silver, red, purple, yellow, white, blue, and gray, the color of the metal itself. So what if I'm bullying you? Go home, shorty ball. You still want to complete the mission with this kind of conduct? The way I see it, you'll eat up the owner before we're even halfway there. A tall mercenary wearing a blue warrior suit said disdainfully. From the looks of it, he looked more like a mercenary. The short and fat mercenary was so angry that the fat on his body trembled. You dare? This is the mercenary guild, not your Orchid Fire mercenary group. What right do you have to steal the mission I want to take? The guild will uphold justice, right, beautiful lady? As he said that, his gaze fell on the face of the lady in charge behind the counter of the mercenary guild. In the guild hall, there were at least 30 counters that were responsible for assigning missions. Behind the counters, there was a huge blackboard that clearly stated the various levels of missions and mission requirements. No matter which counter you were at, you could accept missions according to the number you were assigned. If a mission was not accepted within 3 months and the employer was not willing to give up, then the mission level would automatically increase by 1 level. The level of these missions was exactly the same as the mercenary's level, but it did not mean that a level 3 mercenary would be able to complete a level 3 mission. The difficulty of a mission of the same level was only close, but it would definitely not be the same. The lady in charge behind the counter looked like she was 25 or 26 years old. Her appearance was ordinary, and the uniform on her body outlined her good figure, making her look very plump. She looked at the short fatso impatiently and said, "The guild will naturally uphold justice. However, although you wanted to take this mission, you were still hesitant and did not confirm it. So, the Orchid Fire mercenary group is not bullying you. Frankly speaking, with your strength as a level 4 mercenary, it is also very difficult to complete this level 3 mission. Don't make a ruckus here, please leave. The one from the Orchid Fire mercenary group, you can go through the registration procedures." Boolsh *T, I was the one who accepted the mission first. You little girl must be his lover. Damn it, I'm going to accept this mission today no matter what. The short fatso's face was already red with anger. His right hand slammed on the counter, making a rumbling sound. The badge on the chest of the mercenary from the Orchid Fire mercenary group was yellow, representing the mark of a level 3 mercenary. He stretched out his fan-like big hand and pressed on the short fatso's shoulder. "Make a ruckus somewhere else, don't disturb my registration." The short fatty slapped his hand away and said, "Get out of my way. This mission is mine." The mercenaries were originally a mix of good and bad people. Seeing that the other party was still so arrogant even though his level was lower, the member of the Orchid Fire mercenary group immediately became angry. What? you want to fight? I will beat you to death, fat pig. The lady in charge behind the counter snorted and said, if you want to fight, go outside, or I will call the guards. When the previously arrogant Fatso and the ferocious member of the Orchid Fire mercenary group heard the word guard, their expressions immediately changed. Fatso cursed a few times in a low voice and awkwardly squeezed out of the crowd to go outside. And that member of the Orchid Fire mercenary group also obediently started to register for the mission. The level of a mercenary was determined by the difficulty of the mission and the number of missions completed. Therefore, even a level 3 mercenary may not necessarily have the strength of a high-level warrior. Most of them were only ordinary warriors. And the guards hired by the Mercenary Association were at least at the level of a high-level warrior. Among them, there was no lack of experts at the level of a sword master. They would definitely not be lenient to the mercenaries who dared to come here and make a ruckus. As long as the guards made a move, breaking bones was a common occurrence. Therefore, although the mercenaries often had conflicts, they did not dare to provoke the guards of the Mercenary Association. Seeing that the commotion was over, the mercenaries who originally gathered here went back to do their own things. The lady in charge snorted. She did not know how many times she had seen this kind of situation. She picked up the pen on the table and slowly registered for the strong man of the Orchid Fire mercenary group. Excuse me, is there a mission to purchase a high-level magic scroll? A clear voice sounded in front of the counter. The lady in charge finished registering and handed the registration card to the member of the Orchid Fire mercenary group. At the same time, she impatiently said, can't you see the mission yourself? What's there to ask? As she spoke, she raised her head. When she saw the person who asked her, her eyes immediately lit up. Her originally impatient eyes suddenly sparkled, as if she could see the shape of a heart from her gaze. Standing in front of the counter was a very tall man. Although his figure was not as exaggerated as the strong man of the Orchid Fire mercenary group, his figure was slender and well-proportioned. His long golden hair was draped over his back. His deep blue eyes as deep as the sea emitted the brilliance of wisdom. He looked to be around 20 years old. His handsomeness was something that even women would be jealous of. At this moment, hearing the words of the lady in charge, he could not help but slightly frown. His gaze swept over the blackboard behind him. The lady in charge coughed and barely suppressed her excitement. Sir, are you here to accept a mission? The blonde youth was Nian Bing. Hearing this, his gaze once again fell on the face of the lady in charge. He nodded and said, yes, I want to see if there is a mission to purchase a 5th-level magic scroll or above. After 10 days of trekking and flying in the occasional snowstorm, Nian Bing finally arrived at Ice Orchid City that bordered the Ice Moon Empire and the Ottoman Empire. Once he entered the city, the first thing he did was to purchase a detailed map of the continent. In these 10 days, if he did not rely on flying and asking for directions to find the correct route, he did not know how many detours he would have taken. As soon as he arrived at Ice Orchid City, the first thing Nian Bing thought of was to replenish the number of magic scrolls he had. After counting, he only had 20 or so purple coins on him. It was enough to buy ordinary magic scrolls. However, when he wanted to create a magic scroll that could double cast magic and achieve the effect of the same source of ice and fire, he had to use the best scrolls to have a certain chance of success. Obviously, he did not have enough money on him. Therefore, he wanted to sell a few magic scrolls for money. Of course, he also looked for a branch of the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Guild here. Unfortunately, because Ice Orchid City bordered the Ottoman Empire, there was no branch of the Magicians Guild here. Of course, the lack of a branch was also related to the decline of the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Guild. Helpless, he could only go to a magic shop to sell his magic scrolls. However, because the magic scrolls he made were different from ordinary magic scrolls, those Tier 4 to Tier 6 magic scrolls were special scrolls that could release power without magic as long as they were opened. Naturally, he could not let anyone examine the goods. As for the magic scrolls that were not special and were fusion magic scrolls, how could those magic merchants understand the magic arrays engraved on them? Nian Bing wanted to use a magic scroll to display his strength, but the value of the magic scroll was so high that he was really unwilling to part with it. For a time, he was in an awkward situation. After going to a few magic item shops, he received the same answer. Finally, a kind shop owner guided him to the Mercenaries Guild to try his luck. If he could receive a mission to buy magic scrolls here, he would not have to worry about not being able to buy the magic scrolls. Most of the buyers were willing to pay to test the magic scroll's power. In desperation, Nianbing asked for directions and came here, hoping to find a suitable mission to exchange for money. The previous scene, Nianbing saw it all. The low-quality mercenaries left a bad first impression on him. The lady in charge looked at the handsome Nianbing with a smile on her face, and the peach blossom in her eyes couldn't help but develop into a pink color. Too handsome, too handsome. Sir, please wait a moment, I'll check for you. My name is Mary, I'm very happy to be of service. Yo, girls really like to be handsome. Mary is flirting today, why haven't I been treated like this before? A 40-year-old Tier 3 mercenary next to her said in a strange tone. Mary had seen a lot of things in this place where dragons and snakes mixed together every day. She snorted and said, "Get lost, don't talk nonsense in front of me. If you have the ability, when you become a Tier 1 mercenary, I'll also find a mission for you." The 40-year-old man's eyes fell on Nianbing. So, he's a Tier 1 mercenary? Why don't I see it? Nianbing impatiently glanced at the meddlesome person next to him. The obscene smile on the person's face showed that he was looking down on him. He was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of person, and his eyes fell on Mary again. The middle-aged man saw that Nianbing didn't say anything, so he put his hand on his shoulder even more aggressively. "Boy, look at you, you must be a prostitute. I've never seen you here before. Could it be that your business is not good, so you came here to seduce women? Mary is really a good choice. Look at her body, it's really hot. However, I'm afraid that her little salary can't satisfy you. Do you want me to introduce you to a good girl? The rich ladies in the city like a pretty boy like you. Ah, the heavens are really unfair. Why can't I be more handsome? Boy, your mother must be very beautiful, hee hee." His obscene laughter suddenly made the surrounding mercenaries burst into laughter. Nianbing was a smart man. After experiencing everything that happened in Ice City, he didn't want any trouble. If the middle-aged man only insulted himself, he would at most treat him as an annoying fly. However, the middle-aged man insulted his mother. That was the most painful wound for Nianbing. In an instant, Nianbing's eyes changed, but there was a smile on his face. The middle-aged man suddenly felt that his body was a little cold, and his heart was cold for no reason. Laugh your mother. In order to cover up a trace of fear in his heart, he put his hand on Nianbing's shoulder and slapped him in the face. Laugh your father. The blue light flashed like smoke, and in the midst of the blood, there was a shrill scream like a pig being slaughtered in the mercenary union. A hand that was still twitching fell to the ground. The middle-aged man let out a blood-curdling scream as he held his bleeding wrist. His face instantly turned pale, and his legs went soft. He fell to the ground and continued to scream in pain. Nianbing kicked the broken hand aside, as if nothing had happened, and still looked at Mary. It was impossible for Nianbing to defeat a level 3 mercenary in a head-on fight. However, his blade was simply too fast. The ghost condor had already fused with his hand a few years ago. His lightning-fast blade techniques, coupled with the sharpness of his blade, allowed him to accomplish many things if he caught his opponent off guard. Silence, unusual silence, the whole mercenary union fell into a dead silence. The cold and cruel mien shocked the audience in an instant. Mary stared at the handsome man in front of her, her hands were already trembling. Nianbing's voice was still very gentle. He reminded Mary, "Miss, please continue to look for him." "Thank you." His gentle voice was so clear in the hall. Just now, almost no one saw what he did, but there was a small knife in his right hand. The small knife shining with blue light was rotating between his 5 fingertips. How can you hurt people in the mercenary union?" Mary's voice was obviously trembling. Nianbing's face showed a rogue smile. "Did I hurt people? Are you sure you saw it?" Mary was stunned for a moment. She didn't believe that it was Nianbing who did that, but the truth was right in front of her. Nianbing's smile made her feel very cold, as if the person in front of her was no longer a handsome young man, but a demon, a murderous demon. "Guards! Quick! Guards!" Mary screamed hysterically. The fear in her heart made her take a few steps back. She tripped over a chair and fell to the ground. Nianbing frowned and turned to look at the middle-aged man with the broken arm. As expected of a level 3 mercenary, he had some knowledge of healing injuries. At this moment, he was desperately pinching his wrist to prevent too much blood from flowing out. The crowd of mercenaries automatically dispersed, and 3 guards wearing black warrior clothes came over. When they saw the scene, their faces changed at the same time. The leader of the guards, a warrior in his 30s, frowned and looked at Nianbing. "I am the captain of the guards here. Did you do it?" Nianbing smiled and didn't answer his question. Instead, he squatted down and asked the middle-aged man with the broken arm. "Did I cut off your arm?" His smile was very gentle, but just as Mary had felt before, the middle-aged man saw a devilish smile. His body trembled a little, and because of excessive blood loss, his face turned blue. He desperately shook his head. "No, no, no, no." Nianbing stood up and looked at the captain of the guards with some provocation. "He is lying. It was indeed me who did it, because he insulted my mother." His left leg suddenly took a step forward, and with his right leg, he used all his strength and kicked the middle-aged man in the face. Suddenly, the middle-aged man didn't even have time to scream. Blood splashed out and he fainted. The captain of the guards didn't stop Nianbing, but his eyes became cold. "Boy, you are very arrogant. You have to understand where you are now." Nianbing smiled indifferently. "I understand. Isn't this the mercenary union?" The captain of the guards coldly snorted. "Then I will help the mercenaries regain their dignity." Nianbing pointed his right index finger at the middle-aged man who had fainted. "A person like him still has dignity?" The captain of the guards emitted white douqi. Being able to use douqi proved that he had entered the realm of swordmaster. On the surface, the strength of this captain of the guards was not below Shuijing. "You will become like him." The captain of the guards raised his hand, and the surrounding mercenaries suddenly opened up a space for them. Nianbing shook his head at the captain of the guards, stretched out his right hand, and a fireball suddenly appeared in his palm. "Since you have confidence in yourself, then come. But I can't guarantee that I won't accidentally hurt others." Seeing the flame in Nianbing's hand, the captain of the guard's face suddenly changed. He said in surprise, "You are a magician?" Nianbing smiled slightly and said, "To be precise, I should be a magician from the Ice Moon Empire's Magician Union." Was the captain of the guards afraid of magicians? No, he was definitely not afraid. He didn't think that the magic of this young man in front of him could be stronger than his martial arts. However, although a magician didn't have the advantage in a one-on-one situation with a warrior, but because of the small number of magicians, their status was much higher than that of warriors, and they were the target of every country. Especially when he heard Nianbing say that he was a member of the Magician Union, his hesitation disappeared. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if the Ice Moon Empire's Magician Union was weak, it was still a Magician Union. It was definitely not something that a low-level mercenary union could provoke. "I'm sorry, respected Mr. Magician. I thought you were also a mercenary, please forgive my rudeness." The captain of the guards dispersed his fighting spirit and respectfully said to Nianbing. Nianbing didn't want to reveal her identity, but in order to avoid trouble, this was the best choice. She smiled indifferently and pointed at the middle-aged man on the ground. "If you don't want him to die, then carry him away." The captain of the guards turned around and gave a look to his subordinates. The 2 guards quickly went forward and carried the unconscious middle-aged man away. The captain of the guards looked at Nianbing with some doubts and said, "Mr. Magician, since you are a member of our Magician Union, can you please show your identification?" Nianbing slightly frowned and said, "Is this necessary?" The captain of the guards looked at the ghost condor between Nianbing's fingers and nodded. He said, "I think it is necessary. I need to give our mercenary union an explanation." Nianbing smiled indifferently and said, "This is what you want." With a flash of light, a token appeared in his right hand. It was the token of identity that Longji had given him a few days before he left. The captain of the guards took the token in Nianbing's hand and looked at it carefully. Suddenly his face changed. You are." Nianbing took the token back and put it back into the space ring. "Don't say it out loud, as long as you understand it." I'm here to find a task that needs to be done. The captain of the guard's face became a little pale. Although he couldn't believe that the young man in front of him was an elder of the Magician Union. But the token was absolutely not fake. How could the things of the Magician Union be easy to imitate? After hesitating for a moment, he went to the counter and said to Mari, "Quickly help this Mr. Magician find the task that he needs. Don't neglect it." Leaving this sentence, he quickly walked away. The surrounding mercenaries all turned to look at Nianbing. To be able to scare away the captain of the guards, they knew that this young man was not simple. Moreover, he was a magician. Mari secretly glanced at Nianbing and hurriedly looked for the task information of the mercenary union. However, her hands were still trembling. Nianbing sighed in her heart. The law of the jungle was indeed the rule of society. In front of Hillard, she was weak, but in front of these people, she became strong. It seemed that no matter where she went, there would be no peaceful days. "Well, I found it. There really is one." Mari picked up the task record with relief. Nianbing said, "Mr. Magician, the task you want is a bit strange, but there really is one. It is here. The city lord's personal guards need a level 5 magic scroll. The only requirement is a clue. A scroll clue is 5 gold coins. The higher the level of the scroll, the reward will double. It is a level 3 task, and it can be taken by many people at the same time. Now, 73 mercenaries have taken it, but only 2 people have completed it." Nianbing was happy. The city lord's personal guard should be rich. Now she had a source of funds. She quickly asked, "How can I contact the employer?" "This?" Mari hesitated for a moment and said, "After the mercenaries have completed the task, they just need to give the task to us. We will contact the employer. As long as the task is confirmed to be completed, we will pay the mercenaries the reward and take 1/10 as the handling fee. As for the employer's contact information, we need to keep it confidential." Nianbing smiled indifferently. "In that case, you just need to tell me the contact information. I can complete this task." Mari was stunned for a moment. "But, you are not a mercenary, and you are not a member of the guild. This is against the rules." Nianbing smiled and said, "That's easy." He looked at the mercenaries around him. The one closest to him was the Orchid Star mercenary group who had just taken the task. After taking the task, he did not leave. Instead, he was watching the fun. Nianbing waved to him, "This big brother, I want to ask you for a favor." The man was stunned for a moment. Of course, he knew that the status of a magician was noble. "Me? How can I help you?" Nianbing said, "You can take the task and then directly receive the reward." The man still did not understand the meaning of Nianbing. "Our mercenary group has taken this task a long time ago, but we have not completed it." Nianbing smiled, "Then you can hand in the task now. I am the source of the magic scrolls. Miss Mari, this time it is in accordance with the rules. I live in the Longqing Hotel not far from the guild. When the employer comes, tell him to find me in room 364. Just say that I have a few magic scrolls that are above the 5th grade to sell." After saying this, he nodded to the man and walked out of the door. "Mr. Magician wants to sell magic scrolls? Then why do you have to complete the task?" A low and vigorous voice sounded. The hundreds of mercenaries in the hall spread out like a tide and formed a corridor. Nianbing just walked to the door and looked along the corridor. He saw a white beardless and slender old man walking towards him. The captain of the guards followed behind him. Nianbing stopped and looked at the old man. Soon, the old man came in front of him and smiled, "Mr. Magician, I am the president of the local mercenary guild. I don't know if I can have a chat with you." Nianbing smiled and said, "Of course, it is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. President." He knew that it must be because of his identity that attracted this president. Listening to his tone, it seemed that he also wanted to buy magic scrolls. If he could sell it here, it would be even more convenient. So, Nianbing naturally would not refuse his invitation. The president of the mercenary guild, Nianbing, made an inviting gesture and led him to the back of the guild. When they passed through the hall and entered the back of the guild, the surroundings suddenly became much quieter. The president of the mercenary guild stopped and said to the captain of the guards, "There is nothing for you to do here, you can go back to work." The captain of the guards agreed and returned to the hall. "Mr. Magician, please come with me." After saying that, the president of the mercenary guild continued to lead Nianbing inside. While walking, Nianbing observed the surrounding environment. This mercenary guild was connected to the front and back. She was now in a courtyard. The interior of the guild was very simple. Everything was plain and practical. Under the guidance of the president of the mercenary guild, Nianbing followed him to a large office at the back of the guild. "Mr. Magician, please take a seat. Let me introduce myself first. I am the president of this guild, Carlo. Just now I heard from the captain of the guards that you are actually an elder of our country's magician guild. Such a distinguished guest, I am sorry for not going out to meet you." Nianbing smiled and said, "Mr. President, you don't have to be so polite. Actually, I am only an advanced magician. But because my master is the president of the Magician Guild, so in order to make it easier for me to move around outside, my master granted me the status of an elder. Letting others look down on her was the best protection." Carlo's expression did not change, as if he had already guessed it. "Mr. Magician, to reach the advanced magician realm at such a young age is already very difficult. Just now I heard you say that you have magic scrolls to sell? Rather than letting others take advantage of them, why not sell them to me? The price is negotiable. I wonder what level of magic scrolls you have. I want all of them." Nianbing looked at Carlo with some doubt and said, "In terms of price, I will absolutely not back down." Carlo naturally understood her meaning and said with a smile, "You can rest assured on this point. I will say something arrogant. Although our mercenary guild is only a low-level guild and does not have any financial support from the country, but in terms of money, I am afraid that your guild and the warrior guild added together cannot compare to our mercenary guild. Although the commission we take is not much, but the number of mercenaries in the Ice Moon Empire now exceeds 30,000. Even if each person only pays 1 copper coin a day, for us, it is still not a small income." Nianbing's heart moved. Only then did she realize the mistake in her thinking. That's right. Although the mercenary guild was not in the eyes of others, but they were one of the largest guilds. The mercenary groups that they had could be said to be all over the empire. Whether it was information or resources, they were indeed not to be underestimated. Perhaps, in the future, if she wanted to inquire about anything, she would have to rely on them. Thinking of this, the smile on his face suddenly became friendlier. "President Carlo, don't misunderstand. I don't have any other meaning. Only, I want to remind you that what I need is not money, or rather, not completely money." Carlo smiled indifferently and said, "Mr. Magician, if you have any requests, please do not hesitate to state them. As long as it is worth the money, I will do my best to satisfy your request." Nianbing knew that it was time to talk business. "I have all kinds of magic scrolls in my hands now. Among them, there are 4 level 4 scrolls, 3 level 5 scrolls, 2 level 6 scrolls, and some special scrolls. I need you to use the same scrolls to exchange for them. Use the best white scrolls." When Carlo heard that Nianbing wanted to use white scrolls to exchange, he immediately smiled. "This is too simple. With our guild's connections, I can definitely satisfy your request. This kind of ordinary magic item is very popular in Ice Orchid City. However, I want to hear what kind of exchange rate you are prepared to use. How about this? You are selling so many. I can use 20% higher than the market price to purchase them. How about it? I want all of these scrolls." Nianbing said, "Then I want to hear your specific price." He was not in a hurry to make a deal with the other party. After all, although he had some understanding of the price of the scrolls, he was not certain. At this time, he calmly dealt with it so that he could obtain the best profit. Carlo was not in a hurry to state the price. He stood up and walked to the side to pour a cup of water for Nianbing. "Mr. Magician, please drink some water first." According to the market price, a level 4 scroll, depending on the magic recorded, was priced from 5 to 15 purple gold coins. A level 5 scroll was priced from 20 to 50 purple gold coins. A level 6 scroll was priced from 200 purple gold coins to 500 purple gold coins. You can rest assured that as long as the magic of the scroll is suitable, the price I give is absolutely fair. Generally speaking, the price of attack magic scrolls is relatively higher. You should understand this. Nianbing smiled slightly and said, alright then, I will also give you a price. Level 4 Magic Scrolls. 200 purple gold coins for 1. Level 5 Magic Scrolls, 50 purple gold coins for 1. Level 6 Magic Scrolls, 400 purple gold coins for 1. I think this price is still fair. Hearing Nianbing's price, Carlo immediately frowned. Mr. Magician, I can understand your price for level 5 and level 6 magic scrolls, but why is the price for level 4 magic scrolls so high? Nianbing smiled faintly and said, it's very simple. Because this level 4 magic scroll is absolutely not something you can buy anywhere else. This is a trigger magic scroll that my teacher, Archmage Longji, researched. Currently, he has only succeeded in testing level 4 magic scrolls. The last sentence was true. Due to the difficulty of making trigger magic scrolls, Nianbing could only make level 4 magic scrolls as trigger magic scrolls. Moreover, the materials needed to use the most precious white scroll that was worth 10 purple gold coins. Carlo's heart moved. Trigger magic scrolls? Mr. Magician, could you please explain in detail? Nianbing said, this doesn't need any detailed explanation. It's very simple. As long as anyone carries this kind of scroll on them, once they encounter an attack, the scroll will activate the instant before the attack arrives. These 4 trigger scrolls are all fire walls. Level 4 fire walls may not be very strong, but it's enough to save a life. I'm talking about anyone, including anyone who isn't a magician. What? Carlo cried out involuntarily in surprise. He had always been experienced and knowledgeable. In his memory, this kind of special trigger magic scroll should have been lost long ago. If it really was a good thing that could save a life, 200 purple gold coins really wasn't expensive. In order to confirm the thoughts in his heart, he probed and asked, Mr. Magician, what you're talking about, is it the trigger magic scroll that is known as the killer's nemesis? Nianbing nodded and said, facts speak louder than words. As long as you're willing to take out 200 purple gold coins to test it, you'll naturally know the answer. Only, I don't want you to bargain with me. The scrolls I'm taking out are worth a total of 1,750 purple gold coins. Please exchange it for 150 top-quality white scrolls for me. As for the rest, please exchange it for 250 purple gold coins for a medium-grade scroll. Carlo composed himself and said, if your scroll really has such a miraculous effect, I'll agree to all of your requests. But just to be on the safe side, I still hope to try one of the level 4 scrolls you mentioned. Let's change locations. Nianbing thought to herself, this mercenary guild's president is really rich and overbearing. 200 purple gold coins for an experiment. The two of them arrived at the courtyard. Nianbing took out a scroll from her spatial ring and threw it to Carlo. When Carlo saw that it was a magic scroll made from a top-quality white scroll, he already believed her a little. After all, the value of an ordinary level 4 scroll was not even comparable to a top-quality white scroll. Using it to make a level 4 magic scroll, one could see the value of this scroll. Nianbing said, you can put the scroll anywhere on your body. I'll now use a spell to attack you. You don't have to do anything. Passionate Fire Elemental. Please release your scorching flames, condense them into a ball of destruction, erupting flames, and destroy everything in front of you. Bursting Flames. Following the incantation, the fire elemental quickly condensed towards Nianbing. After a while, the level 3 bursting flames appeared in her hand. With a thought, the bursting flames brought out a red ripple, exploding towards Carlo. Under the heat wave, the air was slightly distorted. Carlo's eyes widened. After all, this was an experiment worth 200 purple gold coins. Seeing that the bursting flames was about to explode on his chest, a strange feeling appeared. Carlo clearly felt it. A warm current covered his entire body. The magic scroll that he had just put into his chest let out a slight shattering sound. A thick wall of fire appeared in front of him without any warning. The level 4 earth and fire wall against the level 3 bursting flames was naturally no problem. The bursting flames was completely swallowed by the wall of fire. The huge wall of fire was only slightly restrained before returning to normal. The wall of fire was still burning. The magic provided by the scroll was enough to support him for several attacks. With a flash, Carlo's body flickered with blue dough chi as he went around the wall of fire and appeared in front of Nianbing. He didn't feel any heartache for the 200 purple gold coins. His somewhat aged face was filled with excitement. Too mysterious, this is too mysterious. Archmage Long Ji is truly worthy of being the Empire's Mage Guild's president. Respected Mr. Mage, no matter what magic your scroll is, I will buy it. I've decided to buy all of them, according to your previous request. Nianbing faintly smiled and said, that's good. After you've prepared the white scroll, please come directly to Lanqing restaurant to find me. I'll be leaving first. Wait a moment. Carlo called out to Nianbing, respected Mr. Mage, I have a presumptuous request. I hope you can agree to it. Looking at the earnest look on Carlo's face, Nianbing said, what is it, please say it. Carlo sighed softly and said, you also know that we mercenaries have always been a bottom-level industry on the continent, to put it bluntly. Not to mention, we are the bodyguards or thugs of the rich. In the end, there is only one reason, and that is because we are not strong enough. High-ranked warriors simply look down on our profession, so naturally they won't join us. They also don't believe that mercenaries can have any future prospects. As the president of the Ice Moon Empire's Mercenary Guild, I have set up my own mercenary group. There are as many as 5,000 members, formed by well-trained warriors. It is also the only first-grade mercenary group in our empire. If you can join our mercenary group, then I think that the mercenary group's strength will definitely increase greatly. I am willing to pay you a very high reward. Nianbing said with some amusement, President Carlo, you are too polite. What's so good about being a mage? It is very difficult for a high-ranked mage to defeat a swordsman in a one-on-one situation. Even if I agree to join your mercenary group, it will not be able to increase the strength of the mercenary group by much. Why do you have to be like this? Carlo shook his head and said, no, you don't understand. Although mages do not have the advantage in a direct confrontation with warriors, but by virtue of their familiarity with magic elements, there are many difficult missions that only mages can participate in. Especially some exploration missions, where miraculous magic can bring great help to the entire mercenary group. This is not something that warriors can do. For example, if we are carrying out a mission in a dark and damp cave, and we don't have anything on us that can be used to ignite a fire, what should we do? It is impossible for the fire element to form a real flame. Nianbing smiled and shook her head, saying, you don't need to say any more. I am already a member of the Ice Moon Empire's Magician Guild. It is impossible for me to join the Mercenary Guild. I am sorry, please forgive me. Carlo's eyes revealed a sad look, yes. Why would a noble magician like him be interested in mercenaries like us? Nianbing said, no, if you think so, then you are wrong. In my eyes, there is no distinction between high and low. President Carlo, I still have many things to do, so I cannot agree to your request. However, if you really want a mage to join your mercenary group, I can give you a suggestion. Carlo's eyes lit up, saying, what suggestion? Nianbing said, how about this, when you send the white scrolls to me in exchange for magic scrolls, I will give you a letter. As long as you are sincere, take this letter to Ice Snow City's Magician Guild to see my teacher. I think he may be able to help you. Carlo doubtfully said, Magician Guild? I am afraid your teacher. Nianbing interrupted Carlo's words, saying, don't jump to conclusions before you try. I have never thought that mercenaries are a mob. Of course, it is better not to be like those outside. Bring your sincerity to Ice Snow City. I think you will gain something. After saying this, Nianbing did not stay any longer and left the mercenary guild. Returning to her room in the hotel, Nianbing comfortably lay on the bed. Everything was much smoother than she had imagined. With the white scrolls, she only needed to spend a few days to equip herself with magic scrolls. She hoped that she would not encounter creatures like the gold-backed earth dragon again. Otherwise, she would not be able to afford it. As long as the scrolls were prepared, she could immediately go to the Ottoman Empire. Thinking of this, Nianbing took out the map of the continent from her space ring and looked at it carefully. Although it was more convenient to travel as a chef, she was not a god after all. Without any ingredients, no matter how good her culinary skills were, it would be useless. Based on the experience she had gained along the way, she decided to find a more suitable route for herself to go to the capital of the Ottoman Empire, Lanta City. It would be best if she could find a suitable place to stay every day. Nianbing took a look at the map and then hit himself on the head. He muttered to himself, "I'm so silly. Why didn't I ask President Carlo about the famous restaurants or food in Alan City? I only cared about the scrolls. This city is so big, and there are so many merchants coming and going. There will definitely be no shortage of delicious food." Thinking of food, she immediately perked up. On the way to Alan City, she did not have any suitable ingredients despite her top-notch culinary skills. Every day, she could only find something to fill her stomach. Her empty stomach had already given her some complaints. It was not easy to come to a big city, so how could she return empty-handed? Thinking of this, Nianbing kept the map and left the room. The Longqing hotel she was staying at was just an inconspicuous little restaurant at the north gate of Ice Orchid City. According to her estimation, there would not be anything delicious here. At this time, it was already close to evening. Nianbing came to the lobby of the hotel. Just as she was about to ask the service staff if there were any famous restaurants around, she was shocked by the scene in front of her. The lobby of Longqing restaurant was about 600 to 700 square meters. 3 of them were used to welcome guests and register, while the other 2/3 were a simple restaurant. When they arrived, Nianbing took a quick look around the restaurant. The decorations in the restaurant could only be described as terrible. The long wooden tables had long been exposed, and the legs of the long chairs seemed like they could break at any time. The surrounding walls were so dilapidated that even the walls were not finished. How could such a place be called a restaurant? If the guest rooms were not clean and not expensive, Nianbing would definitely not choose to stay here. However, the scene in front of him made him somewhat unable to believe his eyes. It was just evening, and there was already a long line at the entrance of the restaurant. The restaurant was already full of people, and there were at least 10 waiters busily shuttling back and forth. It was a lively scene. How could there be so many guests in such a rundown place? Some of the guests were dressed very gorgeously. This could only prove one thing, and that was that this rundown restaurant had a secret to its business. It was definitely related to food. What kind of delicious food could attract so many guests? Nianbing's curiosity was instantly piqued. He walked to the counter in the lobby and asked the waitress behind the counter, "Why are there so many guests in your restaurant? Is there anything good to eat here?" The waitress looked at Nianbing's handsome face and couldn't help but blush. She said proudly, "Sir, you must be from another city. In our Ice Orchid City, our Longqing restaurant's grilled chicken wings and the Glaring Food Restaurant's Glaring Food Restaurant are 2 of the most famous delicacies in Ice Orchid City. You don't know how many people come here just to eat our Longqing chicken wings." "Oh?" The waitress's words piqued Nianbing's interest. With such delicious chicken wings, he had to try them today. Thinking of this, he wasn't in a hurry. He quickly ran to the long line outside the restaurant and waited patiently. After exiting the lobby, although he was at the back of the line, Nianbing could see the scene in front of the restaurant just by tilting his body. The chicken wings were waiting to be grilled. The aroma of the barbecue continued to spread out. Through observation, he discovered that the barbecued chicken wings here didn't have the root of the wings at the back and the tip of the wings at the front. There was only the middle of the wings. With this as the raw material, it was no wonder that it was famous in Ice Orchid City. There were 2 chefs in charge of the barbecue. They moved very quickly and kept turning the wings on the grill. Each skewer had 1 or 2 wings, and each skewer had 2 bamboo skewers. This way, the chicken wings could be placed steadily on the stove while roasting. From their craftsmanship, Nianbing didn't find anything special. He didn't believe that the roasted chicken wing that attracted so many customers was just that, so he continued to observe patiently. Finally, after careful observation, Nianbing discovered the secret of the Longqing chicken wings, which was the sauce. Every time the chicken wings were about to be cooked, the 2 chefs would take the chicken wings from the charcoal stove and brush a layer of sauce on the back of the stove. After brushing the sauce on the chicken wings and roasting them, they would emit a sweet aroma, and the color of the chicken wings would change from its original golden color to brown. After roasting them for a while, they would be done. That's right, the secret must be in the sauce. This sauce must have been mixed with special techniques. Seeing this, Nianbing was determined to try it. He wasn't in a hurry and waited patiently in line. Roasting the chicken wings required time. When Nianbing started to line up, there was still some afterglow of the setting sun in the sky. However, by the time it was his turn, the sky was completely dark. Looking back at the long line behind him, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was indeed good that the business had reached this stage. "Sir, what kind of chicken wings do you want? How many skewers do you want? Do you want to eat here or take away?" the waiter in charge of collecting money asked Nianbing politely. After coming back to his senses, Nianbing said, "How many types of chicken wings do you have here?" "I want a skewer of each type." "I'll eat here." The waiter said, "Okay, there are a total of 4 types of chicken wings. They are divided into original, mild spicy, single-side spicy, and double-side spicy. Are you sure you want a skewer of each type? Our mild spicy chicken wings are the best selling here, and the taste is more moderate." Nianbing smiled and said, "Of course. I also came here because of its reputation, so I naturally want to try each type. How much is it?" The waiter glanced at Nianbing with a peculiar expression before saying with a smile, "We have a rule at Lanqing restaurant. You must finish all the chicken wings you bought, especially if you're dining at our restaurant." Nianbing nodded and said, "Okay, please hurry up." "How much is it?" The waiter said, "The chicken wings are 3 copper coins per skewer, so 4 skewers are a total of 1 silver coin and 2 copper coins. There are no more seats inside now, so please wait here for a while." Nianbing paid and stood at the side to wait. As he came to the front, this time, he saw the sauce clearly. In a barrel-shaped condiment box, there was a thick, dark brown sauce. The chef used a brush to brush the sauce on the chicken wings that were about to be roasted. Smelling the strange sweet fragrance, Nianbing continuously tried to guess the real ingredient in the condiment, but he still couldn't make a definite judgment. It seemed that he really had to eat it to confirm it. Finally, the 4 skewers of chicken wings that belonged to Nianbing were ready. When the chicken wings were handed to Nianbing, he couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, he completely understood what single-side spicy was and what double-side spicy was. The original chicken wings were the finished product after the sauce was brushed and roasted. The mild spicy referred to the sprinkling of a small amount of chili powder on the base of the original flavor, while the single-side spicy was already very terrifying. One side of the chicken wing was completely covered by chili. As for the double-side spicy, Nianbing clearly saw that after the chicken wings were roasted, the chef spun the entire skewer of chicken wings in the bag of chili. Almost every part of the chicken wings was completely covered by chili due to the viscosity of the sauce on the chicken wings. "Oh my god! Can this thing be eaten?" Looking at Nianbing's puzzled eyes, the waiter smiled, "Sir, there are no seats inside now. Please stand and eat first. We have a rule here. If you can finish a skewer of double-side spicy chicken wings, we will give you another skewer." Nianbing looked at the chicken wings in his hand. He first took out the original skewer and took a bite. Suddenly, a thick sweet fragrance filled his taste awareness. It was indeed delicious, but at the same time, Nianbing also found the weakness of this chicken wing. Soon, a skewer of original chicken wings entered his stomach. To be able to let Nianbing eat it so quickly, this chicken wing naturally had its own uniqueness. When a skewer of chicken wings was finished, Nianbing finally determined the composition of the sauce. No wonder it was so sweet. It turned out that there were at least 6 kinds of herbs in this sauce. Moreover, each of the herbs complemented each other. Not only was it good for improving the taste, but it also had a good warming effect on the human body. It was indeed unique. Smiling slightly, Nianbing picked up the slightly spicy chicken wings and began to eat. There was a little spicy taste in the sweetness, eating it to his satisfaction. No wonder the waiter mainly introduced this kind of food just now. The taste was indeed delicious. If it wasn't for the chef's craftsmanship, it should be able to reach a higher level. Finally, he picked up the skewer of single-side spicy. Suddenly, he felt a little scared and tentatively took a small bite. When it entered his mouth, there was no special feeling. It was not even as spicy as the previous skewer. But, at the moment when he was surprised, the spicy taste was like a flame erupting, making him suddenly open his mouth wide, as if his mouth could spit fire. Nianbing gasped for breath. Heavens! Was this thing for humans to eat? It was so spicy. Water. Water. Nianbing shouted loudly. The kind waiter held back his laughter and poured a cup of tea for him. Sweat flowed down his forehead. Nianbing's heart was sweating. Just a small bite was enough to make his snot and tears flow together. He immediately determined that this crazy spicy chili was definitely different from the previous slightly spicy chicken wings. It was a very special kind of chili. It was undeniable that it was very fragrant, but the degree of spiciness was something Nianbing had never heard of before. Heavens! My poor mouth. At this moment, he seemed to feel that his lips were starting to swell. Was this a delicacy or poison? After drinking a cup of tea, Nianbing's stomach began to burn. He was unwilling to be left behind. The power of the chili was indeed extraordinary. Looking at the remaining chicken wings in his hand, he really did not have the courage to take a second bite, not to mention the double spicy one. He tested the waiter and said, "I'm sorry, I really can't eat any more." The waiter smiled and said, "I was just joking with you. There is a seat over there. Would you like a few more chicken wings? These can be put aside for now." Nianbing heaved a sigh of relief. Under the guidance of the waiter, he sat down at a seat near the window and said, "Then give me a few more of the original flavor." After tasting the chicken wings, his impression of this Lanxin chicken wing shop increased greatly. It was not because of anything else, but just the 6 kinds of herbs. Although the value was not very high, it greatly increased the cost of roasted chicken wings. The profit was much smaller than ordinary roasted chicken wings. To be so considerate of his customers, the owner of this shop was indeed a kind person. The power of the chili gradually subsided. Nianbing really wanted to try the taste of the double spicy chicken wings, but he really could not muster up the courage. At this moment, it was the turn of 2 girls to buy chicken wings. One of the girls said, "I heard that you sell the best quality chicken wings here. Give me a stick of the best quality." As soon as she said that, the inside and outside of the restaurant fell into a complete silence. Everyone looked at the 2 ordinary-looking girls as if they were looking at monsters. "What are you looking at? Don't tell me you don't have the best quality? The 2 of us have loved eating chili since we were young. This time, we specially came here to taste it." The waiter did not say much and nodded to the chef. In a short while, 10 sticks of chicken wings were in the hands of the 2 girls. Holding the chicken wings, the 2 girls were completely stunned. One of them said in a daze, Where are these chicken wings?" The so-called best quality was the double spicy chicken wings. The chicken wings were completely covered in chili. From the outside, they really could not see the chicken wings. As soon as she said that, it immediately caused a roar of laughter. The waiter smiled and said, "The chicken wings are inside the chili. The chili is added when the sauce is thick. This is the best quality that you want. Please try it." The girl on the left gritted her teeth and said, "I don't believe that this can be spicy." As she said that, she took a big bite of the chicken wing. Nianbing stared at the girl with wide eyes. He really admired the girl's courage. Soon, Nianbing saw the consequences of eating a big bite of the best quality chicken wing. The girl cried, but not because she was sad. Tears and snot flowed uncontrollably. Her mouth was wide open and she kept breathing out, but she could not even say a word. Nianbing clearly saw that her tongue seemed to be a little swollen. He really wondered if this girl would spit out fire. Shaking his head in amusement, Nianbing knew that he should leave. He had completely understood the mystery of the chicken wings, but before he left, he wanted to do something for the restaurant. Walking in front of the girl who could not stand the spiciness, his right hand condensed a piece of ice and stuffed it into her mouth. This should be better. In the future, don't be so impulsive. The chili here is really very strong. The waiter looked at Nianbing in surprise. She really could not understand where the ice came from. Nianbing smiled and said, "Can you let me grill a few chicken wings myself? I'm willing to pay double the price." Upon hearing that, a look of vigilance appeared on the waiter's face. She shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, the sauce of our restaurant's grilled chicken wings is a secret recipe, so outsiders are not allowed to come near." Nianbing interrupted her and said, "Don't worry, I don't need your sauce." As he said that, he walked to the two chefs, picked up 5 raw chicken wings and placed them on the charcoal fire. The chef who was near Nianbing frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" A warm smile appeared in Nianbing's eyes as he said, "I want you to know how to make better chicken wings." The chef laughed out loud and said, "What a joke. Our Lanqing restaurant's chicken wings are famous all over the world. We have the reputation of being the best chicken wing in the world. Do we need you to teach us?" Nianbing said calmly, "Foolish arrogance will make your taste deteriorate. Although the chili is the best, it overshadows the taste of the chicken wings. Since you think you're the best in the world, why don't you let me have a try? And the judges will be the customers here. If you lose, I don't want anything. If I lose, I'm willing to pay the price of 1 purple gold coin. How's that?" The chef said angrily, "Are you here to pick a fight?" Nianbing shook his head and said, "No, I said, I'm here to teach you how to grill chicken wings." Looking at the chicken wings grilled by the chef on the charcoal fire, he smiled faintly and said, "Chicken wings are not grilled like this. Look carefully, I'm only going to make it once." As he said that, Nianbing's right hand grabbed the chicken wing that was being heated on the charcoal fire and spun it quickly. Every side of the chicken wing was on the charcoal fire for less than a second. The two chefs stopped what they were doing and looked at him with a cold smile. They wanted to see how Nianbing would make a fool of himself. Nianbing's movements were very simple, and any ordinary person could do it. However, the difficult part was the rhythm of his spinning. From the beginning to the end, his speed was always the same, and there was not the slightest change. The two chefs who were roasting the chicken wings were not mediocre. Soon, the contempt in their eyes disappeared, and was replaced with a serious expression. Nianbing's movements were very relaxed. When the color of the chicken wings started to turn yellow, his movements changed. 5 skewers of chicken wings were placed on the charcoal fire. He began to turn them one by one, from left to right, in a continuous cycle. The rhythm was still stable, and each skewer of chicken wings was grilled for a longer time than before. The chef closest to Nianbing said doubtfully, "Even if you're more skilled and can grill the chicken wings more evenly, the taste won't be much different from ours. As long as you're not a real gourmet, you won't be able to tell the difference. Also, you'll get tired easily. Do you know how many sales we make in a day?" Nianbing smiled and said while grilling the chicken wings, "It's not like what you think. The real key hasn't started yet. You can rest assured that I won't use your sauce. Just a little salt and cumin will be enough." Soon, the difference between Nianbing's chicken wings and the two chefs was revealed. When the two chefs grilled the chicken wings, they began to brush some oil on the wings to make them more fragrant and tender. However, Nianbing did not do that. He just sped up the speed of turning the chicken wings. With a smile, Nianbing's eyes revealed a faint light. The key part was here. When the chicken wings turned golden. When the fragrance began to spread, the ghost eagle jumped into his hand without warning. Nianbing quickly made 3 horizontal and 3 vertical cuts on the chicken wing. His movements were smooth, and he did not stop at all. Everyone could only see a blue light flash across the chicken wing. The chicken wings had been turned over. The same movement appeared on the other side of the chicken wings. The ghost eagle disappeared. Nianbing continued to turn the chicken wings. Did you see it clearly? The chicken wings have the most oil in it. There's no need to brush the oil. When the chicken wings turn golden, make some cuts. Cut a few slits on the chicken wing so that the fat in the chicken wing can be fully integrated into the chicken wing, so that the taste of the chicken will be more uniform and the chicken wing will be more flavorful. Speaking of this, he grabbed a handful of cumin and evenly sprinkled it on both sides of the chicken wings. When the chicken wings were turned over again, he sprinkled salt and continued to grill. Grilling chicken wings doesn't need to add too many ingredients because the chicken wings themselves are already very good. Brushing the sauce can make the taste of the chicken wings more fragrant, but it only highlights the word sweet. The whole chicken wing is full of the taste of the sauce. However, it loses the fragrance of the chicken wings and the charred smell of the chicken wings outside. Although it's praiseworthy to add herbs that are beneficial to the human body in the sauce, as a chef, taste is still the most important. Okay. Please try the supreme grade chicken wings that I grilled. The chicken wings left the stove and rose. Nianbing handed 2 of the skewers to the 2 chefs. The remaining 3 skewers were given to the waiter, and the other 2 skewers were given to the customer at the front of the line. Nianbing tossed a purple gold coin and it landed on the counter in front of the waiter. He walked out of the crowd and strode away. Boos sounded at the same time that Nianbing left. More than 80% of the customers thought that he had taken the initiative to admit defeat. Nianbing didn't care about the false reputation. He walked on the street and headed towards the brightly lit street. Wow, this is so delicious. It smells so good. I've never eaten such delicious chicken wings before, a customer who was lucky enough to get a chicken wing exclaimed. At this moment, the 2 chefs from Lanqing restaurant were already in a daze. Although the aroma of the chicken wing wasn't very sweet, it perfectly reflected the aroma of the chicken wing itself. In addition to the crispy skin and tender chicken meat, it was just as Nianbing had said, this was the real deal of grilled chicken wings. The 2 chefs looked at each other, and one of them said, "I'm sorry, dear customers. We've decided to temporarily close today. Tomorrow, we'll be releasing new grilled chicken wings." After saying that, the 2 of them immediately walked to the back hall. There was only one thing they had to do now, and that was to record Nianbing's every move in detail. Nianbing's culinary skills had completely won them over. All of this was within Nianbing's expectations. He did this to show his appreciation for the restaurant's sincerity in treating its customers. He believed that as long as the 2 chefs weren't fools, they would definitely be able to learn a lot from his actions. They would also be able to increase the number of ways to roast chicken wings. He hoped that their business would improve. After all, there weren't many businesses that didn't seek profit above all else. As he walked, he suddenly saw a restaurant not far ahead. He wasn't full from the chicken wings just now. Instead, it was so spicy that he almost cried. At this moment, his stomach was already complaining. The reason why that restaurant attracted Nianbing was because of its signboard. The signboard was very simple. There were only 4 big words on it: first class noodle. First class? Since they dared to call themselves first class, it was obvious that the owner of this restaurant had absolute confidence in the food in his restaurant. He had to go in and take a look. As a noodle dish, there were many tricks involved. Nianbing was also the least proficient in noodle dishes. The business of first-class noodle was worlds apart from that of Lanqing restaurant. There were only a few tables of customers, and most of them only had a bowl of noodles in front of them. "Sir, you're here. What would you like to eat?" A waiter came up to him politely. Nianbing walked to a table and sat down. He smiled and said, "What are you best at here?" The waiter smiled and said, "Of course it's noodles. We have all kinds of noodle dishes here. There's nothing that you can't imagine. However, our prices are relatively higher. The price of any noodle dish is 1 gold coin." "What? 1 gold coin? Why don't you just rob me?" Nianbing stared at the waiter with his eyes wide open. One had to know that 1 gold coin was enough to eat a good meal, but here, it was only enough to buy a bowl of noodles. No wonder there were so few customers. However, Nianbing soon noticed a problem. Most of the customers in the restaurant were old people, and all of them were dressed gorgeously. When he cried out in surprise, the old man was shocked. When she exclaimed, they looked at her with contempt. The smile on the waiter's face disappeared. As the saying goes, women dress up for those who love them, and men die for those who understand them. "Sir, since you're doubting our prices, you can leave now. We don't welcome customers like you." Nianbing was stunned. How could they chase customers away when they were open for business? This first-class noodle restaurant was indeed strange. She had to try it and see what was so special about it. She smiled. She said, "I'm sorry, I was rude just now. I just didn't expect the prices of ground food here to be so high." The waiter looked at Nianbing in surprise. Clearly, he didn't expect Nianbing to decide to stay. She had already apologized. What else could he say? He had no choice but to say, "Sir, what would you like to eat? We can let you choose any noodle dish you want." Nianbing smiled and said, "Then give me 3 dishes. I want 5 golden incense rings, 5 rolls of donkey rolls, and a plate of ginger ribs." Please hurry up, thank you. When the waiter heard that Nian Bing had ordered these 3 types of food, his face immediately revealed a look of surprise. He had worked here for a long time and naturally knew what kind of ground food was more difficult. Nian Bing had ordered these 3 types of noodles. He had only heard of the golden incense rings, but he had never heard of the other 2. His eyes showed hesitation and said, "I'm sorry, sir. Can you please pay first?" Nian Bing took out 3 gold coins from her bosom and handed it to him. She said, "Is it okay now?" The waiter nodded and said, "Please wait a moment, it will be ready in a moment." After the waiter left, Nian Bing looked around. The decoration of this restaurant was simple and unadorned. The ground was covered with brown wooden flooring, and all the tables and chairs were made of wood. The whole restaurant looked very clean. In the innermost place, there was a calligraphy piece with the words first grade written on it. The words were vigorous and powerful, looking very imposing. The 3 types of noodles that Nian Bing had chosen were unique snacks from different parts of the continent. When Cha Ji was teaching him how to cook, he had said that as long as he could make these 3 types of noodles well, he would be considered to have passed the test in terms of time spent eating. These 3 different dishes were the best way to test a chef's level. "Hey, is there anyone here? I'm starving, give me a bowl of noodles." A clear voice rang out, causing the diners to look towards the entrance. Nian Bing's entire body shuddered when he heard the voice. When he saw the red figure standing at the entrance, he couldn't help but groan inwardly and hurriedly lower his head. However, she was sitting very close to the door, and her blonde hair was extremely rare in the Ice Moon Empire, so she immediately attracted the attention of the people who came. A surprised voice rang out. "Nian Bing, that's great. I've finally found you. Looks like my luck is pretty good." The person who had suddenly appeared at the door was the young mistress of the Cool Breeze Temple, Shuijing. From her travel-worn appearance, it could be seen that she had run very quickly along the way. Her red warrior clothes outlined her perfect curves. Although she looked a little tired, it didn't reduce her heroic spirit in the slightest. Since she had been recognized, Nian Bing had no choice but to stand up and greet her. "Silence, why are you here?" Shuijing was in a good mood when she saw Nian Bing. She smiled and said, "Isn't it because I'm looking for you? You left without saying a word. If Ling didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known that you really left. You're really heartless." Feeling the strange gazes of the diners, they seemed to be doubtful. How could such a beautiful girl be abandoned? Nian Bing couldn't help but feel awkward. She smiled bitterly and said, "My dear, can you watch your words? We're just ordinary friends, don't make it sound like a resentful wife." "Bah." Shuijing's face turned red. She said in a bad mood, "Who's a resentful wife? You're dreaming. I'm here to take you back. If you don't come back with me to Qingfengzhai, I'll follow you around and annoy you to death every day." Her voice was very loud. Some diners already had smiles on their faces. Nian Bing pulled Shuijing to her table and sat down. "Miss, I'm not deaf. I can hear you if you lower your voice." Shuijing's eyes suddenly turned red. She said in a wrong tone, "I didn't expect you to leave just like that. Am I that annoying to you?" Nian Bing shook her head and said in a low voice, "No, don't misunderstand. I had no choice but to leave Ice Snow City. I think that not long after I left, Ice Snow City received a decree from the king to summon me. I don't want to lose my freedom. Besides, my ambition has always been to travel the continent and learn the best of everyone's culinary skills. Didn't I tell you very clearly back then?" Shuijing snorted and said, "I don't care. Anyway, if you don't come back with me, I'll travel the continent with you. I want to have more fun anyway." Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, "How can that be? You're a girl. If you follow a man like me around every day, people will gossip. Aren't you afraid that Yan Feng will be jealous?" Shuijing's eyes revealed a strange light. "Nian Bing, tell me honestly. Do you hate me?" Her voice was very calm, but the light in her eyes showed that she was serious. Nian Bing paused and said, "At first, I hated your temper. However, I later found out that although your temper is bad, you're lively, cheerful, and kind-hearted. You're really a good girl." Shuijing sighed in relief and said in a low voice, "Actually, I've always known that my reputation as a crazy woman is not good. I'm afraid that a large part of your reason for leaving Ice Snow City is to avoid me. Nianbing said helplessly, why do you always say that? I've said it many times. I left Ice Snow City for my own reasons. It has nothing to do with you. We're already friends. Why would I care about what happened in the past? Xiaojing smiled, you said it yourself. Since that's the case, let me travel the continent with you. When Ice Snow City's limelight is over, you can come back with me to be a chef. Or, we can find a place to open a restaurant. I'll pay for it and you'll be the major shareholder. How about that? I'll let you have half of the shares and you'll have the final say in the kitchen. Nianbing's heart could not help but clench when he heard this. Frankly speaking, the main reason why he had left Ice Snow City was because of himself. However, there was another reason, and that was to avoid these extremely attractive beauties. He knew that although beauties were good, they would cause him to lose his willpower. He never thought that Xiaojing would actually chase after him and even want to travel the mainland with him. How could he agree to this? Silence, don't be like this. My master once told me that my culinary skills are already good enough, but I still need to comprehend more before I can reach the peak of culinary skills. So, I still need to travel the continent for at least 7 to 8 years. You can't always follow me. Xiaojing smiled and said, why not? In any case, you won't be able to shake me off. No matter how many years it takes, I'll follow you. If you feel that it's inconvenient, you can marry me. I'll suffer a bit and marry you, how about that? Nianbing was speechless. He was really afraid of Xiaojing. He smiled bitterly and said, don't joke around. How can I be worthy of you? Young miss, I beg you to let me go. Did Uncle Shui agree to you coming out to find me like this? Xiaojing stuck out her tongue and said, what's there to not be worthy of? I think you think that I'm not worthy of you. I snuck out, but I left a letter for my father. Nianbing was delighted. At this moment, he had already recovered from the shock of Xiaojing's appearance. He immediately put on a sorrowful expression and looked at Xiaojing without saying a word. Xiaojing was stunned and said, Nianbing, what's wrong? Nianbing sighed and said, silence, you're really wrong. How could you run away from home? Uncle Shui only has you as his daughter and he has placed all his hopes on you. He's already over 60 years old today. As his daughter, you should stay by his side and be filial to him. Why did you sneak out to find me? Have you ever thought about how worried Uncle Shui is? When Xiaojing heard Nianbing mention her father, she immediately lowered her head. Although she had a bad temper, she was very filial to her father. She said in a low voice, I don't want to. But when you suddenly called, I felt as if the entire Clear Wind study was empty, so I decided to come out and look for you. I think father will definitely forgive me. Nianbing didn't need to deliberately adjust her emotions. Once she thought of her parents, her face immediately showed genuine emotions. Silence, compared to me, you're already so lucky. Do you know how much I want to be with my parents? But I can't do it. If my parents can be safe, I'm willing to give up everything I have now and stay by their side to fulfill my filial piety. How I want to see my father and mother again. But that's impossible. The sorrowful aura was so real. At this moment, he was no longer pretending. Thinking of his parents, a strong hatred for the Ice God Tower surged in his heart. Feeling Nianbing's sorrowful aura, Xiaojing couldn't help but be stunned. Nianbing, what's wrong with you? Where are your parents? I've never heard you talk about your family matters. Nianbing took a deep breath and said, I can't be sure if they're dead or alive. Although I know where they fell, I can't go and look for them now. Silence, do you know what kind of people I hate the most? They were unfilial children. Now that you have your father at home, how worried would Uncle Shui be if you secretly left? Listen to me, rest in Ice Orchid City for the night and quickly go back tomorrow. Also, send my regards to Uncle Shui. After I return from my travels on the continent, I will definitely go to the Clear Wind study to see you. Nianbing's voice was very sincere, but Xiaojing felt that something was wrong. Before she decided to leave Ice Snow City, she had gone to look for Luo Ro. Otherwise, she wouldn't know the direction Nianbing left in. Luo Ro had once told her that Nianbing was not a simple person. If she wanted to look for him, she must be careful and not believe Nianbing's words. Xiaojing thought for a while and said, Nianbing, how about this? I'll write a letter to my father tomorrow and tell him that I'm safe. Then, I'll go to the Ottoman Empire with you. Nianbing said that you'll send a letter over on her behalf. After you send the letter, I'll go back, okay? Her eyes revealed a trace of gentleness, and the crazy woman's appearance completely disappeared. Although she didn't completely believe Nianbing's words, Nianbing still moved her. When she was very young, Xiaojing's mother passed away. She had been relying on her father for survival. Shuiji was a good father and took care of her. It wasn't easy for him to bring her up. She and Shuiji had a very deep relationship. After listening to Nianbing's words, the father-daughter relationship in her heart surged. Only then did she feel that it was inappropriate for her to secretly leave. Leave after sending a letter to the Ottoman Empire? Is this for real? Nianbing was a little doubtful. However, since Xiaojing had already said so, he really didn't have any reason to refuse. He could only helplessly nod and say, all right then. However, there's one thing I have to say in advance. You can't cause me any trouble on the way. Otherwise, I won't agree to let you go with me. Xiaojing giggled and said, don't worry, I'll listen to everything you say. That should be fine, right? I can even promise you that I'll try my best to control my temper. Although she said that, she was also planning her own wishful thinking. Ever since she left Ice City to chase after Nianbing, she had already confirmed the position of Nianbing in her heart. At this moment, she thought to herself, didn't you teach me that if I like someone, I must courageously pursue them? From here to the capital of the Ottoman Empire, it'll take at least 15 to 20 days. I don't believe that you won't develop feelings for me in such a long time. Xiaojing was very confident in her figure and appearance. If she could get Nianbing to go back with her, then all her problems would be solved. Right at this moment, the waiter came out with a plate. Sir, the food you ordered is ready. As he said that, he placed the 3 plates on the table one by one. When Nianbing saw the food, his attention was immediately diverted. How fast? Even if he was making these 3 dishes, he probably wouldn't be much faster than the chefs here. A faint fragrance assailed his nostrils. Among them, the most fragrant was naturally the golden incense ring. Xiaojing said in surprise, isn't this the golden incense ring? Why are they selling it here? Nianbing smiled slightly and said, silence, let's try it and see how the chef here compares to Master Ming. As he said that, he picked up a pair of chopsticks and took a bite of the golden incense ring. The moment the golden incense ring entered his mouth, Nianbing was immediately moved. He looked at Xiaojing. Xiaojing was also looking at him at this moment. Nianbing, do you know who the chef here is? How come his golden incense ring is the same as Uncle Ming's? Uncle Ming said before, the secret of the golden incense ring is passed down in his family. Other than him and his master, only your master, senior ghost chef knows. What's going on? Nianbing shook his head and said, I don't know either. Try these 2 dishes. Do you recognize these 2 types of noodles? Xiaojing was previously attracted by the golden incense ring. Only now did she notice the other 2 types of noodles. She shook her head blankly and said, Nianbing, what are these? Nianbing pointed at the neatly stacked plate. The exterior was yellow and looked like pastries. He said, this is donkey roll. It's a very famous snack in the Huarong Empire. It's very difficult to make it well. I think you'll love it. Try it. Xiaojing picked up a donkey roll and took a small bite. After chewing a few times, his face revealed a look of surprise. Delicious, it's really delicious. What is this thing made of? It's fragrant and sweet. It's also a little sticky. The taste is amazing. Nianbing also picked up a piece and ate it. As she ate, she said, it's really not bad. It's the authentic donkey roll. The taste is very good. Actually, donkey roll should be called bean cake. Because after it's made, it's placed in soybean flour and rolled around. It's like a real donkey rolling around in the countryside, kicking up dust. That's how it got its name. Its ingredients are yellow rice flour steamed with water. When the flour is kneaded, a little more water is added to soften it. After the soybeans are fried, they're rolled into flour. When making it, the steamed yellow rice flour is dipped in soybeans and rolled into slices. Then, the red bean paste filling is applied and rolled. It's rolled into 2 pieces and sprinkled with white sugar. When making it, the filling has to be evenly rolled. The layers are distinct and the exterior is yellow. The characteristics are fragrant, sweet, sticky, and have a rich flavor of soybeans. Silence. Look, the layers of this donkey roll are very distinct and there are a lot of layers. Each layer is thin and thick. This is the top grade of donkey roll. It's called 1,000-layer donkey roll. On the surface, it looks very simple. In fact, because the soybean flour is very soft, it's not easy to control it as you wish. After saying the last sentence, he stuffed the rest of the donkey roll into his mouth and nodded in satisfaction. Finally, he could eat delicious food without having to do it himself. After eating a donkey roll, Xiaojing didn't continue to eat. Instead, she pointed to another plate and said, "What about this one? It looks yellow and seems to be quite thin. It's like a transparent thin crystal. It smells a little like ginger." Nianbing smiled and said, "This is ginger ribs. Compared to donkey roll, it's more famous. It's a famous snack in the southernmost Qilu Empire. Most children like to eat it. Back then, in order to learn this snack, my master had personally gone to Qilu Empire and used all kinds of methods to get the true inheritance. Like the golden fragrance ring, this ginger ribs also has its own production chant. It's called, It's All About Skill. The specific surface is slightly to coax children. It's crispy, sweet, and crisp. The ginger taste is just right. It's exquisite and ingenious. Among them, the most important is the word crispy. During the production process, the shredded ginger ribs. From the name, it can be known that there is fresh ginger in the raw materials. Thus, when eaten, it has a clear taste of fresh ginger. It needs to be peeled fresh ginger and chopped into fine powder. Flour and a certain amount of alum powder are added together in a basin and mixed with cold water to form a dough. Another method is to mix the dough with water and roll it 5 or 6 times on a mill until the thin slices are uniform and smooth. Then, sprinkle fine starch on the thin slices and stack them to form a long strip. Then, use a knife to cut the slices into 1 inch wide and 2 inches long slices. Stack the 2 slices together and make 3 cuts in the middle. Then, spread them out into individual slices and flip them over. Then, fry them in warm water. The fried ribs are dipped in honey. The method of dipping in honey is to peel fresh ginger and cut it into fine shreds. Then, boil the ginger shreds with water and take them out. Then, add in white sugar. After boiling the pot, add in caramel sugar and osmanthus. Then, move the pot to a small fire and dip the fried ribs into the caramel sugar. After dipping in honey, the ribs are light yellow. It has the characteristics of crispy, sweet, and fragrant. When eaten, it has the taste of ginger. You don't need to eat the ribs to feel that they are delicious. Based on the appearance alone, this is the best I can do under normal circumstances. Xiaojing was naturally familiar with Nianbing's perception of the world. Naturally, she understood that he was referring to not using magic under normal circumstances. The 3 dishes in front of her could get such a high evaluation from him. It could be seen that the chef here was not ordinary. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, applause sounded. A clear voice said, "Good, I was wondering who could name these 3 dishes. It turns out that you are an expert. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you." Nianbing and Xiaojing looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a woman in a chef's uniform standing at the entrance of the back hall, looking at them. Seeing this girl, Nianbing and Xiaojing could not help but gasp. They had seen ugly people before, but they had never seen such an ugly one. These days, Nianbing had seen many beautiful women. Suddenly seeing an exceptionally ugly woman, he was really not used to it. That girl's figure was not bad. She was tall and had exquisite curves. However, her face could only be described as terrifying. She had an aquiline nose, straight eyebrows, high cheekbones, small eyes, and the most terrifying thing was the big yellow buck teeth in her mouth. Looking at her appearance, no one would be in the mood to eat. Too horrible to look at, it was really too horrible to look at. However, it was not that she did not have any good points. Perhaps it was because her appearance was too bad, but her skin looked very white. That kind of beauty, if one did not look at her face, would be very attractive. Standing up, a look of pity flashed through Nianbing's eyes. He walked in front of the girl and said, "Are you the head chef here?" The girl looked at Nianbing with her small eyes. She nodded and said, "That's right. I am the head chef here, and also the only chef. Just now, I heard your evaluation of my 3 kinds of cooked wheaten food. I think you must be an expert." Nianbing smiled and said, "I don't dare to say that I am an expert. I was attracted by this signboard. It seems that these 3 gold coins were really worth it. The 3 kinds of cooked wheaten food that you made, the control of the fire was just right. Especially the donkey roll. Although I am confident that I can do this kind of donkey roll, but the degree of uniformity is not as good as yours." Nianbing's best cooking skills were knife skills and all kinds of big meals. Although he had also worked hard on the wheaten food, he knew that if he did not combine his ice and fire magic in the wheaten food, it would be very difficult for him to compare with this girl in front of him. From the looks of it, this girl was not older than him. At such a young age, her cooking skills had already reached the point of perfection. Nianbing could not help but secretly admire her. Presumably, she was the same as him and had also received guidance from a famous master. The girl smiled slightly. Frankly speaking, her smile was uglier than a normal person's crying face. She said, "Every chef has something that they are good at. Although the words first-grade wheaten food are a bit exaggerated, I ask myself, the things that I made are still worth the price of 1 gold coin." Nianbing's heart stirred. He said, "I wonder if this girl knows a senior called Chef Miao. The other 2 kinds of cooked wheaten food are circulated in the outside world. However, not many people know the secret of the golden fragrance ring." The girl's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. "You can tell the origin of my cooking skills at a glance. Who are you?" Nianshui smiled slightly and said, "I am just an ordinary chef. I have a friend who is Chef Miao's disciple. Therefore, I know a little about the cooking skills of the Miao chef clan. That is why I can recognize your cooking skills." The girl's body trembled. "Could it be that you know Senior Ming Yuan?" "But, he is in Ice Snow City." Xi Jing's excited voice came from behind Nianbing. "You are Uncle Ming Yuan's junior sister?" The girl looked at Xi Jing's beautiful face and could not help but lower her head in shame. She said, "Yes, I am Master's last disciple. Master said that senior brother has always been in Ice Snow City." Xi Jing's beautiful eyes moved. She seemed to have thought of something. She stepped forward and affectionately held the girl's soft little hand. She said, "Come, let's sit over there and talk. You call Uncle Ming Yuan your senior brother. It seems that I am 1 generation younger than you. Hee hee." Seeing the 2 girls walk to the side and sit down, as if they had forgotten about him, Nianbing could not help but reveal a helpless and bitter smile. However, he was very curious about this girl who called herself junior sister Ming Yuan. From her attainments in cooked wheaten food, she was definitely not below Ming Yuan, who was immersed in this path. Although Master said that his talent was very high, he had learned almost all kinds of cooking skills in the past 8 years. Therefore, there were very few specializations. However, with the help of magic, he could become a top chef. However, Nianbing understood that if he wanted to have a breakthrough in his cooking skills, he could not rely on magic. He could not rely on magic all the time. He had to spend a long time comprehending and improving himself in all aspects. Walking to the table and sitting down, he just happened to hear Xi Jing ask the girl, "I am Xi Jing. Uncle Ming Yuan is the head chef of our Clear Wind restaurant. What is your name?" The girl's eyes revealed an excited look. "I am Ming Hui. Are you from the Clear Wind restaurant? My master once said that I should go to the Clear Wind restaurant to visit senior brother when I have time. How is he now? Is he all right?" Xi Jing nodded and said, "Uncle Ming is very good. He doesn't cook himself anymore. However, why have I never seen him make the rolling donkey and ginger sauce pork fork? Could it be that he doesn't know how to make them?" Ming Hui nodded and said, "Yes, senior brother probably doesn't know how to make them. These 2 kinds of cooked wheaten food were learned by master when he brought me out to travel. He used his own cooking skills to exchange for them. Master has not seen senior brother for many years. When he was traveling, he could gain a lot of knowledge. For example, the local children had a nursery rhyme to praise the ginger ribs fork. Buy a pack, raffle a pack. Kira ribs fork, ginger ribs fork, hemp flour, broken ribs fork, 10 kinds of brocade flour, a big bag like a crystal, sweet and crisp in the mouth. Together with the Qilu Empire's fried dough twist, they are known as the two most famous snacks of Qilu. Hearing this, Nianbing could not help but ask, then where is senior master chef now? I want to ask him for more advice. Ming Hui smiled slightly. The buck teeth in his mouth looked even more prominent. Master is not here. After he left me here to work, he left by himself. He said that he wanted me to practice here for a few more years. I don't know where he went. Nianbing said sincerely, Miss Ming Hui, your cooking skills are already very exquisite. Ming Hui was a little shy, a blush appearing on his fair face. He shook his head and said, actually, it's not like that. Master said that although my talent is good, my memory is bad. That's why he didn't want me to learn all kinds of cooking skills at the same time like senior brother. He said that if I did that, although I could become a good chef, it would be very difficult for me to become a top chef in the continent. Instead, it would be better to learn only one kind of cooking skill. That way, the chances of me becoming a top chef would be much higher. That's why I chose to learn wheaten food without the smell of blood. My goal is to become a top-notch master of wheaten food. Learn only wheaten food? Nianbing could not help but have some doubts in his heart. However, he agreed with Master Chef's way of doing things. Back then, Chaji had told him that if he did not possess both ice and fire magic, he would also want him to learn from one kind of cooking skill. That way, he would be able to master one kind of cooking skill first and then continue to develop in other directions. After that, because magic could be used to make food undergo a myriad of changes, Chaji decided to let him develop in all kinds of aspects at the same time. Through long periods of practice and his own comprehension, he would gradually improve his cooking skills. Nianbing smiled faintly and said, you're already a top-notch master of cooked wheaten food. I think that even senior chef Miao wouldn't be able to cook wheaten food at your current level when he was at your age. I have experienced Master Ming's cooking skills, but other than the golden fragrance ring, I'm afraid that his other skills are not as good as yours. When Ming Hui heard Nianbing's praise, the blush on his face deepened. This big brother is overpraising me. Actually, I have to thank Master. Without his careful nurturing, I would not be where I am today. Master has taught me for 12 years. From the age of 5, I have been learning how to knead dough from Master. When I was 14, I followed Master to travel the continent. After 3 years of tempering, Master summed up the essence of all kinds of wheaten food and integrated it into my own cooking skills. That is how I have achieved what I have today. However, compared to a truly good chef, I am nothing. After all, I am only a wheaten food master. Nianbing shook her head and said, no, Miss Ming Hui, you are wrong. Although you are only a wheaten food master, if you can do your best in this aspect and become the continent's #1 wheaten food master, then your achievements will definitely not be lower than any other chef. You must have confidence in yourself. As a good chef, modesty is a must, but you must not feel inferior. If you want others to acknowledge you, you must first acknowledge yourself. Do you understand? Ming Hui looked deeply at Nianbing. After a long while, she suddenly smiled. You feel very close to him, just like my master. If Master sees you, he will probably be very happy. You will definitely be able to talk. After saying this, she turned to Shiwajing and asked, Big Sister Shui, a few days ago, I heard from a traveling merchant that a very powerful chef has appeared in Ice Snow City. Moreover, he is also a magician. He is able to fuse magic with his cooking, causing the dishes to have many unique tastes. Is this true? Shiwajing glanced at Nianbing and smiled. Of course it is true. Moreover, this chef has previously worked in our Clear Wind restaurant. She and Nianbing did not doubt Ming Hui in the slightest. After all, other things could be fake, but his culinary skills were definitely not fake, especially such a profound skill in wheaten food. Ming Hui said in surprise, is that so? Then is his culinary skills really as miraculous as those traveling merchants said? I really want to see the effects of combining magic and culinary skills. It's a pity that I don't know magic. Otherwise, I would definitely give it a try. Xiaojing's smile became even more brilliant. Isn't it easy to know if his culinary skills are as miraculous as the legends say? Why don't you personally experience it? Minghui was stunned and said, experience it? But he is in Ice Snow City. Do I have to go to Ice Snow City to experience it? I really can't do without people here. Xiaojing said with a smile, isn't it easy to experience it? You don't even need to step out of the door. Because he is right here. Minghui's brain was clearly a little slow. He still did not understand what she meant. He looked at Xiaojing in confusion. Xiaojing turned her gaze to Nianbing and said in a low voice, the ice and fire chef you speak of is so far away, but right in front of you. Minghui stared at Nianbing with wide eyes. You are the legendary ice and fire chef? Nianbing said with a bitter smile, I am not an antique. Don't use the word legend to describe me. However, I am indeed the chef you spoke of who uses magic to cook. You can call me Nianbing. The excitement in Minghui's eyes could not be concealed. Just like when Nianbing met Ming Yuan for the first time, only chefs of their level would have such a special feeling when meeting a chef of the same level. It was as if they had met a family member. That's great. Then I must experience it. Brother Nianbing, can you come to the kitchen with me? Nianbing said with a smile, I also want to learn the skills of cooked wheaten food from you. Frankly speaking, I am definitely not as good as you when it comes to cooked wheaten food. Minghui took the initiative to take Nianbing's hand. He had completely forgotten the difference between men and women and pulled him to the kitchen. Because of Minghui's appearance, Xiaojing was not jealous at all. She smiled and followed the two into the kitchen. As the successor of the Cool Breeze restaurant, how could she miss this kind of competition between top chefs? The kitchen was huge, but it was empty. Just like what Minghui had said, she was the only chef here. There wasn't even anyone to help her. The most eye-catching part of the kitchen was the huge chopping board. The left side of the chopping board was covered with a clean cotton cloth. Without looking, Nianbing knew that there must be all kinds of flower blankets under it. Minghui, what's your best dish? Can I try it? I am not full from the pastries just now. Nianbing asked with a smile. Minghui said, I am best at beef noodles. Brother Nianbing, please teach me. As she said, she opened the lid of the stove below and boiled a pot of water. Beef noodles sounded very ordinary, but Nianbing knew that the beef noodles made by Minghui were absolutely not simple. While she was thinking, Minghui took out a strip of noodles from under the chopping board. The noodles were cylindrical, about half a foot long, and as thick as a woman's forearm. She looked at Nianbing and said, Brother, what kind of noodles do you want to eat? Thick, thin, wide, flat. Please choose one. Nianbing smiled and said, among the noodles, the thin one requires the chef's skills the most. I will eat the thin one. It is easier to digest. The noodles are divided into groups according to the thickness. They are 2 pillars, 2 thin, capillary, and 1 pot of shredded noodles. I think the thin noodles you make will be finer than 1 pot of shredded noodles. Please. Okay. After a simple answer, Minghui's eyes suddenly changed. Nianbing couldn't be more familiar with this kind of eyes. It was the perfect combination of concentration and mental concentration. She stared at the noodles on the chopping board and pushed them back and forth slightly with her hands, making the noodles slowly lengthen. Nianbing knew that she was feeling the toughness of the noodles. Different toughness led to different methods of making noodles. Even the noodles made by oneself should be fully felt before making, otherwise, it was easy to make mistakes. Xiaojing whispered, Nianbing, could it be that there's some special seasoning in her beef noodles? Is there a secret recipe? Nianbing shook her head and said, if she relies on special seasoning or secret recipe, she can't be called a top noodle chef in Shang Dynasty. I think she should be making ordinary beef noodles. Let's continue to watch. It is definitely different from the beef noodles you usually eat. From her technique, we can see that she is using the method of making noodles. This method can make the noodles to the thinnest level. The highest level is that when the noodles are made, there is no break. It is completely a whole noodle. Therefore, the top noodle is also called one noodle, or the best quality longevity noodles. Just as Nian Bing was explaining to Shuijing, Ming Hui moved. She pinched one end of the noodle with both hands and slowly started to talk. Her serious expression was still so focused, and her eyes moved with the noodle. At this moment, it was as if the noodle had become one with her body. She started. Her movements were very slow. She pulled the noodle apart on both sides, and the noodle always maintained the shape of a cylinder. Suddenly, she shook her hands forcefully, and the noodle in her hands instantly lengthened. It hit the chopping board with a bang. The instant the noodle bounced up, she transferred the noodle in her left hand to her right hand at lightning speed. At the same time, her left hand passed through the curved noodle, and instantly lengthened. This was the process of one noodle becoming two. Ming Hui's movements began to become faster, so fast that it was too much for the eyes to take in. The white noodle in her hands seemed to be alive, constantly weaving and folding. The originally cylindrical noodle block quickly became thin strands. Nian Bing kept counting. In just a short while, the unbeaten noodle block had become 4,096 strands of noodles. Nian Bing had also learned how to make noodles. He asked himself, in the case of such a small noodle block, he could at most make the noodles to this extent without breaking. However, Ming Hui didn't stop the movements of her hands. She just slowed down from her original speed. Her hands trembled slightly at the same time, as if she couldn't hold the noodles in her hands. However, her hands trembled very rhythmically. The 4,096 strands of noodles were like strands of hair in the trembling of her hands. The noodles touched each other. Because the strands of noodles were very thin, Ming Hui's trembling looked very hair-raising, as if these strands of noodles could break at any time. Seeing this, Nian Bing couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. This must be the plain tremor method that her master had mentioned. Cha Ji had once mentioned to Nian Bing that in making noodles, there was a most profound method called the plain tremor method. Even Cha Ji himself didn't know how to make noodles. Through the plain tremor method, one could continuously increase the toughness and ductility of the noodles during the collision with an even force. The plain tremor method couldn't be more suitable for thin noodles. However, Nian Bing was a little worried. If the noodles were folded by another layer, would they be cooked because they were too thin when they were put into the water? Finally, the vibration of the noodles was maintained until the moment the water in the iron pot boiled. Ming Hui suddenly left the chopping board, pulled out her left hand like lightning, and raised her right hand high, making the 4,096 noodles completely suspended in the air. Her left arm blocked the middle of the noodles, and her right hand caught the noodles with the noodles. In the process of stretching and pulling, 8,192 noodles appeared, and not a single one was broken. It looked like a marvelous skill that made people gasp in amazement. With a light flick, the noodles returned to their original length of 4,096 noodles. Ming Hui swung her left hand, and with her right hand, she easily put the noodles into the boiling water. The iron pot was very large, with a diameter of more than 1 meter. Ming Hui put the noodles on the edge of the iron pot, and then immediately picked up a pair of chopsticks. The front end of the chopstick separated to two sides. She didn't pick up the noodles, but quickly spun them in the middle of the iron pot at the boiling water. At this moment, her hands suddenly turned milky white. In the steaming steam, they were translucent like sparkling pearls. When the steam condensed into water droplets appeared on her hands, it reminded Nian Bing of a sentence that Cha Ji had said before, "The moon in the sea has tears." She stirred faster and faster. The whole pot of water was spinning rapidly under the movement of the pair of chopsticks, and the noodles also moved rhythmically in the spinning. The originally boiling water was no longer bubbling because of the rapid stirring. Nian Bing exclaimed, "I understand now. This is the water-breaking face-protecting technique. It's amazing." The face-breaking method referred to stirring the boiling water into a whirlpool shape, so that although the temperature of the whole pot of water reached the boiling point, it didn't boil. In this way, when cooking, the food could be evenly heated, and the shape of the food would not be affected by the bubbles when the water boiled. The requirement of rotating was not difficult. Any chef, after a long period of practice, could use chopsticks to stir a pot of water into a whirlpool. The difficulty lay in the fact that she was stirring boiling water. Although the water did not come into contact with the water, the temperature above the boiling water would definitely not be too high. This required the chef to not be affected by the boiling water in any way, and his hands had to be steady. Therefore, this method of breaking the water to protect the surface became very difficult. The chopsticks suddenly left the water, and the boiling water in the iron pot was still spinning rapidly due to inertia. Minghui took a large bowl and opened a metal bucket beside it. She scooped out a light yellow broth from inside. The broth looked very transparent, and there was not a trace of impurities in it. When it was placed in the bowl, it looked like a huge yellow crystal. This was the prepared beef broth. The chopsticks reached into the pot like lightning, and Minghui gently lifted all the noodles out of the boiling water and put them into the bowl. After the steaming noodles were immersed in the beef broth, the bowl suddenly became half full. The chopsticks in Minghui's hand cleverly moved the noodles in the beef broth, first clockwise, then counterclockwise, and then counterclockwise. Only then did it stop, and the slightly yellow noodles were neatly placed at the bottom of the bowl. She took a large metal ladle, scooped a spoonful of hot broth from the pot, and poured it on the topmost part. Then she reached into the metal bucket, and took out a few thin strips of meat about an inch wide and as thin as paper, and a few pieces of white radish cooked in the beef broth, and put them on the noodles. Finally, she pinched a handful of coriander and sprinkled it in the broth. Then she put down the bowl and dripped a few drops of bright red chili oil. Beef broth noodle soup, please taste it. Minghui's forehead was slightly sweaty, and her hands returned to their original color. She looked at Nianbing, and her eyes were full of confidence. Nianbing did not say much. He nodded to her, took the chopsticks in Minghui's hand, and began to eat. I want to eat, too. Leave some for me. Hey, don't eat so fast. Xiaojing was dissatisfied and wanted to snatch Nianbing's south strips. In fact, Nianbing did not eat fast at all. He just ate a few noodles, a piece of beef strip, and a mouthful of broth. He handed the chopsticks to Xiaojing, sighed, and looked at Minghui with admiration in his eyes. I'm convinced. Since I left my master, this is the first time I sincerely admire a chef. The beef noodles you made are absolutely worthy of the world's first-grade noodle dish. Minghui's ugly face was slightly red, and she said, Brother Nianbing, you flatter me. Wow, it's delicious. I usually don't like to eat noodles the most, but why? Are these noodles so delicious? Minghui, why are your noodles so thin, but they don't feel soft at all? Every noodle is like a somersault, and it tastes so good. Also, the noodles don't stick to each other at all. And the meat, is this the beef that you cut? The taste is so good, and the broth is also good. It should be beef bone broth. That's not right, beef bone broth doesn't seem to be so fresh. And the fragrance is a little strange. It's clearly the fragrance of beef broth, but why do I have a special feeling? Xiaojing's originally refined eating manners were completely gone. The beef noodles were not hot, and other than Nianbing eating a little, the rest would enter her stomach in a while. Minghui covered her mouth and chuckled, and said, Sister Xiaojing, eat slowly. If you still want to eat, I'll make more for you. Don't rush. Nianbing smiled and said, it's already very good that she can make so much. She's worthy of being the successor of Cool Breeze Temple. Minghui, let me talk about the characteristics of your beef noodles and clear broth. You can see if I'm right. After muttering to himself for a while, he then continued, the beef noodles you made have the essence of traditional beef noodles. The first clear, second white, third red, fourth green, and fifth yellow characteristics are completely reflected. The first clear is the broth clear, the second white is the radish white, the third red is the chili oil red, the fourth green is the coriander green, and the fifth yellow is the noodles yellow. The refreshing and rich colors stimulate your appetite. Not only that, but you also added in your own innovation. Just the fineness of the noodles is something I can't do. That trimmer noodle technique is indeed mysterious, to be able to pull the noodles so thin and still maintain a certain degree of toughness. It's much finer than a nest of silk, but it still has strength and won't affect the taste. What I admire the most is your method of breaking water to protect the noodles. Even my master can't do that. I think, your right hand must have practiced some special skill that can make it not afraid of the heat. However, under the steam, it's not enough to not be afraid of the heat. Without a firm willpower, it's absolutely impossible to keep your hands stable. It's really admirable. The noodles are good noodles, and at the same time, the soup is also good soup. Just as Xianxia said, your beef soup is made from beef bones, the best New Year's meat, and refined butter. However, it's not that simple. In this beef soup, you added at least 3 kinds of herbs. However, these herbs not only won't affect the taste of the beef soup, but will also completely set off the freshness of the beef soup. At the same time, the taste of the herbs will also be integrated into the beef soup. After feeling the freshness of the beef soup, you will immediately feel the fragrance of the herbs. The two tastes perfectly mixed together to become the best quality beef soup. It's really amazing. As for the beef, it's not simply cut, but its original shape. The most delicious meat on the beef is not the beef eye on the chest, nor any thick inner muscle, but the beef ribs on the ribs. It's really the best choice. Combining these, I dare say, on the whole continent, you can't find a beef noodle soup that can surpass your. I'm convinced, completely convinced. Minghui's eyes flashed with surprise. Big brother, you're absolutely right. Except for the 3 kinds of herbs that you didn't mention, the rest are exactly the same. You deserve to be called the ice and fire chef. Shiwajing stroked her stomach contentedly and came to the two people's side. She looked at Nianbing with some doubts. The beef noodle soup is really delicious, but is it really as complicated as you said? Sister Minghui, you don't have to be afraid of being shocked. Feel free to be shocked. I support you. I think he must have said something wrong. Minghui shook his head and said, no, there's nothing wrong at all. Even if it's me, at most, I just added the names of the 3 kinds of herbs. Big brother Nianbing's cooking skills are definitely better than mine. Big brother, it's your turn now. I want to see what your ice and fire cooking skills are like. Can I? Nianbing smiled and said, after eating such delicious beef noodle soup, how can I hide it? Speaking of this, he couldn't help but look at Shiwajing. The one who really ate a lot was her. Before he had time to eat, there was only an empty bowl left. My poor stomach, although that was what he thought, Nianbing did not stop what he was doing. He walked in front of the chopping board, thought for a moment, and quickly decided what he was going to do. He first washed his hands, then removed the cloth and took out a piece of noodles that was exactly the same as the one Minghui had just given him. He smiled and said, I've eaten your noodles, so I'll return the favor. I'll make you a bowl of noodles too. Yours is beef noodles in clear broth, and mine is the best cold noodles. There's no material here that I need, so I can only use some tricks. As he spoke, he began the process of kneading the noodles. He knew that if he didn't use some unique skills, he would definitely be looked down upon by Minghui. He didn't want others to say that he relied on magic to cook delicious food. The dough quickly turned into a ball in Nianbing's hands. His hands moved slowly, and each stroke was full of strength. Gradually, his movements became faster. Every time he pressed, the dough would be kneaded into a non-existent state. As his movements became faster and faster, Nianbing's hands seemed to be boneless as he kneaded the dough with his palms. The shadows of his palms completely enveloped the dough, and the existence of the dough could no longer be seen. His palms were like a ball, protecting the dough completely. Minghui opened his eyes wide and gasped, this is the kneading method of separating tendons and dislocating bones. It actually exists. Shiwajing said in surprise, separating tendons and dislocating bones? Could it be that the joint between his hand and the bowl was separated? Minghui shook his head and said, that's not it. This kneading method is extremely difficult to master. The main reason is the flexibility of the wrist. Only when the wrist can be twisted in any direction can it succeed. It's just like separating tendons and bones. This kneading method has another name, it's called the separating tendons and dislocating bones wishful hands. It's one of the 7 great forbidden techniques of a cooked wheaten pastry chef, along with my water-breaking face protecting technique. Through the separating tendons and dislocating bones wishful hands, the strength of the noodles can be increased to the extreme while maintaining the moisture of the dough. Generally speaking, the dough made with this method must be complemented by a special cooking method. Otherwise, even if it's cooked, you won't be able to bite it. In our cooking world, there's a saying that as long as you can master one of the 7 great forbidden techniques of a cooked wheaten pastry chef, you can become a top-notch cooked wheaten pastry chef. I only know the water-breaking face protecting mysterious jade hand, which is ranked 4th among the 7 great forbidden techniques. I didn't expect that big brother Nianbing would actually know the separating tendons and dislocating bones wishful hands, which is ranked 3rd. It seems that I'm inferior to him in the field of cooked wheaten pastry. Nianbing's movement stopped without any warning. He turned his head and smiled at Minghui, saying, "No, you're wrong. The 7 great forbidden techniques can't prove anything. As an item-level cooked wheaten pastry chef, you still need to combine all kinds of abilities. In the field of cooked wheaten pastry, I definitely can't compare to you." With a flash of green light, the proud heaven blade appeared in Nianbing's hand. The blade emitted a light groan and spiritual energy overflowed. "Good blade. Is this your kitchen knife?" Minghui asked in astonishment. Nianbing smiled faintly and said, "It's one of the knives. In terms of pure knife skills, it's the most suitable. The blade's name is Proud Heaven. It can also be called the gentle groan of the wind of freedom. I can't compare to you in terms of craftsmanship, so let's use the word skillful." With a strange twist of his right wrist, he held the Proud Heaven blade upside down. His left hand held the round dough that was a full circle smaller than before. Minghui knew that what Nianbing was going to do next was definitely not simple. She could see from Nianbing's eyes that he was even more focused than her. But what was strange was that the object of his focus wasn't the dough, but the blade. The gentle groan of the wind of freedom, Proud Heaven blade. The water in the iron pot was still boiling. Nianbing's blade finally moved. It looked very slow, as if it was a green mist. However, the shadow of the blade could no longer be seen clearly. One could only vaguely sense that the tip of the blade was stabbing downwards into the dough. His wrist was trembling as he asked. A piece of white dough was picked up into the pot. This was the prelude. Following that, pieces of white dough, as if they were threaded, a string of white light appeared 3 inches apart. With a clear sound of water, they poured into the pot. Nianbing's movements were very fast. He always held the handle of the blade in reverse. His expression was very relaxed. His eyes were always on the shadow of the blade that could not be seen clearly. Minghui seemed to have thought of something. She quickly walked to the side of the iron pot. When she saw the boiling water in the pot, her whole body was completely stunned. Her mouth slowly spat out 4 words, "Jin, Su, Guan." Xiaojing doubtfully came to the side of the iron pot. "What is Jin, Su?" She also saw that the boiling noodles in the pot were actually words, and not the noodles she had imagined. The words were very clear, and they were 2 words joined together. They were about 1 inch long and half an inch wide. They were clearly the 2 words Minghui. The strokes were strong and forceful, and each set of words was exactly the same. There was no difference at all. How did this happen? Minghui looked at the iron wok in a daze. One of the 5 famous knife skills in the cooking world, brocade void. I'm actually lucky enough to see it. Master. Do you know, I actually saw the brocade void. Xiaojing shook Minghui and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Minghui shook his head and said, "Thank you. I'm fine. I was just too excited." It had to be known that the difficulty of the 5 great knife techniques of the culinary world was even higher than the 7 great forbidden techniques of the cooked wheaten food master. The 5 famous knife skills have long been lost. The 7 great forbidden hand techniques could be mastered through talent and hard work. However, the 5 great swords required extraordinary comprehension and hard work throughout the years. I had heard my master introduce the 5 great swords to me before. At that time I had thought that it was unbelievable. I had thought that it was a miraculous technique that could not possibly exist. Only today did I realize that I was wrong. I had been so narrow-minded. Brocade void appeared in front of me. This was the swordsmanship A11, which was ranked 4th among the 5 great swords. Her body was trembling slightly. If she knew that Nianbing also knew the Rain Dragon's dance, which was ranked 1st among the 5 famed saber techniques, what would she think? Even though Nianbing hadn't completely mastered the dance of the dancing dragon, it was still the #1 knife technique in the culinary world. Under Ao Tian's mysterious poking, the noodles in Yan Bing's hand gradually shrank. In just a dozen breaths, he had already completed all the movements. He picked up the chopsticks and stirred in the pot. At the same time, his left hand flashed with a red light and pressed on the edge of the pot. The moment his left hand touched the iron pot, the chopsticks quickly left. At the same time, he switched the chopsticks for the pot lid and pressed it on the pot with lightning speed. Ming Hui and Shui Jing could clearly feel the entire pot shaking violently. The pot had completely turned red, and a scorching aura filled the entire kitchen. In just 3 breaths, Yan Bing's left hand left the pot. His right hand picked up the pot lid and put it aside. Immediately, steam rose up like a mushroom cloud. His left hand grabbed a hedge and scooped up the noodles from the pot. He immediately dipped them in the cold water. At the same time, his right hand pressed on the bucket of cold water. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. There was no hesitation. If Ming Hui had not seen Yan Bing for the first time, he would have suspected that he had entered his kitchen before. He seemed to be very familiar with the location of every tool. There was not a trace of error. Yan Bing's left hand that was holding the hedge loosened. Xu Jing and Ming Hui were surprised to find that the hedge actually stood still in the water. Yan Bing seemed to have finished his work. He turned around and smiled at the 2 girls. I used the tendon and bone dislocation technique to increase the toughness of the noodles by 3 times. I used high temperature to cook it quickly. Now, I will completely freeze it. Using the 2 extreme methods of ice and fire to destroy the internal structure of the noodles. In this way, the tendon and bone dislocation technique produced by the noodles will not be difficult to chew. At the same time, the aroma of the noodles will be fully displayed. The texture is extremely strong, and it will not be difficult to chew. Displaying the original taste of the ingredients has always been my pursuit. Miss Ming Hui, I want to borrow your beef soup. After that, he took out a clean, empty bowl and scooped out half a bowl of beef soup from the bucket. He added a little vinegar, a little sugar, and some chili oil and quickly mixed them well. Then, he grabbed the hedgerow. Under the effect of the fire element, the hedgerow left the bucket with the frozen noodles. The ice gradually melted, and when the noodles were exposed, he put the ice into the bowl. Under the effect of the ice cubes, the temperature of the beef soup at room temperature quickly dropped. The ice completely melted, and the noodles appeared in the bowl. Yan Bing gently stirred twice to let the soup and noodles merge completely. He pressed his left hand on the surface of the soup bowl, and a thin layer of ice appeared. It was as if the entire bowl was frozen. Well, it's done. Please taste my bowl of ice-fire noodles. Yan Bing confidently smiled at the 2 girls. Ming Hui and Xu Jing looked at each other sluggishly. The 2 picked up clean chopsticks and walked to the front of the bowl. The chopsticks easily broke the thin ice, and they each put a piece of noodles into their mouths. Ming Hui raised her head and looked at Yan Bing, her eyes full of surprise. The cold noodles, with the cold noodles aroma, plus the 3 flavors of sour, sweet, and spicy, as well as the beef soup's own freshness, it's really delicious. As expected of the ice-fire cooking demon, I'm far inferior. Yan Bing modestly said, Miss Ming Hui, please don't say that. I borrowed the noodles you needed and the beef soup you prepared to have this effect. When it comes to noodles, I'm far inferior to Mississippi. It's just a trick. Ming Hui's eyes flashed. Are the tendon and bone dislocation technique and the brocade void technique also a trick? You 2 talk, I'll eat first. Xu Jing didn't care about the technique or cooking skills. She only knew that the bowl of noodles in front of her was to her taste. Although she was already full from the beef noodle soup, she still couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food. Yan Bing smiled. There's no end to cooking. We still have a lot to learn, don't we? Ming Hui took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, there's no end to cooking. It seems that I shouldn't be a frog at the bottom of a well. There's still a lot to learn. Big brother Yan Bing, thank you for your guidance. Yan Bing sincerely said, Miss Ming Hui, you're welcome. I've also learned a lot from you. After leaving the noodle dish, Ming Hui had already reached an agreement with Xu Jing. Xu Jing wrote her a recommendation letter. Soon, she would go to Ice Snow City to train at the Breeze Temple. Silence, have you found a place to stay? Nianbing asked softly as they walked on the street. Xiaojing took the initiative to hold Nianbing's arm and shook her head. Not yet. I rushed to the city as soon as I arrived at Ice Orchid City. There were fewer people on the streets at night, so I wanted to walk more. I could leave the city early tomorrow morning and continue to look for you in the direction of the Ottoman Empire's capital. I know you don't have a horse. This time, you didn't even ride one. I'm so tired. How are you going to make it up to me? Right now, she was extremely excited. Not only had she found Nianbing, she had also helped the Clear Wind sect recruit an extremely capable master of cooked wheaten food. This time, even if she returned to the Clear Wind sect, her father wouldn't blame her, right? Nianbing struggled a little unnaturally, but Xiaojing insisted on holding his arm. As a magician, he indeed couldn't compete with Xiaojing in terms of strength. Helpless, he could only let her do as she wished. Xiaojing's body emitted a faint virgin fragrance from time to time, causing Nianbing's heart to throb. He was still a virgin. A virgin would always be easily attracted to a beautiful woman, even if he had a mature mind. In terms of figure, among all the girls he knew, perhaps only Feng Nu could compare to her. Make it up to you? Didn't I just treat you to a meal? This isn't enough compensation. Nianbing didn't dare to look at Xiaojing and quickened his steps. Xiaojing smiled. Of course not. You want to dismiss me with a meal? Do you think I'm a beggar? Nianbing smiled bitterly. Then what do you want me to do? Xiaojing said, first of all, you'll be responsible for all the expenses along the way. You're not allowed to object. Secondly, when there's no restaurant, you have to personally cook for me. I don't eat dry food. I'm very sad to eat dry food all the way. Nianbing made a surprised expression. No way, you're the dignified Cool Breeze sect's eldest miss. But you want to eat a poor person like me. You're so heartless. Xiaojing giggled. I'm a girl. Don't tell me you want me to pay? I've already heard from Linger that the magic scrolls you make are very valuable. It shouldn't be a problem to support me. I don't care. In any case, you have to agree. It seems that I can only admit that I'm unlucky. I hope there's still a room in the Longqing Hotel. He could only hope to reach the capital of the Ottoman Empire as soon as possible. At that time, he could get rid of this crazy woman. Sigh, why is it that the more I don't want to have sex with women, the more beautiful women appear around me? Master told me to find a girl I love. But, what is love between a man and a woman? No matter how smart Nianbing was, he was still like a pure child in this aspect. Xiaojing chasing after him made him feel something, but he couldn't explain it clearly. It's too late even if there's a room. It's already so late, who's going to open a room for me? Nianbing, you should be staying in a standard room. Anyway, it's 2 beds. I'll just share with you. After saying this, Xiaojing couldn't help but shyly lower her head. Nianbing was shocked. What? No, you're a girl. How can you live with me? Xiaojing snorted and said, it's all your fault. Just now we wasted so much time. Don't tell me you want me to sleep on the streets? I'm a girl and I don't care. What do you care about? Don't tell me you have some bad intentions? Nianbing looked at Xiaojing in shock. You really want to live with me in the same room? That's not good for your reputation. You'll have to get married in the future. If your husband finds out, I'm afraid. Xiaojing felt an inexplicable irritation in her heart. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Do you think I'll eat you up? It's none of your business whether I get married or not. At least tonight I'll have a place to sleep peacefully. Humph. Miss, are you sure? Nianbing asked tentatively. Xiaojing snorted and said, of course I'm sure. Are you afraid that I'll rape you? Speaking of this, even she couldn't help but laugh. She cursed in her heart, Xiaojing, oh Xiaojing, what's wrong with you now? How can you even say such words? Nianbing pondered for a moment. He really didn't have a better idea at the moment. Just as Xiaojing had said, there were 2 beds in his room. Although it wasn't appropriate for a man and a woman to share a room, it shouldn't be a problem as long as he was open-minded. Thinking of this, he could only nod his head. Xiaojing let go of Nianbing's arm and asked, When do you plan to leave Ice Orchid City? Nianbing thought for a moment and said, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. I heard that there's a famous snack in Ice Orchid City called the staring food. It sounds very strange. Even Master didn't tell me before. I must try it. Also, I sold some magic scrolls in exchange for white magic scrolls. I need at least a day to make some magic scrolls for self-defense. Okay. I'm not in a hurry. Xiaojing was of course not in a hurry. She couldn't wait for Nianbing to walk slower. That way, she would have more time. When the two returned to Lanqin Hotel, it was already late at night. The security guard on duty let them enter the hotel after Nianbing showed the room key. However, the security guard didn't leave. When Nianbing was about to bring Xiaojing upstairs, they were stopped by the security guard. I'm sorry, sir. We are a proper hotel. We don't allow guests to have any special activities in the hotel. The security guard said rudely. Nianbing was stunned and asked, what do you mean? The security guard looked at Nianbing and then looked at Xiaojing, who was dressed in red. He said indifferently, you should know what I mean. It seems that one of the two of you isn't our guest. Nianbing was quick-witted and immediately understood the security guard's meaning. She couldn't help feeling angry and amused. This is my friend. She just came to Ice Orchid City at night. It's too late now and we can't book a room. So I can only bring her back to my place to suffer for the night and book a room for her alone tomorrow. Otherwise, you can book a room for me now. The security guard snorted and said, no, I don't have the right to book a room. Only one of you can go up. He thought to himself, this gigolo actually managed to seduce such a beautiful woman just by relying on his good looks. Humph, I won't let you get away with it. Although Xiaojing wasn't as smart as Nianbing, how could she not understand the security guard's words? She was furious and said, T, who do you think we are? Get lost, or don't blame me for taking action. As she said this, she pressed her hand on the hilt of her sword. Immediately, a red fighting spirit wrapped around her delicate body. Nianbing wasn't angry at this time. Instead, he was secretly grateful to the security guard in front of him. Previously, because of Xiaojing's face, he couldn't refuse directly, but he still felt that it was inappropriate to be in the same room with her. Now that the security guard was obstructing him, he could go with the flow. He hurriedly stopped Xiaojing and said, silence, don't make trouble. Did you forget what you promised me? I'm right. This is for the safety of the guests. Here's the key, go up and sleep. Xiaojing's heart was racing because she was going to stay in the same room as Nianbing, and she was at a loss for what to do. After all, she was a young lady. Although she liked Nianbing, she knew that it was inappropriate for her to stay in the same room as him. However, she felt that this was an opportunity and didn't want to let it go. Hence, she was hesitating. At this moment, Nianbing heaved a sigh of relief. She also heaved a sigh of relief, but she was somewhat disappointed. Nianbing, what about you? What are you going to do if I stay in your room? Nianbing smiled and said, you don't have to worry about me. Isn't there a sofa in the lobby? I'll just make do with it for the night. Xiaojing glared fiercely at the security guard and snorted before going upstairs. Seeing that Xiaojing had left, Nianbing the security guard said, no one is allowed to stay in the lobby. If you want to stay in the hotel, please come back tomorrow morning. I'm going to close the door. Please leave immediately. Nianbing was stunned for a moment and frowned. Are you picking on me? I don't think I've offended you. The security guard said coldly, I'm just following the rules. Please leave. Nianbing naturally wouldn't stoop to the level of an ordinary person. He had no choice but to walk out of Lanqin Hotel again. It was already late at night, and the October weather was slightly chilly. Nianbing couldn't help but shiver as the night dew blew against his body. He hurriedly circulated the fire elements in his body, and only then did he feel a little better. Although the night dew brought a chill to him, Xiaojing wasn't by his side at this moment. In the cold air, his mind gradually became active. Xiaojing sneaked out from home to look for me. This already proves that she has feelings for me. Xiaojing likes me. Furthermore, she's not as weak as Long Ling. If she continues to follow me, who knows what else will happen on the way to the capital of the Ottoman Empire. If I can't control myself, then it'll be troublesome. Perhaps he didn't have feelings for Xiujing, but he definitely had desires. How could he remain calm in front of a beauty? It was very, very difficult. In the depths of Nian Bing's heart, other than his mother, there was only one other woman. He pitied Long Ling, admired Luo Ro, and was even a little afraid of Xiujing. He was afraid of her hysterics, but he definitely didn't love her from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, he really didn't want to spend too much time with any of the three women. Even if he didn't fall for them, once Xiujing's feelings for him deepened, the matter would be more difficult to solve. He couldn't hit her or drive her away, right? Thinking of this, Nian Bing's mind raced, thinking of a suitable method. Suddenly, his heart moved. Why did Xiujing like him? Perhaps it was because of some of his advantages that attracted her. If he let her see more of his shortcomings, perhaps her feelings for him would gradually cool down. Xiujing was a girl who dared to love and dared to hate, and her temper was almost at the slightest provocation. Xiujing. Sorry, I can only do this. A strange expression appeared on his face. Nian Bing walked towards the dark street. Soon, he found his destination. In the middle of the night, there was only one kind of shop that didn't close, and that was a brothel. Hey, mister. Have you come to play? Although it's a little late now, we still have many girls here. A madam who looked to be in her 30s or 40s brought Nianbing in. This was only a medium-sized brothel. As soon as he entered the door, the fragrance of cosmetics almost made Nianbing fall down. At this time, he couldn't help but feel a little flustered. He knew nothing about brothels, and didn't even know what a brothel did. After all, when Jia Ji taught him how to cook, it was impossible for him to also teach him about brothels. The reason why he knew about the existence of brothels was because he heard a conversation in Ice Snow City. It was a couple. The husband was like a frosted eggplant being scolded by his wife. From their conversation, Nianbing heard that the husband went to a place called a brothel, and his wife couldn't tolerate it. He still remembered the soul-stirring scene at that time. If it wasn't for the fact that murdering one's husband was a serious crime, he didn't doubt that the wife would have used a kitchen knife to kill her husband. Later, he asked Long Ling what kind of place a brothel was. Long Ling, who had never lost her temper, blushed and scolded him a few times before running away. From then on, Nianbing guessed that this so-called opportunity should be a place that men liked and women hated. Usually, when he walked on the road, he had seen a few brothels, so he could still distinguish them from the outside. Coughing awkwardly, Nianbing looked at the brothel keeper whose eyes were shining and said, "Is there a place to stay here?" The last time he heard the couple quarrel, he vaguely heard the wife scolding the husband for not returning home at night in a brothel. Presumably, people could stay in a brothel. Originally, with Nianbing's ordinary clothes, it wouldn't attract the brothel keeper's attention. However, his appearance was too handsome, causing the brothel keeper's heart to ripple. She thought to herself that if such a handsome young man could sleep with her for a night, it would be worth it even if she had to pay for it. Stay? Of course there is, but I don't know how Sir wants to stay. Girls, there are guests, come and receive the guests. At this time, it was already late at night. Most of the prostitutes either already had guests or were ready to sleep. Hearing the call of the brothel keeper, the prostitutes who didn't have guests were impatient. One by one, they walked down from the attic and looked at the hall with sleepy eyes. When their gazes landed on Nianbing, all the prostitutes stopped what they were doing. Nianbing suddenly shivered all over. He saw 7 or 8 young women coming down from the stairs. Each of them wore thin clothes. Most of their arms and thighs were bare. Some of them didn't even cover their chests well, revealing their full cleavage. He hadn't been in society for a long time. When did he see such an erotic scene? He suddenly felt the blood in his body gradually boiling, and his heartbeat inexplicably accelerated. The prostitutes finally reacted. It was more appropriate to describe them as a swarm. In just an instant, they surrounded Nianbing in the center. It was as if they had also learned martial arts. Their longing eyes and seductive postures were so moving. "Sir, come to my room. I am a famous pure jade girl." "What is a pure jade girl?" "Sir, look, is my place big?" Come on, I will serve you well tonight. How about I give you a 20% discount? 20% discount? Sir. I'll give you a 40% discount, okay? I'm so lonely tonight. Cold sweat flowed down from his forehead. Even when facing the Dragon King with a golden back, Yanbing was not so nervous. He suddenly found that the method he chose was too bad. Such an erotic scene made him, a virgin, fall into infinite embarrassment. What should I do? What should I do now? He wanted to say something, but he really couldn't say it. Looking at the coy women, he found that he had a layer of goosebumps on his body. God. God. Save me. Okay, girls, don't quarrel. Let this gentleman choose by himself. Sir, who do you choose? The procuress was experienced and knowledgeable. When she saw Yanbing's embarrassed face, she knew that it was his first time to come to such a place. If it was someone else, she would be too lazy to pay attention to it. But Yanbing's handsome appearance and stalwart figure really made the procuress tempted, so she took the initiative to come out and help. The procuress directed the girls to stand in a neat row, and she stuck to Yanbing's side. She touched his arm with the fullness of her chest. Sir, which girl do you want to choose? If you don't like them, what about me? Yanbing lowered his head to look at the madam. He had to admit that this madam, who looked to be in her 30s, was no less charming than those young girls. Furthermore, she was more mature. Her voluptuous figure, in particular, made him have the urge to spurt blood from his nose. God, is this a brothel? All the wisdom seemed to have disappeared. He asked blankly, how much does it cost to stay here for a night? Yanbing's pure appearance made the procuress's heart itch, and some parts of her body began to change. What money, sir, it's our honor to have you here. When the time comes, just give me a little. We have a lot of rooms here, you can choose one. Cough, then give me an empty room. I'll give you how much you want. I'll stay for one night and leave. Yanbing's words immediately made the girls laugh. The procuress pinched the firm muscles on his forearm. Oh, sir, don't you like us girls? When you come to us, there's no rule to sleep alone. You can choose one to accompany you. Why is it so noisy, Mom? It's so late, why don't you close the door? There won't be any guests. A lazy voice came from upstairs. Although it was scolding, he had to admit that her voice was very moving. The faces of the prostitutes in front of Yanbing and the madam beside him all changed. One of the prostitutes muttered in a low voice, it's over. Once she comes, I won't have a share of this little virgin. Yanbing looked upstairs and saw a woman wearing a pink dress walking down the stairs. This woman's figure was well proportioned and full. Her fair and pretty face was lightly powdered. Her body exuded an elegant smell. She seemed to be a little tired. She held onto the railing as she walked down the stairs. Her brows were slightly wrinkled, but she was able to make Xianxia and Jia was Xianxia and nali 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 nali. The brothel keeper sighed in her heart. Yanbing smiled apologetically and said, Sir, look, this is our top courtesan. Although her head is a little high, it's definitely worth it. Rui, there's a guest. The girl slightly raised her head. When her hazy eyes met with Yanbing's clear eyes, her beautiful big eyes suddenly lit up. She didn't lose her composure like the other prostitutes before. She slowly walked downstairs, with a blooming smile on her face. She walked to Yanbing and said, Hello, sir, my name is Rui. Yanbing had gradually adapted to the atmosphere here, and was not at a loss like before. He nodded slightly and said, Hello. Rui turned to look at the procuress beside her. Mom, let Rui entertain this gentleman today, okay? The procuress wanted to say no, but Rui was the top prostitute of this brothel. Most of the guests here came because of her face. She could offend anyone, but she couldn't offend this money tree. She hurriedly said, Okay, of course, Rui, then you take this gentleman to your room. A woman was always easier to deal with than a group of women. Although Nianbing didn't fully understand the purpose of this brothel, he had a good impression of this elegant girl in front of him. It was better to go with her than to be entangled by a group of vulgar women. Rui held Nianbing's hand, and they had different feelings at the same time. Rui felt that Nianbing's hand was slender and strong, without calluses. His hand was very warm, but it seemed to be as hard as steel. Nianbing had a completely different feeling. Although it was not the first time he held a girl's hand, the feeling that Rui gave him was completely different. Her hand was very soft, as if there were no bones. What made Nianbing feel most was the coldness of her hand. Her small hand was very soft, and it was very comfortable to hold. After going upstairs, Rui didn't say a word, and directly led him to the innermost room of the corridor. The decoration in the room was mostly pink. The room was very large, and it was divided into inner and outer rooms, but there was no door in the middle. There was a big bed in the inner room, surrounded by a curtain. The whole room exuded a strange atmosphere. "Sir, please sit." Rui's voice suddenly lost its previous gentleness. She pulled Nianbing to the round table in the outer room, and pressed his shoulder to let him sit down. She poured a glass of wine and handed it to Nianbing, and then sat down beside Nianbing. Nianbing drank the wine in one gulp, and a burning feeling rose in his stomach, which calmed him down a lot. However, he still asked a silly question, "Miss Rui, there is only one bed here, where do I sleep? Why do you have to let the guest enter the room of one of you?" Rui was stunned, and looked up at Nianbing. "This is a brothel." "I know. Then why did you ask such a question?" There was a cold light in Rui's eyes. Nianbing smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, although I know this is a brothel, I don't know what a brothel does. Can you tell me?" Rui didn't answer the question, and said, "Then what do you do?" Nianbing looked at Rui's gradually clear eyes, and faintly felt that something was wrong. "I am a chef." "A chef? Are you just a chef?" "I have seen a lot of people, but I have never seen a chef with such temperament like you. You are young, but you don't learn good things, and come to a brothel as a ghost. I think you are not a good person." At the end, her voice was a little colder. Nianbing frowned slightly, and said, "Why is it that I am not a good person to come to a brothel?" Rui said disdainfully, "Men all think with their lower bodies. Don't you come here to vent your desires on women? When did you see women like us as human beings? You look good on the outside, but you are rotten on the inside." It was not until now that Nianbing understood the real meaning of a brothel, and his heart was sweating. He hurriedly explained, "Miss Rui, don't misunderstand." Rui sneered and stood up. "Misunderstand? What is there to misunderstand? A man like you will make many women sad in the future." Nianbing's eyes were cold, and said, "Miss Rui, there is no enmity between us. Why are you so against me? Even if I came to a brothel to do that kind of thing, so what? You are supposed to serve me, not scold me here." The smile on Rui's face became colder. "Serve you? A dirty person like you wants to touch me? In that case, I'd better go." After knowing the real meaning of a brothel, although Nianbing wanted to take the opportunity to drive Xianxia away, he couldn't bear to stay in such a place. He didn't know much about the affairs between men and women. He didn't mean to look down on prostitutes, but he felt that it was inappropriate to do these things. He stood up and was about to leave, but suddenly felt dizzy. He sat down again unconsciously. "Do you still want to go?" Rui looked at Nianbing coldly. "Poison?" Nianbing suddenly understood a lot. He subconsciously wanted to activate the magic scroll on his body, but he couldn't concentrate. "Miss Rui, I have no enmity with you. Why do you want to harm me?" Rui smiled. "When you go to hell, you can ask." Nianbing's mind was blurred, and finally he couldn't hold on and fainted. "Sister, what's wrong with you today?" A nimble figure jumped out from inside. It was a young girl dressed in martial arts attire. Her appearance was somewhat similar to Rui's, but she had more heroic spirit. She glanced at Nianbing and said, "This seems to be just an ordinary guest. Why did you make him unconscious? How do you solve this?" Rui said lightly, "Rumming, take him out of the city and kill him. Do it cleanly." "Sister, are you crazy? The organization strictly forbids killing people. Don't kill people who don't get paid." "You are Ruming was obviously shocked by Rui. Rui glanced at Ruming sharply and said, "I'm just getting rid of evil for the people." "What's wrong with that? Look at this man. He has a good appearance, but he goes to the brothel to fool around. He looks like he's only about 20 years old. If such a person is allowed to live in the world, I don't know how many women will be harmed by him in the future. Have you forgotten how I was cheated? Don't be afraid to kill him just because he's handsome. The more such a man is, the more he deserves to be killed." Her eyes showed monstrous hatred, and her whole body seemed to be trembling slightly. The hysteria made Ruming show a trace of fear. "Go, you know what to do. I naturally have a way to explain to the brothel keeper." Rui gave Nian Bing a fierce look and waved to Ruming. Ruming didn't say anything more. She pulled Nian Bing's clothes and lightly put him on her shoulder. It seemed to be effortless. She opened the window and jumped out like a leopard cat, disappearing in a few flashes. Looking at the departing figure of Rumang, Ruyi's eyes were filled with tears. None of the men are good. Handsome men are the scourge of the world. I want to kill every one of them. Only the handsome men are dead. Only then can the women live better lives. Ice Orchid City was a commercial city. Although it was located at the border of the two countries, the city gate was never closed at night. Ruming carried Nian Bing's body quietly out of the city and soon came to a quiet forest. She laid him flat on the ground. Does this person really deserve to be killed? There's no aura of fighting in his body. He's just an ordinary person. Sister is too much. She can't kill innocent people. Forget it, he's just an ordinary person anyway. I want to explain to him clearly and let him leave here quickly. The mainland is so big. Sister won't be able to see him in the future. And, he's really handsome. He's much more handsome than my previous brother-in-law. No wonder Sister had such a big reaction today. Speaking of this, Ruming shook her head helplessly. She took out a porcelain bottle and stuffed a pill into Nian Bing's mouth. In fact, she didn't know that it was because of her kindness that she saved her own life. Although Nian Bing lacked scrolls, he still had 4 automatic defense scrolls on him. The strongest one was level 6. If Ruming really wanted to kill him, the magic array would automatically trigger when it sensed that Nian Bing's life was threatened. With Ruming's current ability, he wouldn't even have a chance to dodge at close range. His whole body felt cold. Nian Bing woke up from his coma. "En? Where is this?" The darkness in front of him made him very alert. His mind immediately connected to the magic scrolls on him, ready to deal with any danger. "Mister, I'm really sorry." Hearing Ruming's voice, Nian Bing realized that there was another person beside him. He quickly stood up and took a few steps back, keeping a distance from Ruming. As Ruming's appearance was 60 to 70% similar to Rui, and his mind wasn't fully awake, he instantly mistook her for someone else. "Miss Rui, where is this place? Why did you bring me here?" Ruming said apologetically, "Mister, I'm not Rui. That's my sister. My name is Ruming. I'm really sorry about what happened today." After careful identification, Nian Bing realized that Ruming was different from Rui. Compared to Rui, Ruming was slightly thinner and taller than Rui. "Miss Ruming? I want to know what happened." Ruming was a little surprised. He didn't panic in the face of change. The handsome man in front of her wasn't as ordinary as he said. "Mister, don't misunderstand. It's like this. My sister works in the brothel for a reason. I can't tell you the specific reason. However, she's definitely not the kind of woman you think. She was hurt before, so she's more extreme. Mister, I have some money here. You should quickly leave here and don't go to Binglan City again." As she said this, she threw a few gold coins to Nianbing. Looking at the innocent girl in front of her, Nianbing said indifferently, "Miss Ruming, your sister poisoned me for no reason and you're not willing to explain the matter clearly. Does Binglan City belong to your family? Why can't you let me go back?" Ruming frowned slightly. "Why are you so stubborn? Do you want to die? Die? Your sister wants to kill me? I don't have any enmity with her. Why does she want to kill me?" Nianbing asked the doubts in her heart. At the same time, she scolded herself for being careless. She actually fell for it so easily. Ruming said helplessly, I can't say anything about my sister. Anyway, this is all I can do. If you go back to the city, I can't save you. For your own life, it's better for you to leave. After saying this, she no longer entangled with Nianbing. His figure flashed a few times before he disappeared from Nianbing's line of sight. Nianbing stood in the same place. Various thoughts kept surging in her heart. Rui, Ruming, these two names kept appearing alternately. What was going on? She was really unlucky. It seemed that bad things couldn't be done. However, after being teased like this and almost losing her life, was she going to let it go just like that? No, at least she had to find out the truth. Her thoughts were connected with the spatial ring. Spatial magic elements revolved around Nianbing's finger. The inconspicuous ring emitted a silver halo and a black robe appeared first. Then, a strange skull mask silently appeared on the robe. Nianbing first put on the mask and then used the robe to cover her body. There was a cloak on top of the robe and even her head was covered. It shrouded her easily recognizable long golden hair. I can finally use this identity again. I really didn't expect that I would use it for a brothel. Oh great ice goddess! Lend me your wrath, and send me to the lost shore. Snowstorm. The temperature in the air gradually dropped as the blue light spots gathered around Nianbing. Snowflakes gradually appeared and revolved around her body. Directly chanting incantations to use magic was more troublesome. It required chanting to condense magic power, which would waste some time. But directly using scrolls to use magic, because enough magic power had been condensed on the scroll beforehand, the power of the magic could be fully displayed. Under the effect of the powerful magic power, the snowstorm forcibly lifted Nianbing's body and flew higher and higher. Rising into the air, she naturally saw the location of Binglan City and controlled the magic to fly towards the city. While flying, Nianbing carefully recalled everything that happened in the brothel. That woman named Rui was obviously not just a brothel. The two sisters must have some purpose for committing to the brothel. Just like what Ruming said, Rui must have been stimulated by something. When she first entered her room, she emitted not only coldness, but also some murderous intent. It was just that she didn't feel it much at that time. The stimulation she received should be related to men. Moreover, it was a man who was somewhat similar to her. Just like when she first met that beautiful auntie and thought of her as her mother. However, the brothel was a filthy place. Why would they hide there? This was what she had to figure out. Thinking of this, Nianbing couldn't help but secretly rejoice. It wasn't that Ruming let her go, but that the cup of wine she unintentionally drank was only a knockout drug and not a poison that pierced the intestines. Otherwise, no matter how many magic scrolls she had on her, they would have been useless. At this time, he had already returned to Ice Orchid City. The entire city had fallen into a deep sleep. Nianbing carefully controlled the blizzard under his feet. Before his magic power was exhausted, the blizzard would always be maintained. After this period of understanding magic, he now knew how to use magic power more rationally. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to maintain such a level 4 magic. At this time, he had already taken out his proud Heaven Blade and righteous Yang Blade. After all, he hadn't left the Ice Moon Empire yet. It was better not to use Morning Dew. Although it hadn't been long since he came to Ice Orchid City, Nianbing's memory was very good. First, he flew over the city gate and found the Lanqin Hotel where he stayed. From the hotel, he immediately confirmed the location and flew towards the brothel. Perhaps it was because it was too late, the lights in the brothel were finally extinguished. Nianbing floated in the air and had a bird's-eye view of the entire brothel. Soon, he found Rui's room and floated to the outside of the room. He hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to take action, he heard a low voice coming from the room. His heart skipped a beat. He controlled the blizzard and pressed his body against the window to listen to the voice inside. Ruming seemed to have just returned. She whispered to Rui, "Sister, why aren't you asleep yet?" Rui said coldly, "Is everything done? Is it done cleanly? In this place where good and bad people mix together, we must not leave any traces behind." Ruming hesitated for a moment and said, "It's done. Sister, don't worry. Rui sighed softly and said, "Sister, I know that sometimes you are in a difficult position. You are too soft-hearted. You are not suitable to be an assassin. After we return from our shift, I will report to the Lord and ask him to transfer you to another position. Perhaps, you can even become a warrior on the surface." "Sister, that's impossible. I was trained as a spy. How can I become a warrior?" There seemed to be a little sadness in Ru Meng's tone. Rui said, "In fact, there is nothing impossible. After all, you are not like me. I have already been exposed in front of people, but you have always been in the dark. Believe me, there will be a chance." Hearing this, Nianbing suddenly understood a lot. These two sisters were obviously not from the Ice Moon Empire, but came here to be spies. Through the various guests in this brothel, they inquired about all kinds of information and then sent it back to their country. It seemed that he could only forget about his own matter. It was better not to get involved in this kind of conflict between countries. Thinking of this, he controlled the blizzard and was just about to leave. When he turned around, the black robe on his body inadvertently swept the window, making a slight friction sound. "Who is it?" In the low voice, a cold light came out of the window. Although it was only judged by the sound, the cold light's target was Nianbing's chest. Nianbing secretly knew that it was not good. He did not activate the magic scroll to protect himself. He raised his right hand, and the proud heaven blade transformed into dozens of blade shadows, cutting the cold light from different directions. Ding! Dozens of collisions sounded as if there was only one sound because of the high speed. Nianbing only felt a strong impact on his face. His chest felt like it was hit by a huge hammer and his body flew backward with the help of the impact. If it wasn't for Ao Tiandao's own blade aura that blocked most of the impact, this collision alone was enough to injure him. It was a shuttle-shaped dart that flew out, but it was already crushed by Ao Tian's sharp blade. Nianbing's eyes revealed a clear light as he controlled the blizzard to send himself dozens of meters away. The window opened and two figures rushed out with two balls of cold light. Although the combat energy was strong, it was impossible for them to fly. When the Rui sisters found that the enemy was floating in the air, they were shocked. Before they landed, they each shot 3 darts at Nianbing's direction. Unfortunately, Nianbing was already prepared. Although the combat energy attached to the darts was very strong, he only controlled the blizzard to support his body and dodged the darts. The magicians in the air had more or less an advantage over the warriors on the ground. Rui and Ruming each held a gleaming sword in their hands. Rui stopped Ruming, who was about to continue attacking, and shouted coldly at Nianbing in the air, "Who are you?" Nianbing said indifferently, "This is not the place to talk. Follow me if you have the guts." He deliberately lowered his voice and added some hoarseness to it so that the Rui sisters couldn't recognize him. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately controlled the blizzard to fly out of the city. The Rui sisters looked at each other. They knew that their identity had been exposed and they had no choice but to chase after him. The blizzard was the fastest speed a magician could achieve in short-distance flight. Although Nianbing saw that the Rui sisters had the strength of a swordsman, it was impossible for them to catch up with his blizzard. He controlled the speed and kept a certain distance from the Rui sisters. He led them out of Ice Orchid City and ran into the wild. Rui and Rumeng followed Nianbing. They were also secretly scheming. There were very few magicians on the continent. They knew this very well. Because of this, they had no experience in fighting with magicians, let alone being confident. Rumeng was anxious. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, he suddenly heard Rui say in a low voice, "Graft." Green fighting aura emanated from Rui's body. She suddenly leaped into the air. Hearing her sister's words, Rumeng immediately understood. She placed the long sword in her hand into her mouth and similarly erupted with green fighting aura. She pushed Rui's feet up with both her palms and sent her sister flying. In that instant, her do qi, which came from the same source as Rui's, was completely transferred into Rui's body. Rui's do qi immediately shone brightly and traversed 10 feet in the air. She caught up to Nianbing and locked her do qi onto Nianbing. She held her sword with both hands. He slashed with all his might. The green do qi formed a dazzling green arc of light in the air, and it slashed toward Nianbing with a twisted light. Feeling the dangerous do qi, Nianbing's heart skipped a beat. She almost couldn't withstand the impact of the previous dart, let alone this slash with all her strength. The protection scroll was instantly activated. The ice wall spell condensed a foot-thick ice to block the Do-Chi slash. Combined with Ru-Yi and Ru-Meng's Do-Chi, the power of this attack was terrifying. The meter-thick ice cracked under the extremely sharp Do-Chi slash. The green light penetrated the ice wall. Although it was weakened a lot, it still slashed towards Nianbing's direction. Nianbing chose to use the ice wall spell not to block the opponent, but to cut off the Do-Chi that locked onto her and to slow down the opponent's attack. When the green light slashed his previous position, he had already flown out with the help of the blizzard. Ruyi's Do-Chi was exhausted and fell to the ground. Ru-Meng caught up with her sister, and the two stopped at the same time. The magic displayed made their hearts tighten. Nianbing floated 10 feet away from the two girls. The blizzard was not over, but under the effect of his powerful spiritual power, it was constantly compressed. This kind of mutated snowstorm, even the sorcerer back then was fearful of it. It was naturally the best choice to use it as a shield. The two ladies are using wind attribute Do-Chi, Nianbing said indifferently. Ruyi took a step forward and stared firmly at Nianbing. Who are you? Nianbing said, you can call me the demon killer. Ruyi said coldly, so, you heard our previous conversation? Nianbing smiled indifferently, I don't care which country you are spies from, but I have to care if you treat people's lives like grass. Miss Ruyi, the man you dealt with before is the target of my protection. For the sake of Miss Ru-Meng's kindness, I don't want to make things difficult for you. You can go, but I hope that Miss Ruyi will be more cautious in the future. Those who kill will be killed. Ruyi looked at her sister, Meng, you. Ru-Meng did not dare to look at her sister's eyes and could not help but lower her head. Ruyi looked coldly at Nianbing. Magicians have no advantage when facing warriors. You don't want to make things difficult for us, but I want to make things difficult for you. If you have the ability, don't run. The greatest feature of wind attribute Do-Chi was that it increased the user's attack speed. After a few flashes, Ruyi had already arrived in front of Nianbing. Nianbing did not retreat. With a cold snort, the blizzard condensed to a diameter of 1 foot instantly exploded. The power of the compressed blizzard was no less than that of a 6th grade spell. Ruyi only felt that she had encountered a huge wall. Countless spinning ice blades seemed to want to cut her body. The Do-Chi that protected her body was torn to pieces by the crazy spinning ice blades. At the moment of the blizzard's explosion, her body that was charging forward was suddenly blown away. Countless tears appeared on her clothes and traces of blood could be seen, revealing her white skin. Blood spurted out. Under the effect of the blizzard, Ruyi was immediately seriously injured. Indeed, in a one-on-one situation, a magician was definitely at a disadvantage. However, this only applied to magicians who did not have the time to recite spells. If a warrior was faced with an opponent who had already prepared magic, then the chance of winning was very small. Sister. Ru-Meng caught Ruyi's body. Ruyi's body was very cold. The cold poison of the blizzard had invaded her meridians. For Ruyi who wanted to kill her, Nianbing did not have the slightest mercy. Fortunately, Ruyi's Do-Chi was not weak, so she was not completely torn apart by the blizzard. Great Ice Element. Condense, become the ice of the ancient cold river, become the ice of the solid moonlight. The fusion of ice, appear, the two-color ice ball. While Ru-Meng was taking care of her sister, Nianbing recited another spell. A huge two-color ice ball appeared in front of him. For a warrior, he did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. At this time, Ruyi was already on the verge of death. Blood kept flowing out of her mouth. Her most serious injury was not the wound in front of her body. It was the cold air that shook into her body when the blizzard broke out. At this time, the blood in her body was constantly coagulating. When her heart and meridians froze, it would be the moment of her death. The idea of being protective of the fairer sex never appeared in Nianbing's mind. He only knew that his own life was the most precious. You. What did you do to my sister? I'll fight with you. Ru-Meng put down Ruyi's body and rushed toward Nianbing with her sword. Dozens of wind elemental Do-Aura slashes shot out from the sword. Nianbing was surprised to find that Ru-Meng's Do-Aura seemed to be purer than her sister's. However, the dual-colored ice sphere had already been formed. This was a 6th-tier spell, and it was definitely not something that the 4th-tier low-grade ice wall spell from before could compare to. The dual-colored ice sphere kept changing its position under Nianbing's control. Apart from leaving some traces on the ice ball, Ru Meng's attack could not pose any threat to Nianbing at all. For Ru Meng, Nianbing still had some good feelings. At least, her heart was much kinder than Ru Yi's. "Miss Ru Meng, if you don't want your sister to die, then stop." Blocking Ru Meng's attack again, the two-color ice ball shone with cold light. In the piercing cold, dozens of ice cones shot out, immediately forcing Ru Meng to retreat. Ru Meng gasped for breath as she looked at the powerful mage in front of her. You killed my sister, and you're still making sarcastic remarks?" Nianbing said indifferently, "Your sister was only injured by the shock. What was fatal was the invasion of the cold current. Now, only I can bring her back to life. You should understand. It's easy for me to kill you. There's no need to lie to you." The biggest feature of the two-color ice ball was its lethality. If the enemy was a group, it could continuously send out ice cones with tyrannical attack power. Until it exploded. After this 6th-grade magic was formed, unless the opponent had the strength of a great swordsman or above, it was impossible to break the two-color ice ball. In Nianbing's calm voice, Ru Meng calmed down. Indeed, if the other party wanted to kill her, it would be enough to attack her with the previous magic. That was simply unstoppable. Then are you willing to save my sister? I beg you, save my sister. I'll save her as a relative. My sister's nature is not bad. It's only because she was too stimulated in the past that she hates men." The two-color ice ball disappeared. Nianbing walked step by step towards Rui. He was very clear that Rui's life was now in his hands. Ru Meng would never attack him again. "I also don't want to kill people. It's just that, with your sister's temperament, she should be taught a lesson. Please take off her clothes." "What? What do you want to do?" Hearing this, Ru Meng was shocked. She stood in front of Nianbing and looked at him vigilantly. The sword in her hand was raised again. Looking at the skull mask on Nianbing's face, she couldn't help but feel a strong fear in her heart. All along, she had listened to her sister's arrangements and had long developed a dependence. Rui took care of her in every possible way. At this time, Rui had fallen into a coma and there was a powerful enemy in front of her that she couldn't fight against. She really didn't know what to do. Nianbing frowned and said, "Miss Ru Meng, your sister has a lot of wounds on her body. If you don't take off her clothes, how can I treat her?" "Don't worry, I have no interest in her body at all." He had seen many beautiful women and any one of them was not something that Rui's beauty could compare to. Especially when compared to Feng Nu's beauty, Rui was just the light of a firefly. Hearing Nianbing's words, Ru Meng came to her senses and hurriedly dodged to block Nianbing's path. She squatted down and supported Rui to lean on her body. You are really willing to save my sister?" Nianbing nodded and said, "Of course, I have no enmity with you. However, I hope that after your sister comes back to life, you will persuade her to not have the heart to disregard human life. Otherwise, the next time we meet, the word kill will fall on her head. Take off your clothes." As he said that, Nianbing raised the Xingyang saber in his left hand and pointed the stone of fire god at the hilt towards Rui's forehead. What other thing could be more effective than the stone of fire god to remove the cold poison? Under the effect of the fire element, the scorching hot air flowed down from between her eyebrows and Rui's originally pale face suddenly became a little rosy. Seeing that Nianbing really wanted to save her sister, Ru Meng immediately let out a sigh of relief and put down the long sword. With trembling hands, she took off her sister's clothes. After the outer long skirt was taken off, it was the inner garment and after the inner garment was the undergarment. It was extremely troublesome and Nianbing was dumbstruck as he muttered, "Girls are really troublesome. Miss Ru Meng, you'd better move quickly. Otherwise, the cold poison did not take her life but she will die from excessive blood loss. I will have no other way." Hearing this, Ru Meng's hand stopped trembling and quickly removed the obstacles on her sister's body. When everything was removed, Nianbing suddenly became sluggish for a moment. He had to admit that Miss Rui, who had the strength of a sword master, had a perfect figure. This was the first time he saw a girl's body and he could not help but feel a little thirsty. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask on his face. Otherwise, Ru Meng would see his flushed face and he did not know what to think. Taking a deep breath, Nianbing forced himself to calm down and put the undulating peaks in front of him to the back of his mind. He swallowed his saliva and pressed his hands on Rui's delicate body, chanting the spell he was familiar with. After months of learning in the Magician's Guild, he was no longer the Nianbing who was not familiar with ice spells. Great Ice Element. I beg you, melt your kind heart into water and turn it into a holy spring to heal the wounds. Under the witness of the goddess of water, appear, the source of healing, holy water spell. With the completion of the spell, a soft blue light condensed on Nianbing's hands. In an instant, his hands turned completely white like jade. His hands trembled like waves and pressed on the air. A white halo floated around Rui's fair and plump body. Under the effect of the white light, the dozens of wounds of different depths stopped bleeding immediately. Nianbing closed his eyes and let the gentle water element flow on his fingertips. When he felt that the holy water spell was completely formed, his hands moved. His hands touched the wounds on Rui's body. The milky white light replaced the bright red of the wounds and the viscous holy water completely sealed the ghastly wounds. Soon, the milky white liquid completely merged into the wounds. One could almost see with the naked eye that the wounds of different depths were constantly healing. After taking a deep breath, Nianbing felt a little tired. After all, he had used a few powerful spells consecutively, and had used up a lot of his mana. That's enough. Help your sister put on her clothes. Don't touch her body for now. Let the holy water completely fuse with the wound. You can bring her back in about an hour. Rest assured, the holy water spell I used is a healing spell of the 5th step. It was originally used to treat internal injuries. For this kind of ordinary external injuries, the holy water spell is extravagant, but it won't leave a scar. Let her have a good sleep. When she wakes up tomorrow, everything will be fine. Hearing that there wouldn't even be a scar left, Ru Meng's eyes immediately showed a grateful look. At this time, she completely believed that Nianbing didn't mean to hurt them. Mr. Demon Killer Envoy, thank you. I thank you on behalf of my sister. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. Nianbing said with some amusement, what is there to thank me for? Don't forget, I was the one who injured your sister. I hope she can learn her lesson. Miss Ru Meng, what kind of stimulation did your sister suffer before? Ru Meng hesitated for a moment. However, when she saw Nianbing's clear gaze through the mask, a strong sense of trust surged in her heart. She sighed softly and said, it's like this. Our parents died because of the plague when my sister was 7 years old and I was 5 years old. When she was young, my sister was very strong. In order to take care of me, she begged on the street every day. At that time, she was like a boy. The little beggars of the same age around us didn't dare to bully us. My sister has always been very fierce to outsiders. Until my sister was 10 years old, we were taken in by our benefactor. Our benefactor took care of our food and clothing and taught us skills. This gave us the opportunity to stand out. Mr. Demon Killer Envoy, please don't ask us which side we belong to. Even if we die, my sister and I will never betray our benefactor. Nianbing smiled and said, I'm not interested in that. I just want to know what kind of stimulation your sister suffered that made her become so hysterical. Ru Meng's eyes revealed a trace of tears. Among the orphans taken in by our benefactor, there was a very outstanding boy. He was very handsome. Moreover, his temperament was gentle. His ability was obvious to all. At the age of 20, he had already reached the realm of great swords master. At that time, we once said that one day, he would definitely become a generation of swordsmen. At that time, I was 15 years old and my sister was 17 years old. I don't know when, but my sister had already secretly fallen in love with him, but she never dared to confess, burying her love in her heart. Because my sister knew that he liked the benefactor's daughter. Although the benefactor's daughter only came back once a year, but at that time, he was always the happiest. My sister knew that she couldn't compare with the benefactor's daughter, so she could only bury her feelings in her heart. Finally, 2 years ago, the benefactor's daughter came back home again. Being outstanding, he couldn't bear it anymore and confessed to the benefactor's daughter. However, what he received was rejection, a ruthless rejection, a rejection without any room for negotiation. At that time, he was greatly stimulated and ran out to drink alone. As the saying goes, caring makes one confused. My sister chased after him. That night, they didn't come back. Although my sister didn't say anything, I guessed that something had happened between them. Since then, my sister and the benefactor's relationship was established. I was very happy for my sister, but I always had a feeling that something was wrong. That year was the happiest year of my sister's life. They lived together and flew together while carrying out missions. My sister didn't forget to take care of me and didn't care about anything else. Seeing my sister so happy, I didn't have the heart to say anything. I just secretly prayed, hoping that my guess was wrong. However, things didn't go as I wished. After they dated for a whole year, when the benefactor's daughter came back home again, the outstanding man was just like before, caring for the benefactor's daughter in every possible way. Nothing had changed. The benefactor's daughter still didn't pay attention to him. After the benefactor's daughter left, my sister and the benefactor's daughter quarreled for the first time. I clearly remember that they quarreled very fiercely at that time. I was worried about my sister, so I kept listening under their window. My sister asked him why he still couldn't forget the benefactor's daughter. He heartlessly hurt my sister. He said to my sister that the relationship between him and my sister was just a substitute for the benefactor's daughter. She was just a sustenance for his feelings. He also said that in this life, he would only love the benefactor's daughter. Even if he really married my sister in the future, he would only love the benefactor's daughter. My sister was a strong person. From that moment on, her heart died. She didn't say anything because he was the benefactor's person. My sister's killing intent had already dissipated. However, my sister asked the benefactor for a transfer and came here. Using the identity of a prostitute to cover herself, she continued to work for the benefactor. I think, if it wasn't to repay the benefactor, I'm afraid my sister would have already thought of committing suicide. I saw her crying in the middle of the night more than once. My sister was really suffering. Tonight, the friend you protected came to the brothel. He was really handsome, even more handsome than the person my sister once loved. His gentle smile was somewhat similar to that person's, so my sister's heart twitched and she wanted to kill him. Mr. Masha Envoy, I apologize to you and your friend on behalf of my sister. Please forgive my sister for her pitiful experience. In the future, I will definitely persuade her not to do stupid things again. After listening to Ru Meng's narration, Nian Bing's heart trembled slightly. Everyone had their own experience. If compared with Rui and Rui, perhaps she was luckier. Her eyes fell on Rui's still pale face. She didn't seem to be so hateful anymore. The trace of resentment in her heart completely disappeared. Nian Bing sighed and said, I'm sorry, Miss Ru Meng. I didn't know your sister had experienced so many hardships. I should apologize to her and sincerely wish her the best. I hope she can find a good home in the future. However, please tell your sister that all handsome men are not necessarily bad people. At least, my friend isn't. Well, take your sister back, I will escort you. Be careful in the future. Ru Meng carefully picked up her sister and returned to the city under the escort of Nian Bing. After sending them back to the brothel, Nian Bing quietly left. At this time, the sky in the distance had already revealed a touch of white. Not in a hurry to return to the restaurant, Nian Bing found a quiet corner, put away his Masha Envoy outfit, sat cross-legged, and released his spirit to perceive everything around him. At the same time, he slowly restored his magical power. Although the recovery speed was slower, but because of the release of his spirit, he could perceive what was going on around him in advance, so it was relatively safer. When Nian Bing sensed that the streets were already bustling with activity, he suddenly realized that something was amiss. Waking up from meditation, the special nature of ice and fire made his magical power recover very quickly. At this time, he had reached the best state again. Standing up, he patted the dust off his body. Now it was time to go back. He believed that Rui should have also woken up, but he didn't know how her body was. After the first time using magic to hurt people, Nian Bing felt a little guilty. He was very sympathetic to Rui's experience. After all, he also had a similar experience. When they reached the main street, Nianbing identified the direction and walked towards the hotel. He wasn't in a hurry. He had already digested most of the food he had eaten last night. He wanted to find a place to fill his stomach first. He would let Xuejing wait. The worse her impression of him was, the more likely she would stop pestering him. Thinking of this, he simply slowed down his pace. There were quite a few places to buy breakfast. However, Nianbing could tell from a few glances that the chefs in these breakfast shops were not very good at cooking. However, he had no choice but to make do with it for now. He casually found a relatively clean breakfast shop and sat down. He ordered a bowl of porridge, 2 steamed buns and a plate of salted vegetables. These basic food, the taste should not be too bad. While eating the food he ordered, Nianbing looked at the street. He suddenly found that across the street from this breakfast shop, there was a shop selling kitchenware. His heart was moved. He secretly thought that now that he had the space ring, he did not need to carry anything with him. Since that was the case, why not buy some kitchenware and put it in the space ring? After all, just a kitchen knife was not enough. Besides barbecuing, there was no way to effectively cook. Yes, buy some kitchenware. And buy some seasonings. This way, it would be more convenient to carry them with him. Thinking of this, he sped up the movement of his mouth. After filling his stomach, he immediately crossed the street and walked into the kitchenware shop. The kitchenware shop looked very clean. On both sides of the wall, there were all kinds of kitchenware hanging. Although it wasn't a high grade, it was enough for ordinary cooking. A short man in his 40s came up and said, "Sir, do you want to buy kitchenware? We have everything here, you can choose whatever you want." Nianbing casually picked up an iron pot and tapped it with his finger, making a crisp sound. He looked at the texture of the iron pot and could not help but shake his head. The quality was too poor. He was afraid that if his fire magic was just a little stronger, this pot would be destroyed. The short man saw that Nianbing was not satisfied and quickly said, "Sir, if these ordinary goods are not to your discerning eyes, I have better ones here." "Oh? Okay, let me see. It would be best if you have a full set, that way I can choose one by one." Nianbing didn't have much hope. As long as the kitchen utensils were sturdy and resilient enough to withstand his ice and fire magic, it would be enough. The short man said, "What a coincidence, I have a set of authentic kitchenware from Sky Spring Pavilion." "Please wait a moment." Sky Spring Pavilion? Nianbing had heard ghost chef Cha Ji mention this name before. According to Cha Ji's description, Sky Spring Pavilion was one of the best kitchenware workshops in the world. The kitchenware they produced had high hardness, good rigidity, resistance to abrasion and corrosion, and other characteristics. Although they were not famous, they were still good kitchenware that was hard to come by. Most good chefs would use the kitchenware they produced there. Because Sky Spring Pavilion was extremely famous, the price of the kitchenware they produced was rather outrageous. Any one of them would cost a few gold coins, and the whole set would probably cost a few purple gold coins. Ordinary kitchenware only cost 2 or 3 silver coins to buy a set. The difference in price was 100 times. However, Nianbing did not care about money. If the boss here could really take out the good things produced by Sky Spring Pavilion, he would not be stingy. As the saying goes, in order to do a good job, one must first sharpen the tools. For a chef, the better the tools, the more he could display his full ability when cooking. After a while, the short man came out with a pile of boxes that were taller than him. It looked like he was struggling. He placed the boxes on the ground and said while panting, "Sir, take a look. These are all good things produced by Sky Spring Pavilion. Although the price is a little higher, it is definitely worth the money." Nianbing walked forward curiously and opened the box at the top. There was an iron pot inside, and the pot was completely gray. He turned the pot around and saw a diamond-shaped mark engraved on the bottom of the pot. The words Sky Spring Pavilion were engraved on it. This wok was obviously much heavier than the previous one. It was at least 4 times heavier than the previous one. The thickness of the wok was also more suitable. When Nianbing held the handle, his wrist and the handle became one. It felt very comfortable. Nianbing's wrist trembled slightly as he did the action of holding the wok. Everything was very natural and harmonious. This kind of heavy wok was exactly what Nianbing liked. He tapped the body of the wok lightly. The quality of the metal was quite good. When he tapped the body of the wok, there was a deep and resounding echo. It was very comfortable to listen to. "Boss, is this kitchenware produced by Sky Spring Pavilion?" The boss was stunned for a moment, and said, "Of course it is. This is the treasure that I specially bought from Sky Spring Pavilion. If not for the fact that you know how to make kitchenware, I would not take it out." End of chapter 44. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.